Chapter 311 Challenge. Dropping out of school was naturally just a joke. No one would drop out of school because of this. Furthermore, the school gave corresponding rewards for the student mentors, allowing them to obtain special permits to certain special dimensional zones. Instead of calling it mentoring, it was actually being a guide to allow the students of Bright Prospects College to quickly integrate into Sunset College's curriculum and lifestyle. After all, they were only here for 3 months, unlike Joe Wen and company who could live here for 4 years and could take things slowly. Bright Prospect students who were mentored on a one-on-one basis joined their mentors in the same class. Naturally, their homework missions were the same. The only compulsory thing for student mentors was to team up with their mentees and guide them in completing their homework missions. After Joe Wen saw the responsibilities of a student mentor, he thought nothing much of it. After all, it was just taking another person along for his homework missions. It wasn't anything difficult since he had to do the homework missions too. When Joe Wen saw his mentee, he learned that his name was Ming Xiao, a handsome youth around his age. He didn't know why, but Ming Xiao looked rather lazy despite looking sunny and chipper, as though he wasn't interested in anything. The school had already allocated Ming Xiao and company their dorms, but Joe Wen was needed to take them there and help them familiarize themselves with the situation on campus. These weren't too troublesome for Joe Wen. Although the school was large, students usually only had a few places to go to. They would be able to familiarize themselves with the campus in half a day. Once that was finished, Joe Wen was done with his responsibilities until homework missions were assigned. He just needed to take Ming Xiao along when that happened. Although Joe Wen was learning from Wang Mingyuan, his tutor was still Wang Fei in name, so Ming Xiao's tutor was also Wang Fei. Ming Xiao, this is your dorm key. Shall I take you to the dormitory first? After the school management had delivered their speeches, Joe Wen planned on taking Ming Xiao to his dorm to settle him in. Thank you, just give me the key. We're all adults. I can do such trivialities myself. There's no need to trouble you, Ming Xiao said politely. Sure, this is my phone number. Call me if you need anything. Joe Wen handed over the dorm key and his phone number. Thanks. By the way, who was first in Sunset College's comprehensive test this year? Ming Xiao asked after taking the key and paper slip. I believe first place went to Senior Wei Ji. Joe Wen had a good memory, but that was on matters he wanted to memorize. If he wasn't interested, he often didn't pay much attention. He really didn't care who was first. He just knew that he was in the top 10. Wei Ji is the current president of the student council, right? Ming Xiao nodded as if he had heard of this person before. Yes. Do you know where to find him? I really don't know. You can go to the student council's activity room to take a look. Even if you can't find Senior Wei Ji, you can still find the key members of the student council there. Joe Wen then told him where the student council was located. Thanks. After thanking Joe Wen once again, Ming Xiao turned around and prepared to leave. Joe Wen didn't stop him. Seeing how independent the Bright Prospect student was, he felt gratified. Besides, Ming Xiao was right. They were already adults and didn't need others to watch over them. Many things could be figured out if one put in the effort. There was no need to have someone to seek advice from. This was in line with Sunset College's education policy. It was best not to restrict a student's wishes and development. It only gave them guidance in particular directions and provided them with knowledge and the ability to learn. What they made out of that depended on the students themselves. Independence was what determined if a student could truly grow. After Ming Xiao left, Joe Wen turned around and returned to his dormitory. He hadn't managed to obtain the dragon transformation art. He planned to continue grinding before heading to Wang Mingyuan's place for learning. Ming Xiao walked to a trash can and, without looking at Joe Wen's paper slip, he threw the folded piece of paper into the recycle bin. Ming Xiao had no intention of coming to Sunset College to learn anything, nor did he need the companionship of a student mentor. Wei Ji had been in a rather good mood recently. He was originally worried that Joe Wen would become the second Wei Haifeng and might even compete with him to be the next student council president. However, after some observation, he realized that Joe Wen was not much different from the other weirdos in school. His lack of interest in such matters relieved Wei Ji. Joe Wen seldom appeared and he didn't participate in group activities. What was worse was that Joe Wen often requested a leave of absence to leave campus. Wei Ji automatically defined Joe Wen as a rich and powerful scion. With Joe Wen's personality, he probably wouldn't compete with him for the position of president of the student council. Wei Ji was studying a dimensional zone guide when he heard the door being pushed open. He looked up at the person who had entered and couldn't help but frown. His memory was very good, especially when it came to faces. However, he could not remember where he had seen this handsome boy before. The exchange students from Bright Prospects College arrived today. This boy should be one of them, right? Wei Ji guessed Ming Xiao's background and thought to himself, why is the new exchange student here at the student council instead of in his dorm? Hello there, I'm the president of the student council, Wei Ji. Is there anything I can help you with? Wei Ji said to Ming Xiao in a friendly manner, like he was a political figure greeting the poor in the countryside. In Wei Ji's heart, Bright Prospects College was a third-rate college. Therefore, their students weren't much different from the poor and needy. Permitting their entry into Sunset College was a form of charity. Ming Xiu looked at Wei Ji and said, "You are the president of the student council, Wei Ji." "That's me." Wei Ji nodded with a smile. He looked extraordinary and secretly he felt smug. Even a bright prospect student knows of me. As expected, I'm already famous elsewhere. Can you spar with me in real combat? I want to know how strong the strongest student at Sunset College is. Ming Xiu directly explained his purpose for coming. Wei Ji smiled and said to Ming Xiu, "Are you an exchange student from Bright Prospects College?" Ming Xiu nodded slightly and continued, "You decide on the time and place." Young kid from a third-rate school, eager to prove himself. What a pity that he's overly ambitious. He wants to challenge me, the president of the student council, the moment he's here. He's still too young. Wei Ji was experienced in handling such matters. While maintaining his smile, he took out a coin and placed it on the table. Then, he said to Ming Xiu, "Well, there's no need to go through all that trouble. See this coin? I'll do something to it. If you can do the same, you'll be the winner." Okay, Ming Xiu agreed without hesitation. Chapter 312 Disciple accepts the challenge. Wei Ji reached out his palm and casually pressed down on the coin on the table. Then, he removed his hand and smiled at Ming Xiu. Saw that. Ming Xiu's gaze landed on the coin and saw a needle-like hole in the middle of the coin. He reached out and picked up the coin. The coin had been pierced, but the table below wasn't damaged at all. Condensing forces into a needle. Ming Xiu said as he placed the coin on the table. You have quite a keen eye. You can give it a try as well. Wei Ji was very pleased with himself. His ability to condense forces in his palm into a needle was something he was most proud of. Furthermore, he could control this technique easily and freely. It was impossible for the average person even if they worked hard for more than a decade. It had nothing to do with one's strength because it was a manifestation of one's control of their strength. Otherwise, no matter how powerful one's force was, even if it could smash a coin, it wouldn't just leave a hole the size of a needle. With this technique, Wei Ji had made many challengers retreat without a fight. He was already used to it. Ming Xiu didn't say anything. He only reached out his palm and pressed it on the coin. Then, he removed his palm and said to Wei Ji, "Now can you spar with me in real combat?" Wei Ji looked at the coin and was shocked. He saw a hole on the coin that was smaller than the hole he had left behind. Picking up the coin and seeing that there was no damage to the table, Wei Ji thought to himself, it's surprising that a third-rate school like Bright Prospects College would have such an expert at strength control. This guy looks like a handful. It's necessary I beat him, but there's no benefit to it. But if I were to lose, wouldn't my reputation be ruined? With this thought in mind, Wei Ji suddenly had an idea. He smiled at Ming Xiu and asked, "How should I address you?" Ming Xiu answered. Ming Xiu, you obviously can challenge me, but I have to clarify one matter first. Are you trying to challenge me, the president of the student council, or the #1 expert of our Sunset College? Wei Ji asked. Is there a difference? Ming Xiu asked. Of course there is. Although I'm the president of the student council, the publicly recognized #1 expert in our school is someone else. If you want to challenge the #1 expert, I'm afraid you have gotten the wrong person, Wei Ji said. Who's the strongest? Ming Xiu asked. Our school's #1 expert is Hui Haifeng, who's known as the Invincible Fist. Wei Ji directly sold Hui Haifeng out. After all, he and Hui Haifeng were rivals. Getting Ming Xiu to cause trouble for Hui Haifeng was the best option. Where can I find him? When Ming Xiu heard the impressive title of Invincible Fist, he didn't think that Wei Ji was lying. If he wasn't that strong, he wouldn't dare mention invincible in his title. Furthermore, as the president of Sunset College's student council, it was unlikely Wei Ji would spout nonsense. Wei Ji wasn't spouting nonsense. Hui Haifeng had such a nickname, but it was just one used in jest. Wei Ji used to hate Hui Haifeng's nickname, but it was a perfect opportunity to use it now. Wait a minute. Wei Ji made a phone call and quickly found Hui Haifeng's whereabouts. He then said to Ming Xiu with a smile, he should be in Dragon Gate Grotto. It's not difficult to find the area. Just ask around on campus or use your phone's navigation. Thank you. Ming Xiu turned around and left. After Ming Xiu left, Wei Ji looked at the coin again. The needle hole was not only small but also very round. It was much more intricate than Wei Ji's. This guy is quite impressive. If I fought him, I might not be able to win. How did a third-rate school like Bright Prospects College produce such a freak? Wei Ji was puzzled. A student like him should have been able to enter a prestigious school. However, thinking about how he had brought huge trouble to Hui Haifeng, Wei Ji felt happy again. If Ming Xiu really defeated Hui Haifeng, it would be amusing. Zhou Wen went to Wang Mingyuon's place to study. Just as he arrived at Dragon Gate Grotto, he saw Ming Xiu standing at the intersection, looking down at his phone as though he was hesitating on which path to take. Stop looking. The GPS is useless here in Dragon Gate Grotto. Where do you want to go? Zhou Wen walked to him and asked. Seeing that it was Zhou Wen, Ming Xiu asked, I'm looking for Hui Haifeng. I heard he's in Old Dragon Cave, right? Why are you looking for Hui Haifeng? Zhou Wen asked curiously. Wei Ji said he's the number one expert in Sunset College, so I wanted to see how strong the number one expert of Sunset College is, said Ming Xiu. Zhou Wen was somewhat speechless when he heard that. He had sent Ming Xiu to Wei Ji, and Wei Ji ended up sending him to Hui Haifeng. You know Hui Haifeng? Ming Xiu sized up Zhou Wen and asked. We're under the same tutor, so we're considered fellow disciples, Zhou Wen said as he considered how he could resolve the trouble that was Ming Xiu. Zhou Wen, what are you doing here? Hui Haifeng asked as he walked out of Dragon Gate Grotto before Zhou Wen could think of a solution. This is Ming Xiu from Bright Prospects College. He wants to challenge you. Zhou Wen had no choice but to introduce Ming Xiu to Hui Haifeng. Ming Xiu, why do you want to challenge me? Hui Haifeng didn't panic at all as he asked with a smile. Someone said that you are the number one expert at Sunset College. I want to know how strong Sunset College's number one expert is, said Ming Xiu. That's right. That person has a keen eye, but Ming Xiu, if anyone can challenge me as you do, as the number one expert of Sunset College, wouldn't I be busy all day? Just accepting challenges would tire me to death. Hui Haifeng then changed gears and pointed at Zhou Wen. Let's do this. He's my junior and ranked the lowest among our tutor's 4 disciples. He's also the weakest. Try defeating him first before I consider accepting your challenge. Zhou Wen nearly spat out the water he had just drunk. Hui Haifeng was too shameless. Ming Xiu looked at Zhou Wen and gestured for him to launch an attack. I'll be troubling you. Zhou Wen was a little depressed. He didn't have the time to fight with Ming Xiu. He still had a few questions to ask Wang Mingyuan. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking, Feng Qian saw him and ran over, immediately asking, Coach, I've already figured out what you taught me the last time. When is the next lesson? Zhou Wen pointed at Ming Xiu and said, Ahem. Feng Qian, let me introduce you. This is Bright Prospects College's Ming Xiu, an exchange student who's just come to our school. He's very strong. You can spar with him. It's a way to test you on your recent improvement in strength. All right. Feng Qian agreed immediately, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 313 Ming Xia's decision. Ming Xiu revealed a look of displeasure. When he heard Feng Qian call Zhou Wen coach, he thought that Feng Qian was just a student trained by Zhou Wen. He felt that Zhou Wen was looking down on him, asking him to spar with someone like that. Feng Qian's strength is no weaker than mine. As long as you can beat him, you can directly challenge Senior Haifeng. Zhou Wen hurriedly directed the problem back at Hui Haifeng. When Ming Xiu heard that, his expression softened and he looked at Feng Qian. This spectacular scene finally unfolded as they exchanged looks and immediately went to the arena. Ming Xiu originally imagined that he could easily defeat Feng Qian, who wasn't famous at all, but he failed to gain an advantage once the battle began. Feng Qian's saber techniques already had the inklings of a master's. He freely struck with verve, his spirit and courage becoming stronger as he fought. His saber landed like roiling, heavenly rivers that prevented his opponent from catching his breath. Ming Xiu could not help but become serious. He used his incredible life providence powers and fought with Feng Qian with all his strength. But even so, it was only a draw. He found it difficult to clinch victory. Ming Xia's shock was indescribable. His life providence was peerless twins. He learned everything much faster than others. He took days to master something that others might need a year for. He just needed one look at concepts that eluded others to quickly understand them. Among his peers, he had never experienced the feeling of having an opponent. He originally believed that Sunset College was only a little more famous and their students were nothing much. It was impossible for them to be stronger than him. However, he never expected that he wouldn't be able to defeat Feng Qian despite giving his all. And since Feng Qian called Zhou Wen coach, it was obvious he had been trained by Zhou Wen. Furthermore, Hui Haifeng claimed that Zhou Wen was the weakest among the 4 students of their tutor. Sunset College is really filled with hidden talents. Ming Xiu, who had originally thought that it would be boring being an exchange student at Sunset College, suddenly changed the glint in his eyes. The two of them had been fighting in the arena for more than an hour, but there was no victor. Both ended up exhausted with no energy left. Is that Zhou Wen really your coach? Ming Xiu didn't believe that a person who could fight him to a draw would be trained by someone their age. Yes, Feng Qian answered honestly. Then, is it like what he said? Your strength is about the same as his. Ming Xiu asked again. I don't know coach's strength, but it's only because of his 3-pointers in the past 2 to 3 months that I have reached my current realm. Before this, I wouldn't have been your match. I would have been defeated within 10 moves. Feng Qian believed that he was telling the truth, but even he himself didn't know that Zhou Wen hadn't given him any serious pointers. He had figured everything out himself. However, those words sounded completely different in Ming Xia's ears. It was unbelievable that a person who couldn't even withstand 10 of his attacks previously could now tie him with just 3 pointers from Zhou Wen. Feng Qian looked like a rigid and focused person. He didn't look like someone who would lie. There's actually such a genius in this world. I had such a narrow view of the world before. It looks like I made the right choice to come to Sunset College. Ming Xiu suddenly laughed. Life without an opponent and goal was too boring for him. Now with someone like Feng Qian and Zhou Wen appearing, he felt as though he had come alive. Tian Zenzhen had arranged for the Bright Prospect students to gather at the canteen. She would occasionally glance at the canteen's entrance, but she didn't see that familiar figure. Zenzhen, we've already asked around. Sunset College's top student for this year's comprehensive test is the president of the student council, Wei Ji, but he's not the most famous one. It's a freshman named Zhou Wen. He got into the top 10 at the mortal stage. Not long ago, he defeated John from Covenant College and helped the army defeat the Sky Spiders. A Bright Prospects College student recounted Zhou Wen's antics in Sunset College with great familiarity. Although Zhou Wen is very strong and much stronger than us, he's definitely not Ming Xia's match, Tian Zenzhen said confidently. Of course. No matter how strong Zhou Wen is, he's only a slightly stronger student. How can he be comparable to Ming Xiu? He's our Bright Prospects god, another Bright Prospect student said matter-of-factly. The other students also agreed. Ming Xiu was too dominant in Bright Prospects College. He was a god in the hearts of all the students. Even the tutors believed that Ming Xiu could have a chance at being in the top 10 of the entire league. Since Zhou Wen is so famous, let Ming Xiu challenge him first so that he can become famous in one battle. Let those arrogant fellows from Sunset College know what true geniuses are. Tian Zhen was brimming with confidence. She seemed to be able to foresee how all the students of Sunset College would be stunned when Ming Xiu defeated Zhou Wen. While they were chatting, Ming Xiu walked over. Ming Xiu, why are you so late? Tian Zenzhen hurriedly invited Ming Xiu to sit beside her. Something cropped up, Ming Xiu said. Ming Xiu, we've already asked around. Now, Sunset College. Before Tian Zenzhen could finish her sentence, Ming Xiu interrupted her. Zenzhen, before coming, my mom must have secretly given you quite a bit of money, right? Ming Xiu looked at Tian Zenzhen and asked. Auntie prepared it for you, just in case. It was in the event that you urgently required money, Tian Zhen said, embarrassed. Give me 20,000, said Ming Xiu. What do you want the money for? Tian Zenzhen asked as she transferred the money, puzzled. I want to hire Zhou Wen to be my personal coach. I would like him to give me some pointers and cultivation guidance, Ming Xiu said excitedly. Having had a long chat with Feng Qian, he increasingly found Zhou Wen unfathomable. It was truly worth it to be able to hire someone like Zhou Wen to teach him for 20,000. Ming Xiu was a top genius who could learn anything quickly, but this also made him lose direction. He didn't know what he should learn. It felt like he could learn anything and everything, but he had the nagging feeling that he wasn't good at anything. This was a horrible feeling. Before today's battle, Ming Xiu still felt that it was just loneliness derived from invincibility, but after his battle with Feng Qian, he realized that he had yet to find his own path. After Feng Qian's repeated recommendations, Ming Xiu decided to hire Zhou Wen to come up with a cultivation plan for him and to guide him out of his confusion. Feng Qian had informed him that each class cost 20,000. Tian Zenzhen was dumbfounded when she heard that. She stared at Ming Xiu in a daze. Her mouth was agape for a long time. She didn't even realize that she had dropped the food she was eating. They had just been discussing how Ming Xiu could defeat Zhou Wen and how he could become famous in Sunset College, but in the blink of an eye, the god in their eyes actually wanted to hire Zhou Wen as a coach. He even wanted him to guide him in his cultivation. Silence fell at the table with only Ming Xiu speaking in excitement. Ming Xiu, do you have a fever? Tian Zenzhen touched Ming Xia's head and asked curiously. Ming Xiu pushed Tian Zenzhen's hand away. Of course not. Then why do you want to hire Zhou Wen to be your coach? Shouldn't you defeat him, thus becoming famous in Sunset College? Tian Zenzhen said. I've already fought with a student he trained, said Ming Xiu. Shouldn't your opponent be him? Why would you be fighting with his student? What happened in the end? Tian Zenzhen asked 3 questions in a row. It was a draw. I couldn't beat him even when I used all my strength. That person's saber technique is too powerful, said Ming Xiu excitedly. Tian Zenzhen and the students from Bright Prospects College were alarmed. Ming Xiu was such a strong person, yet he only managed a draw with Zhou Wen's student. It was hard to believe how powerful Zhou Wen was. Ming Xiu continued, that student only attended 3 of Zhou Wen's private classes. According to him, he wouldn't have been strong enough to take 10 strikes from me about 3 months ago. What? Tian Zenzhen and the rest felt that their brains were lacking. The person could fight Ming Xiu to a draw with just 3 private classes. To them, this sounded like a fairy tale. Ming Xiu, is what you said true? Tian Zhen was in disbelief. It can't be wrong. A person like Feng Qian wouldn't lie. Furthermore, Zhou Wen is only ranked last amongst his tutor's 4 students. He's the weakest. Is this the famous Sunset College? What kind of monsters are they? Tian Zenzhen and company were dumbfounded. To them, the invincible Ming Xiu didn't seem that outstanding in Sunset College. However, Ming Xiu was very excited. I thought that it would be a boring trip, but I didn't expect it to be the right choice. Sunset College lives up to its name. There are so many powerful students here. This feeling is great. In Wang Mingyuan's laboratory, only Zhou Wen and Zhang Zia were around. The two of them were playing cards facing each other, and there were several paper slips pasted on Zhou Wen's face. Zhou Wen had originally come to ask Wang Mingyu on some cultivation questions, but Wang Mingyu had yet to return from Dragon's Well. Zhang Zia had suggested playing cards since they had nothing to do. Zhou Wen refused at first since gaming was better than playing cards. However, Zhang Zia said that if Zhou Wen could defeat him at cards, he would give Zhou Wen an epic movement technique crystal. Although Zhou Wen wasn't good at playing cards, he believed that card games between two people depended on 30% skill, 70% luck. Even if his skills weren't good, he could win as long as his luck was good. However, he never expected that Zhang Zia would want to play reverse with him. As soon as he made one mistake, he lost. The 3 pieces of paper on Zhou Wen's face were punishment for him throwing out the wrong card. Zhou Wen had seen his 3 seniors play reverse before, so he had an idea how to play it. However, watching was one thing, but playing it was a whole different matter. It was very easy to throw the wrong cards in this game. Zhang Zia threw out cards in the normal order while Zhou Wen threw out cards in the reverse order. For example, if Zhou Wen threw a 7, Zhang Zia needed to throw an 8 or higher. However, Zhou Wen couldn't throw a 9. Instead, he had to throw a card smaller than 8 to be lower than Zhang Zia's 8. Such a form of playing was very special. It was Zhou Wen's first time playing it, and he had to play the cards in reverse. Zhang Zia spoke to him while playing, making Zhou Wen throw out cards in the normal manner. That was how he lost all 3 matches. It had nothing to do with his bad cards. As Zhang Zia threw his cards, he smiled and said, "Junior, reverse isn't that easy to play. When Zhang Yan taught me and Hui Haifeng, both of us had lots of paper slips on our faces. Just count it as tuition money. I already know what to do." Again, Zhou Wen said. "You can play however many rounds you want," Zhang Zia said with a grin. It was not easy to change habitual thinking. Having lived for more than 10 years and playing cards in the normal manner, to have someone play it in reverse order made it easy for one to throw the wrong cards. When he started, Zhang Zia had also spent quite a bit of time adapting to this kind of reverse thinking process. It definitely wouldn't be easy for Zhou Wen to get used to it immediately. Furthermore, Zhang Zia deliberately spoke to Zhou Wen, diverting his attention in the conversation. That made it easier for Zhou Wen to make mistakes. Back when Zhang Zia started playing reverse, he didn't dare speak to Zhang Yan. He made mistakes the moment he was distracted. Only after a long period of time was he able to play cards and chat with Zhang Yan and the company. Hui Haifeng's situation was similar to his. The only person who could play reverse and chat with them without any mistakes was Wang Mingyuan. Zhang Zia didn't know if Wang Mingyuan had played reverse before or if there was another reason. In short, he had never seen Wang Mingyuan make a mistake while playing reverse. Zhang Zia had never seen Zhang Yan, who had suggested reverse, make a mistake either. However, since Zhang Yan was the one who suggested it, he reckoned that she must have been experienced, so it wasn't strange. Zhang Zia originally thought that Zhou Wen would definitely need some time to get used to it, or that he wouldn't speak to him. He would focus on playing cards and slowly think to avoid mistakes. However, Zhou Wen didn't do that. He continued chatting as he played. The speed at which he threw the cards was also normal. He didn't deliberately slow down to think. From the 4th round, Zhou Wen stopped making any mistakes. Although he still lost in the end, it was because his cards weren't good as well as the lack of skill required in comparing thrown cards. How did he get used to it so quickly? Zhang Zia found it unbelievable and continued playing a few more rounds with Zhou Wen. He soon realized that Zhou Wen had really gotten accustomed. No matter how much he talked to Zhou Wen or how distracting his topics were, he couldn't make Zhou Wen commit mistakes. This guy's talent in this aspect might be better than me and Hui Haifeng. Zhang Zia was slightly surprised. Seeing how Zhou Wen was no longer making mistakes and how his technique was improving, Zhang Zia was really afraid that he might fail at this simple task. Hence, he said with a laugh to get himself out of it, "I'm not playing anymore. How boring. Let's play another 2 rounds. I won't take your crystal if you lose." Zhou Wen had just gotten the hang of it and found it interesting, so he naturally wouldn't let Zhang Zia off. Zhang Zia had no choice but to agree to 2 more rounds. By the time Wang Mingyuan came out of Dragon's Well, Zhang Zia and Zhou Wen had a lot of paper slips on their faces. This surprised Wang Mingyuan slightly. From what he knew, it was probably Zhou Wen's first time playing reverse. Yet, he was able to play it well with Zhang Zia. It seemed like he was quite talented in this area. Drop, my baby tiger. Zhou Wen had killed the tigers in Bainyang Cave countless times in-game, but he was once again disappointed. There was still no companion egg. Is it really that hard to get pets that add luck? Zhou Wen was somewhat speechless. He remembered that Wang Lu had gotten a lucky baby tiger the first time she came. Why was it so difficult for him? He headed to Poison Worm Pool once again. Thankfully, it gave him a pleasant surprise as a primordial energy skill crystal dropped. After Zhou Wen absorbed it, the system notified him that he had learned Poison Dragon Finger 5. Now, Zhou Wen had 4 types of Poison Dragon Finger. He was only lacking Poison Dragon Finger 3. Actually, a few Poison Dragon Finger crystals had dropped previously, but they were repeated. There were more than 1s, 4s, and 2s. 3s and 5s seemed especially rare, but he had finally managed to have a 5 drop today. Yet, there was still no sign of a 3. He didn't have dragon transformation art drop either. The drop rate was similarly low. Out of options, Zhou Wen could only grind slowly. After all, he had plenty of opportunities. It just took time. Ding dong. Just as Zhou Wen was about to go to the underground sea to commit suicide, the doorbell suddenly rang. He opened the door and saw Ming Xiao. Why are you here? What's the matter? Zhou Wen looked at Ming Xiao, puzzled. This fellow was rather independent. Even if something happened, he probably wouldn't look for his student mentor. Zhou Wen, I want you to be my personal coach. One private lesson costs 20,000, right? Give me your account details and I'll transfer it to you now, Ming Xiao said bluntly. He had previously thrown away Zhou Wen's phone number and had no choice but to look for him himself. After asking around for a while, he finally found out where Zhou Wen lived. Don't listen to Feng Kaiwian's nonsense. I'm just a student like you. How can I be qualified to be your personal coach? Zhou Wen immediately guessed what Feng Kaiwian had said when he heard the two keywords. Because I'm a bright prospect student? Mingxia misunderstood and thought that Zhou Wen didn't want to be his personal coach because he wasn't a student at Sunset College. No, that's not it. I really don't have the qualifications to teach you. Zhou Wen shook his head and explained. Ming Xiao lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Just as Zhou Wen imagined that he was about to come to his senses, Ming Xiao looked up and said to Zhou Wen, I remember you should be my student mentor, right? It's also your responsibility to tutor me, right? This Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss for words. What's your phone number? Add me as a friend. It'll be easier to contact you in the future, Ming Xiao asked Zhou Wen as he took out his phone. Let me make it clear. I really don't have anything to teach you. There's no need for the money. Let's study together. Zhou Wen helplessly took out his phone and added Ming Xiao. You don't have to be so humble. I heard about what you've done from Feng Kaiwian. Your way of teaching is really unique and leaves a deep impression. I hope you can use that method to teach me. After Ming Xiao added Zhou Wen as a friend, he immediately transferred 20,000 to him. What did Feng Kaiwian say to him? Zhou Wen's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. Who knew what kind of inane teaching method he had? It was not something Zhou Wen knew anyway. You can do whatever you like. I don't have time today. Tomorrow is the day Ms. Wang will assign homework missions. Let's complete the mission together when it's out. Zhou Wen didn't explain, nor did he bother to explain. Teaching through actual practice. You're just like Feng Kaiwian said. Ming Xiao nodded in satisfaction and ignored Zhou Wen's reaction before turning to leave. Zhou Wen gaped at Ming Xia's departing figure. After a long while, he muttered to himself, is he nuts? When he went back in, he saw an unread message on the phone. It was a message from Insheng. They had made a new discovery in the ruins and found the inner sanctum's entrance. However, the inner sanctum situation was terrible. A few groups of people had died with unknown causes. Not a single person had walked out alive to date. And Sheng and the rest were thinking of various ways to study the secrets of the inner sanctum, hoping to find old Mr. Ouyang as soon as possible. He would inform Zhou Wen if there was any news. Zhou Wen sent a text to Insheng, but he didn't receive any reply. He didn't know if Insheng had entered an area without a signal or if he was too busy to reply. I have to quickly think of a way to pass the underground sea and reach the temple. It's better using the blood-colored avatar to explore the inner sanctum than letting those warriors sacrifice themselves for nothing. Zhou Wen was afraid that the former principal had already died in the inner sanctum. If that happened, whatever he did now would be meaningless. The next morning, Zhou Wen received a message from the class group. It was the homework mission assigned by Wang Fei. It's just killing a golden warrior. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw how simple the homework mission was. He needed plenty of time to grind. He didn't have the time or effort to spend time doing research on other matters. It was best if he could complete his homework mission easily. Coach, when are you going to do the homework missions? Zhou Wen was just about to wash when he received a message from Ming Xiao. The homework mission needed to be completed in 10 days. Zhou Wen originally planned on going in a few days. But it would only be more troublesome if Ming Xiao messaged him daily. Therefore, Zhou Wen thought about it and decided to do his homework mission today to prevent Ming Xiao from looking for him again. They arranged to meet at the Myriad Buddha cave, and when he arrived, he realized that Ming Xiao was already waiting for him there. Coach, what do you plan on teaching me today? Ming Xiao asked. I've told you that I have nothing I can teach you. Today, we are just going to do the homework missions. Kill a golden warrior, Zhou Wen said as he walked. Kill a golden warrior. Ming Xiao revealed a pensive expression as if he was thinking about something. Golden warriors had very high defense and their drop rates were low. Therefore, few people came here. As for the other students who received the mission to kill a golden warrior, they were most likely still studying the materials pertaining to the golden warrior and would come in a day or two. Therefore, when Zhou Wen and Ming Xiao entered the Myriad Buddha cave, there was no one else there. Are you confident in killing the golden warrior? Zhou Wen turned to ask Ming Xiao. Yes, I've already read up on the golden warrior. It's not difficult for me, answered Ming Xiao. Then you go first. I'll do the recording for you, Zhou Wen said to Ming Xiao. Recording a video to hand it in to Wang Fei was the way of providing evidence that they had completed the homework mission. It couldn't be anything else, but when Ming Xiu heard it, there was a whole other meaning. He wants to create a targeted cultivation plan only after understanding my abilities and traits. Ming Xiu decided to showcase his strength to let Zhou Wen understand his current situation. Zhou Wen watched Ming Xiu battling the Golden Warrior as his eyes constantly twitched. Ming Xiu was indeed impressive. In terms of combat skills, he wasn't inferior to Zhou Wen. Furthermore, he was skilled and proficient in all sorts of techniques. However, no matter how strong he was, what was the point in thrashing up a Golden Warrior? Ming Xiu had already spent more than an hour battling with it. He could have easily killed a Golden Warrior, but he would always ruthlessly strike only to land it gently. It was unknown how many times the Golden Warrior had been hit by him. It was terribly beaten, but still short of being beaten to death. Even Zhou Wen couldn't stand it any longer. Although it was a dimensional creature, he didn't have to torture it in such a way. If you want to kill, kill it. Otherwise, just leave. What's the point of torturing it for more than an hour? Are you a sadist? Zhou Wen didn't have an imagination like Ming Xiu's. He believed that Ming Xiu was flaunting his skills and abilities. Ming Xiu, on the other hand, was very excited. He displayed all the things he knew. However, Ming Xiu was simply too talented. The breadth of what he knew was just extensive. He showcased them one by one until he broke out into a sweat in exhaustion. However, Ming Xiu felt that it was necessary. Otherwise, Zhou Wen wouldn't understand his situation well. How then was he to tailor a cultivation plan for him? If this were in the past, Zhou Wen would be able to locate Ming Xiu without even looking, thanks to Truth Listener. If not for the need to record him, Zhou Wen would have been gaming. Now that Truth Listener was still incubating, Zhou Wen wasn't able to record Ming Xiu accurately if his eyes remained peeled to the screen. Therefore, he could only patiently do the recording. However, he was already feeling a little impatient waiting. This was basically wasting his time. He waited until Ming Xiu finally felt that he was done with his demonstration and killed the Golden Warrior. Even Zhou Wen felt aggrieved for it. It's your turn to record, Zhou Wen said to Ming Xiu, who was wiping his sweat. All right. Ming Xiu nodded and pointed the phone at Zhou Wen before following behind him. Zhou Wen was feeling anxious from all the waiting. He rushed forward the moment he saw a Golden Warrior. He took out his bamboo blade and diced up the Golden Warrior before glancing at Ming Xiu unhappily. He then turned around and walked out. I can finally return to gaming, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Ming Xiu looked thoughtful when he saw Zhou Wen slice up the Golden Warrior. It's a clean and straightforward saber technique, but there's nothing special to it. It's just that the saber is so sharp. Hold on, it's definitely not that simple. Feng Qian said that Zhou Wen loves to integrate what he wants to say in his actions. He must have been hinting at something when he looked at me with such a strange look in his eyes. There must be some secret hidden within the saber move. It's just that I haven't understood it yet, Ming Xiu thought. Let's end it for the day. I'll contact you again when the next homework mission is available, Zhou Wen said to Ming Xiu as he left Myriad Buddha Cave. Hearing these words, Ming Xiu was even more certain of the secret behind Zhou Wen's saber move. Otherwise, there was no way Zhou Wen wouldn't tailor a plan for him and allowed him to leave after he paid the 20,000. Coach, don't worry. I'll definitely gain some insights before the next homework mission, Ming Xiu said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered to waste his time with him and let Ming Xiu return by himself. Instead, he went to Wang Mingyuon's lab to listen to his especially interesting lectures. Wang Mingyuon always talked about random things that appeared useless, as though he was telling a story or a joke. However, when one encountered a particular situation, one would suddenly discover that one of those stories seemed applicable to the situation they were in. It made Zhou Wen feel that he could treat the situation from a third party's perspective and not be limited by his biases. Therefore, Zhou Wen was very willing to listen to Wang Mingyuon's random lectures. However, Wang Mingyuon didn't have much time. Occasionally, he would give the four of them lessons, but most of the time, he would assign them homework missions. Zhou Wen's main job was still to pull the chain that had sunk into Dragon's Well. Although Zhou Wen's strength had improved significantly, it remained tedious pulling the chain. The coldness coming from the chain was just too overwhelming. It indirectly proved the White Dragon's terror. After Ming Xiu returned to his dorm, he kept thinking about what Zhou Wen wanted to tell him, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what special meaning the ordinary saber strike had. This left Ming Xiu vexed. After some thought, Ming Xiu began to suspect that Zhou Wen was just fooling him. The time came for him to meet Feng Qian for sparring, as they previously arranged. Afterward, Ming Xiu shared his doubts with Feng Qian. Feng Qian frowned in thought when he heard that. Then, he said with a confirmatory tone, Coach's saber move definitely has a deeper meaning. It's only because you're lost to your biases that you didn't understand. You understand what that strike means? Ming Xia's eyes lit up as he asked Feng Qian. Of course, the more I think about it, the more I feel that Coach's strike is brilliant and exciting. Only a person like Coach can come up with such a brilliant idea to remind you, Feng Qian said to Ming Xiu in all seriousness, almost slapping his thigh in amazement at his coach. Tell me, what exactly does he want to tell me with that strike? Ming Xiu clearly didn't have as good an imagination as Feng Qian, nor could he figure out any deeper meaning to the strike. Feng Qian looked at Ming Xiao and asked, "What do you think your biggest problem is right now?" Ming Xiao thought for a moment and said, "I've learned too many things that I'm not sure what I'm truly good at. I'm puzzled about my future path." "That's it." Feng Qian nodded and said, "You are currently in a state of confusion over your future path. You feel that you are capable of everything and can do anything. However, you fail to really master anything. Therefore, Coach used the most ordinary saber strike to tell you that the most ordinary and direct attack that can hit a vital spot is most suitable for you." What is the most ordinary and direct attack? Ming Xiao was still confused. Buddhists talk about the myriad interpretations in the world. A person's life and energy are limited after all. It's already a great blessing to be able to study one thing fully during one's entire life. Coach's strike is telling you not to be blinded by appearance. Use your own heart to feel what you need and don't care about what others think. Even if it's an ordinary path, that's your choice, a path that will allow you to reach greatness. You just need to keep advancing forward without end. The more Feng Qian spoke, the more agitated he became. Ask yourself. You must have some most ordinary and most direct thought. Let's use women as an example. No matter how many women stand together, no matter how your heart feels, your eyes will automatically look at the one you think is the prettiest. It's the same with practicing martial arts. No matter how much you know, there must be one thing that you will be willing to learn first. That is your true intention. That's your destiny. My true intention. My destiny. The first thing that I'm willing to learn. Ming Xiao felt his mind explode as he thought of what had happened when he was young. It was a past that he could never forget. When Ming Xiao was young, a breakout creature had attacked their residence. His father fought with his sword, risking his life to kill the creature and protected the young Ming Xiao. In the young Ming Xiao's heart, his father was the greatest person in the world. His sword technique was also the strongest one in the world. He yearned to learn his father's sword technique when he grew up and become someone like his father. However, when he finally grew up, many people told him that his father's sword technique was too ordinary and there was no value in learning it. There was no chance for him to reach the pinnacle mastering it, and it wasn't on par with a genius like him. They advised him to learn more powerful sword techniques. Ming Xiao refused to believe the naysayers, so he continued learning his father's sword technique. However, the truth was just as those people had said. His father's sword technique was just something he considered very strong when he was young, but in reality, it was far inferior to the sword techniques that everyone knew. Ming Xiao was able to master his father's sword technique easily, and he found that it really wasn't that strong. Although Ming Xiao knew that his father's sword technique wasn't strong, he had always had a soft spot for it. Even though it was far inferior to those of the world's best sword techniques, Ming Xiao still couldn't forget it. However, he subconsciously didn't use it. Deep in his heart, there was an indescribable emotion regarding this matter. Today, Feng Kaiwian's words had awakened the deepest feelings Ming Xiao had. He felt as though his brain had been struck by lightning. That's right, why did I give up? So what if my father's sword technique is ordinary? In my heart, that is the strongest sword technique in the world. If it's not strong enough, and the world doesn't agree with that, I'll try my best until it becomes the most powerful sword technique in the world so that everyone will acknowledge it as the strongest sword technique. Ming Xia's heart burned with passion. Feng Qian, you're awesome. Thank you, I now understand. Ming Xiao hugged Feng Qian tightly, almost as though he wanted to carry him to the heavens. Feng Qian said calmly, Coach is the one that's amazing. I'm only telling you what Coach wants you to understand in words. I don't know if that's right or not. In fact, you should figure it out yourself. That's right. Coach is really amazing. He saw through my problems at a glance. He used such a method to remind me, but I actually failed to comprehend it. I'm really silly. I used to believe that I was a genius, but now I know that I'm a pig when compared to Coach. Having resolved the knot in his heart and feeling happy, Ming Xiao found beauty in everything and realized that Zhou Wen was just awesome. If Zhou Wen were to hear their conversation, he might be able to stuff a duck egg into his agape mouth. Then, he would give Feng Qian a thumbs up and say, You're the one who's freaking awesome. Zhou Wen naturally didn't know of these matters. He was in his dorm grinding the poison worm pool. He had already lost count of how many times he grinded at poison worm pool. Zhou Wen heard a chime when he slew the poison worm again. However, he was already numb to the sound. The poison worm often dropped primordial energy skill crystals, but they were always the poison dragon fingers 1, 2, and 4. However, when he looked at the crystal this time, he realized that there was something different about it. In the past, the poison worm inside the poison worm crystal was black in color, but the one that dropped was red. It looked like the poison worm had been skinned, making it look extremely strange. Zhou Wen hurriedly controlled the blood-colored avatar to pick it up before absorbing it. A numbing and itchy force flowed out of the phone and rushed into Zhou Wen's body. It made him feel extremely itchy under his skin as though he was about to shed it. Of course, this was just an illusion. Zhou Wen didn't shed his skin. After the feeling completely vanished, another notification popped up in the game. Absorbed Poison Dragon Crystal. Attained Epic Primordial Energy Skill, Dragon Transformation Art, Rank 7. Although he wasn't the strongest Rank 9, Rank 7 was already rather high. In fact, as long as he could have it drop, Zhou Wen would be rather satisfied. This thing had a very rare drop rate. Finally, I have the dragon transformation art. Zhou Wen was overjoyed as he took in the information that surged into his brain, digesting all it. Since there was water everywhere in Pool City, Zhou Wen immediately sensed the difference after trying it in the water. In the past, he used to feel that water was water. This meant needing to overcome the powerful resistance when moving in it, but now, Zhou Wen felt different when he entered the water. It was as though the water was propelling his body. When he swam underwater, he moved much easier and faster. The dragon transformation art is really good stuff. Zhou Wen realized that instead of calling it a movement technique, it was a skill that allows one to sense the water's flow characteristics. It allowed Zhou Wen to use the water's strength rather than resist it all the time. With the dragon transformation art, this was only the beginning. After obtaining it, Zhou Wen's speed in the water became much faster. However, he still needed to practice using the various movement techniques underwater for combat. Thanks to the dragon transformation art, Zhou Wen's movement technique underwent modifications. He was no longer severely restricted in underwater battles. After familiarizing himself with the benefits brought by the dragon transformation art, Zhou Wen eagerly headed to the underground sea. He wanted to see if he could break through the black dragon's protection and obtain the dragon pearl. When he reached the underground sea again, Zhou Wen acted according to his usual method. He first lured the 9 dragons over from the air before using the white shadow of poison as bait to attract their attention. As for himself, he instantly charged into the sea with ghost steps. The moment his body entered the sea, Zhou Wen felt a little different from before. It was as though the surrounding seawater was flowing merrily around him. A light stroke was enough to send his body traveling a long distance. He swam faster than a fish as though he was a humanoid worm. In fact, the dragon transformation art was not a movement technique but a transformation technique before a worm transformed into a dragon. And since worms were aquatic beasts, they became kings of the water after transforming into a dragon. Thus, the dragon transformation art allowed one to sense the water element and receive its help. It could greatly increase one's speed underwater. It was not wrong to call it a water elemental movement technique. Zhou Wen was delighted as he swam in the direction of the metal war wagon at a speed many times faster than before, and he soon arrived in front of it. At that moment, a dragon finally rushed over and opened its mouth to swallow Zhou Wen. It sucked a large amount of seawater into its mouth, forming a huge maelstrom. If this were in the past, Zhou Wen would have been sucked in without any way to put up a fight. However, this time, Zhou Wen followed the vortex's forces and circled around it before rushing out of the vortex to head for the war wagon below. The metal war wagon was already close to him. This was the first time Zhou Wen had got so close to the metallic war wagon, having previously died so many times. However, he was beneath the metal war wagon. The dragon pearl was on the roof of the war wagon. Zhou Wen had clung close to the war wagon's bottom to avoid the black dragon's line of sight. He swam towards the rear of the war wagon, planning on climbing onto the roof from behind. The 9 dragons had already returned to the sea and were swimming over from different directions in an attempt to devour the blood-colored avatar below the war wagon. Unfortunately, their bodies were chained together, restraining their every move. Otherwise, the blood-colored avatar would have long been devoured by them. With the war wagon shielding him, Zhou Wen shuttled through the seaweed and coral bushes on it, dodging the attack several times. Finally, he arrived at the back of the war wagon. With a flip, he tore towards the top of the war wagon and somersaulted over. Zhou Wen remembered that the dragon pearl was placed nearer to the front. Seeing that the dragon pearl was now right in front of him at a distance less than 5 meters away, he continued forward. The blood-colored avatar ended up being swallowed by a black dragon that rushed over from his side. The game screen immediately turned black. Zhou Wen took it in his stride. In fact, he was delighted. He was now able to get close to the dragon pearl, proving that he had a chance of obtaining the dragon pearl. As long as he did everything better, he would definitely be able to obtain it. However, he soon realized that he had counted his chickens. The black dragons were indeed true dragons. Although they were chained, inconveniencing their movement, they were still much faster than he was. Zhou Wen could somersault several times on the roof, but he ultimately failed to get close to the dragon pearl. He was always just short by a few meters. Zhou Wen originally wanted to use the demonic astral wheel to suck the dragon pearl over, but after a few attempts, all he managed to suck was seawater, seaweed, and coral. The dragon pearl remained motionless. After some thought, Zhou Wen had no choice but to think of a way to dodge the black dragon's attacks to obtain the dragon pearl. He was already very close to it, but he lacked the final necessary sprint. Hence, Zhou Wen deliberately observed the movements of the black dragons underwater, as well as their actions and modus operandi, hoping to find a way to break through them. However, after staring for quite some time, Zhou Wen suddenly realized that the movement techniques of the black dragons were truly marvelous underwater. There was some kind of truth in it, one that Zhou Wen felt he could reference from. It was naturally impossible for an ordinary person to mimic the black dragon's movement techniques, but Zhou Wen, who had mastered the dragon transformation art, didn't find it that difficult. After further study, Zhou Wen realized that the 9 black dragons looked identical, but in fact, they were slightly different. Their stances were somewhat different as well. Every black dragon had its unique water stances. These stances allowed Zhou Wen, who had mastered the dragon transformation art, to mimic them a little and became more agile in the water. He was like a fish in water. The more Zhou Wen studied it, the more he felt that the black dragon stance was marvelous. He listed down each of the 9 black dragon stances and felt that he could combine them into a movement technique. The more he studied the black dragon stances, the closer he got to the dragon pearl. There had been a few instances when Zhou Wen was only an arm's length away from it. Zhou Wen had a feeling that he would soon be able to obtain the dragon pearl. He was already extremely familiar with the stances of the 9 dragons. His movement technique had also taken in all the traits of 9 dragon stances. It could be considered perfect. However, Zhou Wen still felt that something was lacking. It was as though he hadn't really gotten the essence. Once he figured out the final conundrum, he could use the movement technique he gleaned from the 9 dragon stance to obtain the dragon pearl. What exactly is the difference? Zhou Wen planned on heading to Wang Mingyu's place to show him the movement technique he had figured out and get advice on what the movement technique lacked. The number of times Wang Mingyuan descended into Dragon's Well had increased in recent times and the time he spent inside grew longer. When Zhou Wen arrived at the laboratory again, he didn't see him. Zhang Yan was the only one there. Zhou Wen, do you remember that you still owe me a favor from when we killed the mutated fairy? Zhang Yan said when he saw Zhou Wen walk over. I do. What help do you need? Zhou Wen asked. He rarely saw Zhang Yan now, so he had no idea what he was doing. There's something I need your help with. If you have the time, accompany me to Sixian Kiln, Zhang Yan said. Why are we going there? To see the Dragon Gate 20 pieces. Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. 19 of the Dragon Gate 20 pieces were in ancient Yang Cave. Only one was at Sixian Kiln. Zhou Wen had previously gone to see it as well, but Zhang Yan was just going to look at the tablet text. There was no need for Zhou Wen to accompany him. According to what Zhou Wen knew, Sixian Kiln only had legendary snake-type dimensional creatures. Although there were many of them, with Zhang Yan's strength, it would not be difficult for him to avoid them. Zhang Yan said, it's to see the Dragon Gate 20 pieces. I've already been a few times, but every time I looked at it, I was disturbed by those snakes, losing all my mood and feelings. This time, accompany me and help watch over me. Don't let those pesky snakes disturb me. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yan with an odd expression. This fellow actually wanted someone to clear the area while he looked at the tablet text. He even used the favor Zhou Wen owed him. Zhou Wen really couldn't understand what he was thinking. However, since Zhang Yan had suggested it, Zhou Wen naturally wouldn't reject it and accompanied him to Sixian Kiln. Sixian Kiln had changed thanks to the dimensional zones. It was much bigger, and there were linked caves and stone caverns everywhere. Many snake-type dimensional creatures entered and exited here. However, they were different from the overlord snakes in Snake Cavern. These snakes were poisonous snakes. If one was bitten by them, even epic experts would be in trouble. Hence, not many people came here. As there were so many venomous snakes and they typically hid in stone grooves, it was impossible to kill them all even if one wanted. Zhang Yan ignored the venomous snakes and directly dodged their attacks, heading all the way to Dragon Gate 20 pieces tablet text. I'll be reading the text here. Help watch me. No matter what, don't let them disturb me, Zhang Yan said to Zhou Wen before standing there and focusing on the tablet text, completely ignoring everything behind him. The venomous snakes in Sixian Kiln were called dragon pattern snake. However, they did not have any dragon patterns on their bodies. They only had some patterns similar to the tablet's inscriptions. Together with the Dragon Gate 20 pieces tablet text here, this was how the snakes got their name. The dragon pattern snake was very poisonous and there were quite a number of them. Soon, several dragon pattern snakes swam towards them. Moreover, there were also quite a number of dragon pattern snakes that stuck their heads out of their nooks and crannies, ready to rush out at any moment. Since I have nothing better to do, I'll just practice my movement techniques. Zhou Wen didn't use his companion beasts. He drew his bamboo blade and circled around the dragon-patterned snakes with his movement technique while killing them. He wasn't afraid of the venom of the dragon-patterned snakes, so it didn't matter even if he was bitten. He himself had a decent poison stat, and with Dr. Darkness's fight poison with poison, the dragon-patterned snakes posed no threat to him. The speed of the dragon-patterned snakes was very fast, especially when they jumped up for the strike. It was like a worm leaving its hole, fast and accurate. However, compared to Zhou Wen's new movement technique, they were naturally much weaker. It wasn't difficult for Zhou Wen to dodge their attacks, but after watching them attack, he suddenly had a strange feeling. The snake stances seemed a little similar to his new movement technique. From Zhou Wen's careful observations, he found that the dragon-patterned snakes were only acting on instinct. They were very different from the enlightenment he got from the stances of the dragons. However, for some reason, Zhou Wen found them somewhat similar. As he killed the dragon-patterned snake that approached Zhang Yan, he wondered why. Zhou Wen thought for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up as though he understood something. A snake cultivates for 1,000 years and transcends the tribulations to become a worm, and a worm cultivates another 1,000 years to transcend the tribulations to become a dragon. The dragon transformation art is about transforming a snake into a dragon. That means it's not a dragon, so it naturally still retains a snake-like nature. I had forcefully imitated a dragon stance with dragon transformation art, so it didn't succeed. I always felt that my movement technique was lacking something. So this is what is lacking. Zhou Wen suddenly understood the problem of his movement technique. Since he knew where the problem was, he now had to resolve it. It was not like before when he had no clue where to start. To truly remove the influence of a snake and become the stance of a true dragon, I can only touch on the fundamentals. I need to make dragon transformation art shed its mortality until it reaches the dragon transformation realm. As Zhou Wen engaged in battle with the snakes, he constantly used dragon transformation art and kept trying to figure out the truth behind it. There were two ways to raise a primordial energy skills rank. One was to use primordial energy skill crystals to raise it. As long as the primordial energy skill crystal had a high rank, the absorption could directly raise the rank and reach rank 9. Another method was to increase one's familiarity and insight regarding the primordial energy skill to raise the rank to a max of rank 10. Doing so was very difficult and slow. Apart from a few people like Lance, who was extremely talented and could comprehend the truth behind a primordial energy skill until it reached rank 10, the average person needed a lot of time to study and gain insight into it. It was much slower than using primordial energy skill crystals. Dragon transformation art had a very low drop rate. To hope for a rank 9 dragon transformation art to drop would take ages. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to wait. Furthermore, what he needed wasn't only rank 9 but an extraordinary rank 10. Only by doing so could he truly match up to a dragon stance, allowing him to take on the stance of a true dragon. As Zhou Wen observed the dragon pattern snake's actions, stance, and habits, he recalled the stances of the 9 black dragons and made comparisons. Gradually, he understood the differences between dragons and snakes. Zhou Wen discovered that there were indeed many similarities between a dragon and a snake's movement. It was no wonder snakes were called baby dragons in the East District. However, even though they were so similar, when humans saw a dragon, they would never mistake them for snakes. Apart from the differences in size, the most important difference between the two was the sublimity. Zhou Wen constantly felt the difference between the sublimity of a snake and a dragon. It was a feeling that was impossible to describe using words. It could only be sensed with the heart and soul. With the insight Zhou Wen gleaned, the way he moved didn't change much. However, there was a slight difference in his movements. Every move seemed to have a flair to it. Zhang Yan was focused on reading the tablet text, furrowing his eyebrows from time to time as if he was confused. Other times, he would reveal a look of enlightenment, appearing exhilarated. However, not long after, Zhang Yan's eyebrows furrowed deeper and tighter until they finally relaxed. As Zhang Yan read the tablet text, he muttered to himself, "The Dragon Gate 20 pieces is representative of Chinese calligraphy from the Northern Wei Dynasty, a classic piece of work from the Wei Dynasty. It is forceful with its vertical and horizontal strokes, sharp like the edge of a blade. However, it's not as squarish as a regular script. The words written on the top half and bottom half are in different scripts, and the sublimity in it is most difficult to grasp. Just changing the thickness of the stroke changes the script. To figure out something from the Dragon Gate 20 pieces and turn it into a technique is just too difficult. Just missing out part of the sublimity would make it lack greatly." Zhang Yan thought about it but was unable to accurately grasp its sublimity. Feeling a little impetuous, Zhang Yan knew that he couldn't continue. Otherwise, with this mentality, he couldn't reach a pure state of mind even if he had gained some insights. Zhang Yan retracted his gaze and planned on resting for a while. He could read the tablet text again when his mind completely calmed down. If he couldn't calm down, there was no harm in coming some other day. He turned around and sat on a rock beside him. He took out the tea set that he had brought along with him. There was even a small brass charcoal furnace. When he lit the charcoal furnace and heated the water, he brewed 2 cups of tea. Just as he was about to get Zhou Wen to drink it with him, his gaze landed on Zhou Wen and he couldn't move his eyes away. He even forgot to take back his hand that was pouring tea. The tea in the teapot had overflowed the teacup, but Zhang Yan didn't notice anything and just watched Zhou Wen's fight with the dragon pattern snakes. Instead of saying that Zhou Wen was fighting the dragon pattern snakes, it was more like a solo dance. His movement technique was vigorous and extraordinary with an indescribable sublimity to it. Zhang Yan watched as he suddenly threw down the teapot in his hand and ran to a stone wall. He reached out his finger and drew it across the stone wall. His finger was like a blade as it tore through the wall. He wrote one word after another on it. The words looked like works from the Wei Dynasty, but they were different. Every stroke was like a knife slice, but they didn't appear exceedingly sharp. They were straight and carefree. 1,000-year-long path for snakes, 10,000 years for a worm. The moment they show themselves, they would be flying dragons in the sky. When Zhang Yan finished writing the last word, Zhou Wen happened to let out a long cry as his body flew through the air, rising to the heavens like a dragon. His entire body seemed to have undergone a certain transformation. The surrounding dragon-patterned snakes retreated as though they were trembling. For a moment, no snake dared to attack Zhou Wen again. Although he didn't take a look at the in-game information, Zhou Wen was certain that his dragon transformation art had already broken through and reached rank 10. That feeling was indescribable. "Junior, thanks to you, I managed to grasp something today," Zhang Yan said with a smile. Zhou Wen turned his head and saw the words Zhang Yan had carved on the wall. Although he wasn't a connoisseur of calligraphy, he found them exuding a sense of familiarity. On careful thought, he understood that the words contained the insights of the movement technique he had just figured out. "These words?" Zhou Wen asked with an odd expression as he looked at the words. This was what I wrote from observing your movement, technique, and the words on the Dragon Gate 20 pieces. It's rather interesting. In the future, I'll use it as my foundation and match it with the Dragon Gate 20 pieces to come up with a technique. Half the credit is yours. Why don't you give it a name? Said Zhang Yan. I'm not good with names. It's best you name it. Zhou Wen shook his head. There's the word dragon in Dragon Gate 20 pieces. Your movement technique has the bearing of a dragon, so it's naturally necessary to have a dragon character. Together with our names, let's call it Dragon Weyan. As Zhang Yan spoke, he reached out and wiped away the characters carved on the stone wall. What are you doing? Why are you wiping away perfectly fine words? Zhou Wen thought it a pity and hurriedly grabbed Zhang Yan's hand. Although these are the best words I have written so far, their existence will restrict my past. I only seek the future and don't want to look back. Therefore, I won't keep them, said Zhang Yan. It's best not to wipe them away. I'd still want to take a look, so keep it for now. Zhou Wen felt that the concepts in the words were a little too similar to his insights, but also somewhat different. Therefore, he wanted to take the time to compare the differences. If you want it, I'll let it stay for now. However, after you're done, you should wipe it away. It's not a good thing to leave words on the same wall as the text the ancients left behind. Zhang Yan paused before saying, when the Dragon Weyan is perfected, I'll send you a copy. You can take a good look when the time comes. All right. Zhou Wen looked at the words on the stone wall. The first two lines had been wiped away by Zhang Yan, leaving the moment they show themselves they would be flying dragons in the sky. After leaving Old Dragon Cave, Zhou Wen returned to his dorm and eagerly switched on his phone before entering the Zuolu Instance Dungeon. This time, he was in no mood to pay attention to the dimensional creatures as he flew forward on White Shadow of Poison towards the underground sea. He wanted to see if he could obtain the Dragon Pearl with his new movement technique. In the blood-colored avatar's information column, not only did Zhou Wen's dragon transformation art advance to rank 10, but its name had changed to 9 Dragons Art. Zhou Wen had clearly obtained the phone system's approval after fusing the 9 Dragon stance and the dragon transformation art into one. I should be able to obtain the Dragon Pearl with a rank 10 9 Dragons Art, right? After much difficulty, Zhou Wen finally arrived at the underground sea. Shortly after, the waves surged as black dragons tore out of the surface and extended their dragon heads to devour the White Shadow of Poison and Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen leapt up and dived into the sea, instantly swimming hundreds of feet. It didn't feel like he was swimming, but like seawater was propelling him forward. His speed was much faster than before. He somersaulted onto the war wagon in one fell swoop and, before the black dragons could stop him in a timely manner, Zhou Wen had already arrived at the roof of the strange war wagon. He didn't need to hide underneath it like before to avoid the attacks of the 9 dragons. The 9 black dragons finally stormed over as they roared and attempted to devour Zhou Wen. However, Zhou Wen had an extremely special feeling today. It was as though he was connected to the 9 dragons' mind. He could predict their every move in advance, allowing him to easily dodge them. Zhou Wen knew that this wasn't really telepathy with the dragons. It was only because he had figured out the 9 dragon stance and knew how they moved like the back of his hand. As he moved around, the seawater did not resist Zhou Wen, it even aided him. After dodging a series of attacks from the 9 black dragons, he finally rushed in front of the Dragon Pearl and grabbed it with one hand. Zhou Wen was excited. He finally had the Dragon Pearl in his hand. It felt very heavy, but before he could think further, the 9 black dragons' second round of attacks came. He yanked it with a jerk, hoping to take the Dragon Pearl away. It was true that the Dragon Pearl had been pulled up by the blood-colored avatar, but when it was about a meter away, it couldn't be pulled any further. To Zhou Wen's surprise, there was a thin thread beneath the Dragon Pearl. It was like a strand of hair that was translucent. There was no way to notice it underwater without careful inspection. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly realized that something was amiss. He pulled a few more times, but the thread was extremely resilient. He was unable to break it with the blood-colored avatar's strength. Crack. At that moment, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the war wagon. It was as if a sealed gear had started to spin again. Due to the lack of lubricant, the sound of metal grinding could be heard. What was even more bizarre was that the 9 black dragons, who had been desperately attacking Zhou Wen, didn't lunge forward again. They landed on the seabed, trembling while they prostrated onto the ground. Seeing that he couldn't take the Dragon Pearl away, Zhou Wen hurriedly released his hand and retreated. He left the war wagon, but he didn't go too far. Since the blood-colored avatar could respawn, Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of death. He wanted to see what changes the war wagon would undergo. As the gears in the war wagon began to move faster and faster, a metallic wall began to fall from one side, revealing a door. Zhou Wen looked into the war wagon and saw that it was pitch black inside. It was like a world without light. Any ray of light that reached inside seemed to be severed. Nothing could penetrate it, not even his eyes. Boom. Boom. Zhou Wen was surveying the situation in the war wagon when he heard a continuous series of metal rupturing. He saw the black metal chains around the black dragons crack one by one, giving them freedom once more. The 9 black dragons were instantly overjoyed. They soared into the sky excitedly and instantly broke through the sea. It was unbelievably fast. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the reason he was able to survive under the attack of the 9 black dragons wasn't that he was strong but because the 9 black dragons had most of their strength suppressed by the black chain. The strength they used to fight him was completely lacking. At this moment, the 9 black dragons escaped. The power they exuded was not anything that their past could use as a reference. In the next second, the 9 black dragons charged back into the sea and roared at Zhou Wen, widening their mouths in a clear attempt to devour him. How heartless. I was the one who liberated you, but you are now returning kindness with ingratitude. What a beast, Zhou Wen cursed under his breath. However, he also knew that his current strength was impossible for him to fend off the 9 true dragons who had escaped. Gritting his teeth, he controlled the blood-colored avatar to rush to the door that opened up half the war wagon's holdings. Before the 9 dragons devoured him, he rushed into the darkness. Although the war wagon's carriage was huge, it was still a carriage. Space was very limited, but when Zhou Wen rushed inside, he felt as though it was an empty darkness that stretched out endlessly. In that darkness, there was a white cocoon emitting a strange light. Another cocoon. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback, but the next second, he was overjoyed. There was actually a cocoon here, so there was a chance for him to break through in his final stat. Without any hesitation, he summoned his Overlord Spear and, combining it with the augmentation of Ever Victorious, he thrust his spear at the white cocoon in the void. However, this thrust turned Zhou Wen's expression nasty. The white cocoon didn't seem far, but when he thrust out the spear, it felt like there was an infinite distance between them. The tip of the spear couldn't touch it. Activating Ghost Steps, he instantly traversed 100 meters. However, the distance between the tip of the spear and the white cocoon remained as far away as before. What's going on? Zhou Wen was secretly alarmed, but the black dragons outside had already rushed in. Immediately, they sucked at the blood-colored avatar with a terrifying black hole-like suction force. The blood-colored avatar was sucked into a dragon's stomach without putting up any resistance. The game screen went black, mirroring Zhou Wen's expression. The cocoon was right in front of him, but for some reason, he couldn't touch it. He dripped his blood and respawned again. When he reached the underground sea again, the black dragons in the war wagon had returned to their original states, the former chained, the latter closed. However, Zhou Wen knew that the dragon pearl was not the black dragon's egg but a mechanism to open the war wagon. In a new attempt, the blood-colored avatar rushed into the carriage again, but it still failed to touch the white cocoon. It was so near yet so far. Zhou Wen used all sorts of abilities and companion beasts, but he still failed to touch the white cocoon. Despite being stumped for a solution to penetrate the white cocoon and obtain the blood of the creature within, at least Zhou Wen was now able to cross the underground sea. He planned on heading to the temple to take a look. The white cocoon in the war wagon definitely couldn't be reached with brute force, so Zhou Wen didn't waste any more blood on futile attempts. He had to figure out what kind of power the white cocoon possessed to crack it. The 9 black dragons were unable to catch up to Zhou Wen when chained. After Zhou Wen charged past the underground sea, he passed the mountain and arrived at the location of the longevity tree. He hoped to know its situation in-game. But when he arrived at the stone temple, he couldn't find the longevity tree. The back of the temple was empty except for a stone drum. The longevity tree isn't here. What's going on? Zhou Wen was alarmed. If the game was different from reality, Zhou Wen would have to be even more careful when he entered dimensional zones in the future. Even if he had a strategy to clear the game, it didn't mean that he could randomly enter, otherwise, something bad could easily happen. However, this was the first time Zhou Wen had encountered something in-game that was different from reality. Zhou Wen thought of a possibility. If the longevity tree wasn't something that originally existed in the dimensional zone, then its non-existence in the game became self-explanatory. Zhou Wen was momentarily unable to determine the reason. It was just a guess. He had originally wanted to experiment with a longevity fruit in-game, but now, he had to give up on this idea. After circling the stone temple and passing through the cave at the bottom of the fault, Zhou Wen followed the map Sheng had given him and arrived at the other end of the temple. It wasn't much different from what Zhou Wen had seen previously. There were 2 stone statues in front of the temple's entrance. They were identical to the stone statues at the entrance to the ruins. Zhou Wen turned the stone statue and opened the temple door. With the detailed method Sheng and company used to enter the temple, the blood-colored avatar quickly arrived at the innermost sanctum. There were no dimensional creatures inside, only some special trap mechanisms. As long as one didn't trigger any traps, there wouldn't be any danger. What was truly terrifying was the inner sanctum that Sheng and company had just discovered. When Zhou Wen arrived in front of the altar, he saw the spot where the former principal had left a marking. Of course, there wasn't any marking on the altar in-game. However, the altar was key to opening the inner sanctum's entrance. Zhou Wen looked around and found 7 stone furnaces in different spots in the temple. He placed the stone furnace in front of the desk in a certain position before hearing a rumble. The innermost wall of the temple began moving as it slowly rose, revealing the space behind it. As the situation in the inner sanctum hadn't been explored to date, Sheng had provided him with very little information. All Zhou Wen knew was that there was a stone statue in the inner sanctum. No one who entered the inner sanctum and passed the stone statue had left alive. All of them had vanished. When the stone wall completely rose up, it revealed the stone tunnel behind it. It was squarish with a depth of about 30 to 40 meters before reaching the end. Then, it split into two forks. And in this T-junction there was indeed a stone statue. The stone statue was ancient and Spartan. It was only about the height of a person, and it resembled a cloaked person standing there. However, the statue's face was carved somewhat strangely. It only had a mouth, no eyes, nose, or eyebrows. Its mouth was slightly open, as if it wanted to speak, but it didn't say anything. The stone statue gave off a stifling feeling. It made one have the urge to shut its mouth or open its mouth to finish what it had to say. Joe walked in front of the stone statue and carefully observed it. The more he looked at it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He decided not to study it and instead looked at the two forks. It was pitch black inside the squarish tunnel. It led to the unknown. The Yin family had tried many times, but it was the same whether they chose left or right. No one who entered came out alive. Joe allowed Dr. Darkness to possess him as he used light of penetration to look at the left fork. After the light of penetration shone into the left tunnel, it was as though it had vanished. He couldn't see what was inside at all. 2. How odd. Could it be that the tunnel is under the influence of spatial forces? That prevents light of penetration from shining in. Joe thought for a moment and summoned a few companion beasts to enter the left fork. The moment a companion beast stepped into the left fork, it immediately lost its connection with Joe. It was unknown if it was dead or what had happened, but it was the same as the news Sheng had sent. Since no one from the Yin family could enter, there was naturally no news. Up until now, no one knew what was going on inside the tunnel. Joe summoned Ghost Bride, but she shared the same outcome. He lost contact with her the moment she entered. It was unknown if she was dead or alive. Even ghosts don't work. Joe frowned slightly. There was only one method left, to let the blood-colored avatar enter to take a look. Even if he died, he could still get some information out. Taking a deep breath, Joe controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk towards the left tunnel. He definitely wouldn't have done so in the real world. Therefore, Joe really admired the soldiers. Even though they knew that there was almost no chance of survival, they still pressed forward if they were given the order. If he could understand the secrets in the tunnel and reduce the sacrifices of those soldiers, it would be a great help. The moment the blood-colored avatar stepped into the left tunnel, Joe body involuntarily shivered as he felt an ominous feeling. The originally dark tunnel lit up as soon as the blood-colored avatar stepped in. The originally squarish tunnel suddenly changed. At this moment, the tunnel became oval-shaped and the tunnel curved. There were also many glowing horn crystals on the stone wall that resembled rows of sharp teeth. When he turned his head, he realized that the T-junction and the stone statue were nowhere to be seen. Behind him was the same oval-shaped tunnel embedded with many sharp crystals with no end in sight. Ghost Bride floated over from somewhere unknown to Joe, but the other companion beasts had vanished. Just as Joe was feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt the tunnel shake violently. Instead of calling it shaking, the entire tunnel was shrinking. The inner walls of the tunnel even spun. The sharp crystals became a terrifying weapon akin to a grinder due to the spinning. As the tunnel constricted, the space that the blood-colored avatar could stand on decreased. Joe hurriedly summoned the Overlord Spear, hoping to tear open a huge hole into the shrinking tunnel. However, when the Overlord Spear thrust out, it sunk all the way into the handle. It failed to tear open the stone wall to another space. It was unknown how thick the stone wall was. The spinning stone wall made Joe lose his grip of the Overlord Spear, and it was instantly swept away. Thrown into the air, Joe summoned the banana fan. He kept fanning the grand yin wind at the tunnel, but it wasn't of much use. The strong winds blew through the tunnel for an unknown distance without touching anything. The tunnel eventually tightened so much that it closed completely into itself. The blood-colored avatar was also strangulated and the game screen went black. Joe expression turned nasty. If the former principal and company had entered the tunnel and encountered the same situation, the chance of them surviving was nearly zero. Ghost Bride wasn't ground to death by that strange tunnel because she's a ghost, but she loses contact with me after entering. It's useless to survive inside. Joe thought for a moment and opened the Zuolu instance dungeon again. He wanted to see what happened if he took the right fork. If the right tunnel was the same as the left one, he could basically give up hope of rescuing the former principal. When Joe reached the tunnel once again, he decisively chose the right fork. When he stepped into the tunnel, he couldn't help but shudder again. An extremely ominous feeling rose in his heart once more. The tunnel on the right was somewhat different from the left fork. This was still a squarish stone tunnel, but there were no sharp crystals. However, Joe discovered many strange texts on the stone walls. Some of the text looked similar to hieroglyphics, but not quite the same. All in all, Joe didn't recognize the words. He turned around and realized that the crossroads from where he entered had also disappeared. Joe felt a little more at ease. Although he found it ominous, there wasn't any lethal danger. If the former principal and company had chosen the right tunnel, they could still be alive. Joe controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk forward. For some reason, he had a nagging feeling that there were many pairs of eyes watching him, but he found none of them when he observed his surroundings. As he walked, he felt something amiss. The feeling of being spied on grew stronger. Is it those words? Joe frowned slightly as he stared at the strange text on the stone walls. If there was anything in the tunnel, it had to be those strange texts. Joe summoned the Overlord Spear and stabbed at one of the words on the stone wall. Overlord Spear's Ever Victorious showed its effects as it directly stabbed into the stone wall, impaling a text. PFFT. Joe felt a tearing pain in his left ear as blood spewed out from the blood-colored avatar's ear. In the next second, Joe saw all the strange text transform into small monsters with tails. Their bodies were oval and text was engraved on them. However, inside the text were eyes. They bared their sharp teeth and flapped their wings like a bat, biting at the blood-colored avatar. Joe brandished his Overlord Spear to attack the monsters, but every time his spear stabbed a monster, he suffered a rupture in his organs. After killing a few monsters, the blood-colored avatar's body could no longer take the damage. Summoning the banana fan, he used the Great Yin Wind at the group of tiny monsters. It immediately blew them away and their bodies froze in pieces. Almost at the same time, the blood-colored avatar's body turned into ice before shattering on the ground. The game screen also turned black. What strange things are they? Attacking them ends up rebounding onto me. Joe naturally noticed the strangeness of the monsters, but even though he could figure it out, he couldn't think of a way to resolve the problem. No matter which path I take, it seems to lead to death. The former principal and the others are probably in grave danger. Joe sighed inwardly. Based on the present situation, grim possibilities plagued the former principal's fate. Joe tried a few more times, but even if he didn't provoke the monsters formed from words, they would still pounce on him and bite him. Even if he wore the stone chiz armor, he wouldn't be able to withstand the teeth of the monsters. It was as though they could bite through anything. Both tunnels eat people. It's impossible to pass through them. Joe thought to himself as an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait. Eating people. He thought of the stone statue at the T-junction, the one that only had a mouth and no other facial features. It made one feel extremely uncomfortable looking at it. Since the outcome of entering either tunnel meant being eaten, this seemed connected to the statue to a certain extent. When Joe came in front of the stone statue again, he didn't enter the two tunnels. Instead, he carefully observed the stone statue, hoping that he could tell what was amiss. However, he couldn't tell what was so strange about the stone statue. Desperate, he immediately pulled out his Overlord Spear and aimed it at the stone statue's head. But in the next second, Joe saw an extremely terrifying scene. The stone statue opened its mouth and swallowed the blood-colored avatar and spear together. The game's screen instantly turned dark. The problem does lie with the stone statue. Joe didn't enter the game again but gave Sheng a call. The phone rang a few times until it finally got through. And Sheng's voice sounded. Young Master Wen, is there something wrong? Ah Sheng, have you checked the stone statue in the inner sanctum? Joe asked. It has been inspected in detail, but we didn't find any trap mechanisms, and Sheng said. In whose likeness is the stone statue carved in? Did you figure that out? Joe asked again. We hired some experts to study and verify it. They believe that it's highly likely to be Royan, a monster in mythical legends. Its body looks a little like a person's, but it has immense strength and it enjoys eating brains, and Sheng explained the conclusion from the experts' analysis in detail. Ah Sheng, no matter how I think about it, the problem lies with the statue. Get someone to examine it in detail again, but be careful. I have a nagging feeling that the stone statue's appearance in a place like that is a little too bizarre. It might take the life of people. Joe couldn't explain his discovery in-game, so he could only tactfully tell Sheng. Okay, I'll send someone to check the stone statue again. And Sheng answered seriously. After hanging up, Joe entered the game again and continued attempting to attack the stone statue in-game. This time, Joe learned his lesson and distanced himself from the stone statue before sending a gust of Great Yin Wind over. The Grand Yin Wind hit the stone statue, causing it to actually open its mouth and swallow the Grand Yin Wind. The terrifying Grand Yin Wind entered what seemed like a bottomless pit. And that was it. Even the Grand Yin Wind is useless. Joe frowned slightly. He knew that to deal with the suspected Royan statue, he couldn't use force. He needed to think of a way. And use. I remember the ghost stories Grandpa told me when I was young. In ancient times, humans believed in ghosts and gods. Often, they held rituals to offer sacrifice to the ghosts and gods. Some ignorant and evil people would even use living people as a sacrifice. With that Royan statue placed there, could it be that it needs to be offered sacrificial items? Although Joe found the idea a little ridiculous, he didn't have any other solutions and could only give it a try. Joe didn't have the ability to use living humans as a sacrifice. Even if he was capable of doing it, he wouldn't. Therefore, after some thought, he decided to capture 2 poison bats and take them to the Owayan statue and offer them as a sacrifice to the Owayan. However, there was no reaction from the stone statue when Joe delivered the 2 poison bats to the stone statue's mouth. Do I really need to use living people? Joe thought for a moment and smashed the head of the poison bats before delivering it to the stone statue again. This time, the stone statue had a reaction. It opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the two poison bats that had their heads opened. Up. After swallowing the poison bats, Joe Wen felt that the two forks were somewhat different. However, he couldn't put a finger on the differences as he hurriedly ran towards the left tunnel. After stepping into the tunnel, he realized that it was still a square stone passageway. It didn't turn oval, nor did the sharp crystals appear. He couldn't help but feel delighted as he rushed deep into the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't long, spanning about 100 meters. Soon, Joe Wen reached the end and found that there was a stone door. Pushing it open, he found a palace inside. Before he could carefully observe the palace, a terrifying dimensional creature lunged forward. Joe Wen was only able to see its shadow before the blood-colored avatar was smacked to death. The monster resembled a tiger or wolf with two tails. It was a monster that emitted black flames all over its body. With his ghost step speed, he wasn't able to dodge the monster's attack. Even if it wasn't at the mythical stage, it was probably close to one. Joe Wen didn't give up. He went to the stone statue again and sacrificed the two poison bats before using the right fork. Indeed, the right tunnel had become safe as well. There weren't any strange text monsters. At the end of the right tunnel was another palace. The moment Joe Wen opened the door, he saw a strange snake standing erect like a dragon as it spewed out black smoke at the blood-colored avatar. Joe Wen hurriedly summoned his remaining purple air bell and sucked all the black smoke in. Then, he shook the bell, sending the black smoke back at the strange snake. Like a tide of black smoke, it instantly drowned the monster snake's massive body. The snake opened its mouth and inhaled, and the black smoke was sucked back in. His actions failed to damage it. Then, Joe Wen saw the black gas rise from the strange snake as though an ancient demon god was enveloping it. Joe Wen cursed under his breath as he turned around to escape. The snake's eyes turned into a mirror that reflected the blood-colored avatar's figure. Not long after the blood-colored avatar ran out, it collapsed to the ground and died. The game screen went black again. Joe Wen didn't even know how it had died. Don't tell me the creatures in the two palaces are at the mythical stage. Joe Wen was secretly alarmed. Just as he was about to probe further, he heard his phone ring. Joe Wen immediately picked up the call when he saw that it was in Sheng. Young Master Wen, as you expected, the stone statue is problematic, and Sheng said directly. What did you discover? Joe Wen asked. During the inspection, the stone statue was completely normal and we didn't discover any problems with it. Later, an expert attempted to put a mechanical arm into its mouth to investigate, but it was swallowed. After that, there was a brief change in the two tunnels. Our men were able to enter the tunnel without disappearing. However, it wasn't for long. In less than an hour, the passageway returned to normal, and Sheng said calmly. However, Joe Wen could tell that plenty of sacrifices had been made from the looks of it. The stone statue needs sacrifices. Why don't we try using dimensional creatures as sacrifices? If it's really Oyen, it might be interested in the brains of dimensional creatures, Joe Wen said. I'll get someone to try it now. And Sheng paused before saying, at the end of the two tunnels, there are doors to a palace. But I didn't get them to open the palace. Young Master Wen, any thoughts on this? Since the Oyen guarding the tunnels is already so terrifying, a powerful dimensional creature will definitely guard the palace's interior. It might even be a mythical creature. I think it's best to be careful. Don't open the door hastily. Joe Wen could only provide warnings. He couldn't possibly say that he had entered the palace in-game and that there was a terrifying existence suspected to be a mythical creature inside, right? I share the same thoughts too. If there really are mythical creatures inside, it's not something we can deal with. We can only seek the Overseer's help. And Sheng thought for a moment before saying, Young Master Wen, it's all thanks to you that we can make progress so quickly. Unfortunately, you're still too young. In a few years, if you can advance to the epic stage, I might have a chance to fight alongside you. I have no intention of joining the military. After I graduate, I plan on opening a crystal shop for a living, Joe Wen said. You aren't that kind of person. And Sheng didn't wait for Joe Wen to say anything before saying, I'll hang up now and report our progress to the Overseer. Sheng, if you aren't confident, make sure not to enter the palace at the end of the tunnels. I have a feeling that there will be terrifying dimensional creatures inside, Joe Wen exhorted again. Don't worry, Sheng said before hanging up. It was unknown if he would listen to Joe Wen. Joe Wen had been trying to figure out the dimensional creatures inside the two palaces, but they were too powerful. The blood-colored avatar could last for a very short period of time without gleaning much information. However, Joe Wen wasn't discouraged. He persisted and studied their abilities and habits. This wasn't only for saving the former principal, Joe Wen also thought about the possibility of using their blood to enhance his final stat to 21 points if he could injure the mythical creatures. Therefore, he didn't hold any hope of killing them. All he wanted was to obtain 1 or 2 drops of blood. Of course, this was only Joe Wen's idea. He did not know if it could work. He still had no way of touching the white cocoon in the war wagon. That power that caused an infinite gap between them left Joe Wen helpless. Old Joe, I heard that another new dimensional zone has been discovered in Luong City. The college plans on getting students to explore it. Li Xuan ran over and said to Joe Wen excitedly. Shouldn't the military be exploring a new dimensional zone first? Why would they let students explore it? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. Li Xuan said with a smile, the newly discovered dimensional zone is a town god's temple. Many of the ancient districts in the East District have such dimensional zones. They are basically all the same and not dangerous. It might be very beneficial. When Zhou Wen heard Li Xuan say that it was a town god's temple, he immediately understood why the college was sending students to explore it. In ancient times, a town god's temple was a place of worship that revered the guardian of a city. It was a place that ensured the city's safety. After the dimensional storms, various ancient city districts had town gods' temple zones. Typical temple zones had no wild dimensional creatures, so they didn't bring harm to anyone who entered the town god's temple. However, inside one, there would usually be some special dimensional creatures that were worshipped. These dimensional creatures had immortal bodies. Humans could challenge them at places that they were enshrined. If they defeated them, they might receive benefits from the town god's temple. Has Luang's town god's temple only just been discovered? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. For an ancient city like Luang, it was almost a certainty that a town god's temple existed. Logically speaking, it should have been discovered long ago. The big town god's temple has long been explored. It enshrined 4 guardians. Legend has it that they are the ancient heroes Han Xin, Pang Wan, Zhou Yu, and Luo Cheng's embodiment. It's currently under military control, so ordinary people won't have a chance of entering. The newly discovered temple is the town god's temple of the former county city. It's not that famous and rather small. Recently, it was discovered that it has become a dimensional zone. Li Xuan paused for a moment before saying, how about we visit it before that it's brought under military control? Zhou Wen hadn't made much progress in his endeavors, so he felt that it wasn't a bad idea to take a look. Perhaps he could download a town god's temple dungeon from there. Li Xuan and Zhou Wen had just stepped out of the door when they met Wang Lu. Upon hearing about the new development, Wang Lu was also interested and quickly joined them. The school posted an announcement indicating that there would be a truck that would take interested students to the newly discovered town god's temple. It wasn't mandatory if one wasn't interested. The 3 of them got into the truck and saw that there were more than 10 students in it. This was just one of the trucks, a few had already set off. It looked like there were quite a number of students heading there. The truck drove all the way to West Luang. Just as it was about to leave the city, they finally saw the legendary town god's temple. It was much smaller than Zhou Wen imagined. From a distance, it was nothing more than a small ancient building. It had 2 side halls and a main temple. At the top was a signboard with the words Town God's Temple written. There were plenty of students outside Town God's Temple. There were also some independent hunters and residents who were also there to join in the buzz. From the fact that even ordinary passersby dared enter the temple, it was testimony that the Town God's Temple posed no danger. After the trio entered the temple, Li Xuan looked around and said in puzzlement, that's strange. Why aren't there any guardians inside this Town God's Temple? Wang Lu also nodded and said, this Town God's Temple is really too young. Usually, they will honor a famous general in history as a guardian, but there's none here. Only the main temple honors a generic city god. I wonder what this god's name is. If there's no guardian, what's the point of coming here? Li Xuan said gloomily. He had originally wanted to test out his skills to see if he could defeat the incarnation of a famous general in history, but who knew that there was no consecrated target here. A student who had just come out of the side hall heard Li Xuan say that and added, although there are no consecrated generals here, the side hall enshrines the Earth Lord. It might be beneficial for you to enter and pray to him. What benefits? Li Xuan asked in interest. Earth temples were usually built independently. Yet, this town god's temple also consecrated the Earth Lord. It was quite obvious that it wasn't very orthodox. The scale of Earth temples that enshrined the Earth Lord was usually smaller. Even though he was an immortal who was in charge of land, he was considered a deity of a lower rank in the Taoist pantheon. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong would stomp on the ground whenever he wanted, pulling out the Earth Lord by his beard. Even demons would bully the Earth Lord, evidence of how low his status was. The student said, if you catch the Earth Lord's fancy, he will give you a map. Dig in the spot indicated by the map and perhaps you might be able to find treasure. That's nice. Li Xuan was excited. He looked like he was planning on going in big and getting several treasure maps to dig out treasures. However, the student said, however, Earth Lord is a local god. You have to be a local and bow to him to obtain a map. In addition, it's only possible for you to obtain the map when paying respects to him for the first time. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu, you aren't locals, right? Li Xuan was delighted when he heard that. He said to Zhou Wen and Wang Lu with a smile, see that? There are benefits to being a Luang local. I am registered as a resident of Luang. Tough luck for the both of you. To his surprise, the student said to Li Xuan, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Although Luang locals obtain a map after bowing to Earth Lord, he likes to pull pranks. There might not be a treasure as indicated on the map. One student obtained a map that led to dog feces. Don't worry. I, Li Xuan, am blessed. How can I dig up dog feces? Even if I don't get a huge treasure, I can still dig out antiques. Li Xuan was filled with confidence. The 3 of them entered the Earth Temple and saw that it enshrined a rich-looking old man with white hair and beard. Just then, an ordinary citizen was kneeling in front of Earth Lord. The middle-aged man kowtowed and something magical happened. After the middle-aged man raised his head, there was a small wooden sign that had a simple map drawn on it. The middle-aged man held a small wooden tablet and ran away happily. Another person ran over and bowed to the Earth Lord. Soon, he got a small wooden tablet with a map engraved on it. This Earth Lord sure is magical. Li Xuan's eyes widened when he saw this. Wang Lu said with a smile, although Earth Lord doesn't have a high status among immortals, he is quite capable. He knows everything about the land under his jurisdiction. He knows all the good things buried underground too. He also knows where there's danger and the things not to be done. It can be said that he's omniscient in a particular region. In ancient times, Earth Lord had a name, Kitchen God. That was a real god and he enjoyed a very high status. The trio wasn't in a rush. After everyone was done paying their respects, Li Xuan walked to the statue of Earth Lord and plopped to his knees before kowtowing. Indeed, Li Xuan also received a small wooden token. Sir and madam, how about that? Are you regretting not being born in Luang? Li Xuan flaunted the wooden tablet to the duo. Earth Lord is most merciful. If I beg him, he might give me a map too. Wang Lu walked to the statue of Earth Lord and bowed to the statue before saying, Earth Lord, how benevolent are thee? Please give me a map too. If begging works, what's the point of having a household register? Besides, you aren't being sincere. You didn't even kowtow. All you did was bow. What's the use of? Li Xuan curled his lips. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw a small wooden tablet grow out of the ground. Instantly, his mouth dropped agape as he was at a loss for words. Wang Lu happily took the wooden tablet and said to Zhou Wen, why don't you try too? Perhaps Earth Lord might show his benevolence and give you a map too? Zhou Wen thought that it made sense. After all, Guide City, where he was born, wasn't too far from Luang. Perhaps this Earth Lord had a greater area under his jurisdiction, so was Guide City also under his management. He didn't really suffer any losses bowing even if he wasn't given a map. Zhou Wen mimicked Wang Lu and stood in front of the Earth Lord statue. He pressed his palms together and bowed slightly at the statue. I can ignore Wang Le's good luck, but I just don't believe that you can get a map like that, Li Xuan said. When Zhou Wen bowed, he suddenly heard the sound of rocks grinding. He saw the statue of the Earth Lord drift horizontally 3 feet away. What's happening? Li Xuan's eyes widened as Wang Lu wore a look of surprise. Zhou Wen didn't know what was happening either, but when he saw a wooden plaque grow out of the ground, he reached out to pick it up. It looks like Earth Lord is quite a swell guy. He gave me a map too. Zhou Wen took the wooden tablet and said to Li Xuan with a smile, it looks like your Luang's registration isn't of much use. Absurd. Li Xuan looked at the Earth Lord statue that had moved 3 feet to the side, feeling extremely alarmed and puzzled. Regardless of how one looked at it, it appeared as though the Earth Lord statue didn't dare receive Zhou Wen's bow. That was why it had moved away. Wang Lu also sized up the Earth Lord statue and Zhou Wen in puzzlement. The three of them walked out of the temple and were about to head to the main temple hall when they saw a group of soldiers enter the town god's temple. The soldiers informed them that the area had been sealed by the military and ordered them to leave in an orderly fashion. The trio had no choice but to leave town god's temple. Li Xuan looked at the wooden token in his hand and saw that the map on it was very vague. It had the general terrain of rivers and mountains. Then, there was a red dot which labeled the treasure location. If it wasn't for a Luang native who was well versed with the Luang terrain, it wouldn't be easy finding the location on the map. You definitely won't be able to tell where the map is pointing to. I'll help you take a look, Li Xuan said to Zhou Wen and Wang Lu. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu handed their wooden tablets to him. Li Xuan was quite an expert in identifying the local terrain. He quickly helped them find the location. Furthermore, he marked it on the phone's map app, making it convenient for them to seek out the treasure. Are we going to dig for treasures together, or do we do it individually? Li Xuan asked. Let's go together. These places all require us to exit the city. It'll be safer for us to be together, Zhou Wen said. All right. Mine is the nearest, so let's dig mine first, Li Xuan said as he summoned his companion beast mount. Zhou Wen only had the white shadow of poison to ride on, but it was a little odd seeing it in broad daylight. Li Xuan's ox-type mount was rather large, so there was room for Zhou Wen. Wang Lu summoned her tiger, sat on it, and followed behind. The three of them passed through the city and attracted the envy of many ordinary citizens. After leaving the city, Li Xuan dug for quite a while in a small forest in the suburbs. Li Xuan dug a hole that was 4 to 5 meters deep and finally found something. It was a ceramic container that looked rather ancient. Could there be gold hidden inside by the ancients? Li Xuan said in excitement as he held the jar. It's possible. Who knows, there might even be jewelry. Quick, open it and take a look. Zhou Wen was somewhat curious as he urged Li Xuan to open it. Li Xuan didn't hesitate to open the jar. He saw that it was filled with copper coins that were in a badly rusted state. He took out one and pinched it, instantly shattering it from the decay. How did this happen? Li Xuan was extremely depressed. Don't ruin it. Those copper coins are likely to be antiques, right? Zhou Wen said. Antiques might be valuable in a peaceful era, but in this era, who would spend money to buy antiques? With money, one would buy dimensional crystals and companion eggs. Besides, these copper coins are way too inferior in quality. They are almost deformed, Li Xuan said. However, he had gained something after all. Li Xuan still kept the jar in his bag. It wasn't big and fitted his backpack perfectly. Following that, they dug for Wang Le's treasure. Her treasure wasn't too far from Li Xuan's treasure. So with Li Xuan as an experienced local guiding them, they quickly arrived at the location. It was by a small stream. Wang Lu flipped through the area a few times, and when she flipped open a cobblestone, she immediately discovered a gem the size of a longan. It was crystal clear, like a cat's eye. How beautiful. Wang Lu was very fond of it. She washed it in the stream and played with it in her hand. Zhou Wen's map pointed to a forest beside the mountainous area. The trio traveled more than 5 kilometers before they reached the spot. Due to the dimensional zones nearby, the trio walked very carefully and deliberately circled and made a detour to avoid a dimensional zone. This is it, Li Xuan said as he looked at the map and pointed to a bush. Zhou Wen saw that there were only some weeds and nothing else. He planned on digging to see what he could dig out. To their surprise, just as Zhou Wen approached, white smoke suddenly spewed out from the bush. It frightened the trio and they couldn't help but retreat as they cautiously stared at the spot where the white smoke was emitting. Chapter 326 Baby. A cute, chubby baby jumped out of the white smoke. The baby's fair and tender body was wearing a red piece of cloth that only covered his chest and belly, and there was a braid sticking upwards on his head. Who abandoned this child here? Li Xuan couldn't help but mutter when he saw how adorable the child was. However, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was amiss. The child was only the size of a baby, yet he could actually walk on his own. Furthermore, he was extremely agile. No baby was this amazing. The baby stared at them with his big eyes, seemingly furious. He seemed to be warning them not to come any closer. Could this be? Wang Le's expression changed slightly when she saw the baby. Wang Lu, do you know what this baby is? Li Xuan hurriedly asked. I once entered a dimensional zone in Changbai Mountain to hunt dimensional creatures with my family's elders. There I saw a plant-type ginseng baby that resembled a human baby. He wore such clothes and he had a few ginseng leaves growing on his head. He does resemble this baby, but there are some differences, Wang Lu said as she sized up the baby. Ginseng baby. Isn't that the ginseng spirit spoken in legends that is extremely nourishing? Li Xuan's eyes glowed as he stared at the baby. The baby seemed to sense the evil intentions in Li Xuan's eyes as he glared at Li Xuan, and with a turn of its body he vanished. Oh no, retreat quickly. Wang Le's expression changed slightly as she immediately retreated. Although Zhou Wen and Li Xuan didn't know what was happening, seeing Wang Le's seriousness they also retreated. However, just as Li Xuan moved, he suddenly felt as though something had tripped him and he fell down with a plop. The baby appeared not too far away and clapped in glee as he looked at Li Xuan. He looked extremely happy. Little imp, do you think I'm powerless against you? I don't care if you are a ginseng baby or something else. I'll teach you a good lesson. Li Xuan crawled to his feet and summoned the Thunder God's sword before cleaving at the baby. The Thunder God's sword reached the baby in an instant, but he suddenly vanished. The lightning sword beam blasted a huge hole in the ground, but it failed to hit the baby. Plop. Li Xuan felt his legs being tripped by something again and fell to the ground with a thud once more. When he turned his head, he saw the baby extend half his body from the ground and jump out. He clapped his hands and grinned at Li Xuan, his face filled with mockery. Li Xuan had never experienced this before. He lunged forward to grab the baby, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't catch him. Instead, he kept tripping thanks to the baby. He was in a sorry state. Wang Lu, is this really a ginseng baby? Zhou Wen asked as he sized up the baby in surprise. I don't know, but he does resemble a ginseng baby. He's proficient in escaping through the earth and can travel for thousands of miles underground. Even top epic experts would find him difficult to catch if he escaped. Wang Lu paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, my grandfather used a puppet companion beast to lure the playful ginseng baby over. Then, he used his intrinsic lock to catch him by surprise and lock him up before successfully capturing him. We don't have those things. Is there any way to catch him? Zhou Wen knew that ghost steps would be useless catching up to him after seeing the baby's ability to escape through the earth. Perhaps, but I don't know. Wang Lu shook her head helplessly. Ginseng babies have the nickname of Little Earth Immortal. As long as he's on the ground, I'm afraid no one will be able to catch him. This baby might be a ginseng baby, but from his ability to escape through the earth, he's in no way inferior to the one I've seen before. When the two spoke, Li Xuan had already been teased into a rage, but he couldn't touch the baby no matter what. He was like a clumsy bear as he was led by the nose by the baby. Li Xuan slashed with the Thunder God sword in his hand and even summoned several companion beasts. Even the spirit-drawing Demonis that he had just obtained was summoned. Yet, he still couldn't do anything about the baby. The little child suddenly phased into existence like a tiny sprite that could continuously teleport. He was toying with Li Xuan and his companion beasts. Old Zhou, Wang Lu, aren't you going to provide some help? Quickly grab this little fellow. I have to spank him. Li Xuan had been tripped several times again, making his face turn livid with anger. Zhou Wen felt that the baby's escape technique was very interesting. Furthermore, he didn't seem to have the intention to harm others. All he did was tease Li Xuan. With a thought, Zhou Wen activated ghost steps as his figure seemed to teleport. He appeared behind the baby and reached out to grab the baby's arm, but the baby vanished instantly. Wang Lu guessed the location of the baby. She flashed over to grab him, but she failed. The trio used all sorts of methods to grab hold of the baby, but they ended up in circles. In the end, they fell to the ground, exhausted. They no longer had the strength to grab hold of the baby, who kept clapping nearby as he mocked them. Li Xuan couldn't take it any further and chased after him once more. However, Zhou Wen and Wang Lu were truly exhausted and they sat on the ground without getting up. What's the level of that ginseng baby you encountered? Is his ability to escape through the earth that powerful? Zhou Wen asked Wang Lu. I don't know what level he is. Wang Lu shook her head and said, just as my grandfather captured the ginseng baby, a terrifying creature in Changbai Mountain suddenly appeared. It almost killed us. The ginseng baby was taken away by the creature. I never expected the map given by Earthlord would be something like this. Even if we find it, we don't have the ability to take him away. Zhou Wen looked at the baby with a frown and didn't say a word. He really didn't have the ability to grab him unless he could make the baby's body leave the ground, preventing him from burrowing through the earth. Zhou Wen secretly held the banana fan in his hand and waited for an opportunity. Li Xuan pounced here and there, but he didn't even touch the baby's clothes. Instead, he slashed out craters on the ground. After Li Xuan fell again, the baby clapped his tiny hands in delight as his chubby calves jumped up. He looked excited. Right now. At the instant the baby's feet left the ground, the banana fan Zhou Wen was holding stirred up a gust of cold wind, sending the baby flying. Haha, let's see where you can flee to now. Li Xuan was overjoyed as he pounced forward, hoping to grab the flying baby in midair. When the baby was swept up by the grand yin wind, he really couldn't escape through the earth. White frost formed on his body as Li Xuan rushed forward to grab his arm. The baby's body was ice cold. His eyes were closed, motionless. Even his brows were covered in white frost as if he had been frozen. There's no heartbeat, did he have to be frozen to death? Li Xuan couldn't help but stare at the baby when he didn't feel his heartbeat. Although he was a dimensional creature, he looked like a human baby. Furthermore, he had only been teasing the trio without truly harming them. Li Xuan wasn't really planning on killing him. Don't tell me he dies so easily. Zhou Wen touched the baby's neck. Indeed, there wasn't a pulse. Are the two of you dumb? If he's really a creature of the same class as ginseng babies, he's a plant. How can there be a heartbeat? Wang Lu rolled her eyes. Then take a look. Is this baby dead? Li Xuan handed the baby to Wang Lu. Wang Lu was about to reach out to grab the baby when he suddenly opened his eyes. Taking advantage of the loss in grip while handing him over, the baby forcefully struggled to escape before landing on the ground and disappearing. When he appeared again, he was more than 10 meters away. He stood on a rock and made funny faces at the three of them. This baby is very scheming, Li Xuan was about to rush over but was stopped by Zhou Wen. Forget it. Let him go. Zhou Wen really couldn't bear to kill such a creature. It would be useless even if he caught him. Li Xuan nodded and said with a smile, at least Wang Lu and I benefited. You didn't manage to obtain anything from this map. From the looks of it, our luck is indeed better. By the way, Wang Lu, what powers does a ginseng baby companion beast have when dropped? I heard that ginseng baby companion beasts have very strong primordial energy regeneration abilities. They also have healing type primordial energy skills. It enhances one's combat strength greatly, but they are just too rare. Changbai Mountain has more ginseng babies, but most of them are at the legendary stage. Their abilities are relatively weaker. Epic ginseng babies are very rare. According to my grandfather, if one has an epic ginseng baby companion beast, they can basically use primordial energy skills indefinitely. Wang Lu looked at the distant baby and said, however, there should be ginseng leaves on the head of a ginseng baby and this one doesn't have any. I don't think he's a ginseng baby, just some kind of plant-type dimensional creature. Since ginseng babies are of such great use, we really have to make a trip to Changbai Mountain in the future to obtain some, Li Xuan said. How can it be that easy? The dimensional zones in Changbai Mountain have dimensional creatures that aren't offensive, but there are even more terrifying dimensional creatures. Ignoring the epic ginseng babies, just obtaining a legendary ginseng baby isn't an easy task. One might even lose their life. Quite a number of people risked their lives to enter Changbai Mountain to hunt for one. A legendary ginseng baby companion egg can be sold at an astronomical price. Wang Lu clearly didn't believe that entering Changbai Mountain was a good idea. Are there any better companion beasts that possess healing powers other than the ginseng baby? Zhou Wen had always wanted a companion beast with healing abilities. They were extremely rare. Those with healing abilities are relatively rare to begin with, so a ginseng baby is already considered one of the better ones. Although there are others, it's not that easy to obtain them. For example, lucidum horses are even rarer than ginseng babies. It's even more difficult to hunt them. There are also some which naturally have the healing abilities. For example, some angels from the West District and alchemical cauldrons in our East District. They are similarly difficult to obtain, Wang Lu said after thinking for a moment. The three of them spoke as they walked, intending to return to the city. When the baby saw that they were leaving, he tunneled through the ground to appear around them. Then, he made funny faces at them and clapped as if provoking them. However, Zhou Wen and company didn't wish to kill him. They ignored him and continued walking ahead. Seeing the trio ignore him, the baby was very disappointed. Like a child that had lost his beloved toy, his face was filled with disappointment as he stared blankly as Zhou Wen and company left. Boom. As they were walking, they suddenly heard an explosion. They turned around and saw a hole in the ground where the baby was standing. A black-furred monster looking like a rat or rabbit that was about half a person's height bit onto the baby's arm as it dragged him into the hole. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. He activated ghost steps and slashed out with demonic astral wheel, cutting off the rat-rabbit's retreat into the cave. The rat-rabbit reacted quickly as it exerted strength in its legs and actually dodged the demonic astral wheel. It dragged the baby and ran into the bushes. Li Xuan also slashed with his Thunder God sword, smiting a bolt of lightning that forced the rat-rabbit to change its escape trajectory. Wang Le's tiger also pounced forward to stop the rat-rabbit. The rat-rabbit was abnormally fast. Zhou Wen used ghost steps to chase after it, but it managed to dodge him several times as though it also had a primordial energy skill that enhanced its speed. However, after using it a few times, the rat-rabbit's primordial energy seemed to be unable to keep up with its expenditure. It was almost struck by the lightning from the Thunder God's sword. It let go of the baby and escaped into the forest. Look after him. I'll be right back. Zhou Wen chased after the rat-rabbit. The rat-rabbit was likely at the epic stage, but its ability was a little special. It wasn't a dimensional creature with relatively stronger offensive abilities, so there might be some special rewards capturing it. Furthermore, this wasn't a dimensional zone yet. Its appearance here made it a breakout creature, so it was best to eliminate it. The rat-rabbit ran very quickly, but its lacking primordial energy eventually gave Zhou Wen a chance to kill it when it ran into a mountain valley. When he saw a crystal inside its body and took it out, he realized that it was a skill crystal. Zhou Wen picked up the primordial energy skill crystal and was about to leave when he saw a figure flash across the ground. The baby had appeared. His arm that had been bitten by the rat-rabbit had healed. He was fine. The baby looked at the dead rat-rabbit and then at Zhou Wen. He seemed to hesitate before running in front of Zhou Wen and pulling at Zhou Wen's trousers with his tiny hands. Be careful in the future. No one will save you next time. Although Zhou Wen wouldn't be fooled by his adorable appearance, this fellow looked too much like a human child. He really couldn't bring himself to killing him. The baby didn't let go as he tugged at Zhou Wen's trousers. He made sounds like he was trying to say something as he pointed into the valley with his tiny finger. Don't tell me you want to trick me. Zhou Wen naturally understood what the baby meant. He was trying to get him to walk into the valley. Yee, it was unknown if the baby understood him, but he kept pulling Zhou Wen's trousers and pointed at the valley while speaking. After some hesitation, Zhou Wen saw that the valley wasn't a dimensional zone. Furthermore, the valley had just a one-way path, so there shouldn't be too much danger. After some thought, he walked in, hoping to see what the baby was up to. When the baby saw Zhou Wen walk into the valley, he loosened his grip on Zhou Wen's trousers and skipped ahead. The valley wasn't deep. After walking less than half a kilometer, they reached the end. The baby pushed aside the grass in front of the mountain wall and revealed a hole half the height of a person. If you want me to enter, I definitely won't burrow in it, Zhou Wen thought to himself as he watched the baby vanish before him. Zhou Wen waited for a while, but the baby didn't appear. Instead, he heard Li Xuan and Wang Lu, who had followed his tracks. Zhou Wen, that baby ran away on its own. What are you doing here? Li Xuan asked curiously when he saw Zhou Wen standing in front of a mountain wall, not fighting any dimensional creatures. I met the baby. He led me here and then burrowed into the hole himself, Zhou Wen said as he pointed at the hole in the grass. Just as Li Xuan was about to say something, he saw the baby poke his head out of the hole. He seemed to be dragging something with both hands, his face flushed red from the strenuous activity. After pulling a few times, the baby finally dragged something out of the hole. The three of them stared at the thing that the baby held onto. They saw a vine or root of some unknown plant. The baby pulled the vine out with all his might. It was taut as if there was something very heavy attached to it. Seeing this, Zhou Wen reached and helped the baby pull the vine out. He was immediately alarmed. He originally imagined that it was because the baby had limited strength which made the pulling difficult. However, when he tried, he realized that it was very heavy. Despite using all his strength, he was barely able to move it forward. They pulled the vine out by more than a meter but still failed to see what was inside. Wang Lu and Li Xuan came forward to help, and the four of them finally pulled the vine out. They saw something tied to the other end of it. What's this? Li Xuan looked at the item they had pulled, but he couldn't tell what it was. He turned to look at the baby. The baby gestured as it made all kinds of utterances, but the trio still didn't understand what he meant. Zhou Wen carefully observed the thing tied to the vine. It looked like a huge walnut that was about the size of a soccer ball. Its exterior looked like a walnut, but it seemed as though it was made of dark gray metal. Is this thing a walnut? Li Xuan tapped the hilt of the Thunder God's sword on the item twice. When he heard a metallic sound, he looked at Wang Lu and asked, Wang Lu, do you know what this is? Wang Lu also shook her head. It looks like a walnut to me as well, but I've never heard of metal that looks like a walnut. As the three of them were studying the object, the baby pointed at Zhou Wen and then at the walnut as it garbled. Do you want to give me this? Zhou Wen asked the baby with a guess. Seeing that Zhou Wen finally understood, the baby hurriedly nodded. All right. Although Zhou Wen didn't know what it was, it appeared to be quite important. Since it was a free gift, it was a waste not to accept it. However, the thing was just too heavy. Zhou Wen summoned the mutated stone Kai. The few of them worked together to move the metal walnut onto its back before letting the mutated stone Kai carry it back. After the trio walked out of the valley, the baby looked at them from afar with no intention of following them. This little fellow is rather interesting, but too bad it's a dimensional creature. Li Xuan shook his head. Although there were people who raised dimensional creatures were different from companion beasts. They weren't able to completely control their actions. Once they were allowed to enter human society, any problems would result in serious consequences. Therefore, the League maintained an opposing attitude towards rearing them. There was just no clear rule that forbade their rearing. Zhou Wen had reared the antelope and chick secretly. Thankfully, the other students and teachers always believed that the antelope had been brought out from Mount Laojun and wasn't aggressive, so they ignored it. As for the chick, most people believed it was Zhou Wen's companion beast. When the trio returned to school, the sky was already dark. Mainly because the walnut was so heavy that the stone Kai couldn't run fast while carrying it. All they could do was walk slowly. After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen carefully took the walnut down and placed it in the living room. Then, he took out his mysterious phone and snapped a picture of it. He wanted to know if the mysterious phone could tell what it was. However, he was quickly disappointed. The mysterious phone didn't respond, indicating that it wasn't a dimensional creature. It was likely a native product of Earth. What is this thing? Zhou Wen took a few photos and sent them to Wang Mingyuan, who was extremely knowledgeable. Perhaps, he knew what it was. Wang Mingyuan was surprisingly free. After a while, he replied Zhou Wen with a message. You can't confirm it just by looking at photos. Once I'm done with the research on hand, you can bring it over. I'll help you to study it. Teacher, how's your research progressing? All this while, Zhou Wen wasn't very clear what Wang Mingyuan's research was. All he knew was that he was studying what lay below dragon's well and that it was likely a study of the white dragon. Zhou Wen was originally worried that white dragon would kill Wang Mingyuan if he angered it. However, after experiencing the might of the paper slip, Zhou Wen felt that his worry was unnecessary. A person like Wang Mingyuan wouldn't easily put himself in danger. The progress is going quite well, but I've encountered some snags. At the moment, I'm trying to think of a solution. Wang Mingyuan sighed and said, currently, there are signs from other parts of the League that the chance of dimensional creatures breaking out is rapidly increasing. If it continues at this rate, it might only take another few years before the dimensional zones no longer have any restrictions on dimensional creatures, or rather, they will be very weak. When the time comes, humanity's situation will be much worse than when the dimensional storms first happened. This wasn't the first time Zhou Wen had heard such words. In the past, In Sheng had also mentioned this to him, but he didn't make it as clear as Wang Mingyuan. Teacher, will the dimensional zone's restrictions really fail in a few years? Zhou Wen asked. It won't exceed 10 years. When the time comes, the restrictions on the dimensional zones will definitely fail, Wang Mingyuan answered with certainty. Only 10 years. Zhou Wen felt that Wang Mingyuan wasn't someone who would randomly say things. If he said 10 years, the chances were very high that it was the case. In fact, 10 years refers to the point when the restrictions on the dimensional zones are completely lost. And during this period, the restrictions of the dimensional zones will constantly decrease. Humanity doesn't have 10 years. Wang Mingyuan paused before suddenly asking Zhou Wen, Little Wen, if you are made to choose between pain and death, which would you choose? It depends on how painful it is, Zhou Wen said after some thought. Worse than death. Wang Mingyuan said tersely. Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss for an answer. This was because the words worse than death were too vague. He didn't know what kind of concept it was because he hadn't experienced such pain. Zhou Wen felt that physical pain could sometimes be endured for a moment, but a psychological blow might very well result in a pain worse than physical pain. Seemingly sensing that he had been too vague, Wang Mingyuan thought for a while and said, let's use a more common analogy. If there's a woman you love very much and she's raped in front of you, but you don't have the ability to save her, you have two choices. One is to fight to the death. Even though you know you can't save her, you insist on dying to protect her. You will have a clear conscience. The second option is to collude with those people and think of ways to preserve her life. After that, you try to rescue her out of her misery before killing those people to avenge her. If it were you, what would you choose? This is really a difficult question. Reason tells me that I should choose the second option, but I'm ultimately only one person. I'm afraid I wouldn't have the mental fortitude to complete the second choice. Therefore, I believe that if I were to encounter something like this, I would choose the first option, Zhou Wen said after seriously considering it. Is that so? Wang Mingyuan's tone was odd, as though it was both a question and answer. It was unknown if he was asking Zhou Wen or himself. Teacher, what is the answer to this question? Zhou Wen knew that some problems weren't limited to the question itself. If he was smart enough, he could think of other answers. Wang Mingyuan smiled and said, there's no answer. I've asked Zhang Yan and the others this question too. Heifeng's answer is identical to yours. Zaya said he would kill that woman first and Zhang Yan chose the second option. Then what's your answer, teacher? Zhou Wen asked curiously. I don't have an answer. Wang Mingyuan changed the topic. How's the situation at the Zuolu battlefield? Have they found your former principal? Not yet. And Sheng called me a few times, but he didn't say anything. However, I can tell that it isn't going well. Perhaps many sacrifices have been made. Zhou Wen fell silent after saying that. And Sheng seldom contacted him recently, but Zhou Wen knew that the Yin family definitely wouldn't give up. They would definitely get someone to open the doors of the two palaces. When the time came, they would definitely suffer losses. After all, the Yin family didn't have mythical experts. What they could do wouldn't be much better than Zhou Wen's. I recently learned some divination arts. Although I'm not very proficient in them, they seem to be effective to some extent. I did read your former principal's fortune, and the results are that there's a silver lining. He should be fine for the time being, Wang Mingyuan said. Zhou Wen didn't know if Wang Mingyuan was comforting him or if he really had learned divination, but he felt better after hearing that. After hanging up, Zhou Wen continued grinding. However, he didn't make much progress. Be it the white cocoon in the war wagon or the two palaces in the temple, he was at an impasse. Zhou Wen's strength had seemingly reached a bottleneck. No matter how many primordial energy skills he learned or cultivated any other primordial energy arts, they weren't of much use. He felt that he couldn't continue grinding aimlessly. Therefore, he planned on organizing his thoughts. Zhou Wen, legendary. Life Providence, Sigh of the King. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Constitution, 20. Primordial Energy, 21. Primordial Energy Skill, Demonic Astral Wheel, 9 Dragons Art, Dragon Gate Flying Immortal Skill, Ghost Steps, Transcendent Flying Immortal, Ashen Palm, etc. Companion Beast, Truth Listener, Banana Fairy, Tyrant Behemoth, Mutated Stone Kai, Mutated Sword Fangfish, Mutated Lotus Flower Ant, Silver Wing Sky Spider Youngling, Ghost Bride White Shadow of Poison, Mutated Overlord Snake, Dr. Darkness, Mutated Demonized General, Saber Shield Knight, etc. In terms of primordial energy skills, they were mainly focused on speed and movement techniques. There wasn't much of a problem in this area. With sufficiently fast speed, one was better at attacking and escaping than the average person. Among companion beasts, there were only a few that were frequently used. The mutated lotus flower ant was clearly unable to keep up with the current battles. However, the real deciding factor was still the mythical banana fairy. Truth Listener had yet to finish its incubation, so it was unknown what changes it would undergo in the future. Typical companion beasts have all kinds of problems. It's not that their stats are bad, but that their life providences are bad or their primordial energy skills are lacking. In short, they have all kinds of flaws. Just like Overlord Spear, Ever Victorious is indeed a good skill, but the mutated Overlord Snake's level is too low. Its stats are only considered average. Even with Ever Victorious's skill, it's difficult to use it to the fullest. After some thought, Zhou Wen still had a route to take. That was to use his phone's pet fusion capabilities to fuse the pets so as to get the life providences, primordial energy skills, and stats he wanted on one pet. First, it's the Ever Victorious skill. I have to think of a way to raise the Overlord Snake's level or fuse this skill with other pets. Zhou Wen matched the mutated Overlord Snake with his other pets and looked at their compatibility score. Mutated Overlord Snake and other pets had a relatively low compatibility score. It didn't exceed 30% at best. It only had a slightly higher compatibility score with the mutated sword fangfish. He didn't have any better options, and keeping them didn't seem to be of much use. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment but couldn't bear to risk it. It was still a low chance of success that didn't exceed 50%, just too low. If he failed, Zhou Wen didn't wish to grind the mutated Overlord Snake again. It would be a waste of time, something about the thought of grinding it made him retch. The success rate of Dr. Darkness and other companion beasts' fusion chance was even lower. Basically, there wasn't one that exceeded a compatibility score of 10%. It was about the same for Ghost Bride. The mutated Demonized General and Saber Shield Knight had a compatibility score of nearly 50%. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and chose to fuse them. The two weren't very useful now, and if they couldn't progress further, keeping them wouldn't be of much use. Boom. With the sound of the explosion, there was nothing on the phone. The mutated Demonized General and the Saber Shield Knight vanished as the words fusion failed appeared. Zhou Wen was instantly depressed. The mutated Demonized General could still be grinded, but it wouldn't be easy to obtain the Saber Shield Knight. Unwilling to give up just like that, Zhou Wen fused the mutated Lotus Flower Ant and a mutated Buddha Heart Lotus, hoping to increase its stats a little. The compatibility score was nearly 70%. Zhou Wen originally believed that it would definitely succeed, but to his surprise, with a bang, they vanished once again. That actually failed. Zhou Wen was extremely depressed. He wasn't willing to give up, so he decided to place the mutated Overlord Snake and mutated Sword Fangfish together and risk it again. I can't fail 3 consecutive times, right? Heavens, please bless me with success. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth as he clicked on the fusion. He saw the sparkling light on the 2 companion beasts slowly fuse together. Amidst Zhou Wen's uneasy feelings, all he heard was a chime. The phone emitted a light as a new companion beast appeared on screen. I succeeded. Zhou Wen was delighted as he hurriedly checked the new pet. The new pet looked somewhat different from the Overlord Snake and the Sword Fangfish. The Overlord Snake was black while the Sword Fangfish was golden. The new pet was a dark gold color. It wasn't as dark as black, nor was it as bright as gold. It looked quite pleasing to the eye. Mutated Overlord Sword Snake. Epic stage. Zhou Wen saw its name and saw that it looked like a sea serpent. He didn't waste his time looking carefully and directly checked its stats. Now, what Zhou Wen was most concerned about was whether the ever-victorious skill was still around. Mutated Overlord Sword Snake Epic. Life Providence Overlord of Swords. Life Soul Sword Flash Snake. Strength 40. Speed 39. Constitution 27. Primordial Energy 36. Talent Skill Ever Victorious Fangwheel Sword Flash. Companion Form Sword. Zhou Wen was immediately overjoyed when he saw this. Although the Overlord Snake's Death Wrap and the Devourer techniques couldn't be inherited, the strongest Ever Victorious had been inherited. Fangwheel Sword Flash was also a very potent skill, so with both present, they could be considered excellent grade. The other stats were all pretty good. The Life Providence of Overlord of Swords could raise the might of the user when using sword techniques, so it had a certain suppressive effect on typical sword-type companion beasts. It was a very good Life Providence. Sword Flash Snake was basically the same as the Sword Fangfish's Sword Flash Fish Life Soul. When it used Fangwheel Sword Flash, the Life Soul would enhance the might of the Sword Flash, allowing more Sword Flashes to appear. If there was anything about the mutated Overlord Sword Snake that wasn't perfect, it was its Constitution 27 points. Even before the fusion, the Sword Fangfish's Constitution wasn't this low. It was quite a mystery why the RNG gave such a low Constitution. With a poor Constitution, it meant that the mutated Overlord Sword Snake would be easily injured. And when transformed into its sword form, it could easily be damaged or be cleaved apart. The Overlord Sword Snake in its sword form was a dark gold greatsword, and the sword's edge radiated a cold glint. There was a black, snake-like pattern on the sword's spine. If one looked carefully, they would realize that the sword had dark fish scale patterns that resembled a pattern that had been tempered and forged countless times. The entire sword was extremely domineering. It was 5 feet long, and with Zhou Wen's strength, he could only barely lift it. If he were to strike with it, he probably wouldn't have any strength left after swinging it around. He tried out the might of the Overlord's sword in-game and slashed out with his sword. The sword flash transformed into a circular blade that slashed forward. Ever Victorious also augmented the sword flash, splitting Akai into 2. What a powerful sword flash. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be overjoyed. The might of the Overlord's sword was no weaker than Li Xuan's Thunder God sword. It might even be stronger. Ever Victorious was even more powerful than a sword flash augmented with lightning attributes. In a comparison between the two swords, Thunder God's sword might probably lose its accolade as the best offensive pet. The only flaw of the Overlord's sword was that its constitution was poor. It was alright slashing out a sword flash, but if the sword were to clash directly with the Thunder God sword, it would likely crack open a notch. Repeats of this might snap it. How can I raise Overlord Sword's constitution? Otherwise, it won't live up to its name. Zhou Wen quickly came up with an idea. If a companion beast were to fuse with a companion egg, it would mainly be the companion beast taking center stage while the companion eggs became supplements. The Overlord Snake's basic appearance and abilities wouldn't change much other than become stronger. As long as he found a companion egg with a high constitution that had a high compatibility with Overlord Sword Snake, he could increase its constitution. Of course, after experiencing the previous failure, Zhou Wen definitely wouldn't risk it with the Overlord Sword Snake with anything less than 80%. It would be best if the compatibility was above 90% before he made an attempt. However, after a few matches, he realized that the compatibility between the other pets and the Overlord Sword Snake wasn't very high. The highest was less than 50%. Even the compatibility between the Overlord Snake and the Overlord Sword Snake was only 49%. Zhou Wen planned on making a trip to a shop selling companion eggs when he had the time. By matching them together, he might be able to find a companion egg with a higher compatibility score with the Overlord Sword Snake. As for the remaining companion beasts, Zhou Wen looked at them and couldn't bear to fuse them. He had no choice but to leave it at that. He took the Overlord Sword into the underground sea, hoping to see if the Overlord Sword's sword flash could approach the white cocoon. He once again came into the war wagon and looked at the white cocoon in the darkness. Zhou Wen pulled out his Overlord Sword and slashed at the white cocoon. Immediately, the sword flash of Overlord Sword spun like a circular blade as it headed for the white cocoon. Intense ripples appeared in the air. It was as if a calm water surface had been torn apart as the sword flash approached the white cocoon at a discernible pace. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw this. He watched as the sword flash tore through the invisible force outside the white cocoon and hit it, tearing open a hole. However, before he could make the next move, the black dragon rushed in and swallowed the blood-colored avatar. The game screen went black. A sword flash with ever victorious is really useful. Even Zhou Wen was surprised. After all, he couldn't touch the white cocoon back when he used the Overlord snake. This made Zhou Wen see hope again. Now that he was able to rupture the white cocoon, the only thing he needed to consider was how to damage the white cocoon before the black dragons charged in. He also needed to obtain a drop of blood from the creature inside. The Overlord's sword together with Transcendent Flying Immortal was already fast enough. Together with Ghost Step speed, it was difficult to find someone faster than Zhou Wen at the same level. However, he still wasn't able to complete his goal before the black dragons charged in. Zhou Wen had already done the math. He needed to slash at least 3 times before he could produce a gap that allowed the blood-colored avatar to charge in. After several attempts, he was swallowed by the black dragon that rushed in before he could finish the 3 strikes. From the looks of it, my Transcendent Flying Immortal still isn't fast enough. Other than the 3 strikes, I still need 1 more strike to damage the creature inside the white cocoon to obtain its blood. My sword needs to be even faster. Zhou Wen planned on honing his Transcendent Flying Immortal to raise it to rank 10. The thought of raising his sword's speed reminded Zhou Wen of Feng Qian. Hence, he called Feng Qian and asked him if he had the time to be his sparring partner. In terms of speed, Feng Qian was definitely one of his fastest peers. Furthermore, with his swift saber Heavenly King life providence and talent, Zhou Wen really couldn't figure out who could be faster than him among his schoolmates. I'm free. Where do we meet? Feng Qian agreed readily. Let's go to the training grounds, Zhou Wen said. Ming Xiu is here as well. He wants to join. Can I bring him along? Feng Qian asked. It's just practice. He can come if he wants to. Zhou Wen felt that it didn't matter. After all, Transcendent Flying Immortal was no secret. 10 minutes. Feng Qian hung up after saying that. Ming Xiu really wanted to know how strong Zhou Wen was. Feng Qian, who he had trained, was already so powerful, so Zhou Wen's strength must definitely be stronger. Just as the two left the house, they met Tian Zenzan, who had come to deliver some items to Ming Xiu. Upon hearing that they were going to train with Zhou Wen, Tian Zenzan requested to tag along. Since Zhou Wen didn't mind anyone watching, Feng Qian didn't reject her. The 3 of them headed for the training grounds. As Tian Zenzan walked, she thought to herself, I don't believe that a student can be stronger than Ming Xiu. I have to personally see if Zhou Wen is a cheat. When the trio arrived at the training grounds, Zhou Wen was already waiting inside. He was practicing the simplest drawing of a sword and striking, unwilling to miss out on any possibility of raising his sword's speed. Is that Zhou Wen? He looks very ordinary. Although he's rather good-looking and has a good figure, why does he look a little pale and seem to be very weak? Is such a person really as good as Ming Xiu says? Tian Zenzan was even more suspicious when she saw Zhou Wen. It wasn't her fault. Zhou Wen usually expended plenty of his blood. He had also previously suffered a serious injury and recently he had been grinding the underground sea and temple. He had died too many times, so his body's ability to regenerate blood could hardly keep up with his expenditure. Zhou Wen had been checking on the information recently. He wanted to see if there were any companion beasts that could enhance his liver and organs, or even companion beasts that could enhance his marrow. Unfortunately, they were very rare. Zhou Wen hadn't discovered any for the time being. After the trio entered the training grounds, Ming Xiu and Tian Zenzan sat on a bench beside the grounds as Feng Qian walked over and asked, Coach, I'm here. How shall I help you in the sparring? I want to raise my sword's speed. You are an expert in this area. Give me some suggestions, Zhou Wen said to Feng Qian. Although I use sabers, striking out with a sword or saber is almost the same. A saber strike speed is different from a body's speed. Typically, a saber speed is faster than body movement speed. Firstly, a saber is lighter and a saber's shape is easier to deal with, piercing any air resistance. The human body is far lacking. It's heavy and there's more surface area, therefore, there are fewer things to consider when striking out with a saber. Other than unleashing one's strength, technique is also very important. The correct saber-wielding posture and way to release your strength allow one to increase the speed of the saber. However, to greatly improve speed, one can only focus on the technique when striking. Just like using a gun. A bullet's speed is all the same, but what's key is the instant when the gun is drawn. Whoever draws first can pull the trigger faster, thus determining the victor. Striking with a saber follows the same principle. Feng Qian explained certain key points to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen tried the techniques and key points that Feng Qian had explained to him and found them especially useful. Indeed, his strikes were much faster, but such speed still failed to meet his requirements. The freed black dragons are just too powerful. I have limited time after I charge into the war wagon. Such a fast sword speed is still insufficient, Zhou Wen thought. Tian Zenzan was watching from the sidelines with Ming Xiu. After watching for a while, she curled her lips and said, Ming Xiu, how is this Zhou Wen impressive? He's Feng Kaiwian's personal coach, so why is he trying to get Feng Kuiyan to teach him? Who's the coach here? Don't tell me you've mixed things up. Perhaps there's a deeper meaning to Zhou Wen's actions? Ming Xiao said uncertainly. Although from the looks of it, Zhou Wen was indeed seeking advice from Feng Kuiyan, Ming Xiao had a deep impression of Zhou Wen's potency. Therefore, he didn't think as much as Tian Zenzhen, believing that Zhou Wen had plans. It's obvious. Zhou Wen is learning from Feng Kuiyan. What kind of deeper meaning can there be? Tian Zenzhen increasingly felt that Ming Xiao had been brainwashed by Zhou Wen. Watch and see. Zhou Wen likes to do the unexpected. Perhaps this is also a teaching method, Ming Xiao said after some thought. Zhou Wen had already grasped the method Feng Kuiyan was talking about. All he needed was time to practice. However, even if he reached true mastery, the improvement in his speed would still be insufficient. Use your swift saber to attack me, Zhou Wen said to Feng Kuiyan after some thought. He wanted to observe Feng Kaiwian's saber techniques in actual combat to see if there was anything he could use as a reference to raise his sword speed. Feng Kuiyan didn't waste any time. He picked up a practice wooden saber from the rack, but he glanced at the practice greatsword in Zhou Wen's hand and said, Coach, if you want to be swift with the sword, this type of greatsword isn't suitable. It's best if you use a thinner and lighter one. It wasn't like Zhou Wen didn't want to change it, but only the Overlord sword could break through the white cocoon. As for the Overlord sword, it was a greatsword and its weight was heavier than the practice sword in his hand. Therefore he had to use the greatsword to practice. It would be useless to master it using the thin sword. If it weren't for the fact that the Overlord sword was too heavy, Zhou Wen wouldn't have needed training. Just the technique and speed of Transcendent Flying Immortal were fast enough. I know. I just want to use the greatsword to practice my swift sword, Zhou Wen said. When Tian Zenzhen heard that, she became more convinced that Zhou Wen wasn't a proper coach. No one would use a greatsword to hone their speed. Anyone who practiced swords knew that such a heavy weapon wasn't suited for ordinary sword techniques at all, much less fast ones. Even someone who didn't know how to wield a sword would definitely know that such a heavy weapon couldn't allow one to take the path of the quick sword. Feng Kuiyan only nodded as he drew his saber and slashed at Zhou Wen. It was unknown how Feng Kuiyan had been training recently, but Zhou Wen realized that his saber techniques had become even faster and stronger. Furthermore, they weren't as impetuous as before. He already had the aura of a saber expert. Zhou Wen raised his greatsword to block Feng Kaiwian's saber, finding each strike of Feng Kaiwian's saber becoming faster than the last, but it was unusually stable. It was like a flowing river that flowed without end. After Zhou Wen blocked the first strike, he realized that he couldn't find a chance to strike back. Under the relentless inundation of the saber techniques, all he could do was retreat and block. What impressive saber techniques. This fellow's improvement is just too fast. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be surprised at Feng Kaiwian's rate of improvement. He seemed to exude a completely different feeling every time he met him. Feng Kaiwian's saber techniques are really impressive. Although I can learn the same saber techniques and reach a certain mastery as well. However, no matter how I use them, I can't give off the feeling that he does. It's like there's always something lacking, Ming Xiao said in thought. Feng Kuiyan is indeed very strong, but Zhou Wen isn't able to counterattack from Feng Kaiwian's strikes. How is he as strong as you say? Tian Zenzhen was almost certain that Ming Xiao had been hoodwinked. Zhou Wen wasn't as strong as the rumors said. Feng Kaiwian's saber slashed faster and faster. The swift and forceful posture was as though Zhou Wen would have his head chopped off if he blinked. Zhou Wen had switched his primordial energy art to the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra. The small perfection of Wisdom Sutra strengthened his constitution, but it wasn't as simple as that. There were 6 types of the perfection of wisdom according to Buddhism. The first was true determination perfection of wisdom, the second was realm perfection of wisdom, the third was linguistic perfection of wisdom, the fourth was enlightenment perfection of wisdom, and the fifth was attendant perfection of wisdom. The sixth was the diamond perfection of wisdom that most people were more familiar with. The perfection of wisdom was about wisdom, with the 6 types of perfection of wisdom being the wisdom of the universe. The small perfection of Wisdom Sutra was the ability to raise one's physical body. It made one's senses sharp enough to understand the underlying laws of the universe. When using the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, Zhou Wen's body and 6 senses were enhanced. His perception of the outside world also became very sharp. He could sense the minute changes in Feng Kaiwian's saber technique with each delivered strike. Although the saber technique looked simple, it contained an inexplicable technique. Zhou Wen was also able to sense the flaws of Feng Kaiwian's saber techniques. The greatsword was too heavy and it suffered immense resistance as well. He wasn't able to match Feng Kaiwian's speed. All could Zhou Wen only use the flaws in Feng Kaiwian's saber techniques to barely fend off his attacks. However, it had to be said that Feng Kuiyan was indeed a martial arts prodigy. If Zhou Wen were to exploit any flaws he used once, Feng Kuiyan would immediately correct them, preventing him from exploiting them a second time. Fast. 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 Feng Kaiwian's saber was so fast that most couldn't have a clear grasp of what was happening even without blinking. Tian Zenzhen didn't even blink as she watched from the side. However, all she could see were flickering saber flashes and shadows, preventing her from seeing its trajectory. Ming Xiao could only barely keep up with Feng Kaiwian's saber speed and his saber techniques. Zhou Wen, who was directly facing Feng Qian, felt this more acutely. He thought to himself, Feng Qian is really incredible. If I were to fight him, I would have to use all my strength and defeat him with the first few strikes. The longer one delays, the less chance there is of defeating him. After 100 strikes, I'm afraid he'd be truly invincible against all his peers of the same level. No one could stop such a swift saber. It's no wonder his life providence is Swift Saber Heavenly King. He really has the potential to be a king of the sabers. Zhou Wen had reaped immense benefits from facing Feng Qian's saber techniques. The way Feng Qian struck out and withdrew his saber was like a textbook example. It allowed Zhou Wen to realize what he needed to do to be the fastest. If the greatsword in his hand wasn't as heavy, he might have been able to keep up with Feng Qian's speed. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't have the talent of Swift Saber Heavenly King, so if he allowed the situation to continue, Feng Qian would definitely be faster than him. It wasn't wrong to say that he was invincible after 100 saber strikes. Even Zhou Wen wasn't willing to fight Feng Qian after he delivered 100 saber strikes. However, Zhou Wen was now learning, so he naturally didn't stop Feng Qian from continuing his slashes. Only through such a swift saber could Zhou Wen more accurately sense how Feng Qian managed to strike and withdraw with his saber. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that Feng Qian was indeed different from the typical person. The average person was quick at striking out but much slower at retracting. However, Feng Qian's retracting was faster than his slashing, so this resulted in him being able to deliver 3 strikes in a time frame which most could only deliver 2. This technique was naturally learned by Zhou Wen. At the same time, he realized that Feng Qian would shake his wrist habitually every time he struck. Although this action had benefits in raising the saber's speed, it also made his saber move an additional distance. This distance was already considered a flaw by Zhou Wen. Using this flaw, Zhou Wen dealt a blow with the hilt of his sword and struck Feng Qian's wrist. Indeed, Feng Qian failed to defend against it. His attack instantly slowed down as he ducked Zhou Wen's strike. However, Feng Qian's attack had no intention of stopping. His saber stance didn't stop as he slashed forward once more, but his wrist movement had already vanished. At that moment, Feng Qian's saber techniques were nearly inconceivably fast. Even though he was only using a rubber saber, its slashes emitted a cold, sinister aura as though they would dice up Zhou Wen. Even Ming Xiao and Tian Zenzhen, who were sitting by the side, felt a chill in their hearts. It was as though the saber beams could slash at their necks at any moment. This Feng Qian is really incredible. He probably doesn't pale in comparison to Ming Xiao. Although Tian Zenzhen had always felt that Ming Xiao was invincible among peers of the same level, she had no choice but to rank him equal to Ming Xiao after seeing Feng Qian's powerful saber moves. She didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. However, when she saw Zhou Wen, who had been suppressed by Feng Qian's saber techniques, she was even more certain that Ming Xiao had definitely been duped. Although this Zhou Wen's strength isn't bad and he's able to withstand Feng Qian's swift saber for so long, it's impossible for such strength to be enough to be Feng Qian's personal coach. I'll have to talk to Ming Xiao about it later, Tian Zenzhen thought to herself. Ming Xiao had experienced Feng Qian's swift saber moves many times. Since he had started the exchange, he had sparred with Feng Qian daily, so he was extremely familiar with his saber speed. However, today, Feng Qian seemed exceptionally strong. Ming Xiao felt that if he was Feng Qian's opponent, the outcome would have been decided long ago. It was impossible for him to continue allowing Feng Qian to slash out, otherwise he would definitely lose. However, Zhou Wen clearly didn't have any intention of winning. He continued letting Feng Qian's swift saber accelerate even faster. What does coach want? Ming Xiao was puzzled as he frowned in thought. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen had managed to simplify his striking and withdrawal to the extreme. However, he still felt that he couldn't match Feng Qian's saber speed. The saber was so fast that it was almost invisible. Even Feng Qian himself was beginning to lose control of such speed. Veins protruded from his fingers as his hand, which held the saber, trembled. It was as though the saber might lose control at any moment. Feng Qian, be careful. I'm about to strike. Zhou Wen was unable to withstand the pressure. He suddenly shouted and dragged the greatsword in his hand as he slashed upwards. He had used Transcendent Flying Immortal. Transcendent Flying Immortal had been simplified and improved by Zhou Wen. Although he couldn't reach the level of Feng Qian's saber retraction being faster than his saber striking, he was able to reach near parity. All sorts of tiny actions were simplified to the extreme. Nothing was superfluous or redundant. Compared to the past, Zhou Wen's Transcendent Flying Immortal was more domineering and direct. It lacked some live and grace, but it was incomparably domineering. Tian Zenzhen originally imagined that Zhou Wen was about to be cleaved down by that unbelievable fast saber, but to her surprise, Zhou Wen's aura changed. Instantly, he resembled a powerful demon that had descended into the world. He became one with the sword and streaked across the sky at lightning speed. Sword shadows intersected with Feng Qian at the center, forming an arc with the sounds of swords and sabers clashing. It was impossible to tell how many times their weapons clashed. Despite Feng Qian's swift saber, he couldn't keep up with the domineering swordplay. After the sword shadows that filled the sky dissipated, Zhou Wen and Feng Qian stood facing each other. The saber in Feng Qian's hand hung to the ground as Zhou Wen's greatsword rested on his neck. This person is too terrifying. Tian Zenzhen was alarmed. She felt that Zhou Wen's strike was the most domineering and grandest sword technique she had ever seen in her entire life. Zhou Wen was delighted by the improvement in Transcendent Flying Immortal. He wanted to thank Feng Qian for sparring with him, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such progress in such a short period of time. However, before Zhou Wen could say a word, Feng Qian said, "Coach, thank you for your guidance. I've learned something." "What did you learn?" Zhou Wen was somewhat confused, unsure what Feng Qian meant. Feng Qian said solemnly, "Coach, you specifically came to point out the flaws in my saber techniques. You truly care about me, and I will definitely not disappoint you. I will definitely be accomplished in the future. Coach, don't worry. Who the hell has expectations for you?" Zhou Wen looked at Feng Qian with a mixed expression. Seeing Feng Qian's sincere and serious expression, he couldn't bring himself to thank him. All he could do was say helplessly, "Train well. I have something to tend to. I'll be leaving now." "Coach, don't worry. I'll definitely work hard," Feng Qian shouted as Zhou Wen walked away. Zhou Wen didn't turn his head as he waved his hand. He really didn't know what to say. He clearly hadn't taught anything, but Feng Qian always made rapid progress. This left Zhou Wen puzzled. "Coach's swordsmanship is really amazing," Ming Xiao walked over and said with a fiery gaze. He had been researching the sword technique his father had passed down. He wanted to modify it so that it could truly join the ranks of formidable sword techniques. Initially, he had no clue how to proceed, but after seeing Zhou Wen's Transcendent Flying Immortal, he had a vague idea. Tian Zenzhen said from the side, "Zhou Wen's sword technique is indeed quite good, but he only defeated Feng Qian once." Tian Zenzhen was already convinced that Zhou Wen was very strong. The strike was indeed domineering and it left a deep impression on her. However, from the beginning to the end, Zhou Wen had been constantly suppressed by Feng Qian. At the end of it, he only had a one-strike advantage. From her point of view, the two of them were evenly matched and Zhou Wen had only won by a narrow margin. However, Feng Qian shook his head and said, "That's just what you see on the surface. Actually, coach wasn't asking me to teach him the technique of a swift sword, but to point out the flaws in my saber techniques." "Is that so?" Tian Zenzhen was quite doubtful of Feng Qian's words. Feng Qian asked, "Didn't you realize that coach rarely counterattack? Isn't it because he was suppressed by your swift saber?" Tian Zenzhen asked. Feng Qian said in all seriousness, "Of course not. The reason coach didn't counterattack is that he wanted me to demonstrate my saber techniques to the fullest extent so that he could find the flaws in them. He didn't counterattack much, but every time he did, he hit the flaws in my saber technique, making me realize my weaknesses so that I can correct them in time." "Is that so?" Tian Zenzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. However, this came from the horse's mouth. She just couldn't doubt him. Ming Xiao also said, "That's true. Every time coach made a move, he did strike at the flaws in the saber technique. To be able to see through the flaws in an opponent's saber technique so quickly in a battle, his martial arts attainments are indeed much better than ours." With even Ming Xiao saying that, Tian Zenzhen couldn't keep up her doubts. However, Ming Xiao didn't know that Zhou Wen's powers weren't purely because of his martial arts attainments. It was an ability that came with the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra. Feng Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed. Coach is caring. He knew that my saber techniques were flawed, so he came specially to point them out to me. Only after I corrected all the flaws in my saber techniques did he defeat me with one strike. If he had gone all out from the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to withstand that strike of his, so how could I deliver 100 strikes at coach? Feng Qian didn't know that Zhou Wen's Transcendent Flying Immortal wasn't that strong in the beginning. It was only because he learned the beneficial traits of 100 saber strikes did he evolve it into something so terrifying. That's what happened? Tian Zenzhen was alarmed. On careful thought, it did seem to be the case. If Zhou Wen were to directly use that extremely domineering strike, wouldn't Feng Qian have lost in one strike? With this in mind, Tian Zenzhen couldn't help but sigh. Sunset College indeed lives up to its reputation as the best college in this district. To think a student could be this strong. My horizons have been too stilted in the past. That's very normal. You guys haven't been here for too long. As time goes by, you will understand coach's true strength. In the past, when coach played games on his cell phone while competing with me, he didn't even spare me a glance. I wasn't his match either. Furthermore, I was completely defeated. The competition Feng Qian mentioned was actually back during their first encounter at the ball launcher. It wasn't a real battle. However, when Tian Zenzhen and Ming Xiao heard this, it left them shocked beyond words. An expert like Feng Qian who could fight Ming Xiao to a draw could actually be defeated by Zhou Wen with one hand. Furthermore, he was gaming on his phone. This was unbelievable. Coach. Is he really that powerful? Tian Zenzhen changed the way she addressed Zhou Wen, no longer calling Zhou Wen by his name. I wouldn't call him strong, but that he's on a completely different realm from us. Alright, it's time for me to train. After coach's guidance, not only did he make me correct the flaws of my saber techniques, he even made me realize something new. His final strike was to tell me that no one would foolishly wait for me to deliver more than 100 strikes. If I can't resolve this problem, my saber techniques can only be considered inferior. Now, I'm going to practice my saber techniques and resolve this problem. After saying that, Feng Qian turned and left. I'm also going to practice my swordplay. Coach's strike has inspired me greatly. I think I have a direction in my research of my own sword technique. Ming Xiao also left hurriedly. Tian Zenzan followed Ming Xiao with a complicated expression. She turned back and looked in the direction in which Zhou Wen had left. I thought Ming Xiao was invincible among his peers. I never expected there to be such a strong peer in the world. It's truly terrifying. Zhou Wen naturally didn't know what they were thinking. Now his transcendent flying immortal had improved significantly. All he needed to do was train for a period of time to hone his striking and retracting, allowing him to advance to rank 10 quickly. Zhou Wen didn't do anything significant for the next few days. He just trained his transcendent flying immortal in-game. He wanted to push it to the limit and slice through the white cocoon in a perfect manner to obtain a drop of blood from the terrifying creature within to see if he could advance to the epic stage. Although he already had quite a number of epic pets such as the mutated Stone Kai, the purple air bell, and the white shadow of poison, which were all very strong, he would ultimately suffer if his strength was too weak. It didn't matter how powerful his pets were if he were to be killed. All of them would vanish and be of no use. Zhou Wen, something happened. Come to Old Dragon Cave quickly. Early in the morning, Zhou Wen was still sleeping when his phone rang. When the call connected, he heard Zhang Ziya's anxious voice. Zhang Ziya was usually an indifferent person who didn't take anything to heart. Zhou Wen had never heard him speak in such a panicked tone before and had an ominous feeling in his heart. What happened? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. The League's Special Inspector Bureau sealed the laboratory, saying that teacher is a spy from overseas and has arrested him. The school is negotiating with the Special Inspector Bureau. Zhang Ziya hurriedly explained the situation. What? Zhou Wen was immediately stunned when he heard that. He couldn't connect Wang Mingyuan to being an overseas spy. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Zhou Wen didn't believe that Wang Mingyuan was a spy. Furthermore, with his understanding of the Special Inspector Bureau, he knew their modus operandi. They would place a groundless, trumped-up crime on their target. He was a living example. When Zhou Wen arrived at the scene, he realized that the entire Dragon Gate grotto was sealed off. The uniformed inspectors from the Special Inspector Bureau probably numbered about 1,000. Many of them had high-ranking epaulets on their shoulders. Zhou Wen recognized Liz from before, but from the looks of it, she was only qualified to stand guard at the entrance. There were also Luang military, college management, and students outside, making the scene look extremely chaotic. Zhang Ziya, Hui Haifeng, and Zhang Yang were outside, their expressions grave. What's the situation now? Is he all right? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. It must be a mistake by the bureau. How could teacher be a spy? Zhang Ziya said. Hui Haifeng comforted, it should be fine. This is Luang, and tutor is from Luang's Wang family. If there's no concrete evidence, even the Director General of the League's Special Inspector Bureau being here in person wouldn't be able to take him away so easily. Ms. Wang Fei and the school's management and Deputy Governor Qin are inside. It won't be that easy for the bureau to frame tutor. Zhou Wen felt better hearing Hui Haifeng's words, but on second thought, he felt that something was amiss. The Deputy General of the Special Inspector Bureau is here? Zhou Wen asked Hui Haifeng. Hui Haifeng nodded slightly. It was obvious that he was very worried about this. If only they were ordinary inspectors, even if they were ministers of a particular ministry, everything could be easily resolved. It was almost impossible to take someone away from Sunset College. However, it wasn't an easily resolvable task if the Special Inspector Bureau's Deputy General was here personally. There was only one reason for him to come personally. The 6 hero families had already reached a consensus on the matter. This might be extremely disadvantageous for Wang Mingyuan. The 4 of them no longer had any desire to speak. They looked at Dragon Gate Grotto eagerly, hoping to see anything or hear good news. Not long after, they saw a group of people approaching them from the stone staircase. Many of them were part of the school management, including Wang Fei and Deputy Governor Qin, but their expressions were sour. However, when they saw Wang Mingyuan, their bodies trembled. Wang Mingyuan was held by 2 inspectors at gunpoint. He was handcuffed. Zhou Wen and company knew very well what this meant. Even Deputy Governor Qin had been unable to stop Wang Mingyuan from being arrested. The situation was already at a terrible level. Teacher, Zhang Ziya called and wanted to charge forward, but he was stopped by 2 inspectors. Zhang Ziya had a fearless personality. He tried to force his way in as though he would stab anyone who dared touch Wang Mingyuan even if they were a god. Ziya, stop it. Wang Fei came over to stop Zhang Ziya. Zhang Ziya knew of Wang Fei and Wang Mingyuan's relationship, so he didn't charge madly when she stopped. However, his eyes remained glaring at the inspectors. They're Wang Mingyuan's students, right? Bring them in for interrogation. A brawny, elderly man in a military uniform and jacket said as he glanced at Zhang Ziya and company. Yes, Deputy General. Some of the inspectors immediately took the order and wanted to arrest the rest. Deputy General, they are only ordinary students. They only have an ordinary student-teacher relationship with Wang Mingyuan. As to them having any problems, we will conduct a thorough investigation. There's no need to trouble your bureau. Deputy Governor Qin extended his hand as a gesture. The troops beside him immediately protected Zhou Wen and company, forming a confrontation with the inspectors. Governor Qin, there is concrete evidence that Wang Mingyuan is an overseas spy. Can you guarantee that his students weren't brainwashed by him and have been made downlines? The elder said coldly as he stared at Qin Wufu. No, which is why I'll take them in for proper investigation. Our Sunset Army will not spare a bad person, but we won't malign a good person either, Qin Wufu said. With Qin Wufu not backing down, the elder frowned slightly. Qiao Xiaoan walked over and whispered something into the elder's ear before looking at Zhou Wen. Earner. The elder's gaze landed on Zhou Wen and he said indifferently, so he's from the Yin family. It's no wonder that Governor Qin is protecting him so flagrantly. Forget it, I'll let him off on account of the Yin family. However, if our investigations show that he's involved, I'm afraid the Yin family won't be able to shirk their ties with him, even if they want to. Then, he ignored Qin Wufu's reaction and led the inspectors outside. Wang Mingyuan appeared very calm while he was being escorted out. He nodded at Zhou Wen and company with a smile, but he didn't say a word. Ms. Wang Fei, did they frame him? Think of something, we can't let them take him away. The Special Inspector Bureau is a place where even the innocent will come out half dead. We mustn't let teacher enter a place like that, Song Zia said as he tugged at Wang Fei. He knew that with his own strength, there was no way he could save Wang Mingyuan even if he were to risk his life with the deputy general present. Wang Fei held back Song Zia as she said with a heavy expression, we'll talk when we get back. Everyone watched helplessly as Wang Mingyuan was escorted away. However, there was nothing they could do. Ms. Wang, can you explain the situation? Zhou Wen asked. Wang Fei sighed softly. Although I don't believe that Uncle Mingyuan would be that kind of person, the evidence is conclusive. The four of them were stunned when they heard that. Zhang Zia said, impossible. How can teacher be that kind of person? It must be the Special Inspector Bureau wronging teacher. They are a bunch of mad dogs that bite anyone they see. Wang Fei shook her head slightly and said with a wry smile, those documents have Uncle Mingyuan's signatures. Many of the things were gathered by Uncle Mingyuan himself. Those things can't be faked. Zhou Wen and company were taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. I don't care if teacher is an overseas spy. I absolutely cannot let them take him away. Death is inevitable in a place like the Special Investigation Bureau. Ms. Wang, think of a way to snatch him back before they leave Luong and destroy the evidence. Then, we can just let teacher escape into dimensional zones, Song Zia said. Wang Fei shook her head and said, don't spout nonsense. You can't do that kind of thing. There's no way for him to be a barbarian forever in the dimensional zone, right? Besides, the Director General of the Special Inspector Bureau brought a mythical companion beast with him. Who could snatch him under his nose? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zia felt deflated. He frowned and said, is there no other solution? Wang Fei remained silent. If she had had a choice, the Wang family and Luong military wouldn't have allowed the bureau to take him away from the school. Zhang Yan suddenly said, perhaps tutor has been expecting this. Since he didn't escape, it means that he doesn't plan on escaping. What do you mean? Zhang Zia asked with a glare. Zhang Yan pondered for a moment before continuing, think about it. Wouldn't there always be someone in the laboratory amongst the four of us? Yet for some reason, none of us were in the laboratory out of coincidence. No one was there. Isn't that a coincidence? If teacher had really predicted this, why didn't he destroy the evidence beforehand? Without the evidence, he wouldn't have been caught red-handed, and the bureau shouldn't be able to take him away, right? Zhang Zia said. Zhang Yan shook his head slightly. Let's not talk about Zhou Wen. Hui Haifeng often goes out too. The two of them can't be counted. But the two of us spend our days in the laboratory and we seldom head out at the same time. Even if something happens, someone will usually be left behind in the laboratory. I left because teacher asked me to go to the Myriad Buddha Cave to hunt golden warriors. What's the reason for you not being in the laboratory? Teacher got me to buy something outside campus for him. Zhang Zia also felt that something was amiss. It seemed as though Wang Mingyuan had deliberately sent them away. Hui Haifeng added, I was planning to go to the lab today, but yesterday, tutor told me of a new fist technique that led me to practice late into the night, so I didn't go in. The four of them increasingly felt that Wang Mingyuan had really expected that something would happen today before he sent them away. Let's leave the talking until we are back in the military camp. Before the bureau leaves, don't go back to the dorms. Besides, there are some questions that you need answering. Qin Wufu got the soldiers to take Zhou Wen and company back. Firstly, it was to protect them. Secondly, they also needed to be investigated thoroughly. If Wang Mingyuan was really an overseas spy, they needed to eliminate the quartet's suspicion, otherwise, any further problems would pose a threat to Luong. Zhou Wen had no idea what was up with the overseas spy. When he was questioned privately, he only recounted the details of his interaction with Wang Mingyuan. After that, the four of them were detained in the military camp and were not released. However, the treatment they received wasn't bad, each of them had a single room. Ms. Wang, what's up with being an overseas spy? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement when Wang Fei came to see him. Wang Fei sighed and said, the overseas factions were established during the early stages of the League. They were a few devils who escaped overseas to create a human faction. Before the appearance of the 6 heroes, they did whatever they wanted and committed countless crimes. Every one of them was an evil fiend. Their hands were stained with the blood of the innocent. The most famous Jing Daoxian was one of them, but for some reason, Jing Daoxian remained in the league all year round and seldom returned overseas. You mean that teacher is one of those devils? Zhou Wen really couldn't believe that the gentle Wang Mingyuan was a vile devil. Although I don't believe it either, the evidence is just concrete. Furthermore, he was caught red-handed. Even Uncle Mingyuan didn't provide an explanation and tacitly admitted it. Despite having her doubts, Wang Fei had no choice but to believe the truth. Although that was what was said, Zhou Wen still couldn't believe that Wang Mingyuan would be such a heinous devil. The military camp had its rules. Zhou Wen's phone and whatever he had on him had been temporarily confiscated by the military. Without his phone to game, Zhou Wen could only wait in a single room. This didn't last long. The next day, Qin Wufu ordered his subordinates to release the four. He also told Zhou Wen that the bureau had already escorted Wang Mingyuan back to Holy City yesterday. Zhou Wen got back his phone and items, all of them untouched. Only then was he slightly relieved. The four returned to the lab at Old Dragon Cave and found it in a mess. Not only was all the furniture and equipment damaged, but there were also holes dug into the walls. The quartet exchanged looks. None of them spoke for a moment. They were unable to accept the fact that Wang Mingyuan was an overseas spy. Zhongyan, you have the best solutions. Tell me, is there any way to save teacher? Zhang Zia asked while gritting his teeth. Zhongyan shook his head slightly. Unless we can advance to the mythical stage, no one can save tutor in this situation. Then, how will they deal with him? Zhang Zia asked again. Zhongyan thought for a moment and said, if tutor really is an overseas spy, and even the director general of the bureau was activated, then his status can't be low. Or perhaps he has some secret that even the Senate wants. That's why he was forcefully arrested. In that case, it's possible that they won't kill tutor for now, or if he is willing to give them what they want, he might still have a chance of surviving. Other than that, we can't do anything. Although Zhou Wen knew that it was useless, he still made a phone call to Insheng and asked his opinion of Wang Mingyuan. Although he wanted to know his thoughts, he actually wanted to know if Insheng had any way to save Wang Mingyuan. If it was for himself, Zhou Wen definitely wouldn't have asked Insheng. However, Wang Mingyuan's position in his heart was different. Unfortunately, Insheng told Zhou Wen with sure certainty that since Wang Mingyuan was caught red-handed, there was no room for negotiation unless Wang Mingyuan could produce something that was satisfactory to the League. Only then did he have a chance of survival. Zhou Wen originally imagined that the matter would end there, but to his surprise, he, Hui Haifeng and company received a notification from the League that Wang Mingyuan wanted to see them a few days later. However, Wang Mingyuan didn't insist that they come. He said that they could come if they wanted. They could likewise stay. After that, the four of them even had a video call with Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan only said that he wanted to meet them as he had some things he wanted to say to them in person without any elaboration. Zhou Wen could sense that Wang Mingyuan appeared to have something he needed to tell them. Although it was very dangerous to head to Holy City like this, Zhou Wen and company ultimately chose to head there. Zhou Wen didn't know why Hui Haifeng and company had chosen to go, but although Zhou Wen hadn't spent much time with Wang Mingyuan, he had provided him plenty of help. He had even saved his life. This meeting might very well be his last meeting with Wang Mingyuan, so Zhou Wen insisted on going. Wang Fei and Qin Wufu had persuaded them not to go, but no one was willing to give up the last chance to see Wang Mingyuan and resolutely boarded the plane that the League had sent to pick them up. Qin Wufu wanted to attach his personal guards to Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen rejected his offer. This was because bringing two top epic experts was useless in the Special Inspector Bureau's territory. The Special Inspector Bureau inspectors were very polite to them. They didn't look as arrogant as they usually did. They tried their best to satisfy their needs along the way. After arriving in Holy City, they politely got them to stay in a guest house under the jurisdiction of the Bureau. Originally, they thought that the Bureau would fall out with them the moment they arrived, but none of that happened. The Bureau continued to feed them delicious food, as though they were afraid of ill-treating them. When can we meet teacher? Zhang Zia asked an inspector impatiently. That will depend on the arrangements of the top brass. I'm just an ordinary inspector. I only listen to orders from above, the officer said with a smile. Originally believing that they could quickly see Wang Mingyuan, it took them until the third day before an inspector actually got them to prepare to meet Wang Mingyuan. After passing through multiple layers of security, Zhou Wen and company entered a secret base located in Holy City. They met Wang Mingyuan in a heavily guarded room. Wang Mingyuan's condition didn't seem too bad. He hadn't been subjected to inhuman treatment as they had imagined. He didn't look injured and he still wore a warm smile on his face. However, Zhou Wen felt that Wang Mingyuan was still somewhat different. Yet, there was a sense of familiarity which he couldn't put a finger on. The feeling was very subtle. You guys came. Wang Mingyuan smiled at the four of them. Teacher, are you all right? Zhang Zia asked worriedly. Wang Mingyuan shook his head slightly and asked with a smile, do you still remember the question I asked you previously? The four of them were slightly taken aback as Zhou Wen immediately recalled the question Wang Mingyuan had asked him about pain and death. He asked curiously, is it the choice between death and pain? Wang Mingyuan nodded and said, yes. I've asked all of you before, and all of you gave your answers. Later on, all of you asked me how I would choose. At the time, I hadn't decided, but I now have an answer. The four of them looked at Wang Mingyuan in confusion. They didn't know why he would still care about that question at this juncture. However, they all understood Wang Mingyuan's character. They knew that he wasn't someone who would do things without a reason. Now that he raised that question, perhaps there was some deeper meaning behind it. Zhou Wen was also pondering over the matter, wondering if Wang Mingyuan was hinting to them about something. However, Zhou Wen recalled every word Wang Mingyuan said and compared it to every word he was now saying. He couldn't think of any other underlying meanings. In another room separated by a wall, the Director General of the Bureau, Shen Yuqi, Qiao Xiaoan, and the other important personnel of the Bureau were all watching the conversation between Wang Mingyuan and company through a one-way mirror. Director General. Wang Mingyuan is part of Luang's Wang family. He has so much family, including his blood-related brothers. Yet, he didn't choose to meet them and instead chose to meet his four students. Why do I feel that something's amiss? Qiao Xiaoan said. This is our bureau's headquarters. Are you afraid that he can escape? Who cares who he wants to see? Once he's done with the meeting, Wang Mingyuan will be able to help us do what we want, said a director of the bureau. Qiao Xiaoan frowned slightly. What he hated the most were these people who spent their days in offices without doing anything, just causing trouble for them all day. Listen to them. When we send them away later, separate them and ask them what Wang Mingyuan's question was, Shen Yuqi said. Yes sir, Qiao Xiaoan replied. In the room next door, Wang Mingyuan's gaze swept across Zhou Wen and company's faces before he said with a smile, my answer is that, like Zhang Yan, I'll choose the second option. With that said, Wang Mingyuan stood up without waiting for them to react. He faced the mirror and said, all right. I've said what I wanted to say. Now, you can do what you want to do. However, I have a condition. I need the four of them to follow me. Zhou Wen and company wore looks of astonishment. Clearly, Wang Mingyuan's words weren't directed at them. They didn't know what was happening, nor did they know what Wang Mingyuan was up to. Sir, Wang Mingyuan can't be trusted in the police station. He must have some plans for taking Zhou Wen and company with him. We can't agree, Qiao Xiaoan said. It's just 4 students. Even if we let him take them, what trouble will there be? The director was always at loggerheads with Qiao Xiaoan. Shen Yuqi frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying into the microphone, Wang Mingyuan, you have too many requests. As the only person who can open the holy tower, I don't think I have a lot of requests, right? Wang Mingyuan smiled as if he was certain that Shen Yuqi would agree to his request. Shen Yuqi's gaze passed through the glass and met Wang Mingyuan's eyes. After a while he said coldly, this is your last request. If I hear any requests from you again, I'll kill one of your students with every new request. Deal. Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly. Zhou Wen frowned slightly, unsure what Wang Mingyuan meant. However, Zhang Yan muttered to himself, didn't the holy tower shut down long ago? Can Tutor open the closed holy tower? Zhou Wen heard Zhang Yan and was about to ask something when an inspector came over and led Wang Mingyuan, Zhou Wen, and company out. Very soon, they were escorted to a car. There seemed to be a special design in the car that prevented them from hearing or sensing anything outside. They didn't even know whether the car was driving or not. Teacher, what's going on? Although there were still inspectors monitoring them, Song Zia couldn't help but ask Wang Mingyuan. I've already told you the answer. Now I just want you to accompany me along my final journey, Wang Mingyuan said calmly, his gaze complicated. Zhang Yan said, from what I know, the Holy Tower is likely the defensive hub of the entire Holy City, and it's also the hub of Holy City and Holy Land. Originally, the 6 hero families could use the connection between the Holy Tower and the 6 holy temples in the Holy Land to form a defensive net with the strength of the 6 holy temples. The strength of the defensive net was so strong that it could even stop a mythical creature's attack. However, Jing Daoxian used some unknown method to shut down the Holy Tower, causing the defensive net in the Holy City to vanish as well. As a result, Jing Daoxian was able to storm the League building and launch a killing spree. Although the League has been researching this matter all this while, no one has been able to reactivate the Holy Tower to this day. Teacher, can you activate the Holy Tower? Zhang Yan asked Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly but didn't say a word. Instantly, the vehicle fell silent. The Holy Tower was not actually a tower in the ordinary sense of the word. It was a divine statue that was over 100 meters tall. It was snow-white like jade, as if a person had spread open his arms towards the heavens and was praying for something. Legend had it that before Jing Daoxian stormed into the League building and started his massacre, the statue emitted infinite holy light that enveloped the entire holy city. No matter how many powerful dimensional creatures there were, they were unable to tear through the holy light. However, even though the statue remained white and clean, it didn't have any of its godly radiance. It was just a majestic statue. In front of the statue, there were many military officers and inspectors. Among them were 6 eye-catching figures, 4 men and 2 women. If anyone knew them, they would be shocked to see all 6 appear at the same time. These 4 men and 2 women were the heads of the 6 families right now. They were senators from the Senate. When the 6 of them stood together, they had even more authority than the League president. After all, the League president's bills had to be approved by the Senate. Sir, Wang Mingyuan is here. Even the powerful Shen Yuki had to be respectful in front of the six of them. He did not dare commit a faux pas. One of the six, a noble, goddess-like lady, asked calmly, "Is everything ready?" "Everything is ready. Wang Mingyuan has already agreed to activate the holy tower," Shen Yuki said. "Very good. We have been waiting for this day for too long. If Wang Mingyuan can really reactivate the holy tower, he would be the greatest contributor to the league." "It's just a pity," another elegant middle-aged man said calmly, but he didn't finish his sentence. "Based on the information obtained from him, it's indeed feasible. However, there are one or two key points that our researcher can't figure out. We need Wang Mingyuan to do it personally," a secretary-looking person said. "Then let him go," the woman said calmly. "Yes." Shen Yuki responded and got someone to bring Wang Mingyuan over. When Wang Mingyuan walked past the six of them, the elegant man looked down at him superciliously and said, "Wang Mingyuan, after the holy tower is reactivated, we will pardon all your crimes and give you the chance to redo things. You must seize this opportunity and not waste our kindness." "I will grab hold of the opportunity." Wang Mingyuan wore shackles, a manifestation of a special companion beast. Even a mythical creature would find it difficult to escape if it was bound by the shackles. With the inspectors escorting them, Zhou Wen and company followed Wang Mingyuan to the statue. "Are the four youths Wang Mingyuan's students?" the elegant middle-aged man asked as he looked at Zhou Wen and company. "Yes, one of them is related to the Yin family," Shen Yuki said. "In extraordinary times, even the ANS are no exception. To be able to sacrifice for the league is considered priceless. I believe the ANS can understand," the elegant middle-aged man said ethereally, as though he had determined Zhou Wen and company's fate. Wang Mingyuan stopped in front of the holy tower. In front of him stood a stone cauldron which was in front of the statue. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Even the six people standing at the top of the league couldn't help but stare at Wang Mingyuan, anticipating his actions. Wang Mingyuan turned to look at the league official beside him and said, "The sacrificial ceremony can begin. Let's go according to procedure. If anything goes wrong, it won't be my fault. If something goes wrong, you'll be the first to die." That official gave a cold snort before looking at where Shen Yuki was. Seeing Shen Yuki nod slightly, the official gave the order. A group of soldiers walked up and lined up before the stone cauldron. Then, they cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood into the stone cauldron. As more and more blood dripped into the stone cauldron, it suddenly ignited. It was as if the blood was gasoline. The more blood dripped into the cauldron, the stronger the flames inside the cauldron became. Glee appeared on the 4 men and 2 women's faces. If the holy tower could really be reactivated, the safety of Holy City would be greatly increased. Even if all the dimensional zones in the future were to lose their binding forces, the Holy Land would remain the last bastion of humanity. No dimensional creatures could storm in. But as more and more soldiers offered up their blood, the flames in the stone cauldron rose higher and higher, yet there were no other changes. The statue did not emit any holy light. Seeing that the last soldier had left the altar after sacrificing his blood, the official frowned and asked, "Wang Mingyuan, what do we do next?" "Next requires a sincere prayer," Wang Mingyuan said. The official was slightly taken aback as he asked in puzzlement, "Is praying useful?" "If prayers were useful, there wouldn't be so many poor people in the world," Wang Mingyuan said with a smile. "Are you messing with me?" The official was enraged. He pointed at Wang Mingyuan and said, "You'd better activate the holy tower or I'll make you regret that you were ever born." Wang Mingyuan suddenly moved and slammed into the official. The official's strength was average to begin and held a desk-bound job. His combat skills were almost nil. Caught off guard by Wang Mingyuan's collision, he involuntarily retreated and slammed into the stone tripod cauldron. Immediately, he fell into the burning stone cauldron. The official's entire body burst into flame. He screamed and tried to climb out, but it was as though a pair of hands were pulling him from inside the stone cauldron, preventing him from climbing up no matter how hard he tried. "Wang Mingyuan. What are you doing?" Shen Yuki was furious. All the soldiers and inspectors aimed their firearms at Wang Mingyuan. With just an order from him, they would immediately riddle Wang Mingyuan with holes. Wang Mingyuan ignored him and turned to face the statue. Shen Yuki frowned and shouted a few more questions, but Wang Mingyuan ignored them. He just stood there and looked up at the statue. The noble woman stopped Shen Yuki, who was about to personally deal with Wang Mingyuan. She pointed to the statue and said, "Hold on, look at the statue." All they could see was a bright glow on the hands of the divine statue. Even though it wasn't very bright, it was something that had never happened before in their years of research on the holy tower. It left them ecstatic. The tragic cries of the official in the flames began to weaken, but the glow on the statue grew stronger and stronger. Not only its hands but the entire statue emitted a holy glow, as though it was really manifesting its divine powers. In a sacrificial ritual, a sacrifice is obviously needed. Wang Mingyuan wore an odd expression and muttered as he watched the holy brilliance rise up. Zhou Wen and company were inches away. As they looked at Wang Mingyuan's expression, they felt that he looked extremely unfamiliar at that very moment. He didn't seem like the same person in their memories. Shen Yuki and the other 6 high and mighty existences were all filled with excitement. They saw that the light above the 2 hands of the statue shot up into the sky, turning into a halo that spread out in all directions as if it wanted to turn the entire sky into a holy resplendence. All the residents of the holy city saw this strange scene. Some of the older elders couldn't help but cheer. They still remembered the time when the holy city was enveloped by the holy light. Those were the safest periods of their lives. The divine statue's radiance was dazzling like a divine tower that reached the sky. A godly glow spread out across the sky, bathing the entire holy city. Those who knew of the radiance of the holy tower were overjoyed. The 6 senators were also overjoyed. After decades, the holy city's brilliance finally appeared in front of everyone once again. This is the real holy city. This is the holy brilliance that can stir the souls of everyone. With the holy city around, the league is eternal, a senator said feverishly, his eyes burning with excitement. Shen Yuki was also excited. To be able to accomplish such a great thing was undoubtedly a great contribution, all thanks to the Special Inspector Bureau. In front of the holy tower, the entire altar was lit up with a bright holy brilliance. The humans inside seemed to melt like snow. Shen Yuki and the 6 senators were not surprised because they already knew that such a thing would happen. Back when the 6 families first activated the holy tower, something similar had happened. How could a human be able to taint the holiness of God? Once the holy tower was activated, everything on the altar would be purified. This was something that couldn't be avoided. No human could survive on the altar, including the 6 heroes of the past. They knew very well how terrifying the power of the holy tower was. It was a power that came from the 6 holy temples. Other than the mighty existences within the holy temples, no human could withstand it. Zhou Wen felt his body being corroded by the intense holy brilliance. He hurriedly summoned the stone Kai and transformed into a stone armor to protect his body. However, the armor rapidly melted under the terrifying holy brilliance as though it was being eaten by termites. Zhang Yan and the others were in similar circumstances, looking extremely uneasy. "Teacher, let's escape now," Song Zia said as he slashed at the brilliance before him. However, his sword ended up being melted. He failed to deal any damage to it. Escape? Why would I escape? I came here to wait for this moment. Wang Mingyuan looked at the resplendent statue in front of him with a determined gaze. "Teacher, what are you trying to do?" Although Zhou Wen had always felt that Wang Mingyuan wouldn't harm them, everything Wang Mingyuan was doing now was beyond his imagination. Wang Mingyuan turned his head and said to Zhou Wen and company, "We're master and disciple after all. There are some things I need to give to you. Just treat it as Wang Mingyuan's final inheritance in this world. Keep it as a memento." Crack. The shackles on Wang Mingyuan's body split apart automatically and fell to the ground like garbage. Before they landed on the ground, they were melted by the holy brilliance. Wang Mingyuan exuded a strange power that blocked the holy brilliance, preventing his 4 students from suffering any more damage from it. Zhou Wen looked at the power emitted by Wang Mingyuan and felt that it was somewhat familiar. However, he couldn't figure out the reason for its familiarity. Wang Mingyuan had been held for many days. He was probably only left with his prison uniform. However, when he extended his palm into the void, he seemed to tear through it as he grabbed something out of thin air. It was a thick diary that looked old, but it was very well preserved. Zhou Wen had seen it in the past. It was a diary that Wang Mingyuan had always carried with him. Whenever he had any ideas and inspiration, he would jot them down in the diary. "Zhang Yan, your personality is the most similar to mine and you like research. This contains my years of experience and thoughts. I'll give it to you," Wang Mingyuan said as he handed the diary to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan took the diary with both hands, saying nothing. Wang Mingyuan didn't say anything further. The power around him grew stronger, his body seemed to be affected by it. It was as though he was gently trembling. Zhou Wen could even see the rippling power flowing around him. Wang Mingyuan took out another sheathed sword and handed it to Zhang Zia. "You're too extreme, so it's inevitable that there will be some deviation in what you do. Perhaps giving this sword to you will be of some help to you." Zhang Zia remained silent as he received the sword and stared straight at Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan knew what Zhang Zia wanted to hear, but he didn't tell him anything. Instead, he took out something else and handed it to Hui Haifeng. "You have great ambitions and will definitely accomplish much in the future. These are the savings that I've saved over the years. They're useless now. Take them." "Yes, tutor." Hui Haifeng didn't decline it. He respectfully received the small box, unsure what it contained. Finally, Wang Mingyuan's gaze landed on Zhou Wen as he said with a smile, "You are the simplest of the 4 of them. You don't have as many thoughts and desires as the 3 of them, but you're also the most difficult to understand. Although I know what you want, I can't do it now. Apart from that matter, what other wishes do you have? There's no harm in telling me." At this moment, the power on Wang Mingyuan's body was almost tangible, transforming into streams of light that constantly circulated around his body. The familiar aura Zhou Wen sensed intensified. Now Zhou Wen finally remembered where he had felt such an aura. Beneath the dragon's well, the white cocoon protected by the white dragon contained the same aura. However, the white cocoon's aura was very weak, so weak that it was almost undetectable. This left a very vague impression on Zhou Wen. However, Wang Mingyuan's aura was very strong. It was so strong that it left Zhou Wen stifled. Could it be that, teacher? Zhou Wen had an extremely nasty thought as he looked at Wang Mingyuan. "I don't have much time. Answer me. What do you want?" Wang Mingyuan had a strange expression as his entire body trembled. His voice seemed to be suppressed. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan with some bitterness. After a moment, he said, "Teacher, can you give me a drop of your blood?" Zhou Wen's words stunned Wang Mingyuan, Songzia, and company. Wang Mingyuan looked at Zhou Wen and smiled. "You're indeed the most difficult person to understand." With that said, Wang Mingyuan ignored Zhou Wen. He slowly turned around and back-faced the four of them as he gazed at the resplendent statue. "I'm really very happy to spend time with you guys. Unfortunately, things must always come to an end. Today, we shall bid each other farewell. From now on, we will be unrelated. As a final farewell, I'll give you another tiny gift." With Wang Mingyuan's trembling words, the power in his body exploded, spewing out like an erupting volcano as his body changed. The black hair on his head instantly turned white and quickly grew. It almost reached the ground, and a pair of crystal-like horns grew on his head. His entire body was undergoing an unusual transformation. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen and company couldn't see Wang Mingyuan's face, otherwise they would definitely discover that his face had turned handsome and strange. His eyes emitted an indescribable odd glow. That terrifying power rose up from his body like countless divine beams of light that surrounded him. His clothes moved without any help from the wind as his body floated up to the statue. Chapter 339 A Drop of Blood. What is that? The 6 excited senators suddenly saw a figure appear within the resplendent holy brilliance. It was right in front of the statue. The noble woman stared at Wang Mingyuan, who was before the holy statue, and said in surprise, "That's Wang Mingyuan. No. That aura. Why does it feel like a dimensional creature? What is he trying to do?" The middle-aged man frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Naturally, no one could answer his question. They didn't know what Wang Mingyuan wanted to do. They even believed that Wang Mingyuan should already be dead. No human could survive the holy brilliance. He should have been purified a long time ago. Shen Yuqi's expression was also changing at the same time. He had an extremely ominous feeling, as if something terrible was about to happen. Although all of them wanted to stop Wang Mingyuan, no one moved. They didn't dare enter the statue's confines. The holy brilliance came from the power of the 6 holy temples, so entering the altar was equivalent to fighting the 6 holy temples. Even a mythical companion beast wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be purified in the holy brilliance. Levitating in front of the statue, Wang Mingyuan stared at the statue and muttered to himself, "If there is an unforgivable crime in this world, then let me be the one to bear it." With that said, Wang Mingyuan slowly raised his arm high like a blade. His fingers pointed into the sky as the strange powers on his arm condensed into something corporeal. "What is he trying to do?" Shen Yuqi's voice was already trembling. He seemed to have guessed what Wang Mingyuan was up to, but he couldn't believe that something like that would happen. "Wang Mingyuan," the 6 senators roared in unison, but it was of no use. Boom. Wang Mingyuan slashed down with his arm. The terrifying power was like the heaven's blade, forcibly slicing the giant statue into 2. The split statue slowly collapsed to the sides. The whole of Holy City fell into a state of panic. Everyone stared blankly at the god-like figure floating in the air, as well as the 2 halves of the collapsing holy statue. Their hearts seemed to crumble along with it. Boom. Holy City seemed to quake due to the collapse of the holy statue. It shattered into pieces, but the holy brilliance coming from the sky didn't come to an end. Beams of holy brilliance descended from the sky like God's punishment. It was akin to the apocalypse. Without the holy statue that prayed to the heavens, Holy City directly crumbled to the ground. No one could predict what the consequences would be. Perhaps the whole of Holy City would be reduced to rubble. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Even the powerful senators, who possessed mythical companion beasts, felt their scalps tingle as they quickly retreated, hoping to escape this area. Boom. The bombardment of the holy brilliance did not hit the ground. In the air, the godlike Wang Mingyuan suffered the brunt of the terrifying holy brilliance. The boundless holy brilliance inundated him, bathing his body in it. But he didn't seem to be injured at all. Instead, a terrifying power gathered in him, causing his body to continue to undergo a strange change. Boom. Amidst the holy brilliance, 6 pairs of butterfly-shaped wings of light appeared behind Wang Mingyuan as a halo that represented godhood appeared behind him. It was as though a true god had descended. On the altar, Zhou Wen and company were already stunned. Wang Mingyuan exuded an extremely terrifying aura. They had never seen such a terrifying existence. Even though Zhou Wen had seen the white dragon at the bottom of Dragon's Well and had seen the 9 black dragons in the underground sea before, none of them were as terrifying as the present Wang Mingyuan. Compared to them, the difference was like night and day. Wang Mingyuan emitted an indescribable god-like halo. When the halo landed on Zhou Wen and company, it made them feel as though their bodies had been baptized by holy water. Their bodies, flesh and bones, every cell, were transformed. It was as though they had been reborn. Now, Zhou Wen finally knew what the last gift Wang Mingyuan mentioned was. However, Zhou Wen wasn't delighted when he saw the godlike Wang Mingyuan in midair. Instead, he felt strangely upset. Wang Mingyuan's aura transformed into a dimensional aura. Zhou Wen could no longer sense a human aura from him. It was as though he was no longer a human but a dimensional creature that was an enemy of humanity. Little Wen, what will you choose, pain or death? Zhou Wen couldn't help but recall the question Wang Mingyuan had asked him. Now, Zhou Wen seemed to understand something. Wang Mingyuan had been doing research all these years, hoping to find a way out to deal with the situation after the restrictive forces in the dimensional zones vanished. However, he didn't see any hope, so he chose another path. Just like the question he asked, he chose to live in pain. The pain he endured might not be physical, but mental pain and anguish, one far more tortuous than physical pain. In the sky, the godlike Wang Mingyuan looked up with a cold expression. He said calmly, since this world lacks the power to eliminate demons, I'll devolve to become a demon and become a demon among demons. As soon as he said that, the terrifying power in him surged into the sky. Even the holy brilliance was dispersed by his power, piercing into the void and tearing apart a huge black hole. Countless illusions appeared within the black hole. There were flying fairies, terrifying dragons, roaring behemoths, holy angels, and savage demons. Everyone stared at the black hole in the sky in a daze. Before they could react, countless roars could be heard coming from the black hole. 100-meter-long black centipede rushed out as it flapped its 6 wings. In the next second, all sorts of terrifying dimensional creatures rushed out of the black hole, instantly blotting out the sky. It was as though the apocalypse had dawned. Wang Mingyuan looked down at Zhou Wen and company before decisively turning around to walk on air. He slowly walked towards the black hole in the sky. Despite the countless powerful dimensional creatures present, none of them dared approach him. They automatically made way for him, as though he was the king of this world. Any creature that stood in front of him could not afford to withstand his rage. Teacher. Zhou Wen felt an indescribable pain in his heart, as though he had lost something. He couldn't help but cry out. However, no one responded to him. Wang Mingyuan had already entered the black hole and his body gradually vanished. However, a drop of red blood flew across space and floated in front of Zhou Wen like a drop of crystallized blood. The drop of blood was bright red, giving off a warm feeling. It was holy and without any evil. Chapter 340 Disaster. Holy City was in pandemonium as terrifying dimensional creatures endlessly rushed out of the black hole like locusts that blotted out the sky. They charged into Holy City and wreaked havoc. The clashing of forces and human cries were everywhere. Many innocent humans died and countless families had been destroyed. Zhou Wen didn't know if Wang Mingyuan's choice was right or wrong. That wasn't something he could figure out yet. He extended his hand to grab the crystalline blood, and the lost immortal sutra immediately circulated crazily and absorbed it. Zhou Wen immediately felt a strange force spread across his body. What are you waiting for? Take the opportunity of the chaos to storm out of Holy City. Do you want to wait to be caught? Zhongzia pushed Zhou Wen. He wasn't sad anymore. No matter what Wang Mingyuan had become, Zhongzia felt that it was enough as long as Wang Mingyuan was alive. Zhang Yan and Hui Haifeng ran out. Holy City was in a mess, humans were fighting the dimensional creatures everywhere, so no one had the time to pay attention to them. The 4 of them retreated as they fought. They saw powerful humans riding gigantic dragons and streaking across the sky to fight the dimensional creatures. There were also people wielding flying swords. The sword beams shot out like thousands of shooting stars, instantly wiping out a large number of dimensional creatures. Various terrifying experts tore through the air to engage in combat, but they were unable to kill all the dimensional creatures that had invaded Holy City. Furthermore, the black hole was constantly open, allowing dimensional creatures to constantly charge in. The flames of war raged nonstop. Boom. Zhou Wen and company were fleeing as a tyrannous 8-headed snake landed in front of them. The 8-head spewed various powers of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, instantly turning the area into a doomsday battlefield. Many ordinary people who were escaping died due to the various terrifying forces. With the 4 of them cornered, all they could do was retreat. Zhou Wen's figure flashed using ghost steps as he dodged the venom that spewed at him. Span, but just as he was about to get his footing, the winged scorpion descended from the sky, its tail radiating a cold light as it shot towards Span him. Zhou Wen drew his saber and slashed the scorpion in half. However, more flying scorpions rushed over like locusts. Hui Haifeng, Zhang Yan and Zhongzia were also engaged in tough fights. All of Holy City was filled with dimensional creatures, so it was really difficult for them to storm a path to freedom. When everyone was scattered, Hui Haifeng shouted, "Find your own opportunity to charge out. Leave if there's a chance. Rendezvous in school." Zhou Wen knew that their strength was minute in such a battlefield. Just barging out was impossible. All he could do was seek out an opportunity to escape without any other considerations. He believed that with Zhang Yan, Zhongzia, and Hui Haifeng's abilities they wouldn't die so easily. Boom. A mountain-like monster landed several hundred meters in front of Zhou Wen, but with it punching the ground, the streets and buildings that spanned thousands of meters were instantly reduced to fragments. The fragments collided with other objects, killing all the humans caught in between. Zhou Wen hurriedly brandished his bamboo blade and slashed apart the fragments that were flying towards him. He was still wearing the stone armor for defense, but many spots on his body had been pierced through by the fragments. He was already injured. He gritted his teeth and ran in another direction. The lost immortal sutra in him continued circulating rapidly, as though it had reached a critical point and was about to break through. Boom. The mountain-like monster once again slammed the ground, but this time, the ground didn't shatter. Span instead, it created a powerful suction force that sucked in everything around. I span it. Slash I. Zhou Wen stabbed his bamboo blade into the ground, but his entire body was dragged towards the mountain. Despite leaving a deep mark on the ground, the bamboo blade failed to stop him from flying towards the mountain-like monster. Zhou Wen turned his head to look and saw countless gaping mouths on the mountain-like monster. The humans that had been sucked in had been devoured. He had no idea what their outcomes were. With a thought, he activated the demonic astral wheel, using its suction force to keep him firmly on the ground and resist the mountain's suction force. This prevented him from flying towards it. However, the strange mountain's suction force was just too potent. Zhou Wen was ultimately unable to escape the suction force. He could only barely stop himself from being sucked in. Just as Zhou Wen was wondering how he could escape the suction range of the mountain, he saw a figure tear through the air. It was a woman dressed in black. She had appeared on an ancient bronze sword and entered the region of the strange mountain, but she wasn't pulled in by it. All she did was float in front of the strange mountain. With a pull of her hands, a sword flash immediately condensed between her hands. With a nudge, the sword beam flew towards the mountain. As the sword beam flew, the surrounding void trembled as the sword beam split into 2, then 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and 8 to 16. By the time the sword beam reached the strange mountain, it was already a cloud of swords. The strange mountain opened its mouth. After all, it was covered with mouths. It swallowed the cloud like sword beams. The black-robed woman frowned slightly. As she landed on the ancient bronze sword, the sound of the ancient greenish bronze sword reverberated. She flew back into the air and charged towards the strange mountain. The strange mountain didn't hesitate. It opened its mouth and sucked at the ancient bronze sword. However, a moment later, rays of swordlight emerged from the strange mountain, piercing through its body like sharp swords, and soon, the strange mountain resembled a porcupine. Boom. The strange mountain suddenly crumbled as the ancient sword returned to under the woman's feet. She didn't stop and flew towards other terrifying dimensional creatures on her sword. Wherever she went, the sword beam was like a turbulent river that slew countless dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to watch further. Once the mountain was dead, the suction force would naturally vanish. He chose a direction and charged out of Holy City. However, there were too many dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen killed many as he ran, but he only reached the third ring road of Holy City. Zhang Yan and company were nowhere to be seen. Apart from the dimensional creatures, he could only see humans fighting for their lives. The majority of them were soldiers, as most ordinary people had turned into corpses. A little girl was crying in the ruins, and a centipede that was several meters long was crawling towards her. Zhou Wen's rationality told him that it wasn't the time to be nosy. Escaping Holy City was imperative, but he couldn't help but slash out a saber beam, cleaving the centipede into 2. Follow me now. Zhou Wen saw that there was nothing around her except for corpses. Even if the girl's parents and family weren't dead, they probably weren't nearby. All he could do was take her out of Holy City before making plans. The girl was rather obedient as she reached out and hugged Zhou Wen's neck. Although she still had tears on her face, she had stopped crying. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt his heart palpitate as he slashed at the girl in his arms. At the same time, he pushed her away with his other hand. The girl instantly retreated more than 10 meters. Blood was left on the corner of her mouth as she stuck out her tongue to lick it. Her face was filled with a look of greed. Zhou Wen touched his neck and his hand was immediately covered with blood. There were 2 rows of teeth marks on his neck. If he had been any slower, his neck would have been bitten off. Are you a human or a dimensional creature? Zhou Wen held the bamboo blade as he calmly sized up the girl. Up to this point in time, he still had not realized that the girl had the aura of a dimensional creature. She looked like a 2- or 3-year-old human girl no matter how he looked at her. However, her actions and ability proved that she was no ordinary human girl. The girl ignored him. Her figure flashed as she pounced at Zhou Wen, so fast that she left blurry shadows in her wake. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen used his bamboo blade coupled with transcendent flying immortal. Instantly, blade beams flashed as they slashed at the girl. However, the girl was surprisingly fast. Zhou Wen's lightning-like saber technique had actually been dodged by her. She was even faster and more bizarre than Ghost King's movement technique. The girl charged through the gaps in the saber strikes and lunged forward, wanting to bite Zhou Wen's neck. The banana fan appeared in Zhou Wen's other hand. It fanned at the little girl who came at him, sending her body flying into the air. Zhou Wen followed with ghost steps and slashed out demonic astral wheel in midair. The blood-red saber beam slashed out, slashing at the girl like a blood wheel. It ripped through her clothes, but the demonic astral wheel failed to slice through her tender-looking, fair skin. It was as if the skin was not made of flesh and blood but extremely tough steel. Zhou Wen could still understand the failure of demonic astral wheel, but when the sharp bamboo blade slashed at her, it actually failed to rip her skin apart. It left him alarmed. Bamboo blade was sharp, even an epic creature with a relatively stronger physical defense couldn't completely withstand it. However, this slash didn't even manage to pierce through her skin. It merely sent her flying. All of this was quite frightening. The little girl landed on the ground as if she wasn't injured at all. She was only slightly angry as she pounced forward again. Zhou Wen retreated as he fought. Despite using all sorts of means, he was unable to injure the little girl. The girl was odd. She didn't have the aura of a dimensional creature, but her actions were like one. What was even stranger was that she didn't have any special powers. Other than having tremendous strength and extreme speed, as well as unimaginably tough skin, Zhou Wen wasn't even able to injure her when using Ashen Palm to inject a devastating force into her. Unable to kill her, Zhou Wen wanted to escape from her, but she had a deep hatred for him. She was constantly in hot pursuit. He had tried using ghost steps several times to escape, but she quickly caught up to him every single time. The girl was like a vengeful ghost that would not stop unless she had him dead. She kept chasing and attacking him, seemingly hoping to devour him alive. Zhou Wen could neither kill her nor escape. All he could do was retreat as he battled. The black hole in the sky slowly shrank, significantly reducing the number of dimensional creatures that rushed in. The 6 hero families had used everything they had in Holy City, cooperating with the military to slay the invading dimensional creatures. Although the situation was gradually brought under control, the losses this time were unprecedented since the establishment of Holy City. Back then, Jing Daoxian had only rushed into the League building and killed some League officials. Now, the disaster had embroiled all the ordinary citizens of the Holy Land. Countless people had died. Zhou Wen was certain that after today, his teacher would likely replace Jing Daoxian and become the devil that everyone despised. He would probably become even more infamous than Jing Daoxian. Teacher, is this really worth it? Zhou Wen didn't know if Wang Mingyuan's choice was right. Just like Wang Mingyuan had said, risking his life to save that woman or choosing to join the villains before thinking of a way to save her was a difficult question to begin with. Without any further time to think, Zhou Wen had already rushed out of Holy City's vicinity. There were fewer dimensional creatures around him, but the girl continued pestering him. Zhou Wen even struck her using Overlord's sword with Ever Victorious, but no matter how many times he did so, the girl didn't suffer any injuries as she continued pestering him. What in the world is this thing? Zhou Wen had a hard time battling her. If not for his companion beast's help giving him a chance for a breather to recover his primordial energy, he would have been bitten to death by the girl a while ago. Zhou Wen felt the lost immortal sutra in him circulated faster and faster. His entire body seemed to be undergoing a tumultuous change as a kind of force was growing inside him. The origin of that force was his life providence, but it was connected to his blood and soul. It was an indescribable feeling. If he had to describe it, Zhou Wen felt as though his soul was being split. Of course, this was just what he felt. Am I about to condense a life soul? What is my life soul? As Zhou Wen retreated, he thought about it. Could it be a life soul in the form of a woman? Or could it be an artifact? The reason Zhou Wen thought of a woman first was because of his Sigh of the King life providence. He vaguely felt that it had the appearance of a woman. Typically, a life soul would be tremendously influenced by a life providence. For example, a person with a Buddhist child life providence would likely have a revered Buddha shadow or Buddha statue as their life soul. For someone like Feng Qian who had the life providence of Swift Saber Heavenly King, it was a certainty that his life soul would definitely be related to a saber in the future. Therefore, Zhou Wen believed that his life soul was likely in the form of a woman, but this was just a guess. Crap. Zhou Wen's life soul formation reached a critical moment. His entire body was undergoing sublimation and his soul had seemingly left his body. This temporarily stopped him from moving. To his chagrin, the girl was still chasing after him. Zhou Wen stood motionless as the girl immediately lunged forward and opened her mouth in a bid to bite his neck. Damn it, why has it got to happen at this moment? Zhou Wen was so depressed that he nearly vomited blood. Unfortunately, the lost Immortal Sutra wasn't under his control. After absorbing Wang Mingyuan's drop of blood, it automatically activated an evolution. Chapter 342 Epic Advancement. The Stone Kai and Overlord Snake were still in armor and sword form. Without Zhou Wen's order, it was impossible for them to turn into pets and fight the enemy. Although White Shadow of Poison charged towards the little girl, it did not have much effect on her. The little girl's speed was above it, and its poison couldn't hurt her. Dr. Darkness's scalpel was unable to immobilize the little girl. The syringe was unable to penetrate her skin. So he was utterly useless. The other companion beasts like Tyrant Behemoth were too low level to be useful, so Zhou Wen didn't even summon them. With the girl already charging at him, Zhou Wen's consciousness was completely drawn by the power in his body. Unable to care about the outside world, he appeared to be in mortal danger. With a bang, Banana Fairy automatically got out of her companion form without any orders. She recovered her original form and sat on the banana leaf, putting herself between Zhou Wen and the girl as she exhaled. The Grand Yin wind immediately blew the little girl hundreds of meters away. The little girl knocked into a forest, slamming through many thick trees that spanned 2 arm widths. She left a long ditch in the forest. But very quickly, the little girl rushed out of the forest. There was still frost on her clothing, but her body wasn't injured. Seeing the little girl rushing back, Banana Fairy gritted her teeth and blew out another Grand Yin wind, blowing the little girl away. However, this time, the Grand Yin wind was clearly much weaker than the first. The distance the girl traveled wasn't as great as before. She only fell into the forest and slammed through 2 trees. The Grand Yin wind expended plenty of primordial energy. The short interval limited the amount of primordial energy that Banana Fairy could restore, thus the Grand Yin wind she blew out naturally weakened. The girl was too obstinate, as though she wanted to fight to the death. She charged over and pounced at Zhou Wen again. Banana Fairy blew another mouthful of Grand Yin wind, sending her flying again. She repeatedly prevented the girl from rushing towards Zhou Wen, who was condensing his life soul to advance to the epic stage. However, the Grand Yin wind that Banana Fairy blew out was weaker with each instance. It started with sending her flying a few hundred meters and leaving a long ditch in the ground. However, after 10 instances, the Grand Yin wind could only blow her a few meters away. After the girl landed, she dashed towards Banana Fairy quickly again, not giving her a chance to catch her breath. Banana Fairy's face was pale. The Grand Yin wind that she could produce had weakened drastically, but she remained in front of Zhou Wen without any intention of backing off. A gust of Grand Yin wind blew out again, but the girl wasn't sent flying. She continued walking towards Zhou Wen against the strong wind. At the instant the Grand Yin wind stopped, the little girl flew up and grabbed Banana Fairy's neck. She yanked her off the banana leaf and pressed her to the ground. The girl's eyes were ice cold as her palm was about to snap Banana Fairy's neck when she suddenly felt a force blast out from Zhou Wen. She couldn't help but look up. An invisible force surged from Zhou Wen's body, making his body float up uncontrollably. His body emitted a strange force that enveloped his entire body. The girl stared at Zhou Wen in midair as her eyes shimmered. It was as though she had seen something that surprised her. She was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Zhou Wen finally opened his eyes. Simultaneously, wisps of invisible flames rose up from him, a kind of indescribable force. It contained Zhou Wen's primordial energy, or even his essence, vitality, and spirit. However, it was different from ordinary primordial energy. It was not a pure energy body like a companion beast. Span it was a magical power that resembled a form of energy but also a form of span life. The energy kept rising in Zhou Wen's body as it slowly gathered behind him, as though it had formed the legendary entity known as a life soul. Zhou Wen could sense the existence of his life soul and could sense the terrifying power that came with it. However, he couldn't see it, as though it was transparent and invisible. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to figure out why he couldn't see his life soul. When he saw the little girl pressing Banana Fairy's neck to the ground, he was already raging inside. He drew his bamboo blade and slashed it at the girl. However, with this slash, Zhou Wen felt that it was somewhat different from usual. Usually, when he slashed out, how much strength the blade had was limited by his own strength. But now, with this slash, Zhou Wen felt an additional force that exceeded his limits being injected into his saber. More accurately speaking, his entire body seemed to be enveloped by a strange force. When he swung his saber, it was as if someone was holding his hand before swinging the saber with him. The slash completely exceeded Zhou Wen's expectations both in speed and strength. The blade seemed to teleport as it vanished briefly before appearing in front of the girl. The girl revealed a look of surprise as she extended her arms to block the blade. Immediately, blood splattered as the girl's arm was sliced open. Through the wound, he could see the flesh and bones inside. Her body was also sent flying, and when she fell to the ground, she created a 100-meter-long ditch in the ground that had roots entrenched in it. Zhou Wen looked at the saber in his hand in a slight daze. The strength of the saber had far exceeded his expectations. Logically speaking, although he had advanced to the epic stage, his physical stats hadn't been raised. It was unlikely he had suddenly become this strong. Even if he could become stronger, that would be when he absorbed stats crystals and increased his stats to a higher level. But now, he had not done anything, yet he was already so strong. Is this the power of a life soul? Zhou Wen inspected himself, but he didn't see anything. He clearly felt that there was a life soul outside his body, but he couldn't see it. Banana Fairy flew back and rubbed her neck, looking very uncomfortable. Zhou Wen glanced at the girl and saw her get back on her feet. He couldn't help but frown slightly as he clenched the saber in his hand, preparing to completely finish her. He absolutely couldn't let such a vicious creature live in this world. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. With her vengeful personality, she definitely wouldn't stop until Zhou Wen was killed. Zhou Wen drew his saber and was about to head towards the little girl who had just gotten up when he suddenly saw a sword flash in the sky. A black figure appeared on a flying sword, blocking him. After Zhou Wen saw who it was, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The person riding the sword in front of him was the one who had killed the strange mountain back in Holy City. Why are you killing a child? The woman in black was clearly the same as Zhou Wen. She only believed that the girl was a human child. She had passed by and seen Zhou Wen slashing at the girl from midair. She didn't know of the development prior to that. After confirming that the little girl was not a dimensional creature but a human, the woman in black stood in front of the little girl on her flying sword. However, she had no intention of taking action. She just wanted to figure out the situation. She's not human, Zhou Wen said to the woman in black. How can she not be? Before the woman in black could finish her sentence, she felt a searing pain in her calf. The little girl had lunged forward and hugged her leg. She had imagined that the little girl had done so out of fear, but the little girl ended up biting her calf. Her white teeth pierced into her flesh, almost snapping off her calf. The woman in black was at the peak epic stage with high hopes of stepping into the mythical stage, but her ancient sword was already a mythical companion beast. With the toughness of her body, it naturally wasn't something a human child could injure. It immediately made her realize that what Zhou Wen was saying was the truth. This was indeed not a human child. Bam! The woman in black instinctively raised her leg and kicked the little girl away. Then, just as she was about to attack, her body suddenly shook and she almost fell to the ground. Her vision blurred and she immediately felt something was amiss. She barely ordered the ancient bronze sword to attack the little girl, wanting to kill her now. However, as the ancient bronze sword flew out, she had already fallen to the ground. It was unknown if she was dead or alive. Zhou Wen was secretly alarmed as he subconsciously touched the wound on his neck. The woman was so strong, but with just one bite from the girl, in moments, her fate was in question. He had been bitten by her too, but he was fine. He considered it extreme luck. The ancient bronze sword continued flying towards the girl and penetrated her body. It then flew back and automatically floated above the woman in black. Zhou Wen knew that the woman wasn't dead, otherwise the companion beast would have dissipated after her death. Since the ancient bronze sword remained, it implied that the woman in black was still alive. Zhou Wen ignored her and charged at the girl who had fallen onto a grass patch. Although her heart had been pierced through by the ancient bronze sword, Zhou Wen doubted that she was truly dead. When he rushed to the grass where the girl had fallen, there were some bloodstains on the grass, but there was no sign of the girl. Clang! Zhou Wen heard a noise coming from the direction of the woman in black. He hurriedly turned around and saw the girl grabbing onto the hilt of the ancient bronze sword. Blood covered the sword as it trembled without killing the girl. Although Zhou Wen didn't know that the ancient bronze sword was a mythical existence, he had seen the might of the bronze sword killing the strange mountain. Such might was something that the epic banana fairy couldn't match up to. Even after its master stopped directing it, it wasn't likely to be seized by someone else. However, the girl held onto the ancient bronze sword. All it did was tremble without releasing any sword beams as an offensive. This left Zhou Wen very puzzled. Soon, he realized that something was amiss. The ancient bronze sword was covered with blood, the girl's blood. The blood was slowly seeping into the ancient bronze sword. The latter wasn't simply stained with blood, but rather, the quality of the ancient bronze sword was undergoing changes itself. The originally bronze material had turned to the color of purple copper after being soaked in blood. It looked extremely bizarre. Furthermore, as the blood seeped into the ancient bronze sword, the resistance it put up increasingly weakened. Zhou Wen was alarmed. He didn't dare hesitate. He slashed his saber over, hoping to kill her. Clang! The girl brandished the ancient bronze sword in her hand and clashed with the bamboo blade. Although she wasn't able to stimulate the power of the ancient bronze sword, Zhou Wen's bamboo blade wasn't able to slice through the sword. All it did was send the girl and the sword flying. Before the girl landed, Zhou Wen had already closed the distance with ghost steps. He delivered transcendent flying immortal once again as saber beams criss-crossed in a bid to slay the girl. The girl brandished the ancient bronze sword to block transcendent flying immortal, but she was unable to completely block its saber forces. With the augmentation of a life soul, Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal was even faster and more ruthless than before. He forcefully slashed across her, producing a bone-deep wound. The little girl flew as the ancient bronze sword landed beside her. Having been stabbed through the heart by the ancient bronze sword, Zhou Wen didn't dare hope that one strike was enough to kill her. He immediately rushed to her. Indeed, she wasn't dead. She even glared fiercely at Zhou Wen as he slashed down with the bamboo blade in hand. Hum. With a sword hum, Zhou Wen immediately felt that something was amiss. He instantly activated ghost steps. When he appeared dozens of meters away, he saw a sword beam sweep past the spot he had been standing on. It left behind a deep rift spanning hundreds of meters. The companion beast that had turned into a purple copper ancient sword floated beside the girl. Purple sword flashes shimmered, like a venomous snake flicking its forked tongue, one that could devour at any moment. How can this be? Zhou Wen wore a strange expression. It was almost impossible for a companion beast to betray its owner the moment it signed a contract. A companion beast's life was intrinsically tied to its owner. Although there were some methods that could tear up a companion beast contract, it was done at a huge price. Even so, the owner had to give permission. It was unheard of for companion beasts to betray on their own accord, nor had he ever heard of companion beasts being snatched away and used by others. Where exactly is this girl from? Zhou Wen was alarmed. Zhou Wen's first thought was to turn around and flee. He had seen the might of the ancient bronze sword before it could kill a suspected mythical creature like the strange mountain. Although he had advanced to the epic stage, he was still no match for it. Now that the ancient bronze sword was under the girl's control, there was a high chance that she would launch a terrifying offensive against him. As expected, the girl grabbed the ancient sword's handle and swung the sword at Zhou Wen. Purple sword beams immediately tore out of the sword in an indomitable fashion, having everything that stood in front of her. Zhou Wen was next. The sword beam was just too fast. Zhou Wen barely dodged with ghost steps, partly thanks to his life soul's augmentation. The sword beam shot out thousands of meters into the forest. Everything that stood in its way was severed, including the hard mountain rocks. It was like slicing through tofu. The girl had an indescribable ferocity. She brandished the ancient purple copper sword and charged over again. The injuries on her body were almost fully recovered. Her recovery speed was not inferior to Li Xuan's immortal god of combat and was perhaps superior. Zhou Wen didn't escape again when he saw the staggering sword beam brought about by the ancient purple copper sword. He advanced instead of retreating, pushing ghost steps to the limit as he dodged the sword beam. This allowed him to approach the girl as he slashed at her neck with bamboo blade. If the ancient purple copper sword had been fighting autonomously, Zhou Wen would have fled as far as he could. However, he realized that the girl held the purple copper sword in her hand as she fought. This made him feel as though he had a chance. The girl was very strong and her speed was very fast. Coupled with the indomitable sword beam from the purple copper sword, she looked terrifying. However, she clearly didn't know any combat techniques or sword techniques. All she did was fight based on instinct. Her fighting with the sword was inferior to having the sword fight alone. This allowed Zhou Wen to see an opportunity. He was like a ghost as he pushed the Dragon Gate Fairy skill, 9 Dragon's Art, and Ghost Steps to its limits. The limited primordial energy problem that he had before was now gone. With his life soul, he felt as though he had infinite primordial energy. He could continuously use Ghost Steps, Transcendent Flying Immortal, and many other primordial energy, expensive primordial energy skills, but he could not sense any signs of his primordial energy weakening. With his life soul, Zhou Wen felt as if he had activated a cheat that gave him unlimited skills. All sorts of primordial energy skills could be used without considering the primordial energy consumption. Although he was facing a huge crisis, Zhou Wen felt extremely carefree right now. The feeling of being able to use any primordial energy skill as he wished was just too good. In the past, he needed to do all kinds of calculations and conservation. Even with the augmentation of his Tao body, he could only use primordial energy skills intermittently. But now, the exhilaration of using one skill after another ad infinitum was something he had never experienced before. Now, Zhou Wen felt as though he had become an enhanced version of Lance. Lance could deliver an infinite primordial energy skill combo because he chose primordial energy skills that expended very little primordial energy. In contrast, Zhou Wen could now use all sorts of devastating, expensive primordial energy skills repeatedly. Furthermore, Zhou Wen's every move seemed to be equipped with a booster. His strength and speed increased greatly as every step he took seemed to have him pushed forward by a booster rocket. Now, Zhou Wen really wanted to check his in-game stats and know what his life soul was. Although he enjoyed the benefits brought about by his life soul, he couldn't see what it was. Zhou Wen's figure kept flashing around the girl. Although he couldn't clash with the ancient purple copper sword's beam, the girl's brandishing was insufficient to hit him. Instead, Zhou Wen's bamboo blade would slice through the girl's body from time to time, producing cuts on her skin. If it wasn't for the ancient purple copper sword's immense strength and how annihilative the sword beam was, forcing Zhou Wen to retreat at times, the girl would have long been slain by him. The girl also felt that she was in extreme danger. No matter how she brandished the purple copper sword in her hand, it couldn't touch Zhou Wen's body. This infuriated her. The girl gritted her teeth and dragged the purple copper sword as she fled. How could Zhou Wen allow her to escape? He held the bamboo blade and pursued her. This girl was so vicious and terrifying. If she wasn't killed today, she might become greater trouble after she grew up and learned some techniques. She might even become another terrifying demoness in the history of the League. Zhou Wen wished for nothing more than to slay the girl under his blade. However, the ancient purple copper sword's beam was too powerful, making it difficult for him to directly slay her. It was also because the girl held it and limited its strength that Zhou Wen could chase after her. If the girl were to throw it out and let the ancient sword attack autonomously, the one running would probably be Zhou Wen. The girl clearly didn't understand this logic as she kept slashing with the purple copper sword, but it failed to hurt Zhou Wen. Instead, Zhou Wen left deep wounds on her body, one so deep that her bones could be seen. The two engaged in combat as the pursuit continued. Soon, they rushed into the mountains. The purple copper sword's staggering sword beam sliced through some of the hills, testimony of the sword beam's shocking prowess. What was even more shocking was that the girl had gradually begun imitating Zhou Wen's movement technique and various techniques in battle. Although she was far inferior to Zhou Wen and could hardly cause trouble for him, she was improving rather quickly. What kind of origins does this fellow have? If she's human, how can she have such a terrifying physique and capabilities? A powerful existence like the woman in black had been bitten by her, and her outcome is now unknown. Even the ancient bronze sword has been forcefully snatched away. Such an ability is too terrifying. It's impossible for a human child to possess such powers. But if she's a dimensional creature, why doesn't she have the aura of other species on her? She looks human in every single way. Zhou Wen recalled the dimensional black hole that Wang Mingyuan had opened. If this girl had really come from the dimensional black hole, her origins were definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately, all this was just speculation. Zhou Wen didn't plan on figuring out her origins. He only wanted to quickly kill her so that she wouldn't grow stronger. There were already many wounds on the girl's body. Many of the wounds would have been fatal to ordinary people, but she had managed to survive them. Furthermore, she could continue fighting. The wounds on her body also healed quickly in battle. Now, other than beheading her, Zhou Wen had no idea how he could kill her. As the pursuit continued deep into the mountains, The girl suffered another strike from Zhou Wen, sending her flying as she landed beyond a cliff. Zhou Wen immediately rushed over and slashed his saber at the girl's neck, giving her no chance to land on the ground. The girl was in midair when she forcefully produced a sword beam, forcing Zhou Wen to dodge. He circled in the air like an eagle to dodge the sword beam before lunging at the girl who had fallen to the bottom of the cliff. The girl clearly didn't have the ability to fly. Without any place to land her feet to propel her elsewhere, she was unable to dodge. Her face finally revealed a look of panic as she desperately swung the purple copper sword furiously. Zhou Wen flew through the air like a fairy, dodging the shocking sword beams. Finally, he approached the girl and slashed at her neck. Fresh blood splattered. Although the girl had tried her best to twist her neck, she suffered a horrendous wound. Zhou Wen had sliced a fifth into her neck. Zhou Wen was just about to continue striking the wound when he suddenly felt a terrifying force spew out from beneath the cliff. A large number of strange vines extended from the bottom of the cliff. A few of them managed to bind the girl while the other vines swept towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen slashed with the bamboo blade, he managed to damage them but was unable to sever them. Seeing that the vines were still sweeping towards him, he had no choice but to use fairy skill to dodge their attack. The girl had already been pulled to the bottom of the cliff by the vines. Zhou Wen summoned White Shadow of Poison. With a flap of its wings, it chased the vines down the cliff. He wasn't sure what the vines were, but he knew that he couldn't let the little girl live. Otherwise, it would only spell doom in the future. Vines swept towards Zhou Wen, but thankfully with the White Shadow of Poison and his movement techniques, he dodged the vines' attack and chased the girl to the bottom of the cliff. The scene below left Zhou Wen alarmed. Beneath the cliff was a gigantic mushroom about 2 to 3 stories tall. Or, perhaps, it was a Ganoderma lucidum or something similar. Either way, it was a fungus. The huge mushroom cap was black. Whiskers that looked like vines extended out from under the cap. They wrapped around the girl and the purple copper sword in her hand as they attacked Zhou Wen. The girl was entangled by the mushroom whiskers and looked to be in extreme pain. The whiskers were like blood-sucking leeches, clinging onto her and piercing into her skin to extract her blood. The purple copper sword was bound by the mushroom whiskers and couldn't break free. A plant-type dimensional creature can actually hold back that ancient purple copper sword so that it can't break free. What in the world is this place? It has such a terrifying plant-type dimensional creature. Zhou Wen looked around, completely unaware of where he was. He had pursued the girl in too deep, so he had no idea where he was. Mushroom whiskers swept over like an inescapable net. Zhou Wen slashed with the bamboo blade, his body constantly moving as he barely managed to dodge the sweep from the mushroom whiskers. However, he was unable to do anything to the gigantic mushroom or even approach it. Just as the little girl was about to be sucked dry, she let out a painful scream. Her body withered rapidly. Her face contorted into an excruciating grimace. Get reborn in a good family for your next life. Zhou Wen frowned slightly as he summoned the Overlord sword. His body rapidly flashed as he found an opportunity to strike out and stab through her body. Although the girl was doomed and Zhou Wen didn't need to add this additional strike, her death meant the wiping out of the grudge between them. There was no need for him to see her die in pain. It was better to let her rest in peace early. Zhou Wen stabbed through the girl's body with his sword. At that moment, the girl might have been drained of too much blood by the mushroom and was on the brink of death. She was slain immediately upon being struck by Overlord Sword's beam. Just as Zhou Wen was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt the mysterious phone vibrate before flying out of his pocket. The phone screen automatically lit up. This was something that had never happened before. The last time Zhou Wen's phone was taken away by the military, they had checked it, however, it couldn't be switched on as though its battery was flat or damaged. But now, the phone actually moved on its own. The screen showed the dead man tree's interface and at the same time, the camera on the phone focused on the slain girl and automatically snapped a picture. Then, Zhou Wen saw the girl's corpse and the purple copper sword vanish together. And on the dead man tree, there was a tiny sprout. The huge mushroom immediately went crazy when it lost its target. Countless mushroom whiskers extended out from beneath the mushroom cap and swept towards Zhou Wen like a tidal wave. Zhou Wen didn't dare hesitate. He grabbed the phone floating in front of him and flew up, heading for the cliff. However, the whiskers flew even faster than Zhou Wen, instantly catching up to him. The great yin wind from the banana fan only blew some of the mushroom's whiskers askew while even more mushroom whiskers swept over. All Zhou Wen could do was make a sacrifice. He summoned several companion beasts that he didn't usually use, throwing them at the mushroom whiskers. Taking the opportunity while the mushroom whiskers bound his companion beasts, Zhou Wen flashed away and dodged the attack from the other mushroom whiskers before finally rushing out of the cliff. He turned back and saw the golden warriors and Stone Kylan being caught by the mushroom whiskers. In a blink of an eye, they were reduced to dust that scattered everywhere. What a terrifying plant-type dimensional creature. Zhou Wen didn't dare stay any longer as he charged into the sky. He saw the mushroom whiskers soar up like a volcanic eruption, but they failed to catch up to him. Zhou Wen didn't dare fly randomly in midair. After leaving the cliff, he retraced his steps. The mushroom whiskers had limited length, so there was no way they could chase after him. This relieved Zhou Wen. After running for some distance with no dimensional creatures appearing anywhere, Zhou Wen finally heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly checked the information on his phone. The blood-colored avatar's information had undergone a huge change, somewhat different from the one he had undergone during the legendary stage. Zhou Wen, Epic. Life Providence, Sigh of the King. Life Soul, Slaughterer, Primordial Body. Strength, 22 Sun. Speed, 22 Trajectory. Constitution, 22 Guilt. Primordial Energy, 22 Taboo. Poison, 17. Wind, 11. His primordial energy skills and companion beasts were still the same. The 4 basic stats were now 22. Behind Constitution was the word Guilt. Zhou Wen didn't know what it meant, but from the looks of it, the postfix was similar to the other 3 stats after he broke through each limit. He just didn't know why using his teacher's blood to break through would be guilt. His life soul's name was Slaughterer, but when he looked for the information on the life soul, he realized that it was blank. He didn't know why his life soul had the name of a slaughterer. He was clearly a pacifist and didn't like slaughters. As for the postfix of the primordial body, Zhou Wen had already learned that the life soul of humans was different from the life soul of dimensional creatures. A dimensional creature's life soul was fixed, remaining the same after birth. However, a human's life soul could grow. In the beginning, it was a primordial body, and after a single evolution, it would be an evolved body. A second evolution was a perfect body. Currently, the most powerful epic stage life soul for humans was a perfect body. Legend said if a perfect body further improved, one would reach the mythical stage. Of course, this was only a legend. Zhou Wen had never heard of any human having evolved to the mythical stage. Zhou Wen didn't wish to stay in the wilderness for too long. Thankfully, his memory was outstanding. He still remembered how he came. He rode the mutated stone Kai and ran towards a small city nearby. When he arrived at the location with the signal, Zhou Wen gave In Sheng a call and asked him about the situation. Young Master Wen, you shouldn't have gone to Holy City. Holy City suffered casualties this time. Wang Mingyuon's crime has implicated the Wang family. If it wasn't for the fact that they have some influence in the league, the entire Wang family would have been doomed. Even so, the Wang family is still in a terrible fix and they won't have it easy. As for the 4 of you being Wang Mingyuon's students, I'm afraid no one in the league will dare to hire you in the future. And Sheng clearly knew of what had happened at Holy City as he spoke to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen fell silent. He didn't mind if no one dared to hire him, but with Wang Mingyuon's infamy that would last generations, there was probably no way to whitewash him. Many lives were lost because of his actions. There was no way he could be rid of the guilt. Young Master Wen, where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. As long as you return to Luong, no one in the league will touch you, In Sheng said. There's no need. I remember the way. I can head back myself. Zhou Wen rejected In Sheng. As the path In Sheng had taken previously wasn't too dangerous, he could return to Luong safely with his present strength. Alright, be quick. Now that Holy City is in a mess, the 6 families and the Special Inspector Bureau don't have the time or manpower to do anything to you. However, things will be different after a while. You have to return to Luong as soon as possible, said In Sheng. After hanging up, Zhou Wen rode the stone Kai and headed for Luong. And Sheng was right. He needed to return quickly. In the past, the Bureau had tried to arrest him simply because of a tiny bit of suspicion. Now his teacher, Wang Mingyuan, had committed such a huge crime and they had been right beside him when things went down, therefore, Zhou Wen refused to believe that the 6 families would ignore them. Therefore, he had to return to Luong as quickly as possible. If there was no other choice, he could only escape into a dimensional zone. He didn't encounter any danger along the way. Zhou Wen rode on the mutated stone Kai that moved faster than a car. However, it was too bumpy, making it very uncomfortable for gaming. Zhou Wen observed the dead man tree on his cell phone every day and saw the flower sprout growing bigger by the day. It was very similar to the situation after Yan Zhen's death. From the looks of it, after Yan Zhen died the last time, he was sucked in by the dead man tree. That's why no one saw his corpse. Zhou Wen roughly gained an understanding of what was going on, but he still wasn't sure if this was a good or bad thing. The dead man tree was an unknown and terrifying existence. Previously, everything on the phone had been under Zhou Wen's control, but now, the dead man tree seemed to exceed his control. However, it was useless to worry about these things now. He couldn't throw away his phone just because of the dead man tree's existence. Zia Xuanyu, can you tell me exactly what happened? Zia Dongyu stared at Zia Xuanyu, his eyes filled with rage. Zia Xuanyu was one of the geniuses that the Zia family had. She had the greatest hope of advancing to the mythical stage. Her life soul had reached the perfect stage and the mythical companion egg the Zia family had obtained from a dimensional zone was given to her because of her outstanding performance. Zia Xuanyu lived up to everyone's expectations. With the Zia family's resources, she had advanced the ancient sword to the mythical stage in less than 6 years. It could be said that Zia Xuanyu was the main pillar of the Zia family, but she ended up heavily injured while in the wild. The Zia family found her and managed to save her life, but she claimed that the ancient sword was gone. Zia Yunyu was extremely calm as she recounted what happened that day. Are you telling me that you fainted after being bitten by a 3-year-old child? After you woke up, that ancient sword companion beast was gone. Xia Dongyu found it unbelievable. After a moment of silence, Xia Xuanyu said, now that I think about it, the young man was right. That child really wasn't human. Was. What's that young man's name? What does he look like? Find him. As long as he's not dead, we must figure out the truth. Xia Dongyu held back his anger as he spoke. That was a mythical companion beast. The Xia family didn't have many mythical companion beasts. With one gone just like that, how could he not be angry? Xia Xuanyu knew what Xia Dongyu was suspicious of, but when she thought of the youth's appearance, Xia Xuanyu said, I didn't take a careful look at that young man back then. I fainted after I was bitten. Now, I can't remember his face anymore. I just found him very ordinary looking, without any obvious characteristics. Xia Dongyu was even more furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. After venting his anger, he allowed Xia Yunyu to leave his office. That young man must be one of Wang Mingyu's 4 students. I just don't know his name. Xia Xuanyu was also in front of the Holy Tower back then, so she naturally recognized Zhou Wen, but she just didn't know his name. After she returned, Xia Yunyu found information from the bureau and quickly confirmed that the young man she had met was Wang Mingyu's disciple, Zhou Wen. Forget it. If I hadn't stopped him from killing that girl, such a thing wouldn't have happened. It has nothing to do with him. He's already in enough trouble, so why should I heap more on him? Xia Xuanyu closed the window containing Zhou Wen's information, having no intention of pursuing the matter. When Zhou Wen successfully returned to Luang and Shang and Ouyang Lan had also rushed back from Zuolu. He was taken to Ouyang Lan before he even entered the city. Punk, why are you so unlucky? It doesn't matter now that Wang Mingyu's dead, but he sure brought hellfire on the Wang family and his students, Ouyang Lan sighed as she held Zhou Wen. How are Hui Haifeng, Song Xia, and Zhang Yan? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. He hadn't encountered them the entire way back. Hui Haifeng's family background is clean. There shouldn't be any problems. He should be at home now. If there aren't any problems, he should return to school for lessons shortly, Ouyang Lan said. What about Song Xia and Zhang Yan? Zhou Wen realized that something was amiss. Ouyang Lan shook her head and said, no one knows. There hasn't been any news about them to date. I wonder if they died at the mouths of those dimensional creatures or if they managed to escape and have hidden themselves. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He believed that it was unlikely for the two of them to die so easily. As long as they didn't fall into the hands of the Special Inspector Bureau and the 6 families, they still had a chance of meeting in the future. Sis Lan, how's the situation at Zuolu? Only then did Zhou Wen recall that if Ouyang Lan and In Sheng had returned, did that mean that there had been some new developments? There's no progress. The inner sanctum is guarded by mythical creatures. Our men cannot enter unless Tianzuo brings his companion beasts over, but Luang isn't stable either. It's impossible for him to leave for so long. Otherwise, Luang might be the next holy city, Ouyang Lan said with a sigh. Clearly, she was helpless on this matter. From the looks of it, I can only rely on myself. Zhou Wen knew that the In family couldn't be counted on. He had to think of a way to crack the inner sanctum and find the former principal. Although he knew that the odds were against the former principal, Zhou Wen refused to give up until the time he saw his corpse. After returning to the school's dorm, Zhou Wen continued studying his life soul. When an ordinary person advanced to the epic stage and condensed a life soul, they would sense their life soul to a certain extent and would know its approximate powers. However, Zhou Wen was very puzzled about his life soul. He could sense the existence of Slaughterer and sense its close relationship with him, but he was unable to communicate with it. It felt like Zhou Wen's life soul was a lifeless robot. All it knew was to follow a program. In any case, this feeling was extremely odd. Zhou Wen didn't discover anything after looking through the college's records regarding the epic stage. Why are my life providence and life soul so strange? It's fine if I can't read the information about the life soul, but I can't even see it. What's going on? Zhou Wen had tried many times in game. His life soul didn't seem to have a corporeal body. When attacked, Zhou Wen could sense the life soul on him, but it didn't stop any attacks. Any force would penetrate it and affect Zhou Wen as though it didn't exist. Zhou Wen couldn't command Slaughterer to take the initiative to attack, nor could he allow Slaughterer to use any skills. It was as though Slaughterer's effect was to passively increase Zhou Wen's strength and speed, as well as provide an infinite reservoir of primordial energy. Why does my life soul and life providence seem to be swapped when compared to others? Others have a life providence that provides passive abilities, while their life soul has active skills. Why is my life soul a passive ability? Zhou Wen found it very strange. Zhou Wen wished that his life soul was like Dr. Soul's. It could aid Dr. Darkness and could also attack independently. That was Zhou Wen's ideal life soul. In fact, most life souls were like that. The life soul of the mutated Stone Kai was in an offensive and defensive state. At the very least, even Wang Mingyu's life soul was a bottle with a healing ability. However, Zhou Wen's life soul had no ability to attack on its own. It could only attach to him to provide support. Zhou Wen wanted to test out Slaughterer support, so he planned on heading to a test venue. After all, he had advanced to the epic stage and the ordinary testing apparatus in his dorm didn't have such a high upper limit. He couldn't accurately make measurements with them. Just as he walked out of Four Seasons Garden, he saw Wang Fei walk over. Zhou Wen, do you have time? Can we have a chat? Wang Fei walked over and asked. Ms. Wang, what's the matter? Zhou Wen guessed that Wang Fei was probably going to tell him about Wang Mingyuan. Indeed, Wang Fei sighed and said, I shouldn't have introduced you to Uncle Mingyuan. I originally wanted you to study well, but I ended up bringing you to harm instead. Ms. Wang, it's nothing like that. I don't regret learning from teacher. No matter how others see him, he will always be my teacher, Zhou Wen said with a serious expression. Wang Fei stared blankly at Zhou Wen for quite some time. After confirming that he wasn't joking, she shook her head and said with a bitter smile, even those who share the same blood can't compare to a student. This world is really different. Ms. Wang, has something happened? Zhou Wen felt that the Wang Fei today was a little different from the tutor Wang Fei he had known before. Wang Fei shook her head. It's nothing. From tomorrow onwards, I won't be your tutor anymore. I came to see you before I leave the school. I originally wanted to apologize, but since you don't mind being Uncle Mingyuan's disciple, there's no need for me to say sorry. Ms. Wang, you are leaving the school. Zhou Wen said in surprise. Although he wasn't quite studious usually, this didn't stop him from believing that Wang Fei was a good tutor. After Uncle Mingyuan's incident, I can no longer remain in the school as a tutor. I'm a family member of a monster who betrayed all of humanity. No one can tolerate such a person to continue teaching. The league can't tolerate it, nor the parents of the students, so I, as a relative of a sinner, can only resign, Wang Fei said self-deprecatingly. Zhou Wen was at a loss for words. Wang Mingyuan's incident was terrible and there were far-reaching influences. This was something expected. Anyone could be willful and say that one had to be responsible for their own actions. However, if something were to really happen, certain influences couldn't be avoided. That's good too. I've always felt that I'm unsuitable being a tutor. Perhaps the battlefield is where I belong. Wang Fei looked at Zhou Wen and said, Zhou Wen, study hard. Don't let others look down on you. After all, Uncle Mingyuan and I have taught you before. With that said, Wang Fei waved her hand, indicating that Zhou Wen need not say another word. Then she turned and left. Zhou Wen felt somewhat uncomfortable as he watched Wang Fei leave. He ultimately believed that she was a good tutor. No one's more suitable as a tutor than you, Zhou Wen said to Wang Fei's back. Unfortunately, Wang Fei had already gone too far and couldn't hear him. Before Zhou Wen could enter the testing hall, Li Xuan called him on the phone, requesting he head to the activity room of the Xuanwen Club. Old Zhou, are you alright? Li Xuan asked as he sized up Zhou Wen. Why wouldn't I be? I'm more curious about why you're looking for me, Zhou Wen said casually. Our Xuanwen Club has been established for quite some time now, but we haven't organized many activities. Now that you're finally back, I plan on inviting all the members over for an event, Li Xuan said with a smile. It's not a good time now, right? Wang Mingyuan's matter had just happened and all of the league citizens all knew about it. As for being Wang Mingyuan's disciple, although there wasn't any news about this spreading, many people on campus, especially the members of the Xuanwen Club, knew that Zhou Wen was studying under Wang Mingyuan. This is the best time to run one. Only then will we be able to tell who truly is a trustworthy partner, Li Xuan said with a smile. I've informed all members and also told them that you will be coming. As for how many will eventually come, I don't know. There's no need, right? It's just a school club and we aren't real companions. Why do you need to know so clearly? Zhou Wen said disapprovingly. Li Xuan played it off with a laugh and said, we recently recruited quite a number of people and it feels quite troublesome. We can take this opportunity to kick a portion away so that it will save us the trouble. Zhou Wen didn't say anything else. After some time, people slowly straggled in, but most members didn't come. Some gave excuses while others didn't even reply, nor were they seen. What surprised Zhou Wen was that Gu Dian was here. Fang Ruoxi and Tian Shengdong had also come. Then, there were Feng Qian and Wang Lu. The Xuanwen Club, which had reached a membership of almost 30 people, had now been reduced to the few of them. Those who came today are all true friends of our Xuanwen Club. Okay, let's cut the chatter. In the future, none of you will be left out when there are special activities. This is some bonus from the club. I know no one will be impressed by it, but just treat it as a little token from Zhou Wen and me. Li Xuan distributed the special passes he had prepared. They were passes to dimensional zones that students usually couldn't enter. Never expected such a bonus. Can you count me in as well? Someone pushed the door open and walked in. When Zhou Wen saw that it was Huang Ji, he said with a smile, Senior, are you using us for amusement? Zhou Wen knew that Huang Ji had an extremely odd personality. Although he had a terrifying cultivation, he never participated in any school activities. He hadn't joined the student council when they invited him to be its vice president. Do I look like I'm joking? If you don't find me a hindrance, then help me with the sign-up procedures, Huang Ji said. Nothing of that sort, Senior Huang. We fully welcome you joining our Xuanwen Club. I'll do the paperwork for you. Li Xuan was very happy. He originally thought that he would be purging members today, but he never expected to have one join. Furthermore, it was the famous Huang Ji. It was truly a pleasant surprise. I'll leave the administrative procedures to you. Zhou Wen, we've already finished the game's alpha version. Try it out. Huang Ji unlocked his phone and handed it to Zhou Wen. It's been made. Zhou Wen was delighted. He never expected that the game could be made in such a short span of time. It's just an alpha. The map uses Tiger Cage Pass. Try it and give me some feedback, Huang Ji urged Zhou Wen, clearly looking forward to his evaluation. Under Huang Ji's guidance, Zhou Wen tapped an icon and soon entered the game interface. How is it? Huang Ji asked eagerly. Zhou Wen looked at the game interface and gaming characters as his expression turned odd. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled a 2D side-scrolling game from the past. Zhou Wen could only describe this game interface using one word: crude. After all, it's just an alpha. I think it will get better in the future. Zhou Wen could only console himself. Li Xuan and company crowded over to take a look at the game Zhou Wen and Huang Ji had come up with. Zhou Wen had no choice but to control the character and try out the controls. The controls were very smooth and the character design included 4 skills, ones that were common on campus. One typically could obtain them easily. The controls were pretty alright, but the in-game monsters were demonized soldiers from Tiger Cage Pass. Although their styles were a little crude, one could tell that they were demonized soldiers. However, the demonized soldiers in-game were a little stupid. Although their attack patterns were the same as real ones, they weren't as intelligent. He easily killed a few demonized soldiers. After walking a short distance, he realized that there was no path ahead. Where should I go? Zhou Wen looked at Huang Ji. This is just an alpha. The map is only that big. What do you think? Huang Ji asked Zhou Wen with an expectant look. I invested 1.5 million, and you are giving me this. Zhou Wen really wanted to point at Huang Ji's nose and question him. In what universe did such a game look like it was worth 1.5 million? However, seeing Li Xuan and company looking at him, Zhou Wen could only grit his teeth and say, not bad. Keep up the good work. I look forward to the day the game truly launches. Having already made the investment, it was too late to say anything now. In order to accentuate his persona of a gaming fanatic, he had no choice but to suffer in silence. Huang Ji imagined that Zhou Wen was really looking forward to seeing his game, so he said excitedly, I knew you would like it. Don't worry, I'll speed up the progress. The first map I'm preparing to do is Tiger Cage Pass. After it's created, I will add more common primordial energy skills that are readily available in our school, allowing the students to choose their own primordial energy skills to game. I'll also add a demonized general as a boss and add all the skills and behavior of it. As long as other students play our game, they will have a more comprehensive understanding of the demonized soldiers and demonized generals. Zhou Wen no longer had much hope for Huang Ji. It seemed like the quality of the game he developed wasn't as high as his cultivation. However, since he had already spent the money and Zhou Wen wasn't really hoping to play the game, all he could do was grit his teeth and agree, expressing his anticipation. Huang Ji was delighted, his enthusiasm boundless. After settling the sign-up procedures, he went back to work on the game development. Old Zhou, I think that game seems a little too simple. Although Li Xuan usually only played simple games to kill time, he could tell that the game's interface was truly terrible. Zhou Wen had no choice but to speak up for Huang Ji. What's important isn't the game's graphics but the content of the game. In the future, the game will add all the dimensional zones on campus as dungeons. When the time comes, one will be able to understand the behavior and various skills of dimensional creatures by gaming, so it will be very beneficial. Is that so? Li Xuan and the others expressed their doubts. Although the current level of technology wasn't much better than it was more than a decade ago, the standards of a 3D game were already rather mature. In terms of side-scrolling games like Huang Ji's, it just didn't seem right. However, they didn't really play games, so they didn't have much of an opinion about it. On the contrary, Wang Lu seemed somewhat interested in this. She got Zhou Wen to let her have a spin after the game was done. After Wang Fei left, the school assigned another tutor to their class. However, Zhou Wen had already advanced to the epic stage and was on the same level as his tutor. The teaching content used to teach ordinary students was useless to him. The school was most useful to Zhou Wen because of that massive database and those dimensional zones. Therefore, when he had nothing to do, Zhou Wen would crazily grind the dungeons. After entering Tiger Cage Pass, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to rush for the city gates. Sitting on the mutated stone Kai made him look domineering. All the demonized soldiers and demonized generals that approached were killed by the beam of light that shot out from its eyes. Otherwise, it would summon large swaths of spears that erupted from the land, piercing to death hordes of demonized soldiers. When the arrow flew over, the mutated stone Chi's eyes blasted out a beam that collided with it and exploded. The beam dissipated and the arrow shattered. The blood-colored avatar continued charging forward as huge amounts of arrows rained down. A grayish-white stone dragon appeared above the stone Chi's head. It spewed out large amounts of grayish-white smoke that immediately petrified the arrows as they crumbled to the ground. The blood-colored avatar didn't do anything as the mutated stone Kai leapt up and jumped onto the city gates. The black-armored general at the pass pulled out his halberd and smashed it at the blood-colored avatar on the mutated stone Chi's back with terrifying demonic flames. Zhou Wen summoned his overlord sword as his greatsword clashed with the halberd. With a clang, the halberd was flung away as overlord's sword deviated from its trajectory. Neither side gained the upper hand. However, in the next second, Zhou Wen used Transcendent Flying Immortal. He became one with the sword as he transformed into sword shadows that slashed at the black armored general. The black armored general's demonic flames surged into the sky as he brandished his halberd and blocked the attacks. It was as though he had 3 heads and 6 arms as he successfully blocked the transcendent flying immortal. What a powerful demonized general. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. Although his attributes hadn't increased much after he advanced to the epic stage, with the addition of Transcendent Flying Immortal and the augmentation of the Slaughterer Life Soul, ordinary epic creatures couldn't withstand a single strike from Zhou Wen. Yet, the black-armored demonized general was actually able to block his Transcendent Flying Immortal. Furthermore, the strange weapon didn't snap from the blow. It left Zhou Wen somewhat surprised. However, Zhou Wen's strongest strength now wasn't one Transcendent Flying Immortal strike but infinite Transcendent Flying Immortal strikes. The mutated stone Kai pounced at the demonized soldiers that came charging forward. The blood-colored avatar's figure flashed as it pulled the distance with ghost steps, delivering wave after wave of Transcendent Flying Immortal. Sword shadows danced wildly as they constantly struck the black-armored general. Although the black-armored general's combat strength was extraordinary and he was able to block Transcendent Flying Immortal, he couldn't use his primordial energy skills repeatedly like Zhou Wen. In the gaps of his skills, Zhou Wen slashed at the joint between the helmet and armor. Boom. Zhou Wen originally imagined that even if this strike couldn't kill the black-armored general, it would still be able to severely injure him. However, to his surprise, the demonic flames on the general's body turned into a 3-headed, 6-armed devil. Among the devil's 6 arms, he held a halberd condensed from 3 demonic flames. One of the halberds had blocked Overlord's sword. Although the halberd condensed from the demonic flames was shattered, the black-armored general managed to escape the certain doom. Furthermore, the shattered halberd quickly reformed. The blood-colored avatar's fight with the black-armored general was like facing the black-armored general and his 3-headed, 6-armed life soul. It was unable to take him down quickly. However, infinite ghost steps and Transcendent Flying Immortal were just insane. Even with the help of his life soul, the black-armored general was only able to withstand less than 20 consecutive Transcendent Flying Immortal strikes before being killed by Zhou Wen. Killed epic creature Tiger Cage Demonized General. Discovered dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen saw a crystal drop out of the black-armored general's body. Picking it up, he saw that it was a strength crystal with a value of 31. He immediately absorbed it and raised his strength stat to 31 points. The mutated stone Kai was still engaging in a slaughter amidst the demonized soldier horde. Zhou Wen ignored it and charged straight into Tiger Cage Pass to see what was inside. However, despite killing everything in the pass, he failed to discover any other dimensional creatures of notice other than the Tiger Cage demonized general. Strange is that all Tiger Cage Pass has. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. Although the Tiger Cage demonized general was indeed very powerful and should be a top-notch epic creature, there was no reason why the college couldn't crack Tiger Cage Pass if that were the case. No matter how powerful the Tiger Cage demonized general was, it would be impossible for him to withstand the siege of numerous epic experts. Suddenly, Zhou Wen realized that something was amiss. Ever since he had entered the city, he had killed countless demonized soldiers and demonized generals, but none of them dropped dimensional crystals. It was rather abnormal. Zhou Wen took a look at the in-game notification, but he didn't discover anything special. It kept notifying him that he had killed demonized soldiers and demonized generals, but nothing dropped. After storming through the city a little bit more, his suspicions were confirmed. No matter how many he killed, the number of demonized soldiers and demonized generals in the city didn't seem to lessen. Zhou Wen had deliberately summoned Banana Fairy to get her to engage in a mass slaughter with the mutated Stone Kai, but a large number of demonized soldiers and demonized generals continued to surge over. Thanks to having unlimited primordial energy, Zhou Wen could continue. Any other epic expert would probably be exhausted from handling the endless horde. Zhou Wen carefully observed and discovered that the demonized generals and demonized soldiers surged out from the city gate's entrance. With a thought, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar and charged towards the city gates. When he saw the city gates closing from afar, he saw someone standing above them. He had not seen this person when he stormed in, nor when he was on the city gates. Zhou Wen did not believe that he was seeing things. This was because the person was completely different from ordinary demonized soldiers and demonized generals. He wasn't wearing any armor or equipment. Instead, he wore a cotton shirt, one that looked odd. It resembled a Taoist robe, but there were differences. That person stood on the city gates, wearing a devil mask on his face. It was impossible to tell what he really looked like. He reached into his pocket and dug out something before scattering it into the city. Finally, Zhou Wen got a clear look. What the person scattered were black beans. When the beans hit the ground, they turned into demonized soldiers. Some of the more special beans became demonized generals. Is this the legendary cast beans for soldiers? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded when he saw that. Then, he was delighted. If he were to kill the strange person, he might be able to have the cast beans for soldiers' primordial energy skill drop. Since ordinary demonized soldiers and demonized generals were no match for Zhou Wen, he stormed a bloody path and charged towards the city gates. The devil-masked man sprinkled a few more beans. Upon seeing that the demonized soldiers and the demonized generals weren't able to withstand the blood-colored avatar, he stopped. He then took out 2 items, a pair of scissors and a stack of yellow paper. The strange person held the pair of scissors in one hand and a piece of yellow paper in the other. With a few crunching sounds, he cut the yellow paper into a human shape and threw it into the sky. The sky was filled with yellow paper, and when the yellow paper landed, it transformed into a tiger cage demonized general. More than 10 tiger cage demonized general instantly surrounded Zhou Wen as they charged at him from all directions. Zhou Wen sidestepped and dodged a few halberds. At the same time, he slashed out with Overlord sword, clashing with a tiger cage demonized general's halberd. Then, he was astonished to discover that the tiger cage demonized generals which were cut from the yellow paper were actually comparable to a true tiger cage demonized general in terms of strength and speed. What was even more unbelievable was that all the tiger cage demonized generals produced a 3-headed, 6-armed devil life soul. Holy shit, who's that strange person? This is way too sick. Zhou Wen was alarmed. This was the first time he had seen such a primordial energy skill. It was unimaginable that just a paper figurine would be able to reach the standards of a tiger cage demonized general. Could it be that the strange person is at the mythical stage? Zhou Wen guessed inwardly. At the same time, he also knew why no one could leave alive after entering Tiger Cage Pass. It was really difficult to stay alive with someone like that guarding Tiger Cage Pass. Shoot the horse before shooting the rider, capture the leader before capturing the looting throng. It's useless for me to kill these Tiger Cage demonized generals that are made from paper figurines. I might as well charge over to kill that strange person. Zhou Wen exerted strength under his feet as he unleashed his full speed with ghost steps, dodging the Tiger Cage demonized general's encirclement. He soared into the sky and attempted to fly up to the city gates. However, the strange person held a tiny triangular flag and waved it at the sky. Instantly, dark clouds gathered as lightning bolts struck down and hit the blood-colored avatar. The blood-colored avatar immediately went numb as it fell from the sky. More than 10 tiger cage demonized generals immediately charged forward, bent on slashing the blood-colored avatar to death. The mutated stone Kai roared and the stone dragon life soul spewed out large amounts of grayish-white smoke. It made several tiger cage demonized generals have no choice but to brandish their halberds to fend off the gray smoke. Meanwhile, Banana Fairy spat out a mouthful of grand yin wind. Instantly, a tiger cage demonized general beside her was blown away before slamming into the city wall, causing bricks to fly everywhere. The blood-colored avatar thankfully didn't die after being struck by lightning. It immediately used ghost steps to dodge the tiger cage demonized general's attacks. The devil-masked man on the city gates took out another stack of yellow paper and cut it into a human shape. Scattering it again, more than 10 tiger cage demonized generals descended. Who could withstand that? A tiger cage demonized general was already a top epic creature. Now, there were about 30 of them. Zhou Wen had to fight 1 against 30. If it wasn't for the fact that his life soul was empowering and he had 2 powerful companion beasts helping him, he would have died long ago. Banana Fairy. Come, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to beckon at her, summoning the Banana Fairy into his hand. He shook the fan and fanned a few times. In the past, due to his limited primordial energy, he had to rest once he fanned. He would wait until his primordial energy recovered before doing it a second time, but now he was frantically fanning. He didn't have to worry about the primordial energy expenditure. Although the grand yin wind produced by Zhou Wen wasn't as strong as Banana Fairy's use of it, he could do it as many times as he wanted. As the fan fanned in every direction, gust after gust of grand yin wind swept out, sending the tiger cage demonized generals flying into disarray. They slammed into one another or crashed into buildings, causing many of the buildings to collapse. With the Overlord sword in Zhou Wen's other hand, he slashed out without any hesitation, beheading the tiger cage demonized generals in midair. Bam! 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 White smoke spewed out from the tiger cage demonized generals' heads, reducing them to paper figurines. They floated to the ground, but nothing dropped. Clearly, the tiger cage demonized generals transformed from paper figurines weren't real dimensional creatures, they were just the strange person's primordial energy skill. Seeing so many tiger cage demonized generals killed, the strange person began cutting paper again. Zhou Wen didn't give him the chance to do so. The 2 wings on his back, which were formed from white shadow of poison, flapped as he activated Flash to instantly close in on the city gates. With transcendent flying immortal, he wanted to slay the strange person under his sword. However, the strange person reached out and threw a rope that shot into the sky like a rod. Dark clouds appeared above his head. The strange person held the end of the rope, pulling it into the dark clouds. When Zhou Wen's Overlord sword hit the clouds, the terrifying sword beam sliced apart the dark clouds, but the strange person was nowhere to be seen. In the next second, he saw a strange figure appear on the roof of a small building in the city. The strange person scattered the yellow paper in his hand as more than a dozen cut tiger cage demonized generals landed and relentlessly charged at Zhou Wen. Who is this fellow? He has terrifying and bizarre powers. Zhou Wen charged forward with Banana Fairy as he kept fanning the banana fan, sending the charging tiger cage demonized generals flying. This time, Zhou Wen was too lazy to kill the paper-created tiger cage demonized generals. Killing them was useless. Nothing dropped from a piece of paper. Therefore, Zhou Wen rushed straight for the strange person on the roof as he slashed out demonic astral wheel with Overlord sword. The strange person dodged demonic astral wheel but didn't expect it to boomerang as it immediately struck his back. Zhou Wen was delighted when he saw the strange person sliced in half. However, white smoke emitted from the strange person's body as two halves of a yellow piece of paper fluttered down. On the other end of the city gates, the strange person appeared again. He casually threw out yellow pieces of paper that transformed into Tiger Cage demonized generals. Joe battled the strange person in Tiger Cage Pass, but all he killed were either bean soldiers or paper generals without any benefit. He wanted to kill the strange person, but the strange person's extremely arcane primordial energy skill made it seem like a magic trick. Even if Zhou Wen's sword managed to behead him, the strange person would turn into yellow paper the very next second and his real body would appear someplace else. I can't take it anymore. If I continue, my primordial energy might remain full, but my body won't be able to take it. Zhou Wen was extremely exhausted. His muscles were aching. Although he had sufficient primordial energy, he had maintained such a high-intensity use of primordial energy skills that his muscles were about to tear. Zhou Wen had no choice but to leave Tiger Cage Pass. Killing the final boss of Tiger Cage Pass didn't seem like it would happen anytime soon unless he found his weakness. Killing him with brute force alone was impossible. Although he didn't have the ability to kill the Devil Masked Man, Zhou Wen could rush out of Tiger Cage Pass alive. He was already a rare, powerful existence at the epic stage. Any ordinary epic might not survive in there. After quitting the game, Zhou Wen went online to search for information. The school's database did not have any records of the strange person. Zhou Wen also checked the history of Tiger Cage Pass and discovered that section of history was rather vague, with only a few recorded folklore tales in the Three Kingdoms. However, the Three Kingdoms records basically pointed to military generals who appeared at Tiger Cage Pass. There was no one who was proficient in Taoist spells. However, there were indeed some legendary characters in the Three Kingdoms: Yuji, Zuoci, Immortal Nanhua, as well as the latter's two disciples who seemed to have such abilities. All of them seemed to be possible candidates. However, such information wasn't of much help for Zhou Wen's slaying of the Devil Masked Man. After all, the books didn't provide any methods to crack their Taoist spells. Zhou Wen roughly compared it and felt that the strange person was either Zuoci or Immortal Nanhua and his lineage. Zuoci was adept at all kinds of magical arts and was best at various bizarre spells. Immortal Nanhua's lineage was represented in the Three Kingdoms as using spells related to talisman soldiers. Zhou Wen studied it for a while and found several ways to deal with paper generals online. The most direct way was to attack with water. Paper figurines were the most afraid of water. Legend had it that once it rained, those paper generals would be useless. However, how could it rain in-game? The more realistic method was to find a companion beast that could spray water. As long as he could crack the strange person's paper figurines, there was a higher chance of killing him. Apart from the paper figurine avatar, the strange person also had a skill that allowed him to crawl into the clouds with the rope before vanishing. After Zhou Wen checked the internet, he found that there actually were such techniques recorded. Legend had it that these techniques were known as the immortal chains, but they had long been lost. There was no way to crack them yet. After some thought, Zhou Wen ultimately decided to leave the Tiger Cage Pass's boss for the future. This fellow was too difficult to kill. He would try again when he obtained a companion beast that could spray water. Zhou Wen decided on going to Ant Nest to kill the golden flying ant. Zhou Wen was already very familiar with Ant City. He didn't need to do anything as his mount, the mutated stone Kai, could finish off a large horde of black-winged flying ants and the flightless ants. The low-valued crystals that dropped were of little use. The companion eggs that dropped were fed to his few pets as snacks. Tyrant Behemoth was simply too gluttonous. Its appetite alone was comparable to Banana Fairy and Silver-winged Sky Spider. Furthermore, it was only at the mortal stage, but the phone often popped up a notification that it was hungry. This gave Zhou Wen a headache. If it's such a glutton at the mortal stage, won't it really be able to swallow 1,000 mountains when it truly advances to the mythical stage? Zhou Wen was worried if he could afford to rear this fellow. When he saw his old friend, the golden flying ant, again, it hadn't changed at all. However, Zhou Wen was no longer the same Zhou Wen who waited to be butchered by it. Using ghost steps, he was able to instantly dice up the golden flying ant with transcendent flying immortal. The previously mighty golden flying ant couldn't even withstand a single strike from Zhou Wen. The speed it relied upon for survival was useless in the face of ghost steps and transcendent flying immortal. Killed epic creature, golden ant. Discovered dimensional crystal. A golden crystal dropped from the body of the dead golden ant, which Zhou Wen grabbed before it landed in the honey pool. It was a primordial energy skill crystal. Inside the golden dimensional crystal was the shadow of a golden flying ant. However, it was unknown which of the golden flying ant's primordial energy skill it was. He reached out into the pool and scooped up some ant honey before trying it. It tasted pretty good, and at the same time, a warm current entered his body. However, the ant honey was no longer of any use to Zhou Wen. It couldn't increase his primordial energy. After getting Banana Fairy to eat a little, Zhou Wen's heart stirred when he saw that Banana Fairy seemed to like it. He summoned Tyrant Behemoth and got it to eat the ant honey. Tyrant Behemoth didn't stand on ceremony. It buried its head in the honey pool to drink, quickly dropping the honey level in the pool. After it was halfway done, Tyrant Behemoth was surprisingly satiated and stopped devouring the honey. This was a rare situation. Even a glutton like Tyrant Behemoth had times when it was satiated. It's quite good to use this ant honey to feed my companion beasts. I've finally found a source of food for the future. Zhou Wen was delighted. In the future, as long as he killed the golden flying ant, he wouldn't have to worry about not having any food to feed Tyrant Behemoth. He had solved a huge problem. He chose to absorb the primordial energy skill crystal that was dropped by the golden ant. However, a notification indicated that he lacked 7 points of light stats. Jowen obviously didn't have a light stat. He was instantly depressed. Many epic primordial energy skills had stat requirements, and even primordial energy arts had requirements. It wasn't like the past when he could freely absorb them. Looking at the white cocoon suspended in midair, Jowen gritted his teeth as he unsheathed his sword and slashed at it. After cutting it open, he indeed saw the creature inside. She was the same as before. She was curled inside the white cocoon, but when Jowen saw her, he was alarmed. This was because he felt that the creature inside the cocoon seemed to have grown significantly. Even the wings on her back seemed to have expanded significantly, making her look less tender than before. She's growing up. Jowen was somewhat surprised. The dimensional creatures in the game were like NPCs. No matter how many times Jowen visited, their behavior and levels were the same. There wouldn't be any changes. However, the creature inside the cocoon actually grew. This was quite terrifying. Jowen was about to use Overlord's sword to slash at the creature inside the cocoon when she opened her eyes. She was originally hugging her knees with her face buried in her arms, but she tilted her head, revealing her side profile and an eye. She then glanced at the blood-colored avatar. Boom. The blood-colored avatar's body exploded as the game screen went black. How is this fellow so powerful? With my present strength, I can't even withstand a glance from her. Jowen was alarmed. This was probably the most terrifying dimensional creature he had ever seen. Whether it was the 9 black dragons, the white dragon under Dragon's Well, or even the 2 mythical creatures in the temple, they couldn't be compared to the creature inside the white cocoon. At the very least, the other mythical creatures couldn't instantly kill the blood-colored avatar with just a mere glance. Thankfully, Jowen didn't expect to kill the creature inside the white cocoon himself. After all, the golden ant and the honey pool were his main targets, so he had completed his mission. As the blood-colored avatar died, the primordial energy skill crystal dropped by the golden ant had been erased. Jowen didn't mind. After some hesitation, he dripped his blood to revive. He started the Dragon Gate Grotto Instance Dungeon and went to Old Dragon Cave. The creature inside the white cocoon was terrifying, and when Wang Mingyuan transformed into a dimensional creature, he clearly had the aura of the white cocoon, which was protected by the white dragon. Jowen didn't know what Wang Mingyuan had done to the white cocoon, so he wanted to head down to take a look. Given his current strength, as long as he wasn't too close to the white dragon, there shouldn't be too much danger. Jowen kept his stealth when he went down Dragon's Well until he arrived at the white dragon's stone pillar. However, what he saw left him somewhat astonished. The white dragon was still coiled around the stone pillar, but the white cocoon above the stone pillar was gone. How did it disappear? Could it be that teacher really took away the white cocoon or killed the creature inside? However, even if he took away the white cocoon, it should still be in-game. Could it be that the white cocoon has a unique attribute? Be it in-game or in real life, as long as one takes the white cocoon away or the creature inside the white cocoon is killed, it will no longer exist. Jowen thought about it and felt that it was a more reasonable conjecture, or there was no explaining the disappearance of the white cocoon. Teacher, what have you done to the white cocoon? Jowen still had some doubts, unsure how Wang Mingyuan had used the white cocoon to become a dimensional creature. Not daring to alarm the white dragon, Jowen controlled the blood-colored avatar to secretly leave Dragon's Well. Ant Nest has already been cleared. Tiger Cage Pass only has that one boss left. Now, I should head to Zulu's back cave. I'll grind more stats crystals there and raise my 4 basic stats. Then, I can head to the temple to give it a try. Although I doubt I can kill the 2 mythical creatures, I can try to find their weaknesses. As long as I can find their weaknesses, there might be a chance to kill them even if they are mythical. Jowen entered the Zuolu Instance Dungeon and began grinding crazily. Epic creatures had stats that ranged from 21 to 41 points, but in fact, only mythical creatures could reach 41. The highest attribute a typical epic creature had was 40 points. And this was even with a certain overdrive mutation. In fact, most epic creatures' stats only reached 36 to 37 points. That was already considered pretty good. Apart from dropping 36 valued speed crystals, the ordinary bats dropped relatively low valued stat crystals. Only the white shadow of poison dropped a 40 valued speed crystal. This was Jowen's main goal. Grinding was boring. Spending at least 10 hours a day to grind the same monster was even more boring. Someone else would have vomited from this mindless grinding, but Jowen kept on going. He only stopped to sleep. He didn't even waste time while brushing his teeth or using the toilet. Over the next few days, Jowen rarely left his residence. He was like a daughter of an aristocratic family in ancient times, never taking a step out of the house. His stats slowly increased, but the slaughterer life soul showed no signs of evolution. There were a myriad of ways for a life soul to evolve. Everyone needed to find their own way. Some life souls would only be able to evolve after absorbing stat crystals, while others needed to be evolved in battle. There were some that needed special supplementary materials to evolve. In short, there were no 2 life souls that were completely identical in the world. Likewise, there was no completely identical evolutionary method. Zhou Wen had tried using stat crystals or engaging in combat with Slaughterer tagging along, but nothing worked. Slaughterer remained a primordial body. I'm just too anxious. To be able to advance to the epic stage at 17 years of age is already staggeringly fast. The average person would probably exceed 30 years of age by the time they advance to the epic stage. Geniuses would usually have to finish university before they advance to the epic stage in their 20s. Compared to them, my advancement speed is sick, Zhou Wen consoled himself. However, he also knew that although his advancement was fast, it was still insufficient. He still didn't have the ability to storm into the Zuolu battlefield and find his former principal. Furthermore, dimensional zones could lose their binding restrictions at any moment. When that happened, having epic combat strength might not be considered weak, but it was definitely not strong. While grinding the stat crystals, Zhou Wen attempted to switch to other life providences. He realized that when he switched to other life providences, he was unable to summon the Slaughterer life soul, nor could he use it. Clearly, the Slaughterer life soul could only match with the Sai of the King life providence. When he used other primordial energy arts, he only had a life providence and no life soul. Zhou Wen still remembered the last time he had read the tablet text and condensed a life providence. Therefore, he went to the Fire God platform to check on the Ancient Sovereign Sutra, but he was greatly disappointed. Nothing happened when he looked at the Ancient Sovereign Sutra's stone monument. Zhou Wen didn't give up and went to Mount Laojun to look at the wordless monument. He also went to Small Buddha Temple to read the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra and the Bronze Lamps Godfiend era. The outcome was the same nothing. Could it be that the primordial energy art simulated by the Lost Immortal Sutra isn't able to produce a life soul? Zhou Wen found it very likely. After all, it was only a simulation and not a primordial energy art that he had truly mastered. It was like a building in the sky. Without a foundation, it was normal for him not to be able to condense a life soul. Although he had expected it, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He felt that it would be a pity to just let the 4 life providences go to waste. After all 4 life providences had their own unique characteristics. If he could condense a life soul, it would definitely be a very unique one. However, since he couldn't condense a life soul, Zhou Wen didn't think too much about it. He continued grinding stat crystals daily, trying his best to raise his stats before finding a way to evolve Slaughterer. One day, while Zhou Wen was grinding, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw an unknown number. When the call connected, a rather charming man's voice sounded. Is this Zhou Wen? I'm Zhou Wen. Who are you? Zhou Wen had a vague impression of the voice, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. I'm Li Xuan's second brother, Li Mobai. We met previously at the auction, Li Mobai said. What's the matter? Zhou Wen frowned slightly, unsure what Li Mobai was up to by contacting him. Are you free soon? I want to have a chat with you, Li Mobai said. Sorry, I'm very busy with my studies. I don't have much time. With that said, Zhou Wen hung up. Li Mobai and Li Xuan were enemies. Since Zhou Wen treated Li Xuan as a friend, he naturally couldn't have anything to do with him. Although Zhou Wen had never dealt with Li Mobai, the methods the latter employed allowed him to know that he was terrifying. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Li Xuan's 2 childhood friends to betray him. Zhou Wen was a very lazy person to begin with, so he didn't wish to waste his time dealing with such a person. However, his phone quickly rang again. Zhou Wen glanced at it, it was still the same number. Zhou Wen didn't pick up the first time, but Li Mobai called again. After some thought, Zhou Wen answered the call and planned on telling Li Mobai not to call again. However, before Zhou Wen could say a word, Li Mobai said, Do you want to know what the experts like old Mr. Ouyang and the rest studied at the Zuolu battlefield? Zhou Wen was rendered speechless when he heard that. He asked with a frown, What do you mean? Li Mobai continued, The League has invited many experts to go to Zuolu for research. Besides old Mr. Ouyang, there are also people of his caliber. Having spent so much money, don't tell me you think that the League's brass doesn't have any requests. Regardless of their goal, there's no need to pursue it now, Zhou Wen said. That's where you are wrong. In fact, the research of old Mr. Ouyang and the rest had borne fruit long ago. They dug out quite a number of things from the Zuolu battlefield and also made some inferences. The garrison stationed at Zuolu didn't tell you these things, right? Li Mobai said. Are you done? If you are done, let's leave it at that. Don't call me again. With that said, Zhou Wen prepared to hang up. Even if what Li Mobai said was true, Zhou Wen could have Sheng investigate. There was no need to establish ties with Li Mobai. Do you know that there's a locked companion beast in basement 4 of the Ziyuan crystal shop? Li Mobai suddenly said. What? Zhou Wen asked in feigned ignorance. Do you want to know the origins of that companion beast? Do you want to know its relationship with old Mr. Ouyang? I'll wait for you at the west entrance of your college at 8 p.m. tonight. See you. Li Mobai hung up after saying that. Zhou Wen looked at the phone as several thoughts ran through his mind. What exactly is Li Mobai up to? Did he throw out so much bait just to meet me? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment before making a phone call to Li Xuan. Then, he recounted what Li Mobai had said to him. You want to go? Li Xuan fell silent for a moment before saying. I do want to know the answers to those questions, Zhou Wen said. Then go. However, you have to be careful. My brother is truly terrifying, Li Xuan said. I know. Zhou Wen knew what Li Xuan was worried about, but it was impossible for him to hide from Li Mobai his entire life. It was better to meet him openly and see what he was up to. It was late summer, and daylight didn't last long. By 8 in the evening, the sky had already darkened, and the street lamps outside the college's walls that were modeled as wrought iron lamps had already lit up. The west gate was a side gate of Sunset College. It wasn't as grand as the main entrance, but it wasn't small either. After Zhou Wen showed his pass to the soldiers guarding the gate, he walked past the west gate and saw a garden trail that was about 3 meters wide. Li Mobai was standing under a street lamp and holding his phone in his hand as he browsed through something. Li Mobai, why are you looking for me? Zhou Wen walked in front of Li Mobai and asked directly. Li Mobai lowered his phone and looked at Zhou Wen. Wang Mingyuan betrayed humanity and entered a dimensional zone. Although it was his choice, it implicated the Wang family and his few students. It's fine if the Yin family protects you in Luoang, but it's impossible for you to stay in Luoang forever. It's also impossible for you to be taken under the wing of others forever. Once you leave Luoang, the road ahead of you will be thorny. No matter what you do, you will be labeled as a traitor student. Everyone will look at you as a horse of another color. No matter what you do, it'll be harder than others. Can't I always stay in Luoang? Zhou Wen said indifferently. Although he indeed planned on leaving Luoang after graduation, he naturally wouldn't say this to Li Mobai. Li Mobai smiled and said, if you were such a person, you wouldn't be my brother's friend. My brother's ability to read people is terrible, and he's always muddle-headed in whatever he does. He thinks he's free and easy, but in reality, he's just avoiding problems. There are only two kinds of people who are willing to be friends with him. One is someone who covets his identity as the third scion of the Li family and wants to take advantage of him. The other is the kind who really doesn't care about anything and just wants to make friends with him. If you wanted to take advantage of him, you should have taken advantage of the Yin family. However, you didn't do so. Although I'm not willing to believe that brother could have such good luck, you are indeed the latter kind of person. How could a person who doesn't want to take advantage of others stay in Luoang? Li Mobai asked. That's equivalent to not saying anything. Typical friends only have those two outcomes. It's binary, Zhou Wen said. One ace. Li Mobai shook his head and said, it looks like you are as simple and pure as Li Xuan. It's no wonder you can be friends. In fact, other than childhood playmates, any friend you encounter after stepping into society is centered on interests. That also means that you have to be valued by others before others will choose to approach you and slowly establish a so-called friendship. Brother has always been muddle-headed and believes himself to be smart, but in fact, he is just burying his head in the sand. If he continues on like this, truly powerful experts will not be willing to interact with him. They naturally won't be friends. Those who are willing to approach him are mostly only eyeing his wealth. Can't he have a friend that shares common hobbies and interests with him? Zhou Wen asked. Of course. If you're a soccer mate, you have to be able to kick a ball first before others come looking for you. This is your value. If it's the antique collector's circle, you have to understand what's valuable or have a collection before entering that circle. This is also your value. If you don't have any value, why would others get you to play soccer? Why would they discuss collectibles with you? Li Mobai said. What are you trying to get at? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Li Mobai was right, but Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that something was amiss and couldn't completely agree with him. I'm just having a casual chat. I invited you here today because I want to make a deal with you, Li Mobai said. What deal? Zhou Wen asked. My Li family has some connections with the League's brass and happens to know some information about the Zuolu battlefield. If you are interested in the news, I would like to ask you for a favor, Li Mobai said with a smile. What do you want me to do? Zhou Wen didn't ask Li Mobai about the news. However, Li Mobai said with a smile, let me give you the general outline. Back when the dimensional zone in the Zuolu battlefield hadn't opened, someone found a stone artifact on the Zuolu battlefield. There was a pill inside the stone artifact. The League's brass experimented on it. Only a small amount of powder could advance a mortal companion beast to the legendary stage. After pausing for a moment, Li Mobai continued, I believe you've heard some of the methods used by the League's brass. Soon after, someone called for so-called volunteers and did human trials. The result was exaggerated. An old man who had never cultivated seemed to turn young again after using a small amount of the powder. His hair turned black and his skin became taut. After testing, his bones were akin to a man in his 30s or 40s. His various vitals had improved tremendously, reaching the level of a peak mortal. The powder that he used was almost negligible. Don't you think people would feel tempted knowing that something like that exists? But at that time, the Zuolu battlefield had yet to become a dimensional zone. The brass sent people over to find the location of the stone artifact. They wanted to see if there were any more. However, Zuolu was huge and they couldn't dig up the entire place. That's why a team of experts comprising old Mr. Ouyang was formed. Zhou Wen only listened silently. The fact that Li Mobai could tell him meant that it likely wasn't a secret. Indeed, Li Mobai paused for a moment before continuing, the expedition team has actually been in Zuolu for a long period of time. They did get something. Old Mr. Ouyang once returned to Luoang Midway. According to my investigations, after he returned to Luong, he didn't even go to the Yin family. He only went to one place. Ziyuan Crystal Shop. Zhou Wen stared at Li Mobai and asked. Li Mobai nodded. Yes, that's why I've investigated the Ziyuan Crystal Shop and discovered some interesting things. It's regarding old Mr. Ouyang and the companion beast locked at basement 4. If you are interested, you only need to do me a little favor. I'll tell you everything I know, and I guarantee you'll be interested. You can also ask the Yin family to help you investigate, but a lot of clues were deliberately erased when I was doing the investigation. And I did the same thing. Even the Yin family won't be able to easily figure out anything via an investigation. What do you want me to do? Zhou Wen asked with a frown. Very simple. Sever ties with Li Xuan. The relationship between the two of you shall be limited to being schoolmates, Li Mobai said. From the looks of it, there's no need for us to continue the conversation. Goodbye. Zhou Wen turned around and walked towards the college's west gate. Although he was very interested in the secret of the companion beast in basement 4, he didn't wish to be manipulated by Li Mobai. Even if it wasn't for Li Xuan, Li Mobai's schemes had nearly killed him as well. If it wasn't for him being careful and having certain strength, he might have long died with Li Xuan. Old Mr. Ouyang had been to Zuolu a long time ago. The companion beast in basement 4 of the Ziyuan shop might have been brought back from Zuolu, Li Mobai suddenly said. How early was early? Zhou Wen turned to look at Li Mobai and asked. After all, he hadn't agreed to his conditions. He didn't mind hearing it if Li Mobai was willing to tell him. Anyway, it's much earlier than the League's investigations on Zuolu. It should have been when old Mr. Ouyang was still young, Li Mobai said with a smile. If you're still interested and want to carry on listening, we can discuss conditions again. I don't think there's any need to continue the discussion. Zhou Wen turned around and left. This time, Li Mobai didn't say another word. All he did was watch Zhou Wen enter the college's west gate, still wearing that smile as though nothing had changed. On the way back, Zhou Wen kept thinking about what Li Mobai had said. Ouyang Lan had indeed told him that Principal Ouyang used to take her to see the companion beast when she was young. What Li Mobai said wasn't impossible. It was only recently that the Zuolu battlefield had a dimensional zone appear. When Principal Ouyang was young, Zuolu didn't have any dimensional zones. Where did he get the companion beast? Zhou Wen couldn't figure it out. Since he couldn't figure it out, Zhou Wen didn't think about it any longer. As long as he could find the former principal from the Zuolu battlefield, all his doubts would be resolved. Therefore, Zhou Wen only wanted to quickly raise his stats and find a way to advance his life soul. Then, he would head to the two temples and attempt to find the weaknesses of the mythical creatures. How was it? What did my brothers say to you? When Zhou Wen returned to his dorm, Li Xuan was waiting for him at the entrance. Zhou Wen recounted the encounter between them and Li Xuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. I never expected him to do this much investigation. However, why don't you directly ask Qin Ziyuan? Since the former principal stored his pet with him, he should know something. Zhou Wen shook his head. I've seen Qin Ziyuan before and always have a bad feeling about this person. Later on, after careful thought, I realized that he might have appeared too warm. It made me feel a little uncomfortable. The next morning, Zhou Wen woke up as usual and took out his phone to game. However, he heard hurried knocks on the door. When he opened it, he saw Feng Qian standing outside the door, looking delighted. Coach, I figured it out, Feng Qian said excitedly as he grabbed Zhou Wen's shoulder. What did you figure out? Zhou Wen asked in a daze. He was completely helpless against Feng Qian, feeling that it was fine as long as he was happy. Nothing else mattered. I seem to have figured out one saber art that I've been practicing. I think I might be advancing to the epic stage, but I'm not sure, Feng Qian said. You're about to advance to the epic stage. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. Feng Qian nodded and shook his head again as he said incoherently, I'm not too sure either. I feel like I'm about to break through, but the old man who taught me the one saber art said that it would take at least 5 to 6 years for me to advance to the epic stage from the legendary stage and to figure out the true meaning of the one saber art. From that, I would condense a life soul and advance to the epic stage. However, I've only been at the legendary stage for just over a year now, so I shouldn't have advanced so quickly. But I feel like I'm about to break through. In what way do you feel like you are about to have a breakthrough? Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he asked Feng Qian. I don't know either. I just kept practicing. By the way, didn't you specially instruct me in the past? I've been practicing my saber techniques recently, trying to resolve the problems with it. I finally came up with a solution. It was at that moment that I felt like I was about to break through. That feeling was very clear to me, that if I continued practicing, I would be able to break through a critical point. I believe it's about breaking past the legendary stage, but it seems too fast. I'm only 17 years old. Can I really advance to the epic stage? Feng Qian seemed somewhat lacking in confidence. Then give it a try. Since it's a breakthrough, there shouldn't be any harm if you do not advance to the epic stage, right? Zhou Wen said. You're right. I'll try now. Feng Qian was too excited just now, so when Zhou Wen said that, he immediately snapped to his senses and slashed with his saber. This is my living room. Why are you practicing here? Shouldn't you be at the training field at the very least? Zhou Wen immediately felt depressed. Feng Qian was a martial arts fanatic. He lacked common sense in a way worse than Zhou Wen, or rather, his mind was focused on his saber practice. He could not think about anything else. Only such a person can obtain such achievements. Success indeed doesn't have any shortcuts. How much you put in is how much you gain in return. Zhou Wen sighed inwardly. However, Feng Qian didn't give a damn about anything. He slashed out repeatedly with his saber in Zhou Wen's living room without releasing any saber aura. However, Zhou Wen could sense that the force from the saber was becoming stronger and stronger. Feng Qian slashed out 10 times on just an ordinary slashing stance, yet the saber force was already unbelievably powerful. It was as though Feng Qian could split a mountain in front of him with one cleave. Zhou Wen felt that his essence, vitality, and spirit were somewhat different. It was as though something was spewing out from him. The present Feng Qian was like a volcano about to erupt. Zhou Wen looked at Feng Qian and suddenly had a thought. The Lost Immortal Sutra is different from ordinary primordial energy arts. It can automatically circulate, so much so that one doesn't need to gain any insights for a breakthrough. As long as my stats reach a certain level, I can advance immediately. However, ordinary people need to cultivate in primordial energy arts and understand the true meaning in it before they can push their bodies, essence, vitality, and spirit to the limits and break through to produce a life soul. If I were to do it according to how ordinary people advance to the epic stage, can I also condense several other life souls? Zhou Wen was unable to confirm if this was possible because his few primordial energy arts were apparently simulated by the Lost Immortal Sutra. It wasn't something he had mastered himself, so he wasn't sure if he could condense a life soul like an ordinary primordial energy art. All he could do was give it a try in the future. While Zhou Wen was pondering over it, Feng Qian seemed to have unlocked a particular shackle. An unparalleled saber intent erupted from his body. This caused an indomitable terrifying power to erupt from him. The power grew stronger and stronger, condensing above Feng Qian's head, transforming into a corporeal saber. The blade was very pure and the design was the simplest saber often seen in the Tang dynasty. It didn't look fancy, but it was sharp. It looked as if no one in the world could block its sharpness once it moved. Zhou Wen wasn't surprised when he saw that Feng Qian's life soul was a saber. This person probably only had his heart occupied by sabers. It couldn't be any more normal to have a saber for his life soul. It would be odd otherwise. I've really advanced to the epic stage. With a thought, the saber flew to Feng Qian. He reached out to grab the hilt, and once he held the saber in his hand, he was certain that he had advanced to the epic stage. Zhou Wen immediately felt envious. It would be great if his life soul was so obedient. Congratulations on advancing to the epic stage. Zhou Wen was genuinely happy for Feng Qian. He believed that now that Feng Qian had advanced to the epic stage, there was probably no reason for him to disturb him while he was gaming again, right? As Feng Qian held the life soul saber, his eyes gradually became resolute. He looked up at Zhou Wen and said, "Thanks to you, coach, I was able to advance to the epic stage at 17 years old. It's almost 3 years ahead of my plan. Please continue guiding me in the future." "I didn't guide you at all. It's all because of your talent. It has nothing to do with me. There's nothing I can teach you in the future," Zhou Wen hurriedly said with a shake of his head. Feng Qian didn't argue with Zhou Wen. Instead, he held his life soul saber and said, "Coach, I've just advanced to the epic stage. I'm still unfamiliar with the power of my life soul. Can you spar with me?" Zhou Wen originally wanted to refuse, but on second thought, he agreed and went to the training grounds with Feng Qian. Although he wasn't interested in fighting Feng Qian, Zhou Wen was thinking about the other 4 primordial energy arts he had. If he could use the typical methods used to advance to the epic stage, he needed to comprehend the true meaning behind the primordial energy art. It would be a win-win situation to spar with Feng Qian. When they arrived at the training grounds, Zhou Wen thought for a moment and switched his primordial energy art to the Godfiend era. Feng Qian's saber techniques were fast and he had advanced to the epic stage. Although his stats hadn't increased, his saber speed would definitely become even faster with the augmentation of his life soul. Zhou Wen's other 3 primordial energy arts didn't significantly increase his speed. Now, Zhou Wen's highest stat was speed. With the Godfiend era life providence that increased his speed and gave him levitation abilities, he believed he could probably battle Feng Qian. Feng Qian's life soul belonged to a combat type, so it could be used as a weapon. Feng Qian held his life soul saber and slashed forward. This strike was completely different from the last time Feng Qian sparred with Zhou Wen. Back then, Feng Qian needed to slowly increase the saber's speed with every strike, but this strike was so fast that it was almost indiscernible. It was as though it had vanished from his sights. If he hadn't advanced to the epic stage and raised his speed stat, he probably could only have a chance at dodging the strike with ghost steps. However, things were different now. Zhou Wen's speed stat had increased to 36 points. Feng Qian had just advanced to the epic stage and was likely only at 21 points of speed. The difference was still huge. Without using ghost steps, Zhou Wen took a step forward and his speed soared to an extreme. He followed up with Dragon Gate Fairy skill, dodging Feng Qian's attack in an unfazed manner. "Coach, you have to be careful. My soul is known as the regicide and what I'm sensing is that it's unmatchable. Feng Qian didn't guard against Zhou Wen at all, as he shared his life soul's name and ability. The life providence and life soul were the greatest dependence a person had, so most people wouldn't easily let others know about their life providences and life soul's ability. Regicide. Why does it sound a little inauspicious? My life providence has the word king. Doesn't regicide mean killing a king? Zhou Wen made connections. Feng Qian had mastered his saber techniques, and he had showcased the standards with his first strike. It exceeded the speed his body could control, the standard back when he delivered more than 100 strikes. If he continued slashing, his strikes would become faster. Having already exceeded his physical limits, Feng Qian shouldn't have been able to control such speeds. However, he was using the life soul saber. It was almost one with him, greatly enhancing his control. This allowed each strike to exceed his limits, thus becoming stronger and faster without losing control. Thankfully, Zhou Wen's speed stat was much higher than Feng Qian's. With the God-Fiend era as his foundation, it wasn't difficult for him to dodge Feng Qian's swift saber. However, Zhou Wen couldn't help but praise Feng Qian. If Feng Qian didn't die because of a mishap, he would definitely be a great saber expert in the future. His life providence as Swift Saber Heavenly King allowed him to have a talent of having no upper limit when it came to saber speed. Now that he had the Regicide Life Soul, it gave him a saber that was most suitable for him. In addition, with his innate concentration and perceptivity towards sabers, no one could stop him from advancing as long as he didn't die. Perhaps he might one day really advance to the mythical stage. Feng Qian's saber was getting faster and faster and becoming more and more dangerous. His saber techniques were no longer like the past, deliberately seeking out perfection. One could see many flaws in his saber techniques, but all of them were concealed under his swift saber's speed. Even though Zhou Wen could see through the flaws, Feng Qian was too fast. Seeing it but not being able to act on it was equivalent to not having any flaws. In the past, Feng Qian's saber techniques had some commonplace triteness, and he had deliberately pursued the limits. Although he wasn't as perfect now, he had some of the traits of it being all so natural. The triteness was gone, and there was some finesse. At first, Zhou Wen didn't feel any pressure. After all, his speed was much higher. However, slowly, Feng Qian's saber techniques made him feel pressured. It was a saber technique that exceeded the limits. It had infinite possibilities, but it also required Zhou Wen to give him an opportunity to showcase it. Otherwise, Feng Qian wouldn't have any infinite possibilities if he was defeated in the first strike. Under the swift saber that could kill in the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen was as graceful as an immortal, dodging the saber strikes repeatedly with his feet not touching the ground. While fighting Feng Qian, he also sensed the characteristics of the God-Fiend era and God-Fiend life providence. The God-Fiend era primordial energy art was unpredictable. The God-Fiend life providence gave Zhou Wen the ability to control space. With the God-Fiend life providence, Zhou Wen could treat the sky as flat ground. To him, there was no such thing as direction. Wherever he stood, the infinite worlds were beneath his feet as the ground. With such an ability, Zhou Wen had a lot more choices than the average person when using movement techniques. Zhou Wen could easily do something that many others could not. In the past, Zhou Wen had only used the God-Fiend life providence to provide him with the ability to control space, and he didn't think too much about it. However, after carefully sensing the God-Fiend life providence, he realized that what he could do was far more than he imagined. Just like the Dragon Gate fairy skill. With the God-Fiend life providence, there were many moves that required him to leverage himself on some other object to continue. However, he could exclude all of that because he didn't need any leverage to directly fly through the air, saving him a lot of time and primordial energy. He did not need to take a breath in places that usually required it. It was just like how humans swam under the water. They would need to surface to take another breath after some time. However, if humans could breathe underwater, why would they need to waste time to surface and get another mouthful of breath? The God-Fiend life providence made Zhou Wen the Lord of the Skies, making him freer than a bird. After gaining a deeper understanding, he realized that under such circumstances, he could do things no one could imagine. Feng Qian had restrained himself in the beginning, afraid that he would injure Zhou Wen with his saber. However, the more he battled, the more he realized that Zhou Wen's movement techniques were unique and unbelievable. He had never seen a person actually have the ability to float upside down in the air and fight in battle. It was as though the laws of science didn't rule over Zhou Wen at all. It completely crushed all the experience he had gained in his previous battles with humans. The many movement techniques Zhou Wen displayed were things he had never imagined before. They practically exceeded humanity's imagination. As expected of Coach. This left Feng Qian excited. He brandished his saber and fought Zhou Wen to his heart's content so that he could see more of Zhou Wen's strange movement techniques. Zhou Wen's movement techniques became stranger and more bizarre as time passed. As for Feng Qian's saber techniques, they were becoming calmer, using permanence to counter impermanence. It was as though Feng Qian was truly comprehending the profoundness of countering movement with stillness. With the God-Fiend life providence, Zhou Wen began to gain an advantage. However, he gradually realized that every strike from Feng Qian made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as though he had sealed off all the changes in his movement techniques, giving him a feeling of returning to the basics. Zhou Wen was already immersed and focused on the battle. As he fought, he pondered how to escape the present predicament. However, no matter what kind of changes Zhou Wen's movement technique did, no matter how unique it was difficult to waver Feng Qian's saber. Every strike from Feng Qian had turned simple. He had seen through the myriad of changes to finally decide on one saber strike. In between each strike was without bound or limit and turned sublime. Feng Qian had finally mastered his saber techniques. Zhou Wen's movement technique kept changing, only barely managing to dodge Feng Qian's saber techniques. However, the space he could move about decreased, being constantly suppressed by Feng Qian's saber techniques. This strong and oppressive pressure did not cause Zhou Wen to panic. Instead, he felt a little excited. His brain was calmer and clearer than any other time. Zhou Wen constantly sought the possibility of cracking Feng Qian's saber techniques. He squeezed out every ounce of possibility from his body to turn the impossible possible. The Godfiend Life Providence and Godfiend Era Primordial Energy Circulation were similarly squeezed dry, allowing Zhou Wen to deeply feel their existence and effects. Only by doing so could Zhou Wen better make use of them. Gradually, Zhou Wen realized that the Godfiend Era and Godfiend Life Providence were somewhat different from what he had previously understood. It was true that they provided powerful augmentation to speed and flight, but their true power wasn't just that. This primordial energy art that came from a different realm seemed to have even more profound meanings. As usual, Wei Ji came to the training ground early in the morning. He came here not to train but to wait for someone. The vice-chancellor was in charge of managing the training grounds. He was just a vice-chancellor who didn't have much authority in school. He usually didn't care about anything. In fact, Wei Ji knew that this vice-chancellor, who looked like he didn't have any actual power, had a very deep background. According to Wei Ji's intelligence, a president of the student council had been able to stay in the school as a staff member. It was arranged by the vice-chancellor. One had to know that keeping a student as a staff member wasn't something the managing vice-chancellor had the authority to do, but he succeeded. Therefore, when Wei Ji heard that the vice-chancellor came to the training grounds in the morning, he would come here every morning to pretend to train, hoping to leave a good impression on him. He even wanted close ties with the vice-chancellor to provide him with some help in the future when the problem about being retained as staff cropped up. Wei Ji knew how important it was to be retained as staff. And Jing couldn't be bothered with the position of student council president. Li Xuan could also disregard staying in the school, but he couldn't. He wasn't an elite like in Jing, nor did he have Li Xuan's family background. To help him and his family have a future, staying on campus was undoubtedly the best option. In this era where danger was everywhere, the school was undoubtedly one of the safest places. To stay in Sunset College and bring his parents to settle here was always Wei Ji's goal. Furthermore, he had been working hard for it, unscrupulously even. However, it was just too difficult to be retained at Sunset College. It was so difficult that Wei Ji didn't wish to give up any sliver of hope. When Wei Ji arrived at the training grounds, it was still early. Only a few students were training with the various equipment in the hall, and he didn't see the vice-chancellor. Wei Ji was very satisfied with this. He entered the changing room and changed into his training kit, preparing to find a relatively conspicuous spot to train while waiting for the vice-chancellor's arrival. However, when Wei Ji passed a training room, he heard a faint sound coming from inside. It sounded like the sound of blades tearing through the air. Someone's using the training room so early? Wei Ji was somewhat curious. He walked to the training room's door and pushed it open. Realizing that the door wasn't locked, he pushed it open and looked inside. What he saw immediately widened his eyes as he saw the two figures fighting in the training room. One of them was using a saber, and the saber was enough to send chills down his spine. Just looking from outside made Wei Ji feel like he was about to be slain by the saber aura. The other person didn't use any weapons. He only used his movement techniques to dodge the terrifying strikes. Despite the terrifying saber techniques, his body was still as graceful as an immortal. Wei Ji had also seen many tutors use their saber techniques and movement techniques. As the president of the student council, he had more opportunities to interact with tutors than ordinary students. He had also seen many tutor battles, but the saber techniques and movement techniques in front of him gave him an unprecedented feeling. It was as if they were even stronger than the tutors he had seen before. Zhou Wen. Feng Qian. Wei Ji recognized the two of them as he stood there stunned. It was as though he couldn't believe that the two people fighting here weren't tutors, but students like him, juniors that were of a lower grade than him. Wei Ji stood outside the door, watching the two battle in a daze as he kept the door open without entering or backing out. He looked somewhat stunned. Boom. At this moment, Zhou Wen's aura exploded as an indescribable force surged out of his body as though a transparent flame was burning. He's condensing a life soul. Wei Ji's pupils constricted as he stared intently at Zhou Wen in midair as though he was petrified. Chapter 357 Lost Country. It's not speed. It's not space control. It's the trajectory of space. Zhou Wen seemed to realize something as a force burst out from his body. The force contained the power of the Godfiend Life Providence as well as Zhou Wen's essence, vitality, and spirit. The strange power warped space and burned like a transparent flame. The transparent flames eventually condensed into Zhou Wen's left middle finger, forming a strange ring on his finger. The ring looked very strange. It appeared to be forged from black iron and had no luster at all. It didn't look gorgeous, not even exquisite. A simple metal ring had a ghostly face appear on it. However, the ghostly face was very strange. Half of its face looked extremely ugly, like a devil's, while the other half looked beautiful. While Zhou Wen looked at the strange ring on his left finger, information seemed to enter his mind. He immediately knew the name and use of the ring. Lost Country. Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled. Why was the life soul condensed by the Godfiend era a ring? Furthermore, its name was Lost Country. It had absolutely nothing to do with the Godfiend era primordial energy art, nor the Godfiend life providence. Feng Kaiyuan's saber did not give him time to think carefully. The swift saber had already slashed in front of him. Zhou Wen was momentarily distracted looking at the life soul ring, Lost Country, that he had condensed. By the time he snapped to his senses, the saber was already in front of him. Seeing that Zhou Wen had not dodged, Feng Qian was also taken aback. He wanted to retract his saber, but he had struck out too quickly. It was almost reaching Zhou Wen's clothes, and there was no space for him to retract the saber at such a short distance. Wei Ji, who was standing by the door, was alarmed as well, believing that Zhou Wen was about to bleed. However, in the next second, they saw Zhou Wen vanish into thin air in front of Feng Qian. When the latter slashed down, he touched nothing. Feng Qian couldn't help but be taken aback. Zhou Wen had really vanished. It wasn't just a false impression due to excessive speed. No matter how fast one would still leave trajectory, but he didn't see Zhou Wen's trajectory. He had no idea where Zhou Wen had gone. Feng Qian stopped and looked around, only to see Zhou Wen standing less than a meter behind him. He had no idea how or when Zhou Wen had arrived there. Coach, you also condensed a life soul to advance to the epic stage? Feng Qian asked in delight. From his point of view, it was only natural for Zhou Wen to advance to the epic stage by condensing a life soul. However, he had forgotten that Zhou Wen was actually around his age. It was indeed rather astonishing to be able to condense a life soul at this age. Outside the training room, Wei Ji had already closed the door. He stood with his back against the wall and his eyes closed. His breathing was heavy like a beast's panting. 17 years old. They should only be 17 years old. They actually condensed a life soul. The scenes of Zhou Wen condensing a life soul kept repeating in Wei Ji's mind. He couldn't wipe them from his mind. Wei Ji suddenly felt that all the efforts he had spent in the past were for naught. He questioned the meaning of his hard work. If he could condense a life soul when he was 17, no, even if he could do it now, there was no need for him to do so many things. A student like him who could condense a life soul to advance to the epic stage during his university days would be a hot commodity. The school would even take the initiative to request that he remain in school. If they can do it, I can do it as well. Wei Ji clenched his fists as he opened his eyes shined. He suddenly came to a realization. Over the past 2 years, he had spent too much effort on managing his social connections, but he had forgotten how he had managed to get admitted to Sunset College or what he had relied on to become the president of the student council. Genius. I'm also a genius. Wei Ji recalled the time when he had just enrolled in Sunset College by being first in his city. In just a year, he had relied on his passion and drive to defeat many competitors before becoming the president of the student council. However, after he became the president of the student council and came into contact with things that he had not been able to interact with before, he learned a lot of new things. Power and wealth had a strong influence on the world, making him feel lost for a period of time. He yearned to get close to power and wealth and gradually forgot his roots. But today, after seeing Zhou Wen condense his life soul to advance to the epic stage as well as Feng Qian having similarly advanced to the epic stage, he suddenly woke up. Without a foundation, no matter how hard I work, I can't enter the center seat of power and wealth. I don't have a background like Li Xuan and In Jing. All I can rely on is myself. But what have I done in the past 2 years? I've actually wasted my most precious things in exchange for a tiny bit of pity from those people high above. Wei Ji's fists clenched tighter and his gaze became sharper. After some time, Wei Ji's eyes gradually calmed down. He turned around and took a deep look at Zhou Wen and Feng Qian, who were once again sparring in the training room. Then, he calmly turned and left. Wei Ji was still as relaxed and confident as before, but he seemed to be somewhat different from before. There seemed to be something additional in his eyes. Zhou Wen, Feng Qian, the next time I push open the door and stand in front of you, that person will definitely not be the present me. Wei Ji walked to the entrance of the training grounds and happened to see the vice-chancellor enter. He greeted him politely like usual, but he didn't stay long. After greeting him, he walked out of the training grounds. Zhou Wen was in a good mood after condensing the Godfiend era's life soul. After practicing the entire morning with Feng Qian, he had already figured out the Lost Country's powers. Furthermore, Lost Country's introduction in-game was much clearer than Slaughterer. Lost Country, primordial body, the condensation of spatial energy, the ability to change spatial trajectories. Simply put, the Lost Country's ability was achieving true instant transmission. Zhou Wen could use Lost Country to teleport to any spot within a 10-meter radius. However, he could only use Lost Country's teleportation ability once every 24 hours. However, this wasn't the main point. Zhou Wen believed that as the Lost Country grew, the distance of teleportation would increase and the interval between uses would also become shorter. Zhou Wen, who was already extremely interested in escaping skills, was very satisfied with the Lost Country's ability. However, this was only a manifestation of Lost Country's powers. The other powers needed Zhou Wen to develop them himself. What puzzled Zhou Wen was that behind his speed stat, the trajectory had gone missing while the remaining 3 postfixes were still there. From the looks of it, it's because of Lost Country's appearance that trajectory vanished. Since the Godfiend era can produce a life soul, the other 3 primordial energy arts should be able to condense a life soul as well. Joen planned on spending some time to condense the remaining 3 primordial energy arts life souls. Lost Country can truly teleport. I wonder what the remaining 3 life souls will be capable of. Joen thought for a moment and planned on starting with the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. Why did he decide on starting with the Ancient Sovereign Sutra? That was because Joen was still unable to figure out the other 2 primordial energy arts. It was difficult to understand the profundity of Tao Sutra. Apart from recovering his primordial energy, Joen had yet to discover anything special. It was probably not simple for him to gain insights into its true underlying principles. The small perfection of Wisdom Sutra was related to the body and 6 senses: sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and mind. Joen was momentarily unable to think of a good way to raise it. Comparatively speaking, the Ancient Sovereign Sutra seemed to be a little more direct. It greatly augmented his strength and it also had fire elemental attributes. Joen felt that it wouldn't be difficult for him to figure out some fire elemental powers. He looked at the current game dungeons he had in possession and there weren't many dungeons with fire elemental dimensional creatures. Only the Fire God platform had them. However, he had already tried many times with the Firebirds. He failed to gain any new insight, so he planned on changing locations. Dragon Gate Grotto didn't have any particularly powerful fire elemental dimensional creatures. Mount Laojun and Ant Nest were places without fire. Similarly, Tiger Cage Pass had none, while Pool City was practically an ocean. The majority of Zuolu battlefield creatures were poison-type creatures, there weren't any fire creatures there either. There aren't fire elemental creatures in the game instance dungeons I have. Joen had no choice but to try getting a new one. He searched for the dungeon information available to Sunset College on the internet, hoping to find a dimensional zone with fire elemental creatures. If he really couldn't find it, Joen planned on experimenting with the chick. After all, it was fire elemental too, so it would likely be of some use. Teasing it and letting it spew out fire probably wouldn't be difficult. However, the chick's flames were a little terrifying. He had no plans on touching it unless he had no choice. It wasn't difficult to find a fire elemental dungeon, so Joen soon found one. Furthermore, it didn't need any special entry passes. Joen immediately got up and planned to visit it. He would first seek out the tiny palm symbol and download the new dungeon. The place Joen was going to was called Magma River and it was underground. However, it was different from dungeons like Pool City. There was no city there, only an underground magma river. There were several fire elemental dimensional creatures nearby. As the magma river's value wasn't high, most fire elemental dimensional creatures possessed the ability to survive in magma. Hunting them was relatively difficult and nothing much was to be gained. Apart from students and tutors who needed fire elemental primordial energy skills, the typical person seldom went there. Naturally, no one monitored the area. Joen encountered several students on the way, but they were all heading to other dungeons. When he got near the magma river, he didn't see anyone. From afar, he felt heat waves hit him. Thankfully, Joen's physique was already extremely strong. If it were any other ordinary person, they would be covered in sweat. If they stayed here for an extended period without any water, they would easily get dehydrated. Red magma slowly flowed out from an underground cave. The scarlet glow formed a stark contrast with the nearby black rocks. They illuminated the underground cavern, so it wasn't dark at all. Before Joen could approach the magma river, he saw a person squatting by it. The clothes were probably the school's uniform. Gu Dian, what are you doing here? Joen walked closer and took a look. Although he could only see his back, he recognized the person. It was inevitable as Gu Dian's figure was huge and stocky. It was difficult not to recognize him. Fishing. Gu Dian turned his head to glance at Joen and only said one word. Then, he turned his head and continued staring at the magma river. Fishing. Here. What fish are you trying to catch? Joen walked to Gu Dian's side and looked down. Gu Dian held a rope that was as thick as a thumb. It was snow white and crystalline, looking like it was woven from silk. The rope drooped to the magma below, but it wasn't burned by the magma. It likely wasn't ordinary silk. This place was about 3 to 4 meters from the magma, but the heat was intense. Yet, Gu Dian didn't break a sweat as he stared expressionlessly at the magma river. Goldfish. Gu Dian spat out one word again as though his words were very valuable. It was as though he was afraid of losing out if he said too much. There are goldfish in such a place. Joen didn't believe that there were any goldfish here. He had only heard sightings of fire-armored crocodiles and magma worms here. If a crocodile was considered a fish, it could be said that there were fish here. However, the fire-armored crocodile was black and had fiery patterns that resembled magma. It wasn't golden. Yes, Gu Dian replied with certainty. Then take your time. I'll head elsewhere to see if there are fire-armored crocodiles. Joen was about to follow the magma river to see if there were any tiny palm symbols nearby when he suddenly saw the rope in Gu Dian's hand shake violently. Gu Dian's hands gripped the rope tightly as his legs stood rooted to the rock. The rope was taut and extended straight into the other end of the magma, but it kept moving as though something was pulling at it from inside the magma. Zhou Wen was attracted by Gu Dian's situation and couldn't help but stop walking to observe. Crack. The rock beneath Gu Dian's feet shattered as his legs sank deep into the rock. His entire calf sank in. What immense strength. This fellow should be at the peak of the legendary stage, right? Zhou Wen had always been curious about Gu Dian's strength. He had once defeated Gu Dian, but later he realized that Gu Dian's strength wasn't only limited to the level back when he defeated him. However, as the two hadn't had another chance to fight, Zhou Wen didn't know Gu Dian's true strength either. From the looks of it, it definitely isn't just the tiny bit that he had shown back then. Gu Dian had probably held back. At the very least, his strength is at around 20 points. Despite Gu Dian's strength, he still couldn't hold onto the rope. This was because the force from the rope was too strong. Gu Dian's legs were like plowing the ground as he created two ditches. He was on the verge of being pulled down into the magma river. Zhou Wen hurriedly moved to Gu Dian's side and grabbed the rope with both hands, helping Gu Dian pull it up. Although his strength wasn't as high as his speed, it was at 32 points. With his pull, he instantly stopped the rope from being pulled downwards. However, when Zhou Wen tried pulling the rope up again, he found it abnormally heavy. It was as though he was facing a heavyweight candidate in a game of tug-of-war. He couldn't budge it. Relax when I relax, pull when I pull, Gu Dian suddenly said. All right. Zhou Wen kept track of Gu Dian's use of force. When Gu Dian exerted his strength, he exerted all his strength. When Gu Dian relaxed, he also relaxed. After about half an hour, Zhou Wen felt the strength on the other end of the rope weaken. Gu Dian suddenly roared, pull. Zhou Wen hurriedly used all his strength and pulled the rope with Gu Dian. The rope was pulled out of the magma, and on the other end was a golden scaled fish with a tail resembling chiffon, jumping out of the magma. Its body was still burning with golden flames. Plop. After the goldfish leapt out of the magma, it violently flicked its tail and landed back into the magma, nearly dragging Zhou Wen and Gu Dian in. The two of them used their strength together. But with a snap, the rope that was made of white silk broke. Gu Dian pulled the remaining white silk rope up. As for the magma river, there was no trace of the goldfish. The magma gradually returned to normal. What level is the goldfish? Why is it so strong? Zhou Wen asked. They had failed to pull the goldfish up despite their combined strength. It had to be at least a top epic creature, but if it was really an epic creature, how could it leave without counterattacking? Epic. Gu Dian put away the rope and got up to leave. Are you just leaving like that? Aren't you going to continue fishing? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled. The rope's broken. There's no bait. Although Gu Dian was a man of few words, he was thankfully able to express himself clearly. What bait is needed to fish for this goldfish? Zhou Wen planned on trying to catch such a goldfish when he downloaded the dungeon later. Ice silkworm. Gu Dian left after saying that. Zhou Wen had never heard of ice silkworm, but it sounded like a dimensional creature. Is there any special use for fishing this thing? Zhou Wen asked again. Cat food. Gu Dian's voice drifted over from afar, stunning Zhou Wen. Catching an epic creature to feed to cats? Zhou Wen really didn't understand what was on Gu Dian's mind. After Gu Dian left, Zhou Wen followed the magma river, but he didn't find the tiny palm symbol. Instead, he saw a fire-armored crocodile lying on the bank. The fire-armored crocodile was nearly 4 meters long. The magma-like scales were covered with dark red magma patterns. Although it was only a legendary creature, it could spit out scorching flames. Furthermore, it was very powerful, making it a top legendary creature. The fire-armored crocodile discovered Zhou Wen before he could even get close. It opened its mouth and spat out a flame, spraying it several meters away like a flamethrower. Zhou Wen didn't dodge a flame at this level. Wearing the armor manifested by the stone Kai, he circulated the ancient sovereign sutra and threw a punch at the flames. Boom. The flames were immediately blasted apart as magma at its core splattered in every direction. Such flames were unable to injure Zhou Wen at all. The fire-armored crocodile spewed out flames once again. Since Zhou Wen didn't kill it, it kept spewing fire, allowing Zhou Wen to use the ancient sovereign sutra's powers to blast through the flames. This allowed him to sense the profundity in the ancient sovereign sutra's fire elemental powers. But soon, Zhou Wen realized that apart from the heat, he couldn't sense any profundity in the flame. It only had a high temperature. After this continued for some time, Zhou Wen didn't feel anything, but the fire-armored crocodile was so exhausted that it couldn't spit out any flames. It turned around and fled into the magma river, swimming into the distance. Perhaps the flame isn't strong enough. Let's see if I can encounter a magma worm. It's an epic fire elemental creature. Its flames should be much stronger than a fire-armored crocodile. Zhou Wen didn't chase after the fire-armored crocodile. Killing a legendary creature was now meaningless to him, so he couldn't be bothered to. He walked as he looked for the tiny palm symbol, but to no avail. Instead, he encountered a group of fire-armored crocodiles on the banks. A fire-armored crocodile's flames aren't strong enough. Perhaps a dozen of them is enough. With this in mind, Zhou Wen rushed into the group of fire-armored crocodiles. Li Weiyang wasn't in a good mood right now. She had planned on inviting a few of her friends from the Weiyang Club for an activity, but to her surprise, one of them had brought her boyfriend. It wasn't a big deal bringing a boyfriend, but the person was somewhat annoying. Li Weiyang originally planned on hunting some mortal stage demonized soldiers, but this person insisted on coming to Magma River. The members of the Weiyang Club were basically at the mortal stage. Li Weiyang had recently advanced to the legendary stage and her stats had not been raised. It was meaningless to take them to Magma River. The lowest level dimensional creature here was the fire-armored crocodile. It was a very strong legendary creature, one that even Li Weiyang found it difficult to fight, much less her friends who had yet to advance to the legendary stage. However, the man did his best to suggest that they go to Magma River. Together with his girlfriend helping, Li Weiyang and company didn't want to embarrass her, so they reluctantly went to Magma River. Thankfully, the dimensional creatures never strayed too far from the Magma River. Although they were no match for the creatures, as long as they didn't approach the Magma River, they wouldn't be in any danger. Although they didn't need to worry about safety, Li Weiyang had originally organized a hunt. Now, all they could do was watch the man fight the fire-armored crocodile. Apart from his girlfriend, Sully, who was constantly praising her boyfriend, the others felt bored. Zheng Tianlian killed a fire-armored crocodile and was lucky to have a strength crystal drop. He returned to the girl's side and handed the strength crystal to his girlfriend, Sully. He said, "Sully, this strength crystal is for you." That's inappropriate, right? I'm still at the mortal stage. Isn't using a legendary crystal a waste? Although Sully said that she couldn't hide her delight. Take it. Killing legendary creatures isn't difficult for me. It's very easy to obtain legendary crystals. Today, I'm just here to have fun with you. Anything that drops is yours. Zheng Tianlian stuffed the strength crystal into Sully's hand, but he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Zheng Tianlian had only advanced to the legendary stage in recent months, so killing a legendary creature wasn't as easy as he claimed. The reason he had brought Sully and company to Magma River instead of somewhere else was that it was relatively safe here. Furthermore, he had a snow snake companion beast. The snow snake saber it manifested was the nemesis of fire elemental creatures, so killing a fire-armored crocodile was easier than killing other legendary creatures. Li Weiyang found it very boring. She wasn't a beggar who needed others to provide her alms. Besides, this didn't meet the objective of training. If it wasn't for the sake of her friends, she would have turned around and left. Zheng Tianlian led them forward, but for some reason, the fire-armored crocodiles, which were commonly seen on the shore, were almost nowhere in sight today. There was one in the Magma River, but Zheng Tianlian didn't have the ability to enter the Magma River to kill it. Zheng Tianlian led them for a few miles without finding any fire-armored crocodiles by the bank. He muttered to himself awkwardly. That's strange. Why are all the fire-armored crocodiles in the river today? They probably ran into the river after knowing that you came to kill them, Sully said, in consideration of his feelings. Zheng Tianlian laughed out loud when he heard that. Then they are really smart. There seems to be something up ahead, a girl suddenly pointed ahead. Li Weiyang could no longer continue to listen to the couple. When she heard that, she looked ahead. Indeed, she saw a figure walking by the Magma River. She could vaguely tell that the person was wearing their school uniform. He should be a student from our college. Let's head over to take a look. Li Weiyang felt bored. Upon seeing a schoolmate here, she suggested that they head over. Everyone agreed. Zheng Tianlian was a little unhappy. He had been the only blade of grass amidst a bed of roses. If the person up ahead was male, wouldn't there be an additional blade of grass that would share in his glory? However, they were bound to meet if they wanted to continue moving forward, therefore, he didn't object to it. Li Weiyang sped up as she led everyone over. Soon, she recognized the person who was walking slowly along the river bank to be Zhou Wen. Li Weiyang was delighted as she shouted at Zhou Wen, "Zhou Wen, what are you doing here alone?" Zhou Wen had long heard their footsteps, but he couldn't be bothered about them at all. Therefore, he didn't look back. Only when he heard Li Weiyang's scream did he stop and turn around. "What else can you do here?" Li Weiyang came in front of Zhou Wen and said, "I was wondering why I haven't seen fire-armored crocodiles on the bank. You killed them all, right?" "No, I haven't killed any fire-armored crocodiles." Zhou Wen shook his head. He really hadn't killed a single one. Zheng Tianlian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He smiled and said, "See. What did I say? For some reason, the fire-armored crocodiles have all run into the river and aren't coming out. Zhou Wen, let's go together." Li Weiyang invited him. "I still have something on. You guys can go ahead." Zhou Wen still needed to find the tiny palm symbol, so it wasn't convenient for him to go with them. Li Weiyang was helpless against Zhou Wen. This fellow was completely different from her brother, Li Xuan. She did not know how they had become friends. Since Zhou Wen is very busy, let's not disturb him. Zheng Tianlian was overjoyed when he heard that. Although something had happened to Zhou Wen recently, Zheng Tianlian didn't believe that he could steal the limelight from him. Since Zhou Wen wasn't willing to go with them, it was naturally a boon for him. Li Weiyang had no choice but to leave with Zheng Tianlian and the rest. She turned her head and saw Zhou Wen walking slowly down the riverbank, glancing into the Magma River from time to time. It was unknown what he was looking for. This fellow has been hanging out with Li Xuan for so long, yet he still lacks sense. What a weirdo, Li Weiyang thought to herself. However, it's good this way. If he was as glib-tongued as Li Xuan, he would be very boring. As they continued walking, Zheng Tianlian deliberately sped up in order to get further away from Zhou Wen. Firstly, he didn't wish for Zhou Wen to steal his limelight. Secondly, he didn't wish to have anything to do with Zhou Wen. After all, Zhou Wen was Wang Mingyuon's disciple. This wasn't anything honorable. It would be bad if people misunderstood him for getting too close to Zhou Wen. After walking for a short distance, Sully pointed at the bank ahead and said, "There are fire-armored crocodiles there." Zheng Tianlian was delighted. He thought that it was time for him to perform again, but upon closer inspection, there were more than 10 fire-armored crocodiles lying on the shore. He instantly reeled in shock. His snow snake saber had no problem dealing with a single fire-armored crocodile. But with so many fire-armored crocodiles, he would probably die if he really charged forward. There are too many fire-armored crocodiles here. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of y'all if I fight here. Let's switch areas, said Zheng Tianlian. Li Weiyang naturally knew that he was no match for the crocodiles, but there was no need to expose him. Just as Zheng Tianlian had said, they circled around the crocodiles. After they circled around the crocodiles, Li Weiyang realized that Zhou Wen was still behind. She wanted to head back to warn him not to step into the fire-armored crocodile-infested area. However, when she looked back, she saw that Zhou Wen had already walked into the fire-armored crocodiles' range. The dozen or so crocodiles instantly looked up in Zhou Wen's direction. Zhou Wen has alarmed those fire-armored crocodiles. A girl exclaimed. Zheng Tianlian, help him, Li Weiyang said as she summoned her companion beast. She wanted to head over and help, but she also called for Zheng Tianlian. Zheng Tianlian fell into a dilemma. He didn't think that the three of them could deal with the group of fire-armored crocodiles. He could only pretend that he hadn't heard her and stood there without moving. When Li Weiyang charged 10 meters forward, she saw the fire-armored crocodiles move, but they didn't rush at Zhou Wen. Instead, they looked like they had seen a ghost as they scrambled for the magma river. There were loud splashing sounds as the crocodiles jumped into the magma river and swam desperately towards the other bank of the magma river. Li Weiyang couldn't help but stop as she watched in astonishment. Fire-armored crocodiles were famous for their fiery temper. They would even spit a mouthful of flaming magma at dimensional creatures that were stronger than them, much less a human. Li Weiyang had never seen such a scene before. Zheng Tianlian and company were dumbfounded as well. Wherever Zhou Wen went, the fire-armored crocodiles would try their best to escape as though they were horrified. As the fire-armored crocodiles were densely packed, one of them failed to scramble away in time, allowing Zhou Wen to step on its tail. The fire-armored crocodile seemed to turn into stone as it lay there motionless, its body still trembling. Zhou Wen reached out and slapped the fire-armored crocodile's head a few times, hoping to anger it to spew fire. However, the fire-armored crocodile had a backbone. It remained motionless. It didn't even open its mouth, much less spew out fire. From the looks of it, these fire-armored crocodiles were the batch that had fled previously. Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Back when he fought with the group of them, he got them to spit fire to allow him to comprehend the ancient Sovereign Sutra. However, this time he failed to figure out anything even when they were out of fire. Later on, the fire-armored crocodiles ran away. He didn't expect that these would be the same ones he had encountered before. Go! Zhou Wen released his foot gloomily. The fire-armored crocodile acted as though it had been pardoned and quickly scrambled towards the magma river before jumping straight in. Li Weiyang and company were dumbfounded. They found it somewhat unbelievable. The ferocious dimensional creatures, the fire-armored crocodiles, were like mice encountering a cat. After Zhou Wen passed through the area, he arrived near Li Weiyang and company. Without saying a word, he walked past them and continued following the magma river upstream. He's so cool. Does Zhou Wen have a girlfriend? A girl said with hearts filling her eyes. Of course not. I heard he's a famous gaming nerd, another girl said. What gaming nerd? It should be a gaming god. Didn't you see that? That legendary fire-armored crocodile actually didn't even dare to move in front of him. He's so godly. The girl from before retorted. What a pity. If he wasn't Wang Mingyuon's disciple, he would definitely become a powerful figure known throughout the league, Li Weiyang sighed inwardly. She knew very well how terrible the matter regarding Wang Mingyuon was. Even the Luang's Wang family, which had plenty of say, was almost in ruins. It would be difficult for them to enter the core power in the league in the future. As Wang Mingyuon's student, Zhou Wen was already on the league's blacklist. If it wasn't for the Yin family protecting him, the Special Inspector Bureau would have long taken him back for interrogation. Chapter 361 Magma Worm. Zhou Wen ignored them as he continued walking along the riverbank. Weiyang, why don't we follow Zhou Wen to take a look at what he's doing? A girl suggested. That's not too nice, right? Li Weiyang was somewhat hesitant. Since Zhou Wen hadn't killed the fire-armored crocodile, he clearly wasn't here for it. Li Weiyang was also somewhat curious about Zhou Wen's actions, but it seemed a little inappropriate to follow him like this. Magma River is huge. It's not like only one person is allowed to hunt at a time. Zhou Wen didn't say that he was going to book the entire place. He didn't chase us away either. It shouldn't be a problem, right? The girl from before added. That's right, President. We'll walk slowly behind him. It won't affect him, another girl said. Apart from Zhang Tianlian, all the girls were interested in following Zhou Wen. Li Weiyang thought for a moment and said, all right then. Let's continue walking. Although Zhang Tianlian was a little unhappy, it wasn't his place to object with everyone so enthusiastic. All he could do was follow them. However, this time, they walked slower than Zhou Wen and stayed behind him. Zhou Wen originally wanted to wait for them to overtake him before slowly finding the tiny palm symbol, but he quickly realized that they moved when he moved, stopping when he stopped, so he decided to ignore them and slowly walked along the magma river. He hadn't found the tiny palm symbol and the fire-armored crocodiles nearby were afraid of him. The sight of him made them escape into the magma river, boring him greatly. After walking for a while, he suddenly saw a 2 to 3 meter tall magma fountain. Zhou Wen was delighted when he saw the magma fountain. He had carefully studied the information regarding magma river before coming here. Such a phenomenon usually indicated the breathing of a magma worm beneath the magma surface. Magma worms were epic creatures that lived in magma, but they didn't have the ability to breathe in magma. Every once in a while, they would float up to take a breath like a whale. Li Weiyang and company also saw the fountain from behind and guessed that there were magma worms there. However, they soon saw Zhou Wen walking towards it. Zhou Wen, be careful. There are magma worms there, a girl warned Zhou Wen. I know, Zhou Wen answered. He had already walked to the bank and was looking at the magma fountain in the center of the river. Don't tell me Zhou Wen is here to hunt magma worms. The girl guessed. No way. Magma worms are epic creatures. Although Zhou Wen is very strong, there's a huge difference between the legendary stage and the epic stage. Furthermore, magma worms are in the magma river holding a terrain advantage, how can they be killed? Another girl said. I think he's just taking a gander. Let's not talk about students, even tutors will not easily provoke magma worms. Zhang Tianlian was telling the truth. In a place like magma river, the chances of winning were slim. If one accidentally fell into the magma river, they would definitely die. Without being fully prepared, even epic experts wouldn't risk coming here to kill magma worms. As they conversed, they saw Zhou Wen summon a huge sword, one that looked hideous and terrifying. They had no idea which companion beast's manifestation it was. Look, Zhou Wen is about to attack. He's indeed here to kill magma worms, a girl said in excitement. As she spoke, Zhou Wen had already slashed at the fountain with his sword. A sword beam grew out from the sword as it spun like a rotary blade of light that slashed at the fountain. Boom. A crack immediately appeared on the magma fountain. In the next second, the magma churned and a section of the magma river that was tens of meters long began to churn. In the middle of the magma river, something suddenly rose up and magma flowed to both sides. A giant creature lifted its body from the magma river. The monster was covered in magma. The body that extended out from the magma river was more than 10 meters long. It looked like a gigantic magma snake. This magma worm is huge. Just what it shows is more than 10 meters long. I wonder how long the rest of its body is. Its strength must be terrifying. Will Zhou Wen be okay? A girl said worriedly. Li Weiyang was equally worried. The bigger the magma worm, the stronger it was. A typical magma worm could reach 10 meters and their strength would be considered pretty good at the epic stage. Yet, the body exposed by the magma worm was already more than 10 meters long. Its strength was definitely unimaginable. The growth of the magma worms was different from ordinary dimensional creatures. They were especially weak at birth and were real worms that were just the length of a finger. After the magma worms were born, they would absorb micromaterials in the magma, allowing these materials to attach to them. This way, their bodies would gradually grow bigger. These micromaterials could not only become its armor, but it could also provide the worm with powerful fire elemental energy. Thus, the larger the size of the magma worm, the more terrifying their strength would be. The fire elemental energy that they could release would also be stronger. This magma worm was probably about 30 meters in size. It was definitely an overlord existence among the magma worms. The fire elemental power it could unleash was something even epic experts wouldn't dare underestimate. Boom. The gigantic magma worm spat out a mouthful of golden red flames at Zhou Wen that resembled boiling magma. The girls' hearts were in their throats, but Zhang Tianlian thought to himself, you stole my limelight. Serves you right to be burned to death by the magma worm. Zhang Tianlian didn't like Zhou Wen, but the feud between them hadn't just happened today. Back at the comprehensive test, Zhang Tianlian had prepared to cheat, but he ended up not being able to use it and ended up benefiting Zhou Wen. Although it wasn't Zhou Wen who had forced him, he did not have a good impression of him. Now that he saw Zhou Wen provoke such a sick magma worm, he hoped that Zhou Wen would be killed by it. Just as the terrifying flames were about to land on Zhou Wen raised the sword above his head. He circulated the ancient sovereign sutra and injected primordial energy into the sword as he slashed out at the flames that filled the sky. A sword beam tore out of his sword, striking the terrifying flames. It can't be. Does Zhou Wen want to forcibly withstand the flames of the magma worm? Li Weiyang was alarmed. After all, it was an epic creature. She originally imagined that Zhou Wen would think of a way to dodge, but she never expected him to face the attack head-on. She didn't know that Zhou Wen had advanced to the epic stage and felt that it was too rash for him to confront the epic magma worm as a legendary. The other girls were also alarmed by what they saw, but the sword beam had already struck the flame. In the next second, they saw a dazzling scene. The rotary-like sword beam sliced the sea of flames into two. It did not stop as it slashed at the body of the magma worm. Chapter 362 Slaying the Worm with One Strike. The rotary-like sword beam struck the magma worm's body like an electric saw cutting through steel. Sparks flew everywhere. The golden crystal-like body was sliced apart by the sword beam, splitting into two before falling into the magma river. Boom. The carapace of the magma worm landed in the magma river, stirring up magma waves that were several feet high. Li Weiyang and company were already dumbfounded when they saw this. They felt like Zhou Wen, who was standing by the riverbank with his sword, was a god. He's so strong. He killed the magma worm with one strike. He doesn't seem like a student at all. A girl stared at Zhou Wen with her eyes glowing as she muttered to herself. He's indeed not a student. Don't forget who his teacher is, Zhang Tianlian added coldly. Seeing the girls staring at Zhou Wen like they were infatuated with him, his girlfriend, Sully, being no exception, Zhang Tianlian was extremely displeased. When Li Weiyang heard Zhang Tianlian say that, her expression immediately sank. Zhang Tianlian, don't spout nonsense. Zhou Wen is Zhou Wen. He has nothing to do with what kind of teacher he has. That's right. Zhou Wen is so handsome. He definitely has nothing to do with those terrifying people. The girls began speaking up for him. When Zhou Wen slashed open the body of the magma worm, he saw a white baby silkworm-like worm drop near the carapace's head. Although Zhou Wen was taught by his teachers in school that silkworm babies were adorable, he had never found them adorable. Instead, he found them rather frightening. Therefore, Zhou Wen didn't hesitate to strike out with his sword onto the main body of the magma worm. However, before Zhou Wen's sword beam could land, the magma river suddenly exploded into a pillar of magma. A golden figure leapt out of the waves. It had golden scales with a tail resembling chiffon. It looked exceptionally enchanting. Goldfish. Zhou Wen immediately recognized what it was. It was the goldfish that Gu Dian had been trying to fish, but he didn't know if it was the same fish. The goldfish leapt up from the magma river and swallowed the magma worm in one mouthful. Then, it fell into the magma and with a flick of its tail, it was gone. Holy shit, it actually stole my prey. Zhou Wen widened his eyes. He never expected that the magma worm he was about to kill would be snatched away by a goldfish. With a thought, he made the white shadow of poison transform into an arm wing and brought him flying over the magma river, slashing at the place where the goldfish had landed. Boom. Deep rifts more than 10 meters long were carved out in the magma when the goldfish leapt up and landed elsewhere in the magma river. Zhou Wen chased after it and slashed, but the goldfish had switched locations. Zhou Wen chased the goldfish via air as he slashed out his sword beams, but the goldfish was extremely slippery and crafty. Despite several slashes, Zhou Wen failed to hit it. Instead, it continued swimming upstream. Li Weiyang and company chased after Zhou Wen from the bank as they moved upstream. However, Zhou Wen was flying much faster than them. Soon, he had left them far behind them, preventing them from seeing him again. Realizing that they couldn't catch up, they stopped. We are all students of Sunset College and Zhou Wen is only a first-year student. How is he so strong? A girl sighed. That's right. He's really too strong. He's even stronger than President Wei Ji. Killing a 30-meter-long magma worm with one strike is godly, another girl said from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Tianlian said coldly, I don't think it's anything special. Although he's indeed very strong, he's still far inferior to President Wei. President Wei relied on his own efforts to obtain his present results. Zhou Wen just has a good family background and has many powerful companion beasts. Family. What family background? I heard Zhou Wen came from a small city. What family background does he have? Most students weren't very aware of Zhou Wen's situation, so the girls looked at Zhang Tianlian curiously. Zhang Tianlian curled his lips and said, you probably don't know yet, right? Zhou Wen was originally from a single-parent family and his father remarried not long ago. Do you know who his stepmother is? Who is it? The girls were indeed curious. His stepmother is Overseer An's mother, the First Lady of Luang City, Ouyang Lan, Zhang Tianlian said. I never expected that. Doesn't that make him Overseer An's younger brother? The girl covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. That's why it's easy for Zhou Wen to get whatever resources he wants. I heard that Ouyang Lan dotes on him a lot, far more than in Jing. He gets whatever he needs. Otherwise, where do you think he got so many powerful pets from? What student could have the ability to obtain such powerful companion beasts? You saw his sword earlier, he was able to kill such a powerful magma worm, which makes it without a doubt that it's an excellent grade epic companion beast. Do you think a legendary student could incubate such companion beasts? It must be Ouyang Lan who got a certain epic expert to sacrifice himself and transfer the companion beast to Zhou Wen. Zhang Tianlian knew something about Zhou Wen, but he wasn't too familiar with the details. Half of it was hearsay and the other half were guesses. I never expected it to be like this. It turns out Zhou Wen has such a powerful background. It's no wonder Wang Mingyuan's matter didn't implicate him. The girls wore enlightened expressions. Now you know. It's not that Zhou Wen is strong, but it's his background that's strong. Zheng Tianlian struck while the iron was hot and continued smearing Zhou Wen. However, a girl held her cheek and said, I find Zhou Wen so pitiful. As a stepson, he must have suffered a lot with his father marrying into such a large family clan. I wonder how many hardships and grievances he suffered before he gained the family's and Ouyang land's acknowledgement. That's right. It's no wonder Zhou Wen is so solitary. So it's because of this. We should give him more love and care. President, isn't your younger brother the president of the Xuanwen Club? He has a good relationship with Zhou Wen, right? Why don't you discuss it with your younger brother? Our clubs should hold more joint activities. We can provide Zhou Wen more love and concern or he will be too pitiful, another girl said. That's right, the children of the stepmother's family are also outstanding. He must have put in an unimaginable effort to be able to achieve his current achievements. This is so touching. President, we must protect him even more. Please allow us to have a joint social event with the Xuanwen Club. No. I mean a joint event. Zheng Tianlian opened his mouth wide and stared at the girls in a daze. He really couldn't understand what kind of logic these girls had. Zhou Wen chased after the goldfish as he slashed, but the goldfish was very agile. It scurried in the magma repeatedly. Zhou Wen lost sight of it several times, but it jumped out of the magma itself as though it was provoking him. Zhou Wen found it odd. The goldfish was undoubtedly a top-notch epic creature, but it never counterattacked. It only swam through the magma without spewing flames like the magma worm or fire-armored crocodiles. Zhou Wen didn't believe the notion that it couldn't breathe fire. This was because the fellow's body was burning with terrifying golden flames. Molten rock that touched its body would directly melt. How could it not possess fire attacks? Back when Gu Dian was fishing for it, the goldfish hadn't counterattacked. That had already puzzled Zhou Wen, so he was even more puzzled now. Could it be that this is a dimensional creature that can't attack? Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss when he thought about it. This fellow wasn't a vegetarian, having swallowed the magma worm as food. It also ate something known as ice silkworm. When he thought of ice silkworm, Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. Could it be that the goldfish lost its ability to spew fire because it ate Gu Dian's ice silkworm? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he was convinced of his conjecture. Although Gu Dian was powerful, he had yet to advance to the epic stage. He would definitely have made some special preparations to fish an epic goldfish. Perhaps the ice silkworm was its nemesis, making the goldfish temporarily lose the ability to control fire. From the looks of it, this goldfish is very likely the one Gu Dian caught. Zhou Wen once again lost sight of the goldfish, but shortly after, the fish jumped out of the nearby magma provocatively. When it jumped into the magma, it deliberately shook its chiffon-like tail and sent magma splattering in all directions. I originally wanted to use you to gain insights into the profundity of fire elemental powers. Since you are courting death, don't blame me. With a thought, Zhou Wen switched his primordial energy art to Godfiend era. A Godfiend life providence appeared and he summoned the lost country life soul. A strange ring appeared on Zhou Wen's finger. Zhou Wen stared at the magma surface and indeed, it didn't take long before the goldfish jumped out again. A strange glint flashed in the eyes of the half-ghostly, half-beauty lost country ring as Zhou Wen's figure suddenly vanished. Almost immediately, he appeared beside the goldfish. The sword beam from Overlord's sword penetrated the goldfish's body at almost the same time. Looking at the goldfish stuck to the Overlord's sword like a grilled fish and completely dead with no chance of being mischievous, Zhou Wen dragged it to the bank. After ordinary dimensional creatures were killed, their corpses decayed faster than ordinary creatures. Zhou Wen didn't want corpses either. However, after hearing that Gu Dian wanted to feed it to the cats, he decided to summon the mutated stone Kai and transport the goldfish's corpse back. On his way back, he didn't see Li Weiyang and company. He presumed that they had left. After leaving the dimensional zone, Zhou Wen contacted Gu Dian and asked if he wanted the goldfish's corpse. Yes. Gu Dian was always so succinct. Before sending the goldfish's corpse to him, Zhou Wen split open the fish's belly and found a companion egg inside. This left Zhou Wen extremely surprised. However, other than being fast and able to travel through magma, this goldfish didn't seem to have any special abilities. After transporting the corpse to Gu Dian, Zhou Wen asked him for more details. Indeed, Gu Dian told him that the goldfish was unable to use its fire powers for a limited period after it devoured an ice silkworm. Gu Dian hadn't lied to him. He really fed the goldfish's corpse to the cats. Furthermore, it was the same litter that Zhou Wen had seen previously. However, the kittens had grown quite large over the past few months and they were almost the size of an adult cat. The adult cat ate with the kittens the pieces of fish that Gu Dian sliced off for them. They looked rather blissful. Gu Dian now seemed to have transformed into a 3-star chef. He was meticulous while having extraordinary patience. Even his ferocious appearance did not seem that frightening. Instead, he looked gentler. Zhou Wen turned around and prepared to leave when Gu Dian suddenly said, I owe you one for the goldfish. Call me if you need anything from me. All right. Joe nodded and left the abandoned old campus. After returning to his dorm, Joe couldn't wait to incubate the goldfish companion egg. The fellow needed plenty of primordial energy. Joe originally imagined that it wouldn't be difficult incubating it, so he only used his body's primordial energy to supply it to the companion egg. However, it only took an instant for nearly 30 primordial energy points to be drained from him. It gave him a fright. He hurriedly summoned the slaughterer life soul that gave him unlimited primordial energy to stabilize the situation. The companion egg transformed into a golden stream of light that landed on Joe's arm, forming a goldfish tattoo that seemed to be swaying its tail. Joe summoned it out and it looked like the goldfish from before. Its body burned with golden flames, but the moment it landed, it immediately melted the ground, so Joe hurriedly summoned it back. This goldfish doesn't know how to fly. It can only survive in magma. It probably won't be easy to use it in combat, Joe thought to himself as he looked at the stats of the goldfish in-game. He was immediately overjoyed. Fortune Goldfish, Epic. Life Providence, Luck plus 6. Life Soul, Soul of Magma. Strength, 34. Speed, 39. Constitution, 28. Primordial Energy, 40. Talent Skill, Magma Bubbles. Companion Form, none. After seeing the stats of the Fortune Goldfish, Joe only wanted to laugh out loud. This day has finally come. So you want me to fail with the baby tiger? Huh. Now I have an even better Fortune Goldfish. It's better than the baby tiger. The baby tiger only adds 5 to luck, while this is 6. It's better than Wang Lu's. Joe felt great. He had been a little depressed having not obtained the baby tiger after all his grinding. Now he was in an extremely good mood. He had originally planned on gaining insights from the goldfish's flames, but now he put it aside. He logged into the game before heading to the bat cave. He wanted to give it a try and see how much better the drop rate would be after obtaining luck plus 6. After summoning the Fortune Goldfish, it instantly appeared with its golden flames and plopped to the ground. In a short time, the ground was melted into a pool of magma that was about a meter in diameter. The goldfish swam inside and the soul of magma on it would melt the rocks into magma in whichever direction it swam. However, no matter how fast it was, there was still a process. Thus, Fortune Goldfish's speed was extremely slow. Unless there was a place like Magma River, this fellow could only engage in trench warfare with no way to pursue an enemy. It's time to show my true skills. Companion eggs, primordial energy skill crystals, poison crystals, and high-level stat crystals. All of them are to come to me. Joe summoned his sword and stormed towards the horde of poison bats. Grand explosions of drops, stat crystals littering the ground, making him pick up companion eggs until his hands went soft, and so many primordial energy skill crystals that he couldn't be bothered to pick up. These scenes Joe imagined didn't happen. Not only didn't they happen, Joe even felt as if his drop rate had lowered. Usually, when he grinded at the bat cave, he would get a dozen stat crystals to drop. Occasionally, a companion egg or rare poison crystal would drop. However, after he cleared the bat cave today, only 3 stat crystals dropped. Furthermore, none of them exceeded a value of 25. What crappy luck is this? It's a lie, right? Is the luck stat so useless? Joe couldn't accept this outcome. He felt that his intelligence and character had been insulted and had even begun to doubt life. Ignoring the fact that luck plus 6 is useless, my luck has even become worse. From the looks of it, the luck stat has been exaggerated by others. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have wasted my time grinding that baby tiger. All that time spent was such a waste. Joe felt depressed as he glanced at the Fortune Goldfish's stats. What he saw left him dumbfounded. After he snapped to his senses, he nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. The other attributes of the Fortune Goldfish didn't change, but in postfix behind the Life Providence, the annotation was different from the one he had seen previously. Joe had previously seen luck plus 6, but now it was bad luck plus 8 as the annotation. No way. I must be seeing things. I clearly saw luck plus 6, it's impossible for me to be mistaken. Joe rubbed his eyes again, but he still saw bad luck plus 8. What the fuck? Could it be that I've been dreaming of a lucky pet for too long that I mistook bad luck for luck? That's not right. How can I be mistaken? Previously, it was clearly luck plus 6. No matter how wrong I am, it's impossible that I missed out the additional bad. Joe thought for a moment and left the game dungeon before looking at it in his dorm. When he did this, Joe's expression turned odd. The Fortune Goldfish's Life Providence had a postfix of luck plus 6. Joe seemed to figure something out as he entered the bat cave and summoned the Fortune Goldfish again. However, this time it was bad luck plus 7. Compared to before, his bad luck wasn't any worse, but he was still very unlucky and had no luck. After taking 2 steps with the Fortune Goldfish, Joe realized that his bad luck had changed from plus 7 to plus 8. Holy shit, this fellow doesn't just add luck. It adds bad luck in different places. Joe walked around the bat cave with the goldfish and realized that the bad luck value constantly changed between 3 to 9. Only in a special place would bad luck disappear, turning into luck plus 1. Joe stood on the stone that only allowed his feet to step on. He was momentarily rendered speechless. In such a crappy tiny area, all he got was one additional point in luck. Furthermore, he couldn't move. Just moving a tiny bit caused his luck to immediately turn into bad luck. Zhou Wen left the bat cave and went to the other instant dungeons with the goldfish to test them out. Soon, he realized that the goldfish was stranger than he had imagined. In Dragon Gate Grotto, the goldfish added monetary luck most of the time. Although it wasn't high and it fluctuated between 1 and 3, the stat alone surprised Zhou Wen. And when he arrived at Tiger Cage Pass, he gained bad luck as well. It typically jumped between 1 to 7. Zhou Wen didn't walk through the entire Tiger Cage Pass, so he was unsure if there was a spot that gave him luck. Zhou Wen tried a few dungeons and discovered that most of the dungeons gave bad luck. Only in the ancient Sovereign City dungeon would the goldfish's life providence increase luck. Furthermore, it gave plenty of luck, basically fluctuating between 4 to 10. Zhou Wen tried grinding monsters with the help of higher luck and it was truly satisfying. Just killing a few monsters was enough to have stats crystals rain. With a little bit of effort, companion eggs and primordial energy skill crystals weren't difficult either. Ancient Sovereign City was famous for its low drop rate. However, with the augmentation of high luck, Zhou Wen had companion eggs and crystals drop. However, this godforsaken place didn't have any dimensional creatures worth killing. Even if more companion eggs and stats crystals dropped, it was useless. There were no epic dimensional creatures here. The strongest was at the legendary stage. Goldfish bro, are you messing with me? Even if the bat cave is too close to the underground sea, and it's understandable that you don't like water so you don't add luck. But why did you give me monetary luck at Dragon Gate Grotto? Can't you give me luck? Zhou Wen's words clearly had no effect on the goldfish. When he arrived at Dragon Gate Grotto, the goldfish still added monetary luck. Zhou Wen didn't know what it was for. Instead, he spent some time grinding overlord snakes in Dragon Gate Grotto and didn't see any increase in his drop rates. It was about the same as usual. Where can I find a place to use the goldfish? Zhou Wen had a headache. He felt that the fortune goldfish was a scam. The baby tiger was more reliable. For the moment, he couldn't find a dungeon that could allow the goldfish to be of use. All he could do was temporarily give up on the goldfish's functions. He found a spot in-game and got the goldfish to constantly release its fire elemental powers. Zhou Wen tried to gain insights into the profundity of the ancient Sovereign Sutra. The golden flames on the goldfish's body belonged to its life soul, soul of magma. It was a kind of fire of a piece of golden rock that could easily melt rocks or metal. Its primordial energy skill, magma bubbles, was also a similar type of fire. It spat out a magma fireball, possessing a powerful explosive power, similar to a powerful missile. However, Zhou Wen didn't gain any insights from it. Strange, could it be that I'm wrong? Although the ancient Sovereign Sutra has fire attributes, the true profoundness behind it isn't fire, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Zhou Wen, quickly come to our activity room. Something serious has happened. Li Xuan called, sounding alarmed. What happened? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. It's difficult to say over the phone. Come to the forest on the old campus. There's too many of them. I can't handle them. Come quickly. With that said, Li Xuan hung up. Is Li Mobai here to stir trouble again? But what can he do on campus? Is someone willing to help him kill in school? I heard from Li Xuan that there are quite a number of people. Zhou Wen felt that the situation was a little serious as he rushed over. Li Mobai had recently looked for him. Now that something had happened, there was a high chance that these two matters were related. Zhou Wen anxiously rushed over to Li Xuan, but the sight before him nearly angered him to death. He saw Li Xuan and the few members of the Xuanwen Club eating barbecue with a group of girls. Li Xuan was surrounded by many girls and it did seem as though he couldn't handle them. Zhou Wen, what took you so long? The meat is almost done. Come over quickly. Li Xuan waved at Zhou Wen. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you say something serious happened? Is this what you call serious? Zhou Wen walked to Li Xuan's side and looked at the roasted meat in his hand. Would you have come if I didn't say so? Today is a joint activity between our Xuanwen Club and the Weiyang Club. All these things are provided by the Weiyang Club. Since they sincerely invited us, it wouldn't be nice for us to reject their kind intentions, right? Li Xuan got up and pointed to the girls beside him. My sister, Li Weiyang, you know her. She's a tigress, so ignore her. Do you have a death wish? Li Weiyang glared at him. My sister is a little fierce, but she's pretty enough. Just based on her looks, I've tolerated her for more than 10 years. If not, I would have fallen out with her. Li Xuan pointed at the girl beside and said, this is Zhang Miomio. She's the vice president of the Weiyang Club. Just now, she told me that she wants you to give her some pointers in swordplay. Teach her when you have the time. Hello, I'm Zhang Miomio. I'm good at finance and management. The girl had quite a swell nature as she stood up and extended her hand. Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen reached out and shook her hand. Our Weiyang Club welcomes you at all times. I have to learn some sword techniques from you, but if you need any help in finance and investments, come look for me. I guarantee that I won't disappoint you, Zhang Miomio continued as she held Zhou Wen's hand without letting it go. I don't have much spare money to invest. Zhou Wen pulled his hand back. Li Xuan shook his head, thinking, Zhou Wen is really a born virgin. I should let him cultivate my invincible connate divine art. However, Zhang Miaomio didn't seem to mind at all. She smiled and said, it's all right. You can look for me whenever you have the money in the future. Li Xuan was taken aback as he wondered what was happening. Since when did these women become so good-tempered? Following that, he introduced the other Weiyang Club members to Zhou Wen. All of them were female students. Furthermore, they all expressed their goodwill towards him. Sis, what's the situation? Tell me honestly, did your Weiyang Club take the initiative to hold a joint activity with us because you have your sights on Zhou Wen? Are you thinking of poaching him from me? Li Xuan couldn't help but secretly ask Li Weiyang when he saw the girls surrounding Zhou Wen and asking questions. Even Zhou Wen, who was so insensitive and impervious to the questions, didn't scare them away. It's none of my business. They were the ones who said that Zhou Wen is too pitiful. He must have suffered terribly at his stepmother's house and ended up having such a teacher. Therefore, they want to show Zhou Wen some love and concern and let him know that there's still human warmth present in the world, Li Weiyang said as she shrugged. Pitiful. Suffered. Li Xuan found his brain lacking. He looked at Zhou Wen, who was surrounded by all the ladies, and thought, what do you mean pitiful? What suffering? You have no idea how nice Ouyang Lan is to him. Whatever dimensional crystals he needs can be given to him, but he doesn't want them. Also, Wang Mingyuan, although he really is a great devil, he was really nice to his students. I heard from Zhou Wen that he was able to advance to the epic stage, thanks to Wang Mingyuan's help. Of course, Li Xuan didn't tell Li Weiyang that. Another thought ran through his mind and he said, that's good. Otherwise, with Zhou Wen's character, which woman would be able to take it? He would probably spend his entire life alone. It's just nice now. If someone is willing to take the initiative to accommodate him, who knows, he might hook up with someone. However, Li Xuan clearly underestimated Zhou Wen's lethality. Zhou Wen sat there, barbecuing meat, while several girls sat beside him to chat with him. However, Zhou Wen only responded with a grunt and kept twirling the metal skewer in his hand as he focused on barbecuing the meat over the charcoal fire, as though his interest in barbecued meat was far greater than a conversation with the girls. In the beginning, the girls didn't mind. They imagined that the topic might not have interested him, so they changed the topic to matters like games and companion beasts. They had clearly come prepared. They mentioned some of the recently popular games, but it wasn't as though Zhou Wen really enjoyed gaming. He had never played those games before, nor had he heard of them. All he could do was directly tell them that he had never played those games before, causing the chatty girls to be at a loss. The scene turned awkward as the girls could only chat with each other. Your friend is truly one of a kind. If he can find a girlfriend, I'll take your surname, Li Weiyang said to Li Xuan with a smile when she saw the situation. Stop kidding. We have the same surname to begin with, so what's the point in taking my surname? Li Xuan shook his head and said, there's nothing we can do about it. Zhou Wen's personality is a little introverted. He's also quite insensitive. In a peaceful era, he would definitely be a homebody. I'm a little curious. How did you become friends with him? The two of you have such different personalities, Li Weiyang asked curiously. Li Xuan smiled and said, actually, making friends has nothing to do with personalities. It's just like finding a girlfriend. As long as one catches the eye at a particular moment, it doesn't matter what flaws they have. One will just feel that they can be friends. So that's how you make friends? It's no wonder you got cheated. Li Weiyang rolled her eyes at him. The girls on the other side no longer came up to Zhou Wen to chat. It wasn't because they didn't wish to talk, but because there was no way they could continue the conversation. Zhou Wen was a topic terminator. Any topic that was raised with him would come to an end as though sucked into a black hole. With no one speaking to him again, Zhou Wen was happy to be free. He continued roasting meat with the metal skewers while pondering over his next step into gaining insight into the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. The Ancient Sovereign Sutra does have fire elemental augmentation. Why can't I figure out anything related to the Ancient Sovereign Sutra from fire? Is my knowledge of fire not deep enough? Or is the true power of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra not fire elemental? Zhou Wen roasted the meat as he pondered. In fact, Zhou Wen was a little too anxious. How could it be easy to gain insight into the profundity of a primordial energy art? The average person began cultivating primordial energy arts from the moment they started schooling until their college graduation. Then, they would enter society to learn. In their 30s, those with good talent would be able to comprehend the true meaning of their primordial energy arts. Children of large families like Feng Qian began training their primordial energy arts from a young age. Their families invested massive amounts of manpower and resources in them, and there were also seniors who had cultivated the same primordial energy arts to pass on their insights. Typically, they would only comprehend the true meaning of the primordial energy arts after they were 20. And someone like Feng Qian who could comprehend it so quickly could be said to be a genius among geniuses. However, Feng Qian had trained his saber techniques since he was young. This was the result of all his efforts culminating together. Zhou Wen had previously cultivated ascetic meditation, but it was replaced by the Lost Immortal Sutra. He hadn't cultivated it for less than a year before he advanced to the epic stage. It could be said to be a heaven-defying advancement speed. As for the primordial energy art like the ancient Sovereign Sutra and the God Fiend era, he had never cultivated it before. They were only simulated by the Lost Immortal Sutra. Under normal circumstances, it would take Zhou Wen at least a few years to slowly familiarize himself with them and ponder over them before he could understand their true meaning. Figuring out the true meaning of the God Fiend era in his battle with Feng Qian was already considered lucky. It was part talent and part luck. So, how could it be so easy to figure out the ancient Sovereign Sutra? That's not how you roast meat. Look at you, you've burnt it. As Zhou Wen was in thought, he was jolted awake by a woman's voice. Looking up, he saw that it was Li Weiyang sitting down on a chair beside him. The girls from before had already gone elsewhere to play with Li Xuan and company, leaving him and Li Weiyang behind. Give it to me. Li Weiyang extended her hand in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was engrossed in his thoughts and forgot that he was still holding a skewer. The meat had been roasted for too long and the outside was charred black. Zhou Wen handed the skewers to Li Weiyang in embarrassment. Li Weiyang placed the charred meat to the side and took a few fresh skewers before placing them over the charcoal fire. One look and I know you're a scion who hasn't experienced much hardship. You don't even know how to roast meat. Although this isn't considered a skill, food is the foundation of human survival. Without food, even epic experts would starve to death. Large swaths of land are now occupied by dimensional zones. The area where humans can harvest food has been greatly reduced. There's still a need to avoid unnecessary waste. As Li Weiyang roasted the meat, she said, "Let me teach you how to roast meat. In the future, when you leave school and really enter the dimensional zones in the wilderness, the food you receive will probably mostly be raw meat. Roasting meat is also an essential skill, so at the very least, it can make you have a better time eating while outside. The most important thing about roasting meat is the control of the heat." Zhou Wen actually knew how to roast meat, but he had been preoccupied and had forgotten about the meat skewer in his hands. This resulted in the current situation. He didn't refute Li Weiyang's words, but as he listened, an idea flashed in his mind as he stared intently at the meat she was roasting. The muscles and fat were sizzling over the fire, giving off an aroma that whet his appetite. I remember that when humans first used fire, they used fire to fend off wild beasts and cook food. One of the three sovereigns, Swiren Shi, had made great contributions to the human race because he had brought the fire. He was praised as the leader of the three sovereigns. Could it be that the fire elemental power in the ancient Sovereign Sutra is not the destructive power of fire but the vitality of fire? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he found it correct. He had been trying to find an inkling of the ancient Sovereign Sutra through the power of fires, but its fire elemental powers didn't lean towards lethal power. Typical fire elemental primordial energy arts could achieve a projection effect of fire elemental power when advancing to the legendary stage. However, the ancient Sovereign Sutra didn't have such an effect. Its fire elemental power was converged and restrained. People say that water is the source of life, but they don't know that fire is the source of civilization. Without fire, perhaps the cold world wouldn't give birth to life. Without fire, humans wouldn't be able to eat cooked food or kill most of the parasites in it. Zhou Wen looked at the charcoal fire burning as more and more thoughts flashed through his mind. They were scattered, and he wasn't able to find the main point. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Don't burn the meat when you roast it in the future, Li Weiyang said as she roasted the meat. It's just too beautiful, Zhou Wen said as he looked at the flames. At that moment, he felt that the flames were somewhat different from usual as they emitted a moving radiance. Usually, when Zhou Wen looked at flames, he would only sense their heat and lethality. But now, when he looked at the flames again, he felt that there was a rhythm to life in them. Although Zhou Wen was still unable to grasp the essence of the flame's influence on life, the flames in his eyes were no longer as simple as lethal force. What did you say? Li Weiyang was slightly taken aback as she turned to look at Zhou Wen. It's just too beautiful. I never noticed that something that usually looks so hot inside can have such a beautiful and touching side, Zhou Wen said as he stared at the roasted meat. He was naturally referring to the flames. Li Weiyang wasn't an immortal, so she naturally couldn't read Zhou Wen's mind. She imagined that Zhou Wen was referring to her when she heard him say that. Her face blushed slightly as she said in embarrassment, "It's just roasting meat. It's nothing serious. It's not as grand as you put it." No, to me, this is the most important thing. It's just too beautiful, Zhou Wen said as he stared at the flames. His body and mind had already been attracted by the dancing flames. You. Stop talking nonsense. Eat your barbecue meat, Li Weiyang handed the barbecue meat to Zhou Wen. She was a little shy after being praised like that, especially by a man. Even she felt embarrassed, despite her usually fiery-tempered self. I finally understand. So the true characteristic of fire isn't destruction. It's life. The fire of life is what makes it moving and beautiful. I finally get it. Zhou Wen stood up and walked back. He finally understood why he had never been able to figure out the true meaning of the ancient Sovereign Sutra. He had been wrong from the beginning. Now all Zhou Wen wanted to do was return immediately and meditate on the ancient Sovereign Sutra. He almost couldn't contain his excitement. Li Weiyang held the barbecued meat as she stood there in a daze. As she watched Zhou Wen run off, her mind was filled with question marks. Fire. Beautiful. Moving. What the hell? What happened to Zhou Wen? Li Xuan walked over and asked Li Weiyang. How would I know what's wrong with that lunatic? I'm not a lunatic. Li Weiyang angrily stuffed the meat into Li Xuan's mouth before leaving. What happened? What's wrong with both of them? Li Xuan looked puzzled, unsure why Li Weiyang was so angry. After Zhou Wen returned to his dorm, he began meditating over the ancient Sovereign Sutra in the training room. He quickly realized why the fire elemental powers that came with the ancient Sovereign Sutra were so weak. It wasn't that the ancient Sovereign Sutra was not strong, but because excess was just as bad as a deficiency. The true essence of the ancient Sovereign Sutra was life. If the power of fire was too strong, it would destroy everything, including life. Therefore, the power of fire was necessary, but it couldn't cross a certain boundary. It was akin to the sun's effect on humans. With the sun, there was the night and day, the 4 seasons. It was only with the sun that life was possible. However, if the ground was too close to the sun, all the plants and animals on the ground would be burnt to death. No life could withstand it. This is the same as barbecuing. It will be inedible if it's too raw, but it can't be eaten if it's charred. The most touching thing about life is that tiny bit of spark. Zhou Wen vaguely felt as though he had grasped something, but he was momentarily unable to grasp it accurately. Over the next few days, Zhou Wen spent all his time in the training room studying the ancient Sovereign Sutra. He began to understand more and more of the ancient Sovereign Sutra's true meaning. Chapter 367, Condensing a Life Soul Again. And Jing had been practicing the sun strafe art recently. Although she had improved greatly, she still failed to grasp the true meaning of the sun strafe art required to advance to the epic stage. With her talent, it shouldn't have been difficult for her to advance to the epic stage. However, due to her body's chronic ailment, she was unable to sense the underlying sublimity of the sun strafe art. And Jing wasn't afraid of hardship. Every time she cultivated the sun strafe art, she could endure the inhuman pain caused by the chronic ailment. However, gaining insight into something like this couldn't be resolved just by suffering. The untalented might not even be able to match a day's enlightenment of someone even after 10 years of training. And Jing had talent, perceptivity, and diligence. She could be said to be a rare genius in the world, but her body wasn't suitable for practicing the sun strafe art. It made her feel as though she was separated by something, as she ultimately failed to grasp its true meaning. After her second attempt at enlightenment, Jing curled up in a corner of the room in pain. Every time she cultivated the sun strafe art, she suffered such pain. Her phone rang and Jing struggled to stand up. She walked to the table and picked up the call. My little Jing, it's been a while since I've met you. Mommy wants to have a meal with you. Are you free tonight? Ouyang Lan's voice came through the phone. Tonight, Jing had just cultivated the sun strafe art and the pain in her body hadn't subsided that quickly. Now, she really didn't want to move a step. Mommy only has you and Tianzuo as my 2 precious treasures. Tianzuo is busy with military matters and I haven't seen him for days. You have to stay on campus, leaving me all alone at home every day. I am so lonely. As Ouyang Lan spoke, she gave off the feeling like she was on the brink of tears. It was sad and terror-inducing hearing her. Got it. I'll head back tonight, Jing said helplessly. Ouyang Lan immediately brightened up and said happily, then I'll wait for you at MG restaurant. By the way, remember to bring little one along and have him eat dinner with me. I haven't seen him in a long time. I'll get Ah Sheng to come to the school gates to pick you up. Can't you? Before Jing could finish her sentence, Ouyang Lan hung up. Jing frowned slightly. Although she had gotten Zhou Wen to take her place in the Holy Land and was over the nomination, she still wasn't willing to face him. She still had a knot in her heart when she saw him. She had always felt that if her body wasn't problematic, she would be the most suitable candidate. She thought about not calling Zhou Wen, but Ouyang Lan had already mentioned it. Jing hesitated for a moment, washed up, changed her clothes, walked out of her building and over to Zhou Wen's building. She pressed the doorbell but didn't see Zhou Wen come out. It's not that I didn't get him, he's not around. Jing pressed 3 times but no one answered. Thus, she turned to leave. Bang. At that moment, Jing suddenly heard something from Zhou Wen's building. It sounded odd, as though something had been smashed. Could something have happened? She glanced at Zhou Wen's building, but she had second thoughts. What has he got to do with me? He can die for all I care. She turned around and walked a few steps. When she was about to return to her yard, Jing turned her head and walked to Zhou Wen's door again. She pressed the doorbell again as she mumbled to herself, as though trying to convince herself, he lives next door. It's just a wall separating us. What if he implicates me because of something he does? I have to figure it out. But after pressing the doorbell a few times, there was still no response. Instead, there was the sound of something shattering coming from inside the house. Jing looked up and saw that the balcony door on the 2nd floor wasn't locked. She leapt up and landed on the balcony before pushing the door open and entering. Zhou Wen, what are you doing? Jing walked inside as she spoke. No one answered her, but there was another loud bang. Jing heard it clearly this time. The sound came from the training room. There's soundproofing in the training room. Even boxing sandbags wouldn't leak any sound. What's he doing? Had something really happened? And Jing thought to herself as she looked around. Suddenly, she saw a spot in the ground that had signs of heat warping. It seemed to have solidified after melting. Immediately feeling something amiss, she was certain that something had happened. And Jing naturally didn't know that the floor was damaged due to Zhou Wen's summoning of the goldfish. She had imagined that Zhou Wen had been attacked. Don't tell me the League's Special Inspector Bureau attacked him. She quickly rushed to the training room and pushed the door. It was locked from the inside and didn't budge. And Jing knocked on the door and called out Zhou Wen's name a few times, but no one answered. She was even more certain that something had happened to him. Without any hesitation, she summoned a sword and sliced through the training room's steel door and rushed in. The scene she saw when she entered left her slightly taken aback. The scene in the training room wasn't as she had imagined. There were no men from the bureau, no signs of fighting, nor were there any signs of items shattering. The only thing she could see was Zhou Wen floating in midair, his entire body emitting light and heat like a sun. Although the light was a little blinding, it didn't cause any harm. The temperature made her feel hot, but it wasn't unbearable. Instead, it was comfortable, akin to sunbathing. He's condensing a life soul. And Jing stared at Zhou Wen as her pupils constricted. Back when she had defeated Zhou Wen with one strike, he was only at the mortal stage, worthless. In less than a year, Zhou Wen was already condensing a life soul to advance to the epic stage. Such a speed was too fast, so fast that it left Jing jealous. If it weren't for my chronic ailment, I would have advanced to the epic stage a long time ago. If not for the fact that I can't go to the Holy Land, his sun god bloodline would have belonged to me. And Jing looked at Zhou Wen and thought to herself. But soon, Jing realized that something was amiss with Zhou Wen's situation. Zhou Wen's strength looked like it was a result of the sun god bloodline being suitable with the sun strafe art, but upon careful inspection, she realized that it wasn't the case. It looked a little different. What's happening? Did he not cultivate the sun strafe art? Then what did he cultivate in? How did he obtain the sun god bloodline? And Jing was puzzled. She stared at Zhou Wen, who was condensing his life soul, and carefully observed him. Bang! Bang! And Jing heard the sound again, but she realized that the sound came from Zhou Wen's body, from his chest. The sound seemed to be his heartbeat. Chapter 368 Healing. In prehistoric times, when humans lived out in the open, with the land as their mat, the sky as their blankets, they fought against countless terrifying creatures, using their bodies to resist the assault of the elements. There came a day when humanity would grasp the power of fire and draw the curtains of an era of blood and fire, the dawn of civilization. Fire represented destruction and also hope. Countless scenes flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. In that glacier world, groups of humans were huddled inside caves, bunched up with each other, but they were still trembling in the cold wind. Some of them closed their eyes, never to open them again. A person walked over with a torch and lit a fire. It was so warm that it filled the entire cave, and countless humans worshipped it. And Jing looked at Zhou Wen's body and saw the sunlight glow around him grow more intense. It wasn't only light and heat, but there was also an indescribable power that made one prostrate down in fear. This kind of worship was not the fear of gods, nor was it faith, but pure adoration. Bang! Bang! Zhou Wen's heart beat more and more intensely. His chest was heaving visibly, as though the heart in it was about to tear out. An infinite vitality erupted from Zhou Wen's body. Even Jing, who was standing at the door, could sense the vigorous vitality. This isn't the sun strafe art. It's definitely not the sun strafe art. Although it has the power of light and heat, and although it looks similar to the sun strafe art doesn't have such vitality. It doesn't have the aura of a sovereign who encompasses everything. And Jing stared intently at Zhou Wen as she was extremely alarmed. She originally believed that Zhou Wen only had the chance of obtaining the sun god body in the Holy Land after cultivating the sun strafe art. However, Zhou Wen was now telling her that he could obtain the sun god body even if he didn't cultivate the sun strafe art. Zhou Wen's life force had almost materialized as it illuminated the entire room like sunlight. And Jing, who was standing at the door, was also illuminated by it. She immediately felt a warm force enter her body, quickly warming her entire body. Her body, which was still in pain due to the relapse, felt much better. The pain was rapidly dissipating. How is this happening? And Jing found it unbelievable. The similarly vigorous sun strafe art inflicted extreme pain on her, only causing her chronic ailments to worsen. However, Zhou Wen's power could reduce her pain and even slow down her ailment. And Jing could clearly feel the icy ailment in her body slowly melting under the illumination of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's heart beat more and more intensely as the light and heat on his body grew stronger. All the blood vessels in his body were throbbing and swelling up due to the intense beating of his heart. They surfaced on his skin like purplish red worms. All his muscles tightened as though they were filled with infinite explosive power. The potent power and vigorous vitality made Zhou Wen feel as though his body possessed an infinite amount of energy. Even if he clashed with the heavens, he could still bore a huge hole through the sky. Zhou Wen felt that the current him could be described by an idiom, bursting with energy. Ever since he had needed blood to game, his physique and strength had kept improving, but it had been a long while since he had experienced this kind of vigorous vitality. Now, Zhou Wen wished he could deliver a punch that could flatten the entire dorm. Whatever house, whatever blanket, my body temperature can melt ice and snow and illuminate the entire world. Let the tempest come strike harder. The gushing primordial energy, essence, vitality, and spirit constantly condensed over Zhou Wen's body before flowing towards his heart. It made his entire chest emit light and heat as though there was a sun in it. And Jing stared blankly at the floating Zhou Wen. The intense light illuminated her body, rapidly melting the ice as warmth spread across her body. And Jing had an urge to cry. From the moment she came of age, she had never felt warmth. It was as if ice had frozen in her body. Even when it was summer, while everyone was drenched in sweat due to the heat, she would only feel the coldness lessen a little. She didn't feel warm at all. But now, the ice in her body was melting. An unprecedented warmth spread throughout her body. Boom. 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 Zhou Wen felt as though a strange object had condensed in his heart. The item fused with his heart as it spread across his body, forming a strange physical system. Zhou Wen felt as though the physical system with the heart as the center was an engine that gave him infinite motivation. I have to leave immediately. Even if I suffer a lifetime of chronic ailments. I will not accept Zhou Wen's powers to heal my body. And Jing turned around and left. Although she knew that staying behind would rid her of the ailment that had troubled her for years, and Jing's pride prevented her from accepting Zhou Wen's treatment. It would be fine if it were anyone else. Just not Zhou Wen. She was in Jing, the family's in Jing. Even if Zhou Wen took away her nomination to enter the Holy Land, she could proudly tell everyone that she was better than Zhou Wen and could defeat him. However, if she were to accept Zhou Wen's powers, how was she to deal with herself in the future even if her ailments were cured? She would never be able to look up at Zhou Wen again, forever unable to confidently tell everyone that she was better than Zhou Wen, that as long as she wished, she could defeat him. There was no way she could live such a proud life again. This was more intolerable than the chronic ailment. Without any hesitation, Jing turned around and left. Although her body yearned for sunlight, she would rather walk into the darkness to preserve her pride. However, at the instant Jing turned around, Zhou Wen's strength completely erupted. The light on his chest spewed out like a blazing sun. Instantly, the resplendent light seemed to melt the entire room as Jing's body was devoured by the light. Jing felt a scorching force instantly fill her entire body. The coldness in her body was like a ball of snow that had been thrown into a furnace. It instantly melted, as though some chains had melted off her body. Her body turned limp and she collapsed to the ground. Zhou Wen became completely conscious as he saw a humanoid glow floating in front of him like a sun. He knew that it was the life soul that he condensed from the ancient sovereign sutra. But other than the condensed life soul, there was also a woman sitting paralyzed by the door. She was struggling to stand up with her hands against the door frame. And Jing. Zhou Wen immediately recognized the person when their eyes met. Chapter 369 Ancient Sovereign. And Jing, why are you here? Zhou Wen felt puzzled when he looked at Jing. He didn't know what was happening. While condensing the ancient sovereign sutra's life soul, he had been immersed in it completely without knowing what was happening around him. And Jing's body felt warm and weak. She had never experienced such a feeling before. She could no longer feel the cold energy in her body. And Jing's pride had never been dealt such a blow before, so she felt extremely embarrassed and furious. She forced herself to stand up with the help of the door frame, trying to make herself look as cold as she usually was. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I'm here to foil your life soul condensation, otherwise, why do you think I'd be here?" With that said, she ignored Zhou Wen's reaction and turned to leave. Zhou Wen watched Jing leave in a daze. He didn't quite believe her, but he couldn't figure out what she was here for. His phone suddenly rang. Zhou Wen picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was in Sheng, so he chose to answer. "Young Master Wen, are you ready? I'm waiting outside the school's main gate." Having waited for some time without Zhou Wen or Jing appearing, Sheng called Zhou Wen. "What are you waiting for?" Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. "Madam invited you and Miss Jing to dinner. Didn't Miss Jing inform you?" And Sheng asked. "Oh, yes. I was informed. Wait for me, I'll be right there." Zhou Wen was in a good mood right now. The ancient sovereign sutra had finally condensed a life soul, which was a great thing for him. Therefore, he didn't reject Ouyang Lan's invitation. He could have a good meal to reward himself. Zhou Wen first dripped his blood to revive and read the game's information. Indeed, when he used the ancient sovereign sutra, his life soul became a new one. Ancient sovereign, primordial body, ancient life born from blood and fire, the sovereign who fights against the heavens. Roughly knowing the ancient sovereign's abilities, Zhou Wen didn't immediately study it. He quickly took a shower and changed his clothes before heading for the school's entrance. When Zhou Wen arrived at the school's entrance, he saw Sheng's car parked not far away. He walked over to the car and saw Jing sitting in the back with a deadpan expression. He pulled open the front door and sat in the front passenger seat. Sheng sized up Zhou Wen and revealed a look of surprise. "Zhou Wen, you condensed a life soul. How do you know?" Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. Typically, as long as someone didn't summon a life soul, no one would be able to tell who was at the epic stage and who was at the legendary stage. It was rather odd that Sheng could tell at a glance that he had a life soul. And Sheng smiled and explained, "Didn't I tell you before that I'm especially sensitive to things like souls? However, if it's some time after a person condenses a life soul, their life soul would be more restrained, so I wouldn't be able to sense it. The life soul aura on you is still very strong, so it shouldn't have been long since you condensed it, right?" "I see. I just succeeded before coming here," Zhou Wen said. "That's really great news. Madame Sure chose a good time to invite you to a meal. She can celebrate for you." And Sheng paused before continuing, "For you to be able to condense a life soul so quickly, it's obvious that your talent is just like old Mr. Ouyang said. You are extremely outstanding. To condense a life soul after so many years of cultivation is already considered very slow," Zhou Wen said. "Pretentious," Jing said from the back without looking at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was already used to Jing's snide remarks, so he simply ignored her. And Sheng didn't respond and continued asking, "Tell me what life soul you condensed if you don't mind. I can report this good news to Madam later." "It's nothing special. Previously, our Xuanwen Club was organizing a joint activity with the Weiyang Club. Li Xuan got me to join in the barbecue. While observing the charcoal fire, something struck me. When I returned and thought it through, I finally understood the true meaning to fire due to my good luck. I broke through my bottleneck and condensed a life soul," Zhou Wen explained simply. He definitely couldn't hide his advancement to the epic stage, so he might as well just tell them straight away. Furthermore, he could make the ancient sovereign sutra's life soul public while concealing the other life souls, especially Slaughterer. Zhou Wen didn't want anyone to know of the existence of this life soul. He had a nagging feeling that it was too bizarre. Figuring out a life soul from eating barbecue? And Jing didn't say a word, but the corners of her eyes twitched as she felt a huge blow to her heart. Principal Ouyang was right. You are indeed an extremely focused person. Such a person will succeed easily. No matter what you do, you can gain inspiration from it, Sheng said. You are referring to Feng Qian. He's that kind of person. However, Zhou Wen looked at it, he felt that Sheng's words described Feng Qian. Feng Qian from the Feng family. I really don't know about that. However, I'll pay attention to him in the future. And Sheng paused before saying to Zhou Wen, "Young Master Wen, what plans do you have after graduation? With your talent, you will succeed no matter what you do. However, in this era, nothing you do will be stable. Do you want to consider joining the military? We'll talk again in the future." Zhou Wen didn't wish to continue the topic. And Sheng didn't mention it again. He drove the duo to MG restaurant. Ouyang Lan was already waiting for them in a private room. The present Ouyang Lan looked a lot thinner than when Zhou Wen first visited the Yin family. However, she still wore a warm smile as she pulled in Jing and Zhou Wen to sit beside her. "Ah Sheng, sit down too. We are all family and there are no outsiders," Ouyang Lan said when she saw Sheng standing by the side. And Sheng didn't stand on ceremony either. He pulled a chair and sat beside Zhou Wen. He said to Ouyang Lan, "Madam, young master Wen condensed his life soul today and advanced to the epic stage." "Is that so? Little Wen, you're really a genius." Ouyang Lan was delighted as she pinched Zhou Wen's cheeks with both hands. She tugged a few times with all her might, causing his face to distort. Zhou Wen looked at Ouyang Lan in a daze, momentarily at a loss for a response. Ouyang Lan seemed to realize that she had been too excited. She released her hands and said, "Sorry, it's a habit of mine pinching little Jing. I couldn't help it." Zhou Wen was immediately rendered speechless. At the same time, he imagined what Jing would look like if she was pinched like that. However, he found it quite unimaginable. And Jing's cold expression made it difficult for him to imagine how she would look after being pinched. Apart from Jing, everyone enjoyed the meal. Only Jing felt extremely conflicted. She didn't know how she finished the meal because she had no idea how she could face Zhou Wen in the future. After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen carefully studied the ancient sovereign life soul and discovered that the sun postfix of the strength stat also vanished like before. The ancient sovereign life soul could fuse with Zhou Wen's body and give him a powerful driving force. This was somewhat different from a traditional strength type life soul. When possessed by a traditional strength type life soul, strength was directly multiplied. For example, if the strength of an epic expert was at 40. If his life soul was to multiply his strength, it was possible that his strength would be raised to 60, 70, or even 80. However, it didn't mean that one could unleash 80 strength when one's strength reached 80. In reality, the power that a person could produce was largely related to their skills, stamina, and other factors. Without any training, even if they possessed 80 strength, the power that they could truly wield from throwing a punch was less than 60 or even less than half. Even a well-trained fighter couldn't unleash their peak combat power for prolonged periods. Usually, he would be able to maintain his peak strength output for 2 to 3 minutes. Those that didn't drop below 90% of their strength would be considered an extremely powerful individual. If this continued, their bodily functions would weaken and they would need some buffer time to continue such explosive strength. However, that wasn't the case with the ancient sovereign life soul. The ancient sovereign life soul provided a powerful driving force system. Now, Zhou Wen's strength was 32. When he had the ancient sovereign life soul possess him, he could maintain his strength at peak condition constantly. He wouldn't suffer a decline in stamina or a decrease in strength. He was practically a combat machine. And now, the ancient sovereign life soul was still at its lowest primordial stage. If he could continue growing, he didn't know what powers he would have in the future. Perhaps it would allow him to break through the limits of his strength and produce extraordinary powers. Furthermore, the ancient sovereign life soul also had combat powers. His combat strength was equivalent to Zhou Wen's attributes and could be considered Zhou Wen's avatar. This was somewhat similar to Dr. Darkness's Dr. Soul. Zhou Wen was very satisfied. Looking at the glow that resembled a sun god, Zhou Wen felt a little depressed. The glow from the ancient sovereign life soul was too intense and it was like a humanoid creature condensed from light. He couldn't see what he looked like at all. Now, there's the wordless monuments Tao Sutra and small Buddha temples small perfection of wisdom sutra. Which one do I start with? Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss. The ancient sovereign sutra could still be connected to fire, but Zhou Wen didn't know where to begin with these two primordial energy arts. All he could do was find information related to Buddhism and Taoism in the school's database. However, the knowledge of these two categories was just too broad and profound. Even if one spent the rest of their lives studying them, they might not be able to cover everything. Having no clue at all, Zhou Wen didn't know where to begin. The flower bud on the dead man tree had already withered over the past few days and had grown a purple fruit. It looked like it was cast from purple copper and its shape resembled an egg. In the past, Dr. Darkness's fruit ripened after 7 days. Zhou Wen estimated that this would take at least 7 days, so all he could do was patiently wait. He looked forward to seeing the type of companion beast that would appear from the fruit. He started up the game and tried to enter the temple under the ruins to use the Lost Country's teleportation ability to enter the temple. Passing the Oyin stone statue with the sacrificial offerings, he arrived at the door to the left side of the palace. The moment the blood-colored avatar opened the door to the palace, he saw a creature resembling a wolf and tiger. It was entirely black in color and had 2 tails. With wings on its back, it lunged over at an incredulous speed. Even Ghost Step speed couldn't match it. Zhou Wen pressed down on the ring transformed by Lost Country. The ghostly face's eyes flashed as the blood-colored avatar's body instantly vanished. When it appeared again, it was behind the monster. Zhou Wen hurriedly sized up the environment in front of him. He was likely inside the temple, but he saw that it was ancient and Spartan. It didn't have exquisite decorations or any kinds of calligraphy works. In the hall, there was only a stone altar and a stone offering table. There weren't any statues on the altar other than a rock. Zhou Wen only had the chance to glance at the stone before the game screen went black. The blood-colored avatar had clearly been killed by the terrifying dimensional creature. Even if the temple doesn't consecrate gods, they should consecrate some demons. Why would they consecrate a stone? Zhou Wen was puzzled. He had only taken one look at the rock and felt that it looked like a boulder. It was about 3 meters tall and it was shaped like a mountain. It didn't look anything special. After waiting for 24 hours, Zhou Wen went to the temple on the right. The temple on the right was somewhat special. Zhou Wen used teleportation, but he also only managed one glance. The palace's interior was filled with metal. Even the walls and pillars were made of metal. It also had altars and offerings, but they were made of metal as well. On the metal altar, the thing that was consecrated was a huge metal axe. The axe was double-edged and it looked dark and sinister. It was even bigger than a door. The handle of the axe was like a metal pillar and it looked heavy. There was probably no human who could use such a heavy weapon. Although he could enter the temple, he died upon entry. Apart from teleporting, even Ghost Steps couldn't dodge the attacks of the 2 mythical creatures. Zhou Wen couldn't think of a way to fend them off. However, there were no hiding spots within the temple. If the former principal and the others had really entered the temple, they were likely doomed. Zhou Wen grinded the dungeons daily and read some relevant articles to study how to condense a life soul and level up one's life soul. A few days had unknowingly passed. One day, Zhou Wen was grinding the tiger dungeon when his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call while grinding. Zhou Wen, are you alright? A familiar voice sounded. It was Zia. Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered with grinding. He threw down the game and gripped his phone tightly. I'm fine. I've returned to school. How are you? After a moment of silence, Zia said, I won't be able to return to school. If there's a chance, we'll meet again in the future. What plans do you have? Zhou Wen asked again. Although they hadn't spent much time with each other, he felt that Wang Mingyu's own students matched his personality. He had unknowingly become closer to them. With the world so huge, it naturally has a place for me. For a teacher to do something so earth-shattering, I can't embarrass him as his student. Naturally, I have to do something big as well, Zia said. What are you going to do? Zhou Wen was a little worried. Zia had a strange temper, but he possessed an extraordinary talent. He was probably going to cause havoc if he really turned evil. Let's talk about it when we meet in the future. I have something on campus. I won't be going back in the future. There's no point in keeping those things there. I'll give them to you. That item is at, Zia told Zhou Wen a place. I'll get it and send it to you, Zhou Wen said. There's no need. Just treat it as a memento. Zia hung up after saying that. When Zhou Wen called again, he heard the notification that the person he had just called had switched off their phone. Chapter 371 Spirit Casting. Zhou Wen helplessly put away his phone and thought for a moment. He planned on heading to the locations Hongzia mentioned to take a look. However, Zhou Wen wasn't sure if the item was still there because Hongzia's belongings were hidden in Dragon's Well. Back then, the Special Inspector Bureau's Director General had personally led a search and investigation, so it was very likely that they had already found the item. As for what it was, Hongzia didn't say, and Zhou Wen didn't have the time to ask. When he came to Old Dragon Cave again, Zhou Wen felt mixed feelings. He still remembered Wang Mingyu on cooking for the four of them while wearing an apron. But now, it was a mess. He wanted to clean up the lab and make it return to its original appearance, but he felt uncomfortable. He picked up a few pieces of broken apparatus and put them down again. They're gone. So what if I tidy the place? Zhou Wen sighed inwardly. After putting down the item, he headed straight for Dragon's Well. The platform made of stone beside Dragon's Well had been dismantled and the chain had long disappeared. This served to make Zhou Wen feel even more uncomfortable. Back then, he had pulled the chain quite a few times. The few of them had joked that they were fishing for dragons, but they had never really caught anything. They didn't even catch a single snake, much less a dragon. It was all a form of self-consolation. He switched to the Godfrey and Life Providence and flew down the shaft, stopping about 20 meters from the mouth of the well. The cold fog here was already thick and it was so dark that he couldn't see his fingers. Zhou Wen approached the wall and reached his hand out to feel his way. It was biting cold to the touch as though it was ice. Zhou Wen wasn't worried about encountering danger. He had entered Dragon's Well several times in-game, so he knew that this place was still far from the White Dragon's location, so he wouldn't alarm it. After some searching, he only found cold rocks. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt a soft spot as though he had touched a sponge. He couldn't help but feel delighted. After carefully feeling around the area, he discovered the wooden plank that Hongzia had mentioned. He opened it and revealed a hole that allowed an arm to extend in. Zhou Wen extended his hand and groped for a while before taking out a bamboo tube. The hole wasn't deep. After some groping around and realizing that there was nothing else, Zhou Wen took the bamboo tube and flew out of Dragon's Well. After leaving Dragon's Well, he carefully examined the bamboo tube, only to discover that it was emerald green in color, like fresh bamboo that had just been chopped off. The opening was stuffed with cloth. Zhou Wen removed the seal and looked into the bamboo tube. He saw that there was something rolled up. It looked like paper. After pouring the thing out, Zhou Wen realized that it wasn't paper but an animal hide of unknown species. After some processing, it turned into a leather scroll. The workmanship of the scroll wasn't bad. It was just that it had been through a lot, so it was a little worn out. What did Hongzia leave here? Zhou Wen was puzzled as he unfolded the leather scroll. He saw that there were many words written on it. Although the words looked a little faded, time had failed to completely erase them. Hongzia doesn't usually like to study. Why would he have such a thing hidden here? It's relatively easy to believe that this item was hidden by Zhang Yan. Zhou Wen was somewhat curious as he carefully read the contents on the scroll. This left Zhou Wen alarmed. The leather scroll recorded witchcraft called spirit casting. It was said that humans were unable to fuse with other living beings, but the method described was too alarming. It didn't adhere to human common sense. If Zhou Wen had seen it in the past, he would only treat it as something fabricated by a delusional person. It was impossible for it to be realized. However, Zhou Wen's expression turned odd when he thought of Wang Mingyuan, who had transformed into a dimensional creature. Don't tell me teacher used this spirit casting technique to fuse with the creature inside the white cocoon. Zhou Wen thought to himself. But why does Hongzia have this? Where did he get it from? Did teacher give it to him? Zhou Wen couldn't figure it out. After hesitating for a moment, he placed the leather scroll back into the bamboo tube before storing it in the Chaos Beads Chaos space. This item was definitely taboo for humans. Zhou Wen didn't want others to see it, nor did he have plans to learn it. If Hongzia didn't come to retrieve it in the future, he planned on permanently sealing it within the Chaos Bead, preventing it from ever seeing the light of day again. After doing all this, Zhou Wen walked out of Old Dragon Cave. The bustle outside Dragon Gate Grotto had returned to normal. There were even more people. Many people had set up stalls outside selling their loot. The most popular ones were all kinds of stat crystals. Although everyone wanted companion eggs, the prices were too high, so transactions were relatively few. Zhou Wen, what are you doing here? Someone stopped him. Zhou Wen turned around and saw that the person who called out to him was Wang Ji. This fellow had actually set up a stall here. Senior, why are you running a stall when you should be developing the game? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. To not work on the game and run a stall here only seemed to imply that his investment was for nothing. Huang Ji mysteriously pulled Zhou Wen to the side and whispered, I'm working on the game. Some unimportant parts have already been outsourced. In 2 months, we should have the results. That's not urgent. Something big will happen today and benefits might be in store. Why don't you wait with me? What can happen here? Zhou Wen looked around him. Although Dragon Gate Grotto had many dimensional zones, they were all inside the grottos. What could happen outside? Junior, you have no idea. All the dimensional zones in Dragon Gate Grotto are different, but in fact, Dragon Gate Grotto is an entire dimensional zone, including the spot where we are now, Huang Ji said as he pointed at the stone steps beneath him. Of course I know that. Zhou Wen didn't know what Huang Ji was getting at. Then aren't you curious why there are dimensional creatures in those grottos with magical things happening inside but there aren't any outside? Asked Huang Ji. Is a reason needed? Zhou Wen asked. Huang Ji covered his forehead and pursed his lips. There is definitely a reason for everything. If there is no reason, then it just means that we haven't figured it out. There is actually something mysterious outside Dragon Gate Grotto. It's just that it won't appear normally, but tonight is when that magical moment happens. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people here? There will be more people coming later. Many people who know of this will probably come tonight. What magical thing is it? Zhou Wen was somewhat intrigued. He believed there definitely would be something good. Otherwise, why would people choose to come here instead of other places where there were so many magical things happening in other dimensional zones? This magical thing in Dragon Gate Grotto is called Buddha Eye Opening, Huang Ji said excitedly. Legend had it that in ancient times, Dragon Gate Grotto often suffered floods, wiping out cities and fields. One year, due to a prolonged rain upstream, the water level kept rising. The experienced elders knew that there was going to be a flood and began moving higher up the mountain. In the story, a child was playing on the shore when he heard a strange sound coming from the water. It sounded like someone was saying, "Open or not. Open or not." The child thought nothing of it. 2 days later, a major flood really began upstream. The commoners watched their fields and city flooding and felt extremely miserable. Although they had brought everything that they could bring with them, once the disaster was over, the fields would be ruined. There would be nothing to eat in the coming year, resulting in a definite famine. Moreover, after the flood, there would definitely be plagues. At that time, medical technology was not good enough to control plagues. They could only survive it with numbers, which meant that in larger areas, not everyone would die from the contagion. While everyone was filled with grief, the child heard that strange voice coming from the water again. It sounded like it was asking, "Open or not? Open or not?" The child was very curious and explained the matter to his parents. When his parents heard that, they were overjoyed and told the child that if he heard the voice again, he should answer open. Not long after, the child heard that voice again. This time, he followed his parents' instructions and said, "Open." Then, the churning river split apart. The floodwater that flowed down from upstream actually split into 2 paths. One circled around the fields and city from the left, and the other circled around it from the right. A serious flood didn't happen. And in the area where the river split apart, the mountain walls that were beneath the river surfaced. Numerous Buddha statues and grottos of different sizes appeared. One of them was a Buddha statue with eyes staring straight at the sky. The river split into 2 with his eyes being the central axis. After the flood passed, the commoners realized that the Buddha statue's eyes had closed. Only then did they realize that the Buddha statue had saved their entire city. Ever since then, the Buddha statues and grottos appeared out of the water, the present Dragon Gate Grotto. Of course, this was just a legend that couldn't be taken seriously. However, the story of Buddha opening his eyes had spread around the area. Huang Ji told Zhou Wen that he didn't know if Buddha had really opened his eyes to save all those lives, but he was certain that after the dimensional storms, every time the river beside Dragon Gate Grotto exceeded a certain range, a Buddha statue would open its eyes. If one were to be looked at by the Buddha statue, there might be a huge fortuitous opportunity befalling them. What huge fortuitous opportunity? Zhou Wen asked curiously. Huang Ji shook his head and said, "I don't know. I heard that there were several instances in Dragon Gate Grotto that had the Buddha open his eyes. Every time someone was glanced at by the Buddha statue, it was as though a Buddha's light had descended upon them. However, I don't know what benefits those people gained later on. It's just that I heard about a student with an average aptitude, who had the lowest grades in school and always ranked in the bottom 3 in the comprehensive test. He was lucky enough to be looked at when the Buddha opened his eyes. From then on, it was as though he had cheated as his results shot up rapidly. He advanced to the legendary stage in just a few months. I heard that he advanced to the epic stage shortly after graduation. That godly." Zhou Wen was somewhat in disbelief. "I don't believe it either. But that's the legend that's spreading. I've only heard people mention it. Recently, there's been a lot of rain, and the water level has already exceeded the legendary mark. Perhaps today will be the day the Buddha opens his eyes. If there's nothing else you need to do, just wait here. Who knows, if Buddha takes a look at you, you'll be in for a swell time," Huang Ji said. Upon hearing Huang Ji, Zhou Wen felt that he should stay behind to take a look. Even if the Buddha statue didn't fancy him, it was better to broaden his knowledge. Zhou Wen sat down beside Huang Ji, waiting for the so-called Buddha eye opening to happen. Which is the Buddha statue with the closed eyes as mentioned in the legend? Zhou Wen looked around him but didn't see any Buddha statue with closed eyes. "That one." Huang Ji pointed up. Thankfully, Zhou Wen's eyes were especially good, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to see that Buddha statue. It was because the Buddha statue that Huang Ji pointed to was so inconspicuous. The more important Buddha statues were all full-body sculptures, but the Buddha statue in question was just a carving. Furthermore, it was only 1 foot tall and was carved on a stone wall. The Buddha statues around it were several meters tall or even more than 10 meters tall. This made it extremely inconspicuous. If one didn't pay attention, they would miss it. Zhou scrutinized it and realized that the Buddha statue did have its eyes closed, but after sizing it up for a while, he failed to discover anything magical about the stone statue. Li Xuan and Li Weiyang walked over with a group of people. From afar, he saw Zhou Wen, ran over and grumbled, "Old Zhou, so you're here. That makes it easy for me. Why didn't you answer all my calls?" Only then did Zhou Wen recall that he hadn't brought his ordinary phone when he came out. "Why are you all here?" Zhou Wen looked and realized that almost everyone from the Xuanwen Club and the Weiyang Club was here. Even Gu Dian, why else would we be here? Aren't you here for that Buddha eye-opening as well? Li Xuan curled his lips as though he was very displeased with Zhou Wen for coming alone without informing him. "I only learned about the Buddha eye-opening from Senior Huang Ji a moment ago. I went to Old Dragon Cave to pack some things," Zhou Wen explained. "Then you came at the right time. If the Buddha statue really opens its eyes later, it might be able to take a fancy to us." "That will be sweet," Li Xuan said. As the two spoke, more and more people came. Zhou Wen saw that Wei Ji had brought quite a number of the student council's leaders, including Zheng Tianlian. Zheng Tianlian wasn't very fond of Zhou Wen and only gave him a glance. Wei Ji nodded at him with a smile, appearing to be somewhat friendly. Zhou Wen nodded slightly in response, but he had a nagging feeling that Wei Ji was a little different from before, but he couldn't put a finger on the difference. The sky grew darker and, when the sun was setting, more and more people came. Not only were there people from the college, but there were also some from outside the college. After all, not all of Dragon Gate Grotto belonged to Sunset College. As more and more people appeared, the Buddha statue remained motionless, ignoring the hope of having its eyes opened. It was so dark that it was almost out of sight. Suddenly, Zhou Wen heard splashing sounds as though something was churning in the river, causing it to constantly bubble. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the churning water, including Zhou Wen. With a loud splash, green lotus leaves emerged from the water. After extending out from the water surface, many water droplets swirled on the lotus leaves, making them wobble. The splashing sounds continued to echo. More and more lotus leaves appeared on the surface of the river like bamboo shoots after the rain. They kept appearing, and not long after, the river was almost completely covered by the lotus leaves. At a glance, it was as if it had turned into a green river of jadeite. In the darkness, the lotus leaves even emitted a faint light. Did such a phenomenon happen in the past Buddha eye-opening? Zhou Wen asked Li Xuan. Li Xuan shook his head and said, "I'm not very sure about that. However, I heard that there was indeed a phenomenon before the Buddha eye-opening. However, I've only heard of birds flying over from all directions, nothing about the river giving rise to lotus leaves." As the two conversed, there was another change on the river surface. Lotus flowers extended out from the water and slowly bloomed between the lotus leaves, making the scenery on the river even more pleasant. Those lotus flowers seemed to be lamps that illuminated the surface of the river. It was truly a magical sight. Zhou Wen was watching the scene of the lotus flower blooming when he suddenly heard someone shout, "The Buddha has opened his eyes. The Buddha has opened his eyes." Zhou Wen and company turned their heads and looked at the statue on the stone wall. Its closed eyes seemed to have a golden line drawn. Light shimmered from within as though it was about to open its eyes. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he switched his primordial energy art to the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra. He thought, the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra is also a Buddhist primordial energy art. It might be of some use. Since it shares the same religion, the Buddha statue might even glance at me. Many students and cultivators moved in front of the Buddha statue, hoping to obtain the Buddha statue's favor. Feng Qian, Ming Xiao and Tian Zenzhen also came to Zhou Wen's side. Tian Zenzhen looked at the Buddha statue curiously and asked, could it be that only those with Buddhist physiques or people with Buddha-related life providences can obtain the fortuitous opportunity during the Buddha eye-opening? Who knows? The last people who got chosen by the Buddha statues apparently didn't have any Buddhist physiques, Li Xuan said after some thought. Could there be no standard? Tian Zenzhen asked again. Even if there are standards, no one knows what it is, Li Weiyang said. As they spoke, the Buddha statue's eyes had already completely opened, its eyes sparkling with a Buddhistic glow. However, the direction it was looking at was not the humans on the shore, but the lotus leaves and lotus flowers over the river. Is he enjoying the flowers? Ming Xiao looked at the Buddha statue in deep thought. From the looks of it, enjoying the flowers is his main goal. Choosing someone might just be done in passing, Li Xuan said with a twitch of his lips. Dragon Gate Grotto had thousands of people along the riverbank as they helplessly watched the Buddha statue enjoy the flowers. The Buddha statue did nothing but admire the flowers, with zero intention of looking at the humans by the shore. Seeing that the Buddha statue wasn't looking at him, Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. It looks like the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra isn't of much use. Suddenly, not far away, a figure ran to the riverbank and jumped into the river. After that, the figure separated the lotus leaves and swam towards a spot where the Buddha statue was looking at. Holy fuck. This bro sure has ideas. You want to get a Buddhist affinity this way? Is that person's brain damaged? I guess that person must have gone crazy thinking of getting a Buddhist affinity. If you can obtain a Buddhist affinity using such a trick, what kind of affinity is that? The person destroyed so many lotus leaves and flowers and disrupted the Buddha statue's enjoyment of the flowers, spoiling its mood. I won't be surprised if there's a punishment, so to get a Buddhist affinity. Stop dreaming. Everyone reacted and immediately understood what that person was trying to do. There were people who were amazed, but most people were mocking the person. That person is rather interesting. Is it a student from our school? Zhou Wen looked at the person who was swimming with piqued interest. Earlier, they had all had their eyes on the Buddha statue and hadn't seen who had jumped into the river. Although this method seemed unreliable, this person dared to act on their ideas. It wasn't comparable to the people on the shore who could only mock. Probably. Li Xuan was somewhat unsure. The person was swimming amongst lotus leaves, so they were blocked from view. Furthermore, the river's water had drenched the person's clothes, so it was impossible to tell if they were wearing the school uniform. Boom. The person was trying their best to swim when a bolt of lightning suddenly shot down from the sky. It hit the person who was swimming in the water. The surrounding river water rose a foot high because of the impact, and the lotus flowers nearby also suffered damage. An area was charred black after the lightning strike. I knew it. How dare you use such a trick before Buddha? You deserve to be struck by lightning. Some people only want to take shortcuts. Have you learned your lesson? You even dare to fool Buddha. Who else should be struck by lightning if not you? Many people who were watching were gloating. Even though there were people who were concerned about whether that person had died from the lightning strike, no one dared to save the person. They were afraid that they would also be struck by lightning once they entered the river. Zhou Wen felt that the person was rather interesting. He had seen the might of the lightning, and it wasn't enough to hurt him. He said to Li Xuan, "Wait here for me. I'll see if he's dead." Zhou Wen didn't summon his arm wing, but he used Dragon Gate's flying immortal skill. He stepped on the lotus leaves and headed for the lightning strike victim. As he stepped on the lotus leaves and landed on the spot where the person had been struck, he reached out to grab the person who was floating face down. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised. This person's hair and clothes had been charred black, but the person wasn't dead. The person had only fainted. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Zhou Wen actually knew this person. She was none other than Fang Ruoxi, who had graduated from Guide High School with him. It's no wonder you jumped down from our side. It's her. Zhou Wen was looking at the Buddha statue just now, just like the others. He really didn't notice that Fang Ruoxi had disappeared. Just as he was about to bring Fang Ruoxi back to the shore, he suddenly saw a bolt of lightning appear out of nowhere. It descended from the void and struck Zhou Wen and Fang Ruoxi. Zhou Wen, be careful. Li Xuan and company shouted. And among the other spectators, many gloated over Zhou Wen's predicament. They felt that he deserved being hit for his rash act. Zhou Wen naturally saw the lightning smite down as well. The lightning came quickly, preventing him from having any time to think. Zhou Wen summoned his overlord sword and slashed out the demonic astral wheel at the lightning. The blood-colored light wheel tore out and collided with the lightning. Immediately, a streak of blood-red light exploded. As the demonic astral wheel shattered, the lightning also shattered. It transformed into electric wisps that scattered across the river's surface, charring the lotus leaves and lotus flowers. Boom. Before Zhou Wen could retract the sword in his hand, another bolt of lightning came smiting down, preventing him from having a chance to return to the bank. Chapter 374, Who ended up with it? Zhou Wen held Fang Ruoxi in one hand and raised his overlord sword in the other as he prepared to slash out a sword beam to shatter the incoming lightning. However, he had only raised his sword halfway when he suddenly felt his ears heat up. A golden earring appeared on his ear, producing a strange power. Truth Listener. Zhou Wen was delighted. He knew that Truth Listener had finished its incubation and had automatically returned to his ears. At the same time, it unleashed a strange power. This power extended all over Zhou Wen's body. Even the Overlord's sword in his hand was enveloped by Truth Listener's power. The lightning struck the Overlord's sword, but it didn't produce any terrifying power. Instead, it transformed into a strange energy that was transmitted into Zhou Wen's body, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. Not only did the lightning not harm him, it even seemed to replenish his energy. Boom. 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 Lightning bolts fell from the sky one after another as they struck the Overlord's sword that Zhou Wen raised. It's over. Old Zhou is about to be charred to a crisp. Li Xuan felt his heart chill when he saw the blinding lightning blast on Zhou Wen's body. Anyone would imagine that Zhou Wen would be electrocuted to death with such a terrifying electric blast. However, Zhou Wen didn't feel the pain of being struck by lightning. Instead, he felt his primordial energy fill. Every bolt of lightning that struck him added a little to his primordial energy. The excess primordial energy that his body couldn't contain seeped out from his pores. Almost instantly, 9 bolts of lightning fell. When the light from the lightning dimmed, the spectating students and crowd realized that Zhou Wen was still standing there with his sword raised. He hadn't been reduced to ashes as they had expected. Even his clothes weren't damaged at all. Zhou Wen, who was standing on a lotus leaf, held Fang Ruoxi in one hand and raised the Overlord's sword in the other. He even emitted a faint golden luster. The visual effect was perfect, alarming and puzzling many students. The 9 golden lightning bolts were so terrifying. Why isn't Zhou Wen injured at all? Zheng Tianlian widened his eyes in disbelief. Wei Ji said indifferently, "You underestimate Zhou Wen. How can such lightning hurt him?" Zhou Wen walked towards the bank with Fang Ruoxi, but the lightning didn't descend from the void again. Zhou Wen landed on the shore, and just as he put Fang Ruoxi down, 2 golden beams shot out of the Buddha statue's eyes and headed straight for him. Is it finally coming? Zhou Wen felt a little excited. He didn't know what the Buddha eye opening's power would bring him. However, in the next second, Zhou Wen was stunned. The golden beam from the Buddha's eyes didn't shine on him but on Fang Ruoxi, who was on the ground. Fang Ruoxi's hair and skin that had been charred from the lightning strike rapidly healed under the golden light. Not only did she recover from her own injuries, but she also became even more crystalline. Amidst her black hair was a faint golden luster. From the looks of it, the Buddha statue chose Fang Ruoxi from the beginning. After all, she was the first person to enter the river. Zhou Wen guessed the reason why the Buddha statue had chosen Fang Ruoxi. He wasn't envious at all. Fang Ruoxi had such an opportunity because she had pursued it with all her might. Fang Ruoxi opened her eyes. Even her pupils seemed to glow with a faint golden luster. It made her seem a little different from before. Why am I here? Didn't I get struck by lightning? Fang Ruoxi sat up and looked around in a daze. It was old Zhou who saved you. Furthermore, you were lucky to have received the Buddha statue's gaze. However, you need to thank old Zhou. If he hadn't helped you block 8 bolts of lightning, you would probably have lost your life instead of enjoying the Buddha affinity, Li Xuan said jealously. Thank you, Zhou Wen. Fang Ruoxi stood up and stood in front of him. It's nothing. It's nothing. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly and turned to look at the Buddha statue on the stone wall. However, the Buddha statue had already closed its eyes and returned to its normal appearance. The lotus flowers and leaves in the river also withered in an instant. In the end, they all melted into the river, leaving nothing behind. When the crowd of onlookers saw that the Buddha statue had lost its divine glow and the surface of the river had returned to normal, they knew that they had missed the Buddha eye opening this time and could not help but feel regret. Previously, they had not jumped into the river like Fang Ruoxi's search for a Buddhist affinity. Otherwise, they might have gotten it instead. A number of people left in disappointment, but there were also quite a number of people who looked over. Apart from asking about who had obtained the Buddhist affinity, they were mostly asking about Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had managed to withstand 8 golden lightning bolts with a single sword without being injured at all. It was as though he was a god of combat embodied. It left people somewhat shocked. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to stay any longer. He informed Li Xuan, Huang Ji, and company that he had something on before returning to his dorm. After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen eagerly took out the mysterious phone and checked Truth Listener's information. A small golden monkey appeared on the screen. Its transformation wasn't too great and its body was still rather miniature. However, the golden fur on its body had turned into a dark golden color, much more restrained than before. Furthermore, it had 4 ears when it advanced to the legendary stage. Now it had 6 ears, 3 on each side. They were distributed in a triangular shape like flower petals. With Truth Listener looking almost the same, Zhou Wen directly looked at its stats, eager to know what power it had used. Truth Listener, Epic, Evolvable. Life Providence, Heaven Senses. Life Soul, Evil Nullification. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Constitution, 41. Primordial Energy, 41. Talent Skill, Truth Listener, Indestructible Golden Body, Evil Warding, 9 Extremes. Companion Form, Earring. Zhou Wen saw that Truth Listener's attribute growth was within his expectations. There weren't any changes in skills. However, there was an additional Life Soul Evil Nullification. It was likely the Evil Nullification Life Soul that nullified the lightning and turned it into primordial energy. However, Zhou Wen was only able to sense a thing or two when it came to a companion beast's life soul. He had no way of completely figuring out what Evil Nullification's exact effects were. When he summoned Truth Listener, he saw a tiny 6-eared, golden-haired monkey appear in his palm. It looked at him with eyes that suffused a golden glow. Summon your life soul for me to see, Zhou Wen said to Truth Listener. Truth Listener received Zhou Wen's order, but it didn't summon the life soul. It appeared to be scratching its ears and cheeks as though it didn't know what to do. At the same time, Truth Listener had a thought transmitted into Zhou Wen's mind. I can't. Zhou Wen sensed that Truth Listener's will was seemingly repeating this. Zhou Wen found it odd. Could it be that Truth Listener's life soul is a passive life soul that can't be summoned just like my slaughterer? Truth Listener couldn't speak and Zhou Wen had no way of asking it. All he could do was take it in-game to fight monsters, hoping to see how much it had improved. When he reached the poison bat cave, he summoned Truth Listener and let it kill the poison bats itself. Truth Listener was indeed a mythical pet. Although it was still developing, it possessed a strange strength that was astonishing. Its movement speed was as fast as lightning, and it was as fast as Zhou Wen's ghost steps. Its 2 claws were indomitable, easily tearing apart a poison bat that was similarly at the epic stage. Even the poison bat boss, White Shadow of Poison, was easily caught up by Truth Listener before tearing its body apart. What surprised Zhou Wen was that when the White Shadow of Poison entered its shadow state, it failed to dodge Truth Listener's claws and was directly torn into two. That petite body jumped between the horde of poisonous bats. Even though it could only kill one poisonous bat every time, the speed at which it killed them was very fast. Each swipe of the claw killed one, almost as though it was not afraid of a group brawl. Although Truth Listener performed very well, these seemed to be skills it originally had. The reason why it had powerful speed and strength was that it was augmented by the 9 Extremes Primordial Energy skill. This primordial energy skill allowed Truth Listener's speed and strength to exceed its limits, allowing it to produce strength that exceeded its own. The indestructible golden body made Truth Listener hardly need to dodge attacks of the same level. It wouldn't even be easy for dimensional creatures of a higher level to kill it. Truth Listener could really be used as a tanking pet despite its extremely small body. Zhou Wen had seen these powers before, but he didn't see the effects of its evil nullification life soul. Seeing that the experiment was useless, Zhou Wen turned Truth Listener into an earring and went to the underground sea. Before Zhou Wen descended to the sea, he summoned the goldfish to give it a try. The moment it landed in the seawater, it immediately vaporized immense amounts of water, producing white steam. It was like placing red-hot metal pieces into water. Then, Zhou Wen hurriedly checked the goldfish's stats and saw his bad luck instantly soar to plus 100. It frightened him so much that he hurriedly unsummoned it. You're clearly a fish, all right. How can you not like water? This is your fault, Zhou Wen lampooned inwardly before he rushed into the sea. After switching back to the slaughterer life soul, Zhou Wen used his movement technique to circle around the 9 black dragons. He was ultimately no match for it and was swallowed by a black dragon. Apart from the enhancement in my hearing range and the details I can make out, it doesn't seem to be of any special use. Back in Dragon Gate Grotto, it was able to turn the lightning into primordial energy. Why isn't it capable of doing so now? The black dragon spewed out a few rounds of dragon breath at me, but it failed to absorb the dragon breath and convert it to primordial energy when it landed on me. Could it be because the black dragon is too powerful that it isn't able to convert it in time? Zhou Wen thought to himself as he headed to Ancient Sovereign City. He wanted to see if it could absorb the flames at the Fire God platform. However, when the firebirds hit the blood-colored avatar, Truth Listener didn't react at all and didn't absorb the flames. Could it be that it can only absorb the power of lightning? However, dimensional creatures with lightning elemental attributes seem a little difficult to find. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and immediately thought of Li Xuan. Li Xuan had the Thunder God sword. He just needed to try it out with him. He gave Li Xuan a call and asked if he was free. Since Li Xuan was free, the two of them decided to meet at the training grounds. Zhou Wen, look who this is. When Li Xuan came, he had actually brought someone over. Alai, why are you here? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. This was because Alai wasn't a student at the college. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to enter the school. Li Xuan said smugly, I got him an identification card and got him to be admitted into an ordinary university. Then, I used some connections to get him to come to our Sunset College as an exchange student. Awesome. Zhou Wen gave him a thumbs up. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Alai was still very quiet. He didn't speak much. Back when Zhou Wen and Li Xuan had taken him out of the Holy Land, his memory had been damaged greatly, so his memories were limited. Later, Alai was taken back by Li Xuan and was arranged that he would stay in Li Xuan's villa. This was the first time Zhou Wen had seen him since their farewell. Alai is really strong. I got him to cultivate in a primordial energy art and gave him some crystals. It didn't take long for him to advance to the legendary stage. He's an absolute genius. Who knows, he might be able to advance to the epic stage in a short while, Li Xuan said excitedly. In a certain sense, Alai's primordial energy art and primordial energy skills were taught by Li Xuan. It was enough to view Alai as his student, so Li Xuan was very happy with Alai's achievements. If you need money, go to Li Xuan. If you want to beat up monsters or something, you can look for me, Zhou Wen said to Alai with a smile. Li Xuan rolled his eyes at Zhou Wen speechlessly. By the way, why were you looking for me? I want you to help me with a test. Use your Thunder God sword to smite me with lightning, Zhou Wen said. What's the point of me smiting you? Even the void lightning in Dragon Gate Grotto wasn't able to harm you at all. I doubt my lightning will do anything. Li Xuan curled his lips and said, don't tell me you are deliberately showing off. Just smite me. Why all the chatter? Zhou Wen said. On your guard. Li Xuan suddenly unsheathed his sword and cleaved using the Thunder God sword, slashing out a powerful lightning beam at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had no intention of being hit. All he did was hold his overlord's sword horizontally and block the lightning sword beam. Bam! The lightning exploded on his sword, spreading lightning across Zhou Wen that his hair stood on end. Thanks to the electric current, his body convulsed for quite some time before he stopped. Holy shit, it's useless. Zhou Wen was depressed. Why did it work previously but not now? Old Zhou, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you use the method you used at Dragon Gate Grotto to block my lightning? Li Xuan felt puzzled as he looked at Zhou Wen, unsure of what he was up to. Again, Zhou Wen said through gritted teeth. Old Joe, when did you gain the hobby of being tortured? Li Xuan said with a smile. However, he didn't idle as he struck out with another lightning sword beam. Zhou Wen raised his sword to block the lightning sword beam, but it was the same as the previous strike. His entire body turned numb from the lightning, and his hair resembled afro curls. Haha, Zhou Wen, do you really have sadomasochistic tendencies? Do you want me to strike you a few more times? Li Xuan was in a good mood. He was eager to continue, as though he wanted to cleave out a few more times. Smite your ass. Zhou Wen was now officially certain that Truth Listener's evil nullification life soul didn't have the ability to convert lightning. Old Zhou, what were you trying to do? Li Xuan asked with a smile. Nothing. I'm testing my companion beast abilities, but it's just a disappointment, Zhou Wen answered truthfully. What companion beast is it? Can it only show its strength after suffering abuse? Li Xuan was even more curious. However, Zhou Wen wore a depressed look as he waved his hand. Forget it. I was wrong. Let's just leave it be. I'll head back now. Don't, I made an appointment with Feng Qian and Gu Dian. I'll be taking all of you to somewhere nice later, Li Xuan said. Where to? Zhou Wen asked. Li Xuan took out a black entry pass and said, do you see this? This is the entry pass to White Immortal Temple. It's very difficult to obtain it. Only 5 people can enter. You, I, Feng Qian, Gu Dian, and I will go together. White Immortal Temple. Is there such a dimensional zone on campus? Zhou Wen thought carefully but couldn't think of any dimensional zone of that name on campus. It's not in our college, but it's in Luong City. It's a great place. You will see later, Li Xuan said mysteriously. The White Immortal Temple doesn't consecrate Madame Whitesnake, right? Zhou Wen had heard his grandfather tell him the story of Madame Whitesnake when he was young, so the name White Immortal reminded him of the story. What is on that head of yours? Madame Whitesnake is suppressed in a place called Lifeng Pagoda. It's far away in Westlake, Li Xuan explained, even though Feng Qian and Gu Dian haven't arrived yet. The so-called White Immortal is one of the 5 immortals in folklore: Fox, Yellow, White, Willow, and Gray. Fox refers to Fox Immortal. You should know that foxes can cultivate to become an immortal. It's a very common story. Yellow Immortal refers to a weasel. It's an extremely evil thing. Willow Immortal refers to a snake immortal. Gray Immortal is a mouse. As for White Immortal, it is actually a porcupine immortal. These 5 immortals are more well known in the north. We have fewer than 5 immortal temples in our area, but in Luong there's a White Immortal Temple. It has turned into a dimensional zone and has been under military control. The entry pass is hard to come by. I was lucky to get one by chance and can bring all of you to take a look. By chance. Zhou Wen stared at Li Xuan with an odd expression. Li Xuan knew what Zhou Wen was thinking and shook his head. Don't worry. This has nothing to do with my brother. Besides, death is virtually impossible in White Immortal Temple. You'll just suffer a little. What do you mean? Zhou Wen had zero ideas about White Immortal Temple, he had no idea what it looked like. There is a special power inside White Immortal Temple. Once you enter, every step you take will be like a needle prick. The further you go, the more intense the needle pricking pain is. Normal people won't go too deep, and at most, they will have many bloody holes in their souls. But if one barges in forcefully, that would be fun. I heard that an epic expert with great movement techniques flew into the White Immortal Temple's main hall by relying on his flying ability. However, as soon as he entered the hall, he let out a tragic cry and fell to the ground. His entire body was covered in needle holes and he was severely mangled. His blood flooded the ground and he died immediately. From the sound of it, this White Immortal Temple seems very dangerous. Zhou Wen didn't like to go to dangerous places. It's actually not a big problem as long as we don't force our way in. Just walk as far as you can go. If you can't withstand the pain, just turn around and come out. As long as you turn around and walk straight, you won't be injured. If you have a high tolerance threshold, you can walk to the incense burner in front of the hall and light a stick there. You might obtain a companion egg from the White Immortal, Li Xuan said. What's the level of the White Immortal companion egg? Zhou Wen asked. The level doesn't matter. In fact, the White Immortal companion egg is only at the legendary stage. However, it has an extraordinary life providence. If you have a White Immortal companion beast, it might one day save your life. You can tell how good it is just by how much the military locks down the place. Having said that, Li Xuan deliberately stopped. Clearly, he was waiting for Zhou Wen to ask him questions. Zhou Wen had no choice but to entertain him. What is the White Immortal's life providence? The White Immortal's life providence is impressive. It's known as immunity to all illnesses. With a White Immortal companion beast, you can basically guarantee that you won't fall sick. You should know how terrifying illnesses are. Although cultivators have strong bodies and typically don't fall sick, their bodies are unable to withstand the harsh environments in dimensional zones. If they fall ill, the illness can be even more fatal than the average person. When that happens, White Immortal's value will show itself. Li Xuan continued, besides, the White Immortal companion beast has the ability to seek out herbs. Although it doesn't know how to fight, it can distinguish between the strange plants in a dimensional zone. It knows which ones are poisonous and which ones are medicinal herbs. If there's nothing to eat, one can also rely on white immortals' help to eat some herbs for survival. It's better than starving to death, and there's no need to worry about accidentally consuming poisonous plants. Now that you put it this way, this white immortal sure is a good pet. Zhou Wen felt that Li Xuan was right. Immunity to all illnesses was indeed a good life providence, especially when this life providence could aid its master. Even a cultivator couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't fall sick. In all kinds of harsh environments, if they fell sick, it would be very troublesome. With White Immortal, there was no need to worry about it. After a while, Feng Qian and Gu Dian came one after another. The five of them successfully left the school together as Li Xuan had already prepared a permit for them to leave. Ah Lai drove the four of them to the White Immortal Temple. The White Immortal Temple was much smaller than Zhou Wen had imagined. It was like a small courtyard house of an ordinary family. However, its design was slightly different. There was an old wooden plaque hanging on the dilapidated wooden door. The words White Immortal Temple were indeed written on it, but the paint on it was almost gone. After Li Xuan handed over the pass, the five of them walked to the door of White Immortal Temple. The door was already open, and they could see the tiny courtyard inside with a single glance. There were all kinds of small houses, but they looked like they were only used to store miscellaneous things and not meant to consecrate other immortals. A slightly bigger building that directly faced the door was the hall that worshipped White Immortal. In front of the big building was a stone incense burner. The incense inside was almost completely filled. Li Xuan gave each of them 3 sticks of incense before taking 3 sticks of incense himself. After taking off his shoes at the door, he walked in. "Why are you taking off your shoes?" Feng Qian asked in puzzlement. Li Xuan said, "Later, my feet will be pricked with bloody holes. I'm not afraid of the blood, but dirtying my shoes and socks won't be nice." Zhou Wen and company found this reasonable, and they mimicked Li Xuan by taking off their shoes and socks before walking barefooted into the yard. Li Xuan took point. The moment he stepped in, his expression changed immediately, but he gritted his teeth and walked in. However, when he raised his leg, he could clearly see a bloody mark beneath his feet which formed footprints. Zhou Wen hesitated when he saw Li Xuan losing so much blood. One step took enough blood for plenty of games. However, this yard was relatively small and it wouldn't take too many steps to cover the entire distance. At most, it was about 10 steps. For the sake of the White Immortal Companion Egg, Zhou Wen decided to give it a try. Gu Dian, Feng Qian, and Alai followed Li Xuan inside. The expressions on everyone's faces changed the moment they walked in. It was easy to imagine how it felt to be stabbed in the soles by needles. Feng Qian and company were considered people who had a high tolerance level, but they couldn't help but grimace. Gu Dian had a small disadvantage. His feet were big and the blood footprints he left behind were much larger. Zhou Wen was the last to step in. He was already mentally prepared to suffer the pain of the needle's pricks, but when he stepped down on the ground, he didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, a warm current rose from the soles of his feet and directly entered his body. It was actually primordial energy that surged into his body. Truth listener. Zhou Wen felt the power coming from the earring. It was the feeling he had when resisting the lightning in Dragon Gate Grotto. He felt pleasantly surprised. He attempted a few more steps and indeed, he didn't have his soul pierced like Li Xuan and company. Nor did he feel any pain. Instead, plenty of primordial energy seeped into his body from the soles of his feet. Truth listener's evil nullification life soul is really strange. Under what kind of situations can it be used? It was lightning previously, but now it's the power of the White Immortal Temple. The two don't seem to match at all. What similarities do they have? Zhou Wen thought to himself. The yard was tiny, so Li Xuan and company only took about 10 steps before arriving in front of the incense burner. However, those 10 steps weren't a breeze. Every step they took meant one bloody footprint. The further they walked in, the more bloody footprints. The pain of 10,000 needles piercing through the bottom of their feet was something that could be endured once or twice. But to take about 10 steps wasn't something ordinary people could endure. Li Xuan was the first to walk to the incense burner. Then, he respectfully lit the 3 sticks of incense. After bowing 3 times, he inserted the incense sticks into the incense burner. After doing all of this, Li Xuan looked in anticipation. Zhou Wen looked in from behind and saw that there wasn't a statue inside. On the single offering table was a wooden plaque with the words Old Madam White written on it. Crack. The 3 incense sticks that Li Xuan inserted in the incense burner suddenly tilted, snapping from the middle. This trip was for nothing. You guys give it a try. Li Xuan gloomily retreated to the side. Being able to walk in to offer incense was one thing, but to be able to obtain the White Immortal Companion Egg was another matter. The immediate snapping of the 3 incense sticks indicated that the old Madam White hadn't accepted Li Xuan's incense offerings, so she naturally wouldn't give a White Immortal Companion Egg to him. Alai walked forward and mimicked Li Xuan by bowing 3 times before inserting the incense sticks. All 5 of them were focused on the 3 incense sticks, wondering if they would snap like Li Xuan's incense. The 3 incense sticks didn't break, but they burned very quickly. What should have taken almost an hour to finish burning took only minutes. The smoke from the 3 incense sticks didn't dissipate. Instead, it gathered above them. After the 3 incense sticks were completely burned, the smoke turned into a white egg and landed in the incense burner. Ah Lai, your luck is in. Quick, take the companion egg, Li Xuan said. Ah Lai picked up the companion egg from the ash. It was the size of a fist, crystalline white like porcelain. Following that, Feng Qian went to offer incense as well, but his results were the same as Li Xuan's. The incense stick snapped just as it was inserted. Clearly, he wasn't able to obtain old Madam White's favor. Gu Dian walked over to light the incense, but this fellow didn't bow. Instead, he lit the incense sticks and inserted them into the incense burner. This sight left Li Xuan and company shaking their heads, believing that it would be odd if such an attitude gave him a companion egg. However, what astonished them was that the 3 crooked incense sticks that Gu Dian had placed in the incense burner didn't snap. They burned as quickly as before, and before long, they were done burning. The smoke also turned into a companion egg. I wouldn't have bowed if I had known. Li Xuan felt even more depressed when he saw that. Old Zhou, it's your turn, Li Xuan said as he looked at Zhou Wen, who was in the rear. However, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Behind the 3 of them were 2 rows of bloody footprints. However, where Zhou Wen was standing, there was nothing. Li Xuan took a careful look and realized that from the entrance to the incense burner, there were only 6 rows of footprints. Indeed, there were no signs of Zhou Wen's. Zhou Wen was just about to offer some incense when he heard Li Xuan say, Old Zhou, what's wrong with you? Coach hasn't offered the incense yet. What do you mean, what's wrong? Feng Qian asked. Li Xuan pointed at the bloody footprints on the ground and said, I'm not talking about the incense. I'm referring to the bloody footprints. All of us left bloody footprints. Why doesn't Zhou Wen have any? Feng Qian and company hadn't noticed Zhou Wen, who was in the rear. Now that Li Xuan had said so, they looked back and indeed, they didn't see Zhou Wen's bloody footprints. Zhou Wen said, I happen to have a companion beast that can restrain the power here, so I didn't suffer the needle pricking. Seriously? Where did you get your companion beast from? I'll go get one too. Li Xuan widened his eyes. He had never heard of any companion beast being able to ward off the needle pricking in White Immortal Temple. Small Buddha Temple, you can try it if you want, Zhou Wen said. Li Xuan's eyes widened. You actually went to Small Buddha Temple. I heard that many people died there. They died for no reason after entering. You didn't die and even got a companion egg from there. I read a strategy on the internet before. The strategy guide said that as long as you cultivate in the heart meditation primordial energy skill, you can safely enter Small Buddha Temple. However, in the main hall, you have to first learn a primordial energy art on a stone monument in the monastery. Otherwise, entering means death. I tried it, and the strategy was right. Zhou Wen made it clear. If Li Xuan and company had a chance to enter, it would be best if they could obtain the companion egg inside. After all, Zhou Wen wasn't able to obtain it. Be it in game or in reality, he had already been there. After receiving Truth Listener, the 3-faced Buddha had no reaction to him at all. You dare believe in a strategy on the internet? Count yourself lucky that you aren't dead. I think I'll forget it. Li Xuan shook his head. If he were to train in other primordial energy arts again, it was a question whether he could master it, but if it had a conflict with the invincible Kannate divine art, it wouldn't be worth the loss. Coach, you cultivate multiple primordial energy arts on the side? Feng Qian asked in surprise. Just for fun. I still mainly cultivate my primordial energy art, Zhou Wen said. Feng Qian praised, it said that a primordial energy art in a dimensional zone needs special physiques to master them. Coach, you were able to gain entry on a minor cultivation even though you didn't cultivate it deeply. Your talent is too astonishing. Let's not talk about anything else. In terms of talent, no one is better than old Zhou. He's still this strong despite gaming all day. If he focused on cultivation, I don't think anyone could even come close, Li Xuan said. Indeed. Coach is the rarest talent I've ever seen. Feng Qian nodded in agreement as he looked at Zhou Wen with admiration. Although Zhou Wen was a little thick-skinned, he couldn't stand it any longer. They just didn't know how hard he worked all day, playing games with everything he had. He bled and sweat in the true sense of the word, his efforts were no less than any other. It was a pity that others only thought of him as gaming. It wasn't something he could explain either. All he could do was pretend not to have heard them. When he turned around and walked to the incense burner, he lit the 3 incense sticks. Holding them in his hand, he bent down and prepared to bow like Li Xuan. However, just as Zhou Wen bent down slightly, there was a loud thud. The wooden plaque on the offering table shook a little and fell to the ground. Zhou Wen was taken aback as Li Xuan, Feng Qian and company wore looks of astonishment, unsure what was going on. They didn't sense any wind. Besides, this was a dimensional zone. Even if there was wind, it was impossible to blow off a wooden tablet. Why would the wooden tablet fall? Zhou Wen already roughly knew what was going on and was certain that it had something to do with his life providence. Back in the Earth Temple, the statue of an orthodox deity like Earthlord hadn't even dared receive his bow by automatically moving to the side. White Immortal, who wasn't a true deity, naturally couldn't have her tablet take his bow. Earthlord gave me a treasure map after all. You should give me something, right? Zhou Wen didn't bow and inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. And once this happened, there was a boom as the fallen wooden tablet exploded into wooden splinters. What? What's happening? Li Xuan and company looked at each other, unsure what was going on. Old Joe, you are freaking awesome. You blew up old Madam White's tablet. Li Xuan patted Zhou Wen on the shoulder. Zhou Wen was too deep for tears. All he wanted was a companion egg. But this fucking tablet even exploded. From the looks of it, he had zero chance of getting the companion egg. Zhou Wen saw that the 3 incense sticks were slowly burning. They didn't snap, but they didn't burn at an accelerated speed. Let's not talk so much. Let's quickly leave. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome when the guards outside realize that the tablet is gone. We might get into trouble, Feng Qian said. Yes, let's go. Li Xuan firmly believed so. Zhou Wen looked at the pile of wood splinters, feeling depressed. However, he had no choice. All he could do was follow Li Xuan and company out of the White Immortal Temple. Zhou Wen wasn't injured, so he put his shoes on straight away. Li Xuan and Gu Dian's recovery abilities were excellent. By the time they walked out, the injuries on their feet had healed. It was as though they had never been injured. Feng Qian and Li didn't have such powerful recovery abilities, so they could only use their socks to wipe off the blood on their soles. The 5 of them hurried out of the White Immortal Temple. The soldiers guarding the temple did not see what had happened inside, nor did they stop them. If I can't offer incense, wouldn't I be missing the benefits I can get from many dimensional zones? Zhou Wen felt somewhat depressed when he didn't see the tiny palm symbol and couldn't download the temple. His life soul was good, but it didn't distinguish. It even exploded tablets, so how was he to obtain any benefits? After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen couldn't help but recall what had happened during the day. He couldn't help but think. During the Buddha eye-opening, Fang Ruoxi jumped into the river and triggered a lightning that resembled heavenly punishment. It was reduced to primordial energy by Truth Listener's power. After walking into the White Immortal Temple today, the needle-pricking power was resolved by Truth Listener's powers. It appears they aren't connected, but on second thought, they seem to be of the same origin. It's as though these two powers are punishment types. Could it be that the effects of the evil nullification life soul resist punishment-type powers? It doesn't seem right. Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss again, but an idea suddenly flashed in his mind as he thought of the tunnels protected by Oyan. There were 2 tunnels that appeared to be similar in situation to White Immortal Temple. Zhou Wen decided to try out to see if Truth Listener's evil nullification life soul was useful there. He directly activated the Zuolu Instance Dungeon, controlled the blood-colored avatar, and stormed all the way to the ruins tunnels before arriving in front of the Oyan stone statue. This time, Zhou Wen didn't take any poison bats as sacrifice. He summoned Truth Listener to transform into an earring before Zhou Wen chose the right tunnel. Without a sacrifice, strange text would appear in the tunnel. Those words would turn into living beings that attacked anyone inside the tunnel. Even the armor formed by the mutated stone Kai could not withstand their sharp teeth. If he attacked those text monsters, he would be injured instead. This time, Zhou Wen didn't see the text when he walked in. Instead, a strange strength surging around him turned into primordial energy that surged into his body. It filled his primordial energy with the excess gushing out from all his pores. It really works. Zhou Wen was delighted. Truth Listener's life soul seemed to be more useful than he had imagined. It even managed to convert the strange powers of the Oyan tunnel into primordial energy. What kind of power does evil nullification life soul possess? Zhou Wen felt that the power of the evil nullification life soul seemed to have something to do with some strange powers, but he was temporarily unable to precisely define it. Without pushing open the door to enter the temple, Zhou Wen ran to the left passageway. Despite no sacrificial items, the left passageway never mutated. At the same time, large amounts of primordial energy were converted into Zhou Wen's body through the Truth Listener earring. This delighted Zhou Wen. Although he could use sacrifices to pass through the passageway, the offerings had a time limit. In the future, if he really needed to enter the temple to look for the former principal, it would have been a huge problem when he came out if he had stayed inside for too long. Now that he had Truth Listener's evil nullification life soul, he didn't need to worry about these problems. He could freely enter and exit the Oyan tunnels and replenish his primordial energy. This ensured his safety, making Zhou Wen even more confident of entering the temple to seek out the former principal. Since the power of the Oyan tunnel is restrained by Truth Listener, will the Oyan stone statue be restrained as well? Zhou Wen's mind became active. In the past, he didn't have the ability to target the Oyan stone statue, but things were different now. With this in mind, Zhou Wen came in front of the Oyan stone statue again and sized it up. The Oyan stone statue was like a traveler in a cloak. It had no eyes or ears and a slightly open mouth as if it could devour anyone at any moment. In the past, Zhou Wen had tried attacking the Oyan stone statue but ended up being swallowed by it. No attack worked. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to summon his overlord sword. After gesturing at the Oyan stone statue a few times, he slashed out with the demonic astral wheel. The blood-colored wheel of light slashed at the head of the sculpture. The Oyan stone statue's mouth suddenly split open like a devil's mouth, reaching almost to its earlobes. It was pitch black inside and, like a black hole, it swallowed the demonic astral wheel. The demonic astral wheel with the ever-victorious trait seemed to be sucked into a bottomless abyss. Not a single ripple stirred. Zhou Wen constantly produced sword beams one after another with Overlord's sword, using all his strength with every strike. With the augmentation of Slaughterer, he slashed out demonic astral wheel at the stone statue like it cost nothing. The Aoyan stone statue remained standing there without any signs of its body changing or moving. However, it strangely entered some form of translation motion. It kept opening its mouth and swallowing the sword beams. In the next second, the Aoyan stone statue arrived in front of the blood-colored avatar. The stone statue looked as though it had never moved. However, its large mouth was on the brink of devouring the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen was delighted by this. This was because he had previously seen the stone statue's mouth occupy the entire phone screen and devour the blood-colored avatar, but he had no means of dodging or counterattacking. However, this time he actually saw the Aoyan stone statue move and there was no sign of the sculpture occupying the entire screen of the phone. In other words, he could now fight the Aoyan stone statue. Just this point alone deserved his joy. Truth Listener's earring emitted heat the entire time, transforming a mysterious force into primordial energy that injected into Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen knew that this was because Truth Listener had blocked a certain power from the Aoyan stone statue. Otherwise, the blood-colored avatar would have been swallowed by the stone statue like before. He instantly activated Ghost Steps, dodging the mouth of the Aoyan stone statue. At the same time, his Overlord sword brought with it an intense sword flash that cleaved at the waist of the Aoyan stone statue. However, the Aoyan stone statue's speed was even faster than Zhou Wen when he used Ghost Steps. The stone statue moved with every move the Overlord's sword made. The sword beams produced were always 3 inches from the stone statue, unable to catch up to it at all. Aoyan moved to Zhou Wen's side and bit down again, attempting to swallow him whole. Zhou Wen constantly made use of Ghost Steps to move while slashing out sword beams. However, the Aoyan stone statue kept moving. Zhou Wen just couldn't hit it. Instead, the blood-colored avatar nearly got bitten by the Aoyan stone sculpture several times. However, without the mysterious force plaguing him, Zhou Wen had the ability to fight. He didn't find the Aoyan stone statue that terrifying. Having fast speeds and powerful strength as well as the ability to devour anything meant that Zhou Wen just needed time to figure out a solution to the problem. He was afraid of powers that he could succumb to without seeing or figuring out what they were. Although he was at a disadvantage, Zhou Wen gradually figured out the combat style of the Aoyan stone statue. It once again bit at Zhou Wen, but this time, Zhou Wen didn't dodge with Ghost Steps. A strange ring suddenly appeared on his finger. The eyes of the ghostly face on the ring flashed as Zhou Wen's body vanished. When he appeared again, he was by the side of the Aoyan stone statue. Die. Overlord's sword slashed at the neck of the Aoyan stone sculpture that had lowered its head for the bite. Crack. The Overlord sword with ever-victorious sliced through the stone statue with an intense fang-wheel sword flash, causing the stone powder and sparks to fly. The stone statue's head was chopped off. Once he had beheaded the stone statue, its body shattered. At the same time, a notification popped up on the phone: killed epic creature, Aoyan stone statue. Discovered dimensional crystal. The Aoyan stone statue is only at the epic stage. That's right. After all, it's only a stone statue. It isn't Aoyan itself. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk over and pick up a dimensional crystal from the rubble. It was a gray crystal with an image of Aoyan inside. It was actually a primordial energy skill crystal. Zhou Wen didn't know what skills Aoyan had, and he couldn't be bothered to think further. He directly allowed the blood-colored avatar to absorb the primordial energy skill crystal. Soon, a strange energy emitted from the phone and flowed into Zhou Wen's body like a bolt of lightning. It surged through his meridians and formed a new primordial energy circulation in his body. At the same time, some vague information entered his brain. A notification popped up on his phone: absorbed Aoyan stone statue crystal. Attained primordial energy skill, tongue blade, rank 9. Zhou Wen's expression turned odd. He had heard of primordial energy skills like hand blades or arm blades, but this was the first time he had heard of tongue blades. Using one's tongue as a weapon. That's really. Zhou Wen was somewhat speechless. However, he was overjoyed when he carefully studied what it did. Tongue blades were essentially the same as primordial energy skills such as hand blades and arm blades. They used part of his body as a weapon, but the tongue was just too weak. Without bones in them, using tongues as weapons was even harder. Aoyan tongue blade wasn't really about using a tongue to lick the enemy. Instead, one released primordial energy from their tongue to attack the enemy. It was similar to using a finger to shoot out a sword beam. However, using a tongue to emit a sword beam was clearly more unexpected. I never expected the Aoyan stone statue to have this ability. Why didn't I see it being used just now? Zhou Wen imagined fighting an enemy in the future in an intense battle when he would open his mouth and spit at the other party. However, it wasn't saliva but a sword beam. What would the other party's expression be? Tongue blade is good. This skill is great. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be happy when he thought of it. After killing the Aoyan stone statue gatekeeper and obtaining a rather practical primordial energy skill, Zhou Wen wished to grind it a few more times, but even if he was willing to bleed, he was unable to kill the Aoyan stone statue without Lost Country's ability to teleport. Even if the blood-colored avatar were to die and be reborn, the power of the life soul wouldn't refresh. It was still in sync with Zhou Wen's true body. It's a pity that the three life souls have to match the corresponding primordial energy art and life providence. I'm unable to use them together. If only I could use them together, my combat strength would rise to a whole new level, Zhou Wen thought with no regrets. After leaving the Zuolu battlefield, Zhou Wen didn't grind the bat cave again. The poisonous bats mainly produced speed crystals. Zhou Wen's current speed crystal was now at 40 points while the other three stats were slightly above 30. Therefore, he planned on changing his grinding spot. He didn't have any hopes of reaching 41. Before heading to Zuolu, he had to at least raise his 4 basic stats to 40. Apart from the Zuolu battlefield, Dragon Gate Grotto and Pool City were the only dungeons that had relatively more epic creatures. Dragon Gate Grotto's epic creatures were quite scattered, so it wasn't convenient grinding the map. Therefore, Zhou Wen planned on heading to the underground Pool City. Zhou Wen had been grinding the poison worm pool for a very long time, but he was still lacking one of the poison dragon fingers to gather all 5. He didn't know what effects there would be if he gathered them all. Therefore, he could use this opportunity to grind them again. Other than the poison worm pool, there were also many epic creatures like the sword fangfish and electric eel in Pool City. There was also the most common jade toad. Although there were quite a number of epic creatures like jade toad, and it could drop many good items, there were not many tutors in the college who were willing to kill one. The jade toad was poisonous. The blood and bodily fluids that spewed out were deadly poisonous if one managed to lacerate it. Just touching a little bit of it was enough to kill someone. Before its death, the jade toad would even self-destruct. Within a radius of tens of meters, the poison would spray everywhere. Touching any bit of it could result in death. If there wasn't a special need, who would risk their lives to kill such a dimensional creature? Humans were still humans after all. Even if they had the ability to kill jade toads, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be distracted for a moment? If they were stained with the poison, their outcome would be dear. Naturally, Zhou Wen didn't have any qualms about that. His poison stat was close to 20, so he didn't take to heart the typical poison. Furthermore, he wasn't afraid of death in-game. Jade toads and poison bats were poisonous creatures, but the crystals they dropped were mainly strength type. Occasionally, some high-level primordial energy crystals would drop, making them rather good options. Zhou Wen came to the underground Pool City and arrived at a region with shallow water. Indeed, there was a huge green toad sprawled on the roof. Although this fellow could stay in water, it didn't usually do so. Without a word, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to pull out the Overlord sword and slashed out with a sword beam from afar. The sword beam was as fast as lightning. The jade toad's speed was too slow and it was unable to dodge in time. All it could do was spit out venom to block the sword beam, but the sword beam sliced through the venom, slicing through its body. Bam! The jade toad exploded, and its poisonous green blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the nearby waters a dark green color. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw a dimensional crystal drop, strength plus 36. He hurriedly sent the blood-colored avatar flying over to pick it up. There was also poisoned blood on the dimensional crystal. When the blood-colored avatar picked it up, it had dyed its hands with a little green poison. However, the poison didn't spread. After Zhou Wen washed away the poison on the dimensional crystal, the poison on the blood-colored avatar's finger also slowly subsided. The poison of this jade toad is even more powerful than the poison from the poison bat. It should also drop poison crystals, right? Zhou Wen was filled with anticipation when he saw this. Perhaps he could obtain higher-valued poison crystals here. Zhou Wen spent most of his time grinding jade toads. Before he dripped his blood to respawn the underground Pool City, he would kill the baby tiger and grind Tiger Cage Pass. The Tiger Cage demonized general was awesome. Furthermore, Zhou Wen also wanted to use the Warlock at Tiger Cage Pass to hone his combat skills. The Warlock was indeed powerful, making it difficult to kill him. However, using him to train his combat skills was better than using anyone else. Typical dimensional creatures didn't have high intelligence, making them mostly rely on their natural talents when it came to combat technique. It was very rare to have enemies like the Tiger Cage Pass Warlock. He had no clue about the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra or the Tao Sutra Life Soul, nor did he find a way to advance the Slaughterer Life Soul. Instead, he attempted raising the Ancient Sovereign Sutra Life Soul. The way to level up the Ancient Sovereign Life Soul was through combat. As long as he kept fighting, the Ancient Sovereign Life Soul would gradually grow. However, ordinary battles wouldn't have much effect on it, it had to be a high-intensity battle before it could evolve. Zhou Wen realized that the Ancient Sovereign Life Soul underwent some strange changes while in battle with the Tiger Cage Pass Warlock. Although he hadn't advanced it to an evolved body, it was indeed growing. In battles between dimensional creatures, most of them rely on their talent and instincts. There aren't many truly skilled dimensional creatures. Speaking of techniques, humans are better at it. Zhou Wen thought for a moment. If he wanted the Ancient Sovereign Life Soul to evolve, he would have to fight other humans. In school, the only opponent Zhou Wen could think of was Feng Qian. Although there were other schoolmates who had talent on a par with Feng Qian, they hadn't advanced to the epic stage yet and were unable to reach the level the Ancient Sovereign Life Soul required in battle. Although Feng Qian is powerful, his saber techniques are too singular. His battle style is just speed. This doesn't seem to match the Ancient Sovereign Sutra's intent. After some thought, Zhou Wen realized that he probably wouldn't be able to spar with his schoolmates. However, other than students, there were many tutors in school who were genuine epic experts. However, tutors usually wouldn't spar with students. Even his own class's tutor might not spar with him, let alone those tutors who were only in charge of teaching. After Zhou Wen studied all the tutors in the college, he felt that one tutor would probably be willing to be his opponent. This tutor was Wei Feng, a tutor who was responsible for imparting boxing techniques in the college. He was adept at all kinds of powerful boxing techniques. Skills such as Golden Palm and Fiend Suppression Fist were a piece of cake for Wei Feng. It was said that the fist-type primordial energy skill he was most skilled at was called Explosive Fist. The strength of a single punch was like a bomb that could blast a house into ruins. It was truly the best choice for house demolitions. Zhou Wen heard that Wei Feng was an old military officer who could have enjoyed life after retirement. However, he wanted to relieve his excess zeal, so he accepted the college's offer to teach at Sunset College. Although Wei Feng was a tutor now, his temper didn't change much when compared to his time in the military. He wore his heart on his sleeve and had a fiery temper. He would take action as a demonstration if there was any disagreement. Of course, it was only limited to a demonstration. He wouldn't really attack students, nor would he let students be injured. Zhou Wen had also heard that Wei Feng was used to fighting in the military. After coming to school with no one to fight him, he wasn't used to it and often got other tutors to spar with him. Many tutors were already scared of him. Some of them really weren't his match, while others were irritated by his pestering. As long as he couldn't beat them, Wei Feng would continue to pester them until he defeated them. If he was in a good mood, he would want several more rounds of battles. Most people wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Therefore, most of the tutors in the college changed expressions and hid far away when they saw him. Others couldn't stand him, but Zhou Wen happened to be looking for such a trait. Therefore, after asking around about Wei Feng, he found some time to attend his class. Zhou Wen was already a famous person in school. Although he kept a low profile as he entered the lecture hall and chose an inconspicuous spot to sit down, he was still recognized by other students. Why is Zhou Wen attending Tutor Wei's class? Many students whispered to each other when they saw him. Zhou Wen had recently become more accustomed to being gossiped about or discussed in private, especially after Wang Mingyuon's incident. This situation was already very common. As long as he was recognized while he was on campus, people would point fingers at him. Of course, not all of them were malicious. Most of them were just discussing him. After Wei Feng arrived, the lively lecture hall became quiet. It seemed that the students were still rather afraid of Wei Feng. Zhou Wen secretly sized him up. Although he wasn't too tall, he was very imposing. He had quite a burly build and he carried a sense of valor, one that Zhou Wen had only seen from soldiers before. Although the typical tutor was strong, they didn't have such traits. Today, let's talk about how to use the yin force in a fist technique. Wei Feng really liked to demonstrate in person while lecturing. Zhou Wen saw Wei Feng take out a transparent scarf and hang it on a rope. Then, he punched at the silk cloth and produced a hole. Who wants to give it a try? Wei Feng glanced at the students. Zhou Wen originally imagined the typical student wouldn't be willing to step forward when a tutor asked for volunteers. He had attended classes from other tutors in the past, and only a few students who were more eager to learn were willing to cooperate. However, the students who were listening in class all eagerly raised their hands to sign up. Every one of them raised their hands high as though afraid that Wei Feng wouldn't choose them. What's going on? Is Wei Feng that popular? Zhou Wen was alarmed. That student who didn't raise his hand, come up. Wei Feng swept his gaze and finally looked over at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked left and right and realized that he was the only one in the entire lecture hall who hadn't raised his hand. As for the other students, they looked at him with a faint smile. Zhou Wen immediately understood why the other students eagerly raised their hands. It was obvious that they already knew Wei Feng's character. They knew that the more they didn't wish to volunteer, the easier it would be for Wei Feng to select them. This was why they were all so enthusiastic. Stop looking around. You are the one I'm talking about, Wei Feng said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had no choice but to stand up and walk up the podium. He had also attended a few lectures by other tutors. It was truly his first time seeing a temper like Wei Feng's. To have so many students attend his class despite his way of selecting volunteers, this also meant that Wei Feng's lectures weren't too bad. Otherwise, no student would have attended his class. After all, Wei Feng was not the only tutor in the college who taught boxing. I haven't seen you before. Is it your first time attending my class? What's your name? Wei Feng asked Zhou Wen as he tied a new scarf on the rope. Zhou Wen answered. Wei Feng didn't seem acquainted with Zhou Wen's name. He only nodded slightly and said to Zhou Wen, all right, you can throw out the punch. With the strength of a fist, I can consider giving you 10 credits if you can penetrate the silk cloth. Most credits were distributed by a student's tutor. A pure lecturer like Wei Feng didn't have many credits to give, but it wasn't that he didn't have any. He could occasionally use them to reward students. Thank you then, tutor. Zhou Wen's mood immediately lightened up when he heard that there were credits to be earned. It's good to be confident, said Wei Feng with a smile. Clearly, he had no idea about Zhou Wen, otherwise he wouldn't have suggested giving him credits. Apart from cultivation, Wei Feng usually read about the league news and the battle reports at the front lines. He wasn't interested in the gossip about students and teachers, so he didn't know anything about Zhou Wen. He did know about Wang Mingyuon's matter, but he didn't delve deep into it. In Wei Feng's opinion, even for top legendary students who hadn't practiced yin force, it was impossible for them to penetrate a scarf with their bare hands. The silk scarf was tough and light, and the force from a strike on it didn't seem to hold. Without a good yin force cultivation, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be able to penetrate it. It would only cause the silk scarf to flutter. Zhou Wen walked to the scarf and raised his right hand, flexing his wrist and doing some wrist movements. In the past, when he practiced inch punch, he had also done similar training. However, he had used paper at that time, which was easier to penetrate. It was more difficult when faced with a thin, light, and tough scarf like this. Of course, the present Zhou Wen wasn't the same as before. After moving his wrists, he raised his fist to smash at the scarf tied to a rope from above. Student, your posture isn't right. Please turn your body slightly to the side and don't deliver a straight punch when you are throwing it out. You have to move your sides, Wei Feng corrected Zhou Wen's actions. Seeing how serious Wei Feng was, Zhou Wen naturally couldn't reject him. Working with him, he posed a standard stance. This stance did help with the delivery of strength, but Zhou Wen had already exceeded that realm. Even if he were to lie on the ground, he could still deliver a yin force that was powerful enough. Alright, you can try throwing a punch now. Remember to use the strength of your wrist and arm. Relax your arms. Don't cramp up your muscles when you are throwing punches, Wei Feng instructed from the side. Zhou Wen followed his instructions and threw a punch out. The punch hit the light, thin silk scarf that didn't seem capable of holding out against any force. However, the scarf tore and a hole appeared. Wei Feng was stunned. He wondered inwardly, could it be that I taught too well today that this kid can learn it in one try? That's not right. Even if I taught him well and he completely comprehends it, he shouldn't be able to penetrate the silk scarf without a year's worth of practice. Student, have you practiced yin force in the past? Wei Feng asked as he sized up Zhou Wen. I practiced inch force when I was in high school, Zhou Wen answered truthfully. No wonder. Wei Feng was enlightened. He smiled and said, not bad. Give me your student number. I won't give you a single point less than the 10 academic credits I promised you. Tutor, can I request for these 10 credits to be changed for something else? Zhou Wen took the opportunity to ask. Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen with interest and said, tell me, what request do you have? I would like you to be my sparring partner and engage in actual combat when you are free. Is that okay? Zhou Wen asked. Sure, of course. I love students like you who are self-motivated the most. When I finish my lesson, you can train for as long as you want. Wei Feng narrowed his eyes and the wrinkles on his face began to show. He was really very happy that a student wanted to spar with him in real combat. This was Wei Feng's favorite pastime. I hope you can hold on for a little longer. Don't try to run too soon, Wei Feng thought to himself. He wasn't afraid of Zhou Wen's enthusiasm for learning would rise, but he was afraid that Zhou Wen would cower back quickly. After Wei Feng finished his lesson, he led Zhou Wen to the training grounds. However, he took him to one meant especially for tutors, not students. Students couldn't usually come here. Only tutors could train here. Wei Feng used a single training room, changed into combat attire before asking Zhou Wen, how do you want to train? Sparring with just boxing, Zhou Wen said. It's possible to spar, but you're only at the legendary stage. All I can do is suppress my strength. Before Wei Feng could finish his sentence, he saw a humanoid figure appear on Zhou Wen's body. Then, the humanoid figure fused into Zhou Wen's body, causing his entire body to emit a glow. You have advanced to the epic stage by condensing a life soul? Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. Back when he was Zhou Wen's age, he was only at the mortal stage, yet Zhou Wen had already condensed a life soul. That was just too fast. Although Wei Feng had seen quite a number of geniuses in his career as a tutor in the past few years, this was the first time he had seen someone who had advanced to the epic stage at Zhou Wen's age. Yes, so tutor, you have to use all your strength. There's no need to show any mercy, Zhou Wen said. Don't worry, I won't show any mercy. Wei Feng laughed as he thought to himself. To be able to advance to the epic stage at such a young age, you can be said to be an unparalleled genius. However, you are still too young, so your level doesn't represent your true combat power. Let me teach you a good lesson and let you know how important combat experience is in battle. Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen's clothes and asked, do you have an armor-type companion beast? Yes. Put it on. It's inevitable that I won't be able to hold back during actual combat. It won't be nice if you get hurt, said Wei Feng. All right. Zhou Wen felt that there was nothing wrong with that. He summoned the mutated stone Kai armor and put it on to ensure his safety. Then, let's begin now. Wei Feng wasn't like the other tutors. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to strike first, he directly threw a punch, but he didn't use his life soul. Wei Feng's punches were fast and powerful, but it was just boxing without the use of any primordial energy skills. With the augmentation of the ancient sovereign life soul, Zhou Wen used his 7 distribution palm. This 7 palm technique was distilled by Wang Mingyuan from 7 different palm techniques. Each move had his own unique feature. With 7 different concepts, Zhou Wen had already become very adept at it and could well deliver the 7 moves traits. However, when it came to understanding the concept, he still fell a little short. It wasn't that Zhou Wen wasn't perceptive enough and wasn't able to grasp the concept of the 7 distribution palm. It was just that he usually didn't have the chance to use palm techniques. With Overlord Sword and Bamboo Blade as weapons, he naturally wouldn't go empty-handed to kill monsters with palm skills. He rarely had the chance to use palm skills against dimensional creatures. Wei Feng wanted to use his experience in boxing techniques to teach Zhou Wen in the beginning, but after fighting for a while, he realized that his boxing techniques didn't have the upper hand against Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's palm techniques seemed to undergo a wide variety of changes, allowing him to deal with all kinds of situations. What was even more frightening was that this fellow didn't look like a student at all. He resembled a wily old fox who had fought and survived countless battles on the battlefield. He had rich combat experience and was in no way inferior to him at all. Wei Feng fought Zhou Wen for more than 10 minutes without finding any flaws. Not only was Zhou Wen very experienced in combat, but he was also extremely stable. There weren't any signs of impetuousness in his palm skills. Wei Feng had attempted to set up a trap several times to lure Zhou Wen into taking the risk to attack him, but Zhou Wen was completely unfazed. Is this fellow really 16? Wei Feng found it unbelievable. Firstly, Zhou Wen had rich combat experience, and secondly, with such a calm personality, it was not something a 16-year-old youth should have. He had once educated other talented youths. Even though those talented youths who appeared calm and dignified on the surface would become hot-blooded in actual combat. This allowed him to seize the opportunity to teach them a good lesson. However, Zhou Wen was completely different. He was calm like a mountain that was extremely stable. No matter how much Wei Feng tried to entice him, he remained unmoved. Unknown to Wei Feng was that although Zhou Wen was young, he had rich combat experience in game. One reason why he was so calm and composed was partly that his character was straightforward. However, the main reason was that he had experienced too many deaths in game and had experienced all sorts of trials of death. It made him think more than the typical youth and gradually developed the habit of being cautious. Seeing Zhou Wen's appearance, Wei Feng knew that if he continued fighting him like this, there would probably be no outcome even if the apocalypse dawned. I really can't underestimate these young adults. Since he has already used his life soul, there's no need for me to be too polite. After some thought, Wei Feng summoned his life soul. His life soul was a boxing glove that appeared on his right hand. It looked like it was made of steel, one that wrapped his entire right fist and the forearm. It looked like a mechanical arm. You have to be careful. My life soul is called the Fist of Steel. Although it's not very eye-catching, it has potent powers, Wei Feng said as he threw his right hand, which was wrapped in the Fist of Steel, at Zhou Wen. Wei Feng's boxing style seemed to be open, but hidden in it were fine details. In addition to Wei Feng's rich combat experience, Zhou Wen had to go out of his way to barely fend off his attack. He was temporarily unable to find a chance to counterattack. Now that Wei Feng had used a life soul, Zhou Wen wasn't astonished. Instead, he was delighted. This was because the pressure Wei Feng had given him wasn't enough. Now that he had used the life soul, it meant that he was going all out. Zhou Wen originally wondered what abilities Wei Feng's Fist of Steel life soul had, but with Wei Feng's punch coming at him, he saw a hole spewing out steam around the Fist of Steel. This boosted Wei Feng's punch to produce unparalleled speed that instantly doubled. As he was sparring, Zhou Wen didn't use his movement technique to dodge and forcefully received Wei Feng's punch with his palm. Bam! As the fist and palm clashed, Zhou Wen felt a tremendous force that numbed his arm. His body involuntarily rose up and flew backward. Zhou Wen spun in midair for a few moments before he wore out the immense force. When he landed on the ground, his arm was still numb as his palm trembled slightly. I told you to be careful. The Fist of Steel greatly boosts my speed and strength. I only used 30% of my strength just now, Wei Feng said smugly. Again. Zhou Wen took a step forward and attacked again. He could sense the stirring of the ancient sovereign life soul, and his heart was beating rapidly. Chapter 383 Eruption. Wei Feng's boxing technique was stronger than Zhou Wen's to begin with. Together with the augmentation of the Fist of Steel, Zhou Wen was instantly placed at an absolute disadvantage. Wei Feng didn't keep using Fist of Steel, instead, he used it once in a while, accelerating the speed of his punches suddenly. This added some level of unexpected elements in the battle. It made his boxing techniques more varied and harder to deal with. Zhou Wen had already been forced to block Wei Feng's fist many times. Each time, he felt like he was struck by a sledgehammer. His arms felt numb from the impact. Thankfully, he was wearing the mutated Stone Kai armor. Otherwise, the bones in his arm might have fractured from the impact. Although he had armor protecting him, Zhou Wen still felt his arms burn painfully amidst the numbness. When Wei Feng discovered that Zhou Wen's armor was extremely tough, to the point of being able to withstand his punches, he no longer had any qualms and freely released his might. Bam! 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 Zhou Wen immediately lost all his ability to counterattack. He was like a sandbag and was completely suppressed by Wei Feng's punches. All he could do was raise his arm to block Wei Feng's barrage of attacks. It had been a long time since Wei Feng had felt this satisfaction. Back when he was on the battlefield, he could battle without any worries, fully unleashing his strength on the dimensional creatures. However, after joining the school, although he could kill dimensional creatures, it still felt somewhat different. The biggest difference was that he had detailed information about the dimensional creatures on campus. He only needed to attack the dimensional creatures' weaknesses to easily clinch victory. However, when he was in the military, they were mostly fighting unknown dimensional creatures. The thrill of life and death and the horror and excitement when challenging the unknown was something that the college couldn't compare with. In a battle with tutors, he was restrained in every way. He was unable to go all out. Wei Feng's battle with Zhou Wen made it seem as though he had returned to his time in the military. Zhou Wen was like an unknown dimensional creature. Wei Feng wanted to find his weakness and completely crush him. At that moment, Wei Feng was like a ferocious beast that kept unleashing terrifying attacks. From the beginning until now, although Zhou Wen had been completely suppressed, he wasn't in a fluster at all with his palm skills. He remained shockingly stable. Despite being suppressed, he blocked all of Wei Feng's attacks, making Wei Feng even more eager to break through Zhou Wen's defense. Wei Feng became more and more serious. He almost forgot that this was just a sparring match. It was as if he had completely immersed himself in it, pushing his ability to the limit. Bang! Bang! Zhou Wen's arms and palms suffered countless punches. Wei Feng's fists rained down like a storm, constantly bombarding him. Especially the right hand that was wearing a fist of steel, every time it struck Zhou Wen's arm, an explosive force could be felt through the stone armor. It nearly fractured his arm. Even the stone armor formed by the mutated stone Kai began to crack under the continuous attacks. If this continued, it would probably be smashed to pieces. Under such pressure, Zhou Wen still didn't use his movement techniques. He was still using his palm skills to fend against Wei Feng. He could vaguely sense that the ancient sovereign life soul was stirring. His heart was attached to the ancient sovereign life soul and was beating rapidly. It was becoming more and more erratic, and its speed became faster and faster like a race car engine that was starting. Zhou Wen was filled with energy as his desire for battle intensified. Under Wei Feng's powerful suppression, he didn't feel fear. Instead, he became more and more excited. The excitement was mostly from the ancient sovereign life soul. Under the intense beating of his heart, Zhou Wen felt as though all his blood vessels had turned into a highway. His blood was flowing at an extremely fast speed as it rubbed against the blood walls, causing the temperature to rise higher and higher, as though it was about to ignite. Badump. 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 Under the effects of the ancient sovereign life soul, his heart beat more and more violently. It made Zhou Wen feel as though his body had become a volcano with a force about to erupt at any time. Wei Feng became more and more excited. Zhou Wen's stability and the sturdiness of the mutated stone Kai armor made him completely let loose himself. Apart from not using any primordial energy skills, he had pushed his abilities to the limit. I refuse to believe that I can't crack your defense. It was as though Wei Feng had returned to his time in a dimensional zone. His punches were becoming more and more precise, ferocious, and lethal, just like when he fought powerful dimensional creatures. At that moment, Zhou Wen remained calm, but there seemed to be a ball of flames burning in his eyes. He constantly flailed his arms as he kept retreating. Under Wei Feng's crazy attack, cracks had appeared on the arm of the mutated stone Kai armor. If Zhou Wen hadn't deliberately used different spots to block Wei Feng's fist of steel, allowing him to repeatedly strike, the same spot would have long shattered the mutated stone Chiz bracer. Although Zhou Wen had already controlled the location of the blocks, there were already cracks everywhere on his bracer. If he continued suffering the attacks, the bracers on both arms would probably be shattered completely. However, Zhou Wen didn't dispel the mutated stone Kai armor and chose to continue fighting. He could sense that the ancient sovereign life soul was reaching a critical point. If he retreated, all his previous efforts would have been for naught. Crack. Crack. Under Wei Feng's attacks, a fine cracking sound appeared on his bracer. More and more of such cracking sounds were heard. There were visible cracks on his bracer, and small fragments began to be released from the cracks, which spread like spider webs. Zhou Wen's eyes were like fire as he quickly brandished his arms to block Wei Feng's crazy attacks. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Zhou Wen felt that the force in his body was like a volcano about to erupt, but it just didn't erupt. It was as though a boulder was blocking the volcano's mouth, preventing it from spewing out hot lava. Crack. Zhou Wen's arm blocked Wei Feng's right fist again. A piece of armor the size of an egg crumbled from his right bracer, turning into fragments that scattered everywhere. It was like a butterfly effect. The bracer completely shattered, revealing Zhou Wen's arm. Without the protection of the armor, the powerful punch landed on Zhou Wen's arm. Immediately, Zhou Wen's arm trembled like a bowstring, as though it was about to be snapped. At this moment, Zhou Wen's eyes seemed to spew out lava, turning his pupils into scorching red lava. His entire body began to emit a terrifying hot aura as scorching heat spewed out from him, distorting the surrounding air. From afar, it was as though there was an invisible fire burning outside his body. Chapter 384. My life, my blood, my soul. Zhou Wen's bracer shattered. Wei Feng was alarmed as he hurriedly stopped his attack. He couldn't help but regret it greatly. He had been too serious while sparring with a student. If Zhou Wen's companion beast died because of that, Wei Feng wouldn't know what to do. If news of a tutor killing his student's companion beast got out, he would probably be treated as a representative of violent educators. Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen and wanted to ask if he was all right. Companion beasts were secondary. The fact that Zhou Wen wasn't injured was of greatest importance. However, when Wei Feng's gaze landed on Zhou Wen, he was alarmed. He saw that Zhou Wen's body was emitting a scorching hot aura. The heat seemed to distort the air around his body. It was as though his body was burning with transparent flames. Alarm bells began to sound in Wei Feng's heart. This was Wei Feng's intuition gained from years on the battlefield. Only when he encountered extremely dangerous creatures would he have such a feeling. And now, Zhou Wen had made Wei Feng smell a sense of danger. Tutor, please continue. Zhou Wen's body trembled slightly, not because of his pain or fear, but because of the immense power brought about by the rapid flow of blood from his powerful heartbeats. This influenced his body in a way that he couldn't control, and with every beat of his heart, his entire body trembled. And now, the frequency of his heart beating was as fast as a piston. That's why it made Zhou Wen's body appear to be trembling. This didn't affect Zhou Wen's control of himself. To be precise, he had never felt this good. His entire body was filled with explosive strength. It was as though he was revving at the starting point, his engine roaring non-stop. He was like a powerful racing car that had the slight inclination to charge forward. Without waiting for Wei Feng to deliver the punch, Zhou Wen clenched his fists and threw a punch at Wei Feng. This was a subconscious act. Although he knew the 7 distribution palm, he subconsciously felt that clenching his palm into a fist would make his blood-filled hand, at the point of explosion, feel better. When he threw a punch, the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the heat, leaving a blurry and distorted afterimage. Zhou Wen and fist had already arrived in front of Wei Feng. Wei Feng's expression turned solemn as steam spewed out from his fist of steel vent. It caused his fist to quickly strike out and meet Zhou Wen's fist. Bam! When the fists collided, Zhou Wen's figure took 4 to 5 steps back before he stopped. As for Wei Feng, he only staggered for a moment without taking half a step back. However, Wei Feng wore a look of surprise as he sized up Zhou Wen in disbelief. After fighting Zhou Wen for so long, he had a general understanding of him. He knew that Zhou Wen's strength wasn't weak, with its number ranging in the 30s. This strength was already very close to his, but with the augmentation of the steel of fist, his fist strength increased significantly, something that Zhou Wen's strength was unable to withstand. Back when Zhou Wen was able to fight him, he had mainly relied on the defense of the mutated stone Kai armor. However, the fist Zhou Wen had used was from the one beneath the shattered bracer. Without the protection of his armor, Zhou Wen had only retreated 4 to 5 steps. His strength had clearly been boosted significantly in such a short time. However, without using stat crystals, his strength stat couldn't increase unless he used a strength-enhancing primordial energy skill. However, Zhou Wen didn't use one. It was still the same as before. All he did was use a fist technique to fight him. Could it be the life soul? Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen, who seemed to be burning with an invisible flame, and felt that his entire body was emitting light and heat. The warning bells in him became more obvious. Without giving Wei Feng time to think, Zhou Wen threw another punch. This was followed by a barrage of punches as if he had gone mad. Wei Feng's fighting spirit was triggered as he clenched his fists and clashed with Zhou Wen. The fist of steel unleashed all its might, producing unparalleled speed and strength. It was like steel meteors that sent Zhou Wen retreating again and again. However, Wei Feng could sense that Zhou Wen's strength was getting stronger and his speed was also increasing. His actions seemed more and more fluid. Fire. Wei Feng felt as though there was a flame burning in Zhou Wen's body. It wasn't a real flame, but Wei Feng had this feeling that as the flame burned, Zhou Wen's body, no, it should be said that his entire life was combusting to produce light and heat. It would become more and more blinding, and it made his heart tremble. My life. My blood. My soul. Live for life. Born for the living. Even if I spill my blood. Bury all my bones. I will fight for a chance for life to survive in this dark and cold land. The ancient sovereign life soul seemed to be emitting an ancient will that bordered on a roar. His blood was boiling. This wasn't an adjective. Zhou Wen really felt as though all his blood was igniting. It was as though he had infinite power. It increased his strength and his speed. Every inch of his cells seemed to emit light and heat. Bang. Bang. Zhou Wen's fists constantly clashed with Wei Feng. From being at a disadvantage in the beginning to slowly parrying Wei Feng, he was no longer sent into a retreat. It eventually ended up with Wei Feng's fist without the steel of fist being suppressed as Zhou Wen's might grew stronger. Bam. When the fists collided again, Zhou Wen's bare fist seemed to emit sun-like heat and light. When he collided with the fist of steel, he wasn't sent retreating. Instead, Wei Feng's body involuntarily trembled as he took half a step back. This fellow. This fellow. Wei Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at Zhou Wen in disbelief. He had been in the military for 30 years and had been a tutor for 6 years. He had seen countless experts and geniuses, but to have such strength at Zhou Wen's age, he had only met one before. Zhou Wen was second. In the crazy battle, Wei Feng constantly retreated. Every step he took made him feel like Zhou Wen was growing taller. The body that emitted light and heat grew bigger and bigger in his eyes, becoming increasingly unstoppable. At that moment, the invisible flames on Zhou Wen's body actually condensed into corporeal light. His entire being seemed to emit a glorious sun. The ancient sovereign life soul also propelled his body, making him break the shackles to certain limits and causing terrifying power to erupt. Boom. Zhou Wen's fist broke the speed of sound and rubbed against the air, producing light and heat. Like a blinding sun, it struck Wei Fang. The alarms in Wei Fang's heart rang out as he saw the fist that appeared like the sun intermittently increase in size. Without any hesitation, he immediately used his best primordial energy skill, Explosive Fist. Using the explosive power brought about by the Fist of Steel, he struck Zhou Wen's fist. Boom. The terrifying power that centered around Zhou Wen and Wei Fang's fists produced a tremendous explosion and shockwave. The custom 40-centimeter rubber buffer on the ground was torn apart by the explosive burst. Even the cement concrete layer beneath cratered. Wei Fang only felt his steel of fist arm tremble and his legs turn weak. He looked at Zhou Wen, feeling an inexplicable shock. Despite using his primordial energy skill, he had only come to a draw with Zhou Wen without gaining the upper hand. The power that exploded from Zhou Wen's body was shocking. Looking at Zhou Wen, who was emitting light and heat like a sun, Wei Fang suddenly felt that he had truly aged. This world was truly a world of young people. Their youth and vitality were something that he lacked now. Zhou Wen felt his heart boom as all his strength surged with his blood flow, pushing him to deliver another strike. Wei Fang could only raise his fist to meet his attack. He released his primordial energy skill and clashed with Zhou Wen's repeated punches. This was going to cost him his life. Zhou Wen purely relied on the power of his erupting life soul and didn't need to use his primordial energy. However, Wei Fang had to rely on his primordial energy skills to fend off Zhou Wen. Primordial energy skills were unleashed with the use of primordial energy. Wei Fang didn't have a slaughterer life soul that provided him infinite primordial energy, therefore it was impossible for him to constantly release primordial energy skills. After striking more than 10 explosive fists, he felt that his primordial energy was almost depleted. Wei Fang originally believed that Zhou Wen's explosive strength couldn't be too stable or his body wouldn't have been able to withstand it. But to his surprise, Zhou Wen remained brimming with energy despite unleashing dozens of punches. It was as though he had an endless amount of energy. Most terrifying of all was that the explosive strength of an ordinary person fluctuated. It was impossible for one to maintain peak strength. However, Zhou Wen's release in strength maintained a straight line at peak strength. Wei Fang felt his arm go numb and he almost couldn't lift it up. If this continued, his arm would probably fracture. Zhou Wen was completely immersed in the eruption of the ancient sovereign life soul as he delivered punch after punch. He could sense that the ancient sovereign life soul had advanced to an evolved body. Zhou Wen threw another punch at Wei Fang excitedly when he suddenly saw Wei Fang stop. Wei Fang looked in the direction of the training room door and said in surprise, "We are using the training room. Come back later." Zhou Wen couldn't help but stop his punch and turn to look at the door. However, he saw that the door to the training room was still closed and there was no one there. Bam! In the next second, Zhou Wen felt a heavy blow to his face, which was covered by a helm. His head warped to the side as his body flew out and he slammed into the rubber buffers on the training room's wall. The punch wasn't very heavy as Wei Fang didn't use all his strength. Zhou Wen quickly stood up and looked at Wei Fang with a puzzled look. Wei Fang said in all seriousness, "Zhou Wen, it looks like you lack actual combat experience. You can't even defend against such a simple scheme. If you were on the real battlefield, you would already be dead. I've given you an important lesson today. Remember, you can't make the same mistake again. Alright, let's end the training today." "Tutor, I'll remember. Let's continue sparring a little longer." Zhou Wen went forward and said. "Let's end it here for today. You've trained for so long, and I think you're tired. Let's continue another day," said Wei Fang as he walked. "Tutor, I'm not tired. Let's continue a little while," Zhou Wen said. Another day. Another day, Wei Fang took out his phone and placed it to his ear as he walked. "Hello. Ah, my dear daughter. Why are you looking for me? What? Something happened at home. Okay. I'll rush back now. I'm sorry. Although I really want to continue sparring with you, something urgent has cropped up at home. Let's spar again another day." As Wei Fang spoke, he quickly left the training room and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Wen was somewhat regretful. He hadn't completely vented all his excessive strength, so he felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, since he no longer had an opponent, Zhou Wen could only get the ancient sovereign life soul to leave his body and float in front of him. The ancient sovereign life soul was still in the form of light, but the figure became clearer, as though it was about to condense into something corporeal. The ancient sovereign life soul was like a humanoid sun floating there. Zhou Wen no longer needed to fear the darkness no matter where he went in the future. As long as he had the ancient sovereign life soul, there was light no matter how dark it was. He took out his mysterious phone and looked at the information after the ancient sovereign life soul evolved. Inverse ancient sovereign, evolved body, ancient life born from blood and fire, the sovereign who fights against the heavens. The ancient sovereign had evolved into an inverse ancient sovereign. Although the note didn't change, Zhou Wen knew that the ancient sovereign's ability had undergone a substantial change. The evolution of a life soul was extremely odd. Even a person who cultivated the same primordial energy art would condense a different life soul because of their different physiques and insights. And the evolution of a life soul would result in further differences due to one's personal insights and growth. Zhou Wen could sense that not only did the inverse ancient sovereign enhance his strength and speed, but it could provide him with an endless stream of energy. He probably needed to test the numbers on the apparatus for the specifics. The game only showed basic values but not the values after a life soul augmentation. Therefore, Zhou Wen didn't know what his various attributes were like under the augmentation of the inverse ancient sovereign. Indeed, it's more interesting to spar with humans. I'll find Tutor Wei next time for more sparring. Zhou Wen unsummoned the mutated stone Kai and discovered that one of its legs had snapped. Thankfully, the mutated stone Kai hadn't been obliterated. The companion egg was a pure energy body, so as long as it had primordial energy crystals to replenish its primordial energy, it could slowly recover in the future. The immense power brought about by the inverse ancient sovereign evolved body made Zhou Wen want to advance Slaughterer even more. If Slaughterer could advance to an evolved body or even a perfect body, who knew what kind of power it would bring him? Unfortunately, Zhou Wen still didn't have any clue of how to advance Slaughterer. He had no choice but to first evolve the inverse ancient sovereign, hoping to advance it to a perfect body. However, after Zhou Wen visited Wei Feng a few times, the latter would hurriedly leave using excuses such as family matters. He didn't give Zhou Wen any chance to spar with him. Apart from Wei Feng, Zhou Wen didn't have any other opponents that he could spar with. He could only temporarily put this matter aside and spend time grinding while reading classics regarding Buddhism and Taoism. He hoped to condense a life soul for the other two primordial energy arts. When Zhou Wen came to the poison worm pool again and killed the poison worm, another primordial energy skill crystal dropped. However, Zhou Wen was already numb to this. The chances of a primordial energy skill dropping by the poison worm was quite high, but it was almost always poison dragon fingers 1, 2, or 4. The lacking poison dragon finger 3 never dropped. However, when Zhou Wen allowed the blood-colored avatar to absorb the primordial energy skill crystal, he was surprised to discover that the system notified him that he had comprehended poison dragon finger 3. It jolted him awake. I actually got poison dragon finger 3 to drop. Zhou Wen was immediately overjoyed. He had been grinding poison worms for so long to the point of vomiting. This was the first time he had poison dragon finger 3 drop. With all 5 poison dragon fingers gathered, there weren't any special changes to the primordial energy skill column. The 5 poison dragon fingers were listed separately, proving that they weren't the same primordial energy skill. Zhou Wen attempted using 5 poison dragon fingers together and immediately saw the blood-colored avatar's fingers turn a pitch black color. This was no different from before. However, what happened next delighted Zhou Wen. The blackness on the blood-colored avatar's fingers extended towards his palm, and moments later, the blood-colored avatar's palm turned black. At the same time, a notification popped up in-game, acquired poison dragon palm. Zhou Wen looked at his skill column and realized that the 5 poison dragon fingers had vanished, having been replaced by an additional poison dragon palm skill. Poison dragon palm, rank 10 epic. Zhou Wen was truly taken aback. This was the first time he had seen a primordial energy skill that naturally came as a rank 10. According to what Zhou Wen knew, primordial energy skill crystals only appeared at rank 9. To reach rank 10, one had to further comprehend it themselves. However, the poison dragon palm was at rank 10 without any need for him to comprehend it himself. It was truly powerful. Zhou Wen thought of where he could test out the poison dragon palm that he had painstakingly obtained. Immediately, he searched the underground pool city for a while, hoping to find a sword fang fish or a jade toad to test out the palm's strength. However, to his surprise, he encountered a rather rare electric eel. Although it couldn't compare to Wang Fei's mutated electric eel, it was enough for his test. As an epic primordial energy skill, when Zhou Wen condensed the poison dragon palm, he didn't sense any powerful force. It was about the same as when he used the poison dragon finger. There wasn't any special reaction, nor were there any wind forces coming from it, much less any burst of divine light. There weren't even any poisonous gases. Apart from his palm turning black, there was nothing special about it. His strength wasn't able to be released either. Don't tell me it's still as useless as the poison dragon finger. Zhou Wen thought to himself as he used ghost steps to appear above the electric eel and struck it on the back. After water splashed, Zhou Wen's palm struck the electric eel's back, sinking it into the water. Zhou Wen could see that the palm didn't even manage to damage a single scale. Instead, he was zapped by the electric eel, turning his body numb and almost falling into the water. What the heck? This is a primordial energy skill that I acquired after so much grinding. Zhou Wen immediately felt depressed. The water surface surged as the electric eel rapidly swam into the distance. Zhou Wen didn't even feel like chasing after it. After grinding it for so long, he still had some expectations. He never expected the poison dragon palm to be so useless. It was basically the upgraded version of the useless poison dragon finger. However, the escaping electric eel had swum for almost 200 meters when it suddenly stopped moving underwater. Moments later, Zhou Wen saw the electric eel float up with its belly facing up. At the same time, a notification popped up in-game. Killed epic creature, electric eel. Discovered dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen immediately widened his mouth into an O shape when he saw a dimensional crystal drop from the electric eel's corpse. He hurriedly rushed over to pick it up before it sank to the bottom. This poison dragon palm is rather interesting. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. He had actually killed the electric eel with just a single palm strike. Such power was indeed interesting. Furthermore, the poison dragon palm's power was clearly related to the poison. It wasn't a traditional palm strike. The crystal Joe, when obtained, only had +3 in value, but upon careful inspection, the dimensional crystal dropped by the electric eel was a dimensional crystal that added +3 to his electric stat and not basic stats. After making the blood-colored avatar absorb the electric stat crystal, electricity flowed through his body, making him involuntarily tremble. He saw an additional electric attribute in his stats. Although it was only 3 points, it was enough to satisfy him. After all, the drop rate of special stat crystals was very low. His luck was pretty good for him to obtain it by simply killing a single electric eel. From the looks of it, my luck has recently risen. It's time to farm the baby tiger again. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to head to Bainyang Cave, but he returned without any success. Thankfully, Zhou Wen wasn't discouraged. After switching dungeons, he went to the Zuolu ruins. Zhou Wen's target was the 9 chained black dragons. He wanted to test out how powerful the poison dragon palm was and how high its limits were. Being able to poison an electric eel to death was useless to Zhou Wen. Coupling Overlord's sword with Transcendent Flying Immortal, he could kill electric eels without any trouble. He didn't need to go close, nor did he need to use his palm to directly touch the electric eel. The reason he wanted to test the palm on the 9 black dragons was that he couldn't even touch the other mythical creatures. Only when the 9 black dragons were chained up and physically restrained could he have a chance of hitting them. Zhou Wen had already tried using Overlord's sword and Lost Country's teleportation to stab a black dragon, but only a tiny bit of the Overlord's sword's tip penetrated. It couldn't even penetrate the dragon scales, much less kill the black dragon. Unless Zhou Wen could continuously stab the black dragon with 1,000 strikes at the same spot, there was no way he could kill it. However, under the combined attack of the 9 black dragons, even though their actions were restrained, they were ultimately mythical creatures, therefore, it was impossible for Zhou Wen to last too long under their siege. Delivering a few hundred swords was wishful thinking. He would be considered lucky to be able to stab several times without dying. However, if the poison dragon palm could really poison the black dragon to death, Zhou Wen had an idea. Perhaps, this gave him a chance of killing the black dragon. Of course, this way, he wouldn't be able to rely on Lost Country's teleportation to approach the black dragons. He had to use Lost Country's teleport after striking a black dragon with poison dragon palm to flee. If the blood-colored avatar were to die, then it would be useless even if the poison dragon palm could really poison the black dragon to death. Once the blood-colored avatar died, he would have to respawn. What was the point in killing the black dragon? Therefore, after Zhou Wen thought about it, all he could do was rely on his movement technique to approach the black dragon and deliver a poison dragon palm. Then, he could use his Lost Country's teleportation ability to escape. Then, he just needed to wait for the black dragon to be poisoned to death. This was the only way he could kill a mythical creature. When he arrived at the underground sea again, Zhou Wen took a deep breath and switched his life soul to Slaughterer before jumping down and diving into the sea. After swimming for a short while, he saw 9 black dragons pulling the war wagon from the bottom of the sea. The black dragons emitted a strange dragon's roar, causing the seawater to quake uneasily. Although the inverse ancient sovereign life soul could provide Zhou Wen with strength that exceeded Slaughterer, the inverse ancient sovereign's strength was too potent. It was suited for frontal combat. Zhou Wen wasn't qualified to fight the black dragons head-on and could only use tricks. Therefore, Zhou Wen chose to use the Slaughterer life soul. The strength increase provided by Slaughterer was inferior to the inverse ancient sovereign, but its characteristic of infinite primordial energy was what Zhou Wen needed the most. When the 9 black dragons approached, Zhou Wen chose a location at the bottom of the sea that had a complicated terrain. Relying on the cover of the sea mountain, the black dragons didn't attack him immediately. When the 9 black dragons pulled the war wagon around the undersea mountain peak, Zhou Wen used the 9 dragons art he had cultivated with ghost steps. He swam rapidly like a dragon beast in the sea, dodging the devouring of the black dragons in front of him. Before the 9 black dragons surrounded him, he rushed to the bottom of the war wagon. Zhou Wen lacked the ability to directly approach the black dragons' bodies unless he used teleportation. However, it would be different if he relied on the war wagon's protection. The 9 black dragons were chained and they couldn't reach beneath the war wagon. With their mobility further weakened, Zhou Wen hid under the war wagon. When he saw a black dragon's head extend down to him, he struck out with poison dragon palm. The black dragon reacted very quickly. Zhou Wen was already close enough, but it still reacted in time. It let out a roar as a terrifying sound wave blasted Zhou Wen's body and swam away. He had failed to touch it with poison dragon palm. The blood-colored avatar's body flew out uncontrollably along with the flow of water. Before Zhou Wen could stabilize the blood-colored avatar, a few black dragons pounced on him and surrounded him. A black dragon swallowed the blood-colored avatar amidst the scramble. The game screen went black. The poison dragon palm requires the palm to touch the body to work. This isn't good. If it can injure someone across a distance, things will be much easier. Zhou Wen had no choice but to drip his blood to revive. This time, Zhou Wen learned from his previous experience. He didn't choose to touch the black dragons' heads. Instead, he used the war wagon's concealment to fend off the black dragon's attack. He then flipped to the back of the war wagon. When a black dragon circled around to him, he turned around and charged at the black dragon's body, striking the dragon's scales with his poison dragon palm. With the successful palm strike, Zhou Wen was completely exposed. The 9 black dragons formed a circle, making it impossible for Zhou Wen to flee. Zhou Wen immediately switched to the Godfiend era's primordial energy art, and the lost country appeared on his finger. A black dragon had already sucked the blood-colored avatar to its mouth. When half the blood-colored avatar entered the dragon's mouth, its body suddenly vanished, leaving the 9 dragons stunned. However, the teleportation distance available to Lost Country was too low. The 9 black dragons quickly noticed Zhou Wen, who hadn't gone far, and roared as they pursued him. Zhou Wen swam towards the surface, but when he was in the water, Ghost Step's efficiency decreased significantly. Infinite Ghost Steps wasn't able to increase his speed significantly, so before he could swim out of the sea, he was devoured by the 9 black dragons. However, with his experience hitting the black dragon once, Zhou Wen was even more certain that he could succeed. The only thing lacking was to escape alive. As long as I can rush out of the water surface, I can use my flying abilities and infinite ghost steps to escape. Even with 9 dragons art in the water, I can't match a real dragon's speed. Therefore, I have to think of a way to get my poison dragon palm to strike the black dragon when I'm as close as possible to the water surface, Zhou Wen thought to himself. He wanted to redo it, but Lost Country's teleportation ability had a 24-hour cooldown. This won't do, Lost Country's cooldown is too long. The teleportation distance is too short as well. How can I think of a way to raise Lost Country to an evolved body so as to enhance the teleportation ability? Zhou Wen began considering how to advance Lost Country. The Godfiend era has a myriad of changes. After condensing the Godfiend Life Providence, I gained the ability to stay in space. After condensing Lost Country, I possess the ability to teleport. Both of them are related to space. To improve Lost Country, I'm afraid I'll have to put in effort towards spatial matters. After some thought, Zhou Wen failed to think of a way to enhance Lost Country. Space was a rather special attribute regardless of the League's 4 districts. Dimensional creatures with spatial powers were rare as well. Typically, there weren't any low-grade creatures with them being at least at the epic stage. Zhou Wen checked the school's database. Although there were many dimensional zones on campus, there were no dimensional creatures with spatial abilities. However, Zhou Wen surprisingly discovered some useful information. The information had nothing to do with Sunset College but about certain strange matters in Guide Ancient City. This included records of Fire God Platform and the stone furnace in front of the stone monument. This information was identical to what Zhou Wen had seen in-game. There was only one difference. The stone furnace in-game produced firebirds. It was the same in reality. There was a stone saber stuck in the stone furnace in-game, and there was a stone saber in reality. Zhou Wen had attempted to pull out the saber in-game, but he just couldn't touch it. He believed it to be an illusion, but in reality, someone had attempted to pull it out. Although it wasn't pulled out, the person touched the stone saber. According to the records in the document, a tutor who possessed a fire elemental life providence and flame-type life soul went to Guide Ancient City. He found Fire God Platform and scaled it. He discovered the stone saber in the furnace, but when he pulled it out, it seemed rooted. He was unable to shift the stone saber even with his epic strength. This is strange. I can see it in-game, but I can't touch it. In reality, it can be touched. What's the reason? Zhou Wen had the urge to immediately return to Guide Ancient City to take a look and figure out the problem of the stone saber. However, firstly, school wasn't on break. Secondly, entering Guide Ancient City required entry passes. Without a pass, it was useless even if he returned. Zhou Wen, the new homework mission has been released. Shall we go together? Li Xuan sent a message. Alright, let's meet outside Dragon Gate Grotto. Zhou Wen still needed to finish homework missions, so he scheduled a meeting with Li Xuan. The mission given by the new tutor wasn't as strange as Wang Fai's. They only needed to kill 10 mortal Dragon Gate stone beasts. This was a common mortal stage dimensional creature in Dragon Gate Grotto. It wasn't difficult for ordinary students, so it was pretty much a walk in the park for people like Zhou Wen and Li Xuan. The two came to Dragon Gate Grotto and randomly chose a relatively nearby grotto. Soon, they saw several Dragon Gate stone beasts. Li Xuan rushed forward and finished them off in no time. I haven't even started filming yet. Zhou Wen said with a smile. It's fine. There are plenty of stone beasts anyway. We can just kill a few more later. Li Xuan didn't mind. The two of them continued walking in. Before long, they saw a few students attacking a stone beast. However, the stone beast looked a little special and was slightly different from the other stone beasts. Ordinary stone beasts were only half the height of a human. They looked like Pekingese and their bodies were grayish-white rocks. However, the stone beast that the students were attacking was different. The stone beast's body was as crystalline as white jade, and it was also much taller, about the size of a racehorse. When the mortal students attacked the stone beast, they unleashed primordial energy skills with their fists and palms, but the strikes were almost useless against it. As the chances of dropping a companion egg at the mortal stage were very low, these students didn't have any companion beasts and could only rely on their strength to fight head-on. However, the effects were clearly not the best. A student was even injured by the stone beast. Seeing that they were his schoolmates, Li Xuan went over with the Thunder God sword and cleaved the stone beast to death with one strike to prevent them from being injured by the stone beast again. The stone beast was cleaved into two by Li Xuan. A crystalline jade egg fell out of its body, a companion egg. Holy shit, I'm that lucky. Li Xuan looked at the companion egg in surprise. Although it was a mutated dragon gate stone beast and it was only at the mortal stage, the chances of a companion egg dropping at the mortal stage were almost identical to winning the lottery. He really had good luck to have it drop. The students also stared at the companion egg. Mortal companion eggs were rare to begin with. Furthermore, it was a mutated species, so its stats were definitely good. Who wouldn't want one? However, the mutated stone beast was killed by Li Xuan. They didn't dare to snatch it, but they were also unwilling to give it up. After all, they had discovered the mutated stone beast first. Distribute the companion egg among yourselves. Li Xuan wasn't too interested in the mutated stone beast companion egg. He had only been helping out and had no intention of splitting it. The few students were overjoyed when they heard that. 2 students were still hesitating, but the other 3 students scrambled for the companion egg. The 3 of them didn't give in to the others, and soon it became a snatching fest. The other 2 students also joined the snatching competition when they snapped out of their daze. Who didn't want to have a companion beast? Ordinary students might not be able to advance to the legendary stage in their 4 years in college. Firstly, the primordial energy arts they cultivated were lacking, and secondly, there was a lack of resources, and thirdly, their perceptivity. Typical primordial energy arts required one to gain insights before advancing to the next level. The Lost Immortal Sutra was quite an outlier to allow advancement simply by having the stats reaching a certain value. Li Xuan glanced at the students who were vying for the companion egg and curled his lips. He said to Zhou Wen, reality is just that cruel. No matter how good their relationships are, usually, once it involves personal interests, schoolmates and friends are nothing. Both of us should be happy that we didn't end up having to vie with them. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, that's not necessarily the case. We also need to vie for things. It's just that the things we are fighting for are a little more advanced. There's no difference in essence. The degree of sorrow doesn't lessen just because of its higher level. That's true. In this world, it's hard to tell the difference between humans and fiends, Li Xuan said with a sigh. Clearly, he had been reminded of his family matters. Even if they were biological brothers, he couldn't rely on him. Let's head elsewhere to take a look. Zhou Wen didn't wish to continue the topic. Once the dimensional zone's restrictions failed, similar things would happen. Many people would do anything to survive. Just as the duo was about to leave, they suddenly heard a bird's cry coming from above. The pale golden feathers on the chick standing on Zhou Wen's shoulder stood on end as though it had encountered an enemy as it looked into the sky. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he looked up and saw a golden bird swooping down from the sky like a golden cloud. Its target was them. Duck. Zhou Wen felt a sense of danger as he roared at the students. At the same time, he pulled Li Xuan back quickly. The few students were still vying for the companion egg, but no one paid attention to Zhou Wen. The golden bird descended like a golden cloud, and before it arrived, a terrifying hurricane rolled down from high above, sweeping the 5 students flying hundreds of feet away. Some struck into stone statues, while others fell to the ground. Immediately, they vomited blood and couldn't even get up. The giant bird swallowed the companion egg in one mouthful, but its claw didn't land. With a flap of its wings, another hurricane suddenly appeared. It instantly flew into the sky and soon vanished. Zhou Wen and Li Xuan leaned against the wall as they held onto a Buddha statue with both hands to avoid being swept away by the hurricane. The few students weren't that lucky as they tumbled and crashed in the hurricane, leaving their bodies bloody. It was unknown if any of them were killed by the impact. That bird just now. It can't be a golden-winged rock, right? Li Xuan said in surprise as he looked up into the sky. It shouldn't be. If it's a golden-winged rock, I'm afraid it will be even more terrifying. Zhou Wen shook his head. Seeing the students screaming incessantly, and although they weren't dead, who knew how many bones had been fractured? He didn't dare touch them, and since he didn't have any healing skills, all he could do was head out to call the college's medical department and get the doctor to rush over to treat them. Old Zhou, I think that the golden bird is on the peak of Dragon Gate Grotto. Shall we go and take a look? Li Xuan suggested. Zhou Wen looked at the chick that had regained its composure and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I think it's best if we don't go. That giant bird is probably extraordinary. We aren't its match. As the two spoke, a doctor and tutor came over. The first tutor to arrive was Zhou Wen's new tutor. Upon seeing the tragic state of the 5 students, the new tutor couldn't help but frown. What happened? The new tutor, Wu Yushen, asked Zhou Wen and Li Xuan. Li Xuan recounted what had happened in detail. Wu Yushen was doubtful of what he had heard. When he looked above Dragon Gate Grotto, he frowned and said, I never heard that there are birds and dimensional creatures lurking outside Dragon Gate Grotto. Don't run around. Leave immediately and I'll head up to take a look. Wu Yushen summoned a sword and flew on it, heading towards the top of the mountain. Wow, it's a flying sword companion beast. It's just too cool. I've wanted it for a long time, but only a few dimensional zones drop flying sword companion beasts. Their numbers are very rare and they don't drop anywhere near us, Li Xuan said in envy as he looked at the flying sword beneath Wu Yushen's feet. Speaking of the flying sword, Zhou Wen recalled the little girl and the purple copper flying sword. He glanced at the dead man tree in-game and saw that the purple copper fruit on the dead man tree had grown to the size of a soccer ball. However, it didn't seem ripe yet. Suddenly, a bird cry shook the area. At the top of Dragon Gate Grotto, a golden beam of light shot into the sky. Zhou Wen looked up and saw that the golden beam was none other than the golden bird that had previously vanished into the horizon. At that moment, the giant bird spread its wings and charged towards Wu Yushan, who was standing in the sky on his flying sword. Wu Yushan wasn't indecisive. He extended his hand and summoned another flying sword companion beast. His ancient sword slashed at the golden bird with sharp sword beams that resembled dawn. The golden bird dodged as well. With a flap of its wings, it tore through the sky of sword flashes and clashed with the flying sword. The flying sword split into two behind the golden bird. Wu Yushan's expression changed drastically as he turned to flee on his flying sword. That Hevanglo sword was a top epic companion beast. He had spent a lot of effort in the Mount Shu dimensional zone before having it drop. The Hevanglo sword's beam could rip apart a mountain, and its life soul, Skyglow sword's soul, augmented the Hevanglo sword's beam. It allowed it to turn into a rain of swords, with each sword beam dealing an area of effect attack. After he obtained the Hevanglo sword, he had experienced countless battles without having the sword damaged. Now, it snapped with just a touch of the giant golden bird's wings. He immediately knew that the golden bird was terrifying beyond imagination. Although the flying sword beneath Wu Yushan's feet was fast, it was not as fast as the giant golden bird. Without flying far, the giant golden bird had already rushed behind him like a bolt of golden lightning. Wu Yushan's face paled in fright as he hurriedly used the flying sword beneath his feet to meet the giant golden bird. He landed on a mountain wall and ran down the mountain in a sorry state. Stop watching. We need to leave quickly. Zhou Wen pulled Li Xuan and ran. Even epic tutors couldn't defeat the golden bird, so if the golden bird were to flare up, it might end up turning Dragon Gate Grotto into a bloodbath. It would be too late to escape when that happened. Crack. The two of them had barely taken 2 steps before they heard a crisp sound. The sword beam that was like a rainbow was snapped by the giant bird's wings. The snapping of the flying sword was a testament to the wing's unimaginably sharpness. Wu Yushan was still escaping, but how could he be faster than the giant golden bird? Before he could run far, he was caught up. He was just moments from being slain by the giant golden bird's wings. Suddenly, a figure tore through the air. The person wore a school tutor uniform, and he immediately appeared at the top of Dragon Gate Grotto as though he had teleported. With a flick of his finger, a yellow glow in the form of a talisman flew towards the golden bird. The giant golden bird had remained unperturbed in the face of the sharp flying sword, but when it saw the talisman glow, it became somewhat apprehensive. It flapped its wings, released Wu Yushan, and dodged the talisman glow. The tutor who had appeared flicked his fingers, sending out talisman glows that rained on the giant golden bird. The golden bird flapped its wings, and golden rays in the shape of feathers shot out from its wings, clashing with the talisman glows. Light exploded everywhere in the sky. The people who had set up stalls outside Dragon Gate Grotto were already running for their lives. Zhou Wen and Li Xuan were also running, but after reaching the entrance to Dragon Gate Grotto, they didn't directly leave. They watched from afar as the tutor fought the golden bird. The giant golden bird was abnormally fierce and charged at his tutor with its golden feather storm. The talisman glows released by the tutor were also destroyed by the feather storm. They didn't inflict any damage to the giant golden bird. Zhou Wen was worried that the tutor might also be defeated by the giant bird like Wu Yushan when he suddenly saw a black light gush out from his white uniform. The black light condensed in front of him, actually transforming into a huge black-colored organ. The organ looked like a piano with black and white keys, but they were even larger. Furthermore, behind the organ were black metal pipes that were lined up like a small mountain. Furthermore, the piano keys were like stairs. There were many layers, unlike ordinary pianos with only a row of keys. The tutor ignored the giant golden bird that rushed over and calmly sat in front of the organ, his slender fingers pressing on the keys. Zhou Wen and Li Xuan immediately heard ancient, soothing music. It was somewhat different from the sounds produced by an ordinary piano that Zhou Wen had heard before. The sounds of a piano clearly lacked the heavy and distant vibes of the organ. He appeared. That's Chancellor Lang's demonic organ throne. He's a man who has once fought with gods. Li Xuan looked up at the tutor in the sky with a pleasant surprise. Chancellor Lang. The chancellor of our school. Zhou Wen was slightly surprised. He had been in Sunset College for so long, but he had never seen the chancellor before. Usually, work was done by the managing vice-chancellor who oversaw the daily operations. Probably. Although I've never met him, his demonic organ throne is too famous. It can't be wrong. Back when Old Master N passed away, the N family was without a leader. The Senate wanted to place Sunset College under the League's management and sent someone from Member of Parliament Dugu's family with a mythical companion beast over, but they were barred from entering by Chancellor Lang's demonic organ throne. They weren't even able to enter the school's main gate before they returned with their faces ashen. Even a mythical companion beast wasn't able to break through the demonic organ throne. That made the demonic organ throne famous across the League. Everyone knew about it, Li Xuan said in excitement. As Li Xuan spoke, Chancellor Lang's slender fingers were already dancing across the organ keys. Bleak and open music sounded from the organ. The sound waves inside the metal pipe resonated and spread out like ripples. The giant golden bird had been charging fiercely at Chancellor Lang with its golden feather storm. However, after hearing the music, its action slowed down. By the time it flew to the organ's side, it had already held back the golden feather storm. The ferocity it wore on its face had disappeared, and it did not continue attacking. Instead, it retracted its wings and stood beside the organ as though it was listening to Chancellor Leng's music. Zhou Wen also listened to the music and, without realizing it, tears streamed down his cheeks. By the side, Li Xuan was already awash with tears. The students who had yet to escape Dragon Gate Grotto also cried bitterly. Zhou Wen wiped his tears and focused his gaze at the giant golden bird in the sky. He saw a crystalline tear seep out from the corner of the golden bird's eye as though it could fall at any moment. Chancellor Leng's life soul is actually an organ. That's really rare, but my emotions aren't really affected by organ music, so why am I crying? Zhou Wen looked at the demonic organ throne in the sky in shock and puzzlement. At that moment, a tear finally fell from the corner of the golden bird's eye like a golden gem falling from the sky. The chick that had been standing on Zhou Wen's shoulder suddenly flew up and headed straight for Dragon Gate Grotto before swallowing the golden bird's tear. It then flew back to Zhou Wen's shoulder. The music in the sky stopped. Chancellor Leng looked at the chick on Zhou Wen's shoulder, and his calm gaze, which seemed to have a strength that could penetrate one's heart, left Zhou Wen slightly alarmed. However, Chancellor Leng's gaze did not linger on them for too long. He retracted his gaze after taking one look and looked at the giant golden bird beside him. Go back. From now on, no one will bother you again. Chancellor Leng seemed to be speaking to the golden bird. The giant golden bird actually lowered its head, as though expressing its understanding before it spread its wings and flew back to Dragon Gate Grotto's peak. From today onwards, no one is to ascend to the peak of Dragon Gate Grotto. Chancellor Leng stood up and the demonic organ throne vanished. With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When can I be as powerful as Chancellor Leng? To make such a terrifying dimensional creature obey my orders with a snap of my fingers, Li Xuan said enviously. Is Chancellor Leng at the mythical stage? Zhou Wen asked with a frown. I don't think so. I heard that he's at the peak of the epic stage. The demonic organ throne is a perfect life soul. Furthermore, people say that Chancellor Leng is likely the human that's closest to the mythical stage. He's just half a step away from stepping into the mythical stage. Li Xuan's words were filled with admiration for Chancellor Leng. I never knew there was such a strong person in Luang. Zhou Wen exclaimed. Definitely. Chancellor Leng is Overseer An's tutor. How can he not be strong considering how he taught such a strong student like Overseer An? Li Xuan said. And Tianzuo's tutor? Zhou Wen didn't think that it was impressive for someone to produce in Tianzuo with their teachings. However, Chancellor Leng was really strong. The music-type demonic organ throne life soul gave Zhou Wen an eye-opener. He had never heard of making such terrifying dimensional creatures retreat without any bloodshed. Recalling the music from the demonic organ throne, Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. Zhou Wen wasn't an emotional person. Normally, when he was listening to music, he didn't experience many emotional upheavals. Yet, he had actually cried. This didn't seem right. Is it really due to the music from the demonic organ throne affecting my emotions? Zhou Wen felt that it wasn't the case. Why are you in a daze? Let's go. We still have to complete our homework mission. Seeing Zhou Wen standing there in a daze without saying anything, Li Xuan nudged him. Zhou Wen followed Li Xuan back to Dragon Gate Grotto, but he kept thinking about the music that Chancellor Leng had played using the demonic organ throne. It's not the music that affected my emotions, definitely not. Others might not mind the minute changes, but Zhou Wen wanted to understand the differences as he constantly mulled over the reason. What are you waiting for? My homework mission is done. It's your turn, Li Xuan said as he recorded a video of Zhou Wen on his phone. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to do the homework mission right now. He immediately drew his bamboo blade and charged at the stone beast herd. With one blade per strike, he nimbly killed 10 stone beasts before turning around to head back. He planned on checking the information regarding sound-type powers and then figure out the real reason for having the music from the demonic organ throne affect his mood, or if it was some other power. Li Xuan was already used to Zhou Wen's various strange actions, so he let him be and didn't ask further. After leaving Dragon Gate Grotto, Zhou Wen headed to the school library. The information there was more comprehensive than the internet, and he soon found the section where music-related matters resided. There were bookshelves spanning dozens of meters, a total of 4 rows. They contained books covering music. Zhou Wen took a look and realized that most of them were books related to music theory and knowledge, or they taught one how to sing. He rarely saw information on music-type primordial energy arts. It's no wonder there are so few people cultivating music-type primordial energy arts. With so much information just teaching people music theory, there's nothing to do with cultivation. Zhou Wen read through the books on the bookshelves. After searching for a long time, he only found a few books related to the music-type primordial energy arts. From the information he had, Zhou Wen realized that music-type primordial energy arts were indeed very interesting, or perhaps special. The cultivation method of music-type primordial energy arts was about the same as the typical primordial energy art. Interestingly, the music-type primordial energy arts had relatively special primordial energy Cs. Typically, a primordial energy art's primordial energy C was in one of the 3 dantians, but a music-type primordial energy art used the lungs as a primordial energy C. It was very rare. Furthermore, it was different from what the average person would imagine. There was no mention of music affecting one emotionally in the music type information. It only mentioned music frequency and oscillation theory. And the destructive power of music type powers mainly came from the pressure of sound. Joe read a lot, but he didn't understand why the demonic organ throne could affect the emotions of humans and even dimensional creatures. Although there were some extraordinary theories, they hadn't been verified. Furthermore, Joe felt that the theories didn't match the demonic organ throne's powers. Without finding the answer he wanted, Joe had the urge to directly ask Chancellor Leng, but even tutors and the other vice-chancellors had trouble meeting him. As a student, how could he meet Chancellor Leng? The library reached its closing hours when the sky darkened. Joe had no choice but to return to his dorm and search for information on the music type powers online, but he failed to find the answer he wanted. However, while browsing the school forum, Joe saw a thread regarding music type primordial energy arts. The thread name and content intrigued Joe. The thread was named Space Dimensionality of Sound, and the person who posted it was a student's ID. Few people paid attention to it, and there were only a few dozen clicks. There were also very few replies. There were very few people in Sunset College who cultivated music type primordial energy arts, so very few people were interested in this thread. However, Joe's eyes lit up when he saw it. Although the content was a little strange and seemed unrealistic, it was very interesting. After Joe read the thread, he seemed to understand why the demonic organ throne could affect his emotions. However, there were many things he couldn't understand. The thread didn't have the answers to his questions. Joe saw that the thread was posted 2 years ago. The author's ID wasn't online either. When he checked the author's post history, he was somewhat disappointed that this was the only thread. From the looks of it, he wasn't a person who often logged on to the forum. He attempted to send a private message to the other party only with the hope of giving it a try and raising a few questions that troubled him. Joe originally didn't have much hope, but to his surprise, the other party replied with a message shortly after and answered his questions in detail. Joe had never heard of any of those strange explanations which were unheard of, but they answered his questions. Lang Zongxing was fiddling with trinkets while looking at his cell phone. It had been 2 years since he posted an article on the forum. It received very few replies, but someone had sent him a private message on the forum today. Lang Zongxing was just casually surfing the net when he realized that the private message the other party had sent was actually some questions regarding music and space. He originally wrote this message off, thinking that it was the same as the students from before. They would just hound him with questions about methods to master a music type primordial energy art, as well as how to use music type skills or reform all beings with the use of music. If those were the questions, Lang Zongxing couldn't be bothered to answer. He didn't believe that music had any ability to infect the emotions of all beings. Everyone thought that his demonic organ throne could reform all beings, believing that he used the magical powers of music to touch those creatures. However, Lang Zongxing scoffed in derision to such suggestions. He was never someone who could infect others, no matter whether it was music or anything. He didn't believe that he had any special influence on others. When he was young, Lang Zongxing was called expressionless by his classmates and friends, as well as given nicknames such as Masked Man or Wooden Block because he didn't express any emotions. Even smiles were very difficult for him. Those people who asked him how to use his charm and music to infect all beings were laughable in Lang Zongxing's eyes. These few questions are rather interesting. Lang Zongxing finished reading Zhou Wen's questions and wrote down his reply by answering the questions. Soon, the other party sent another private message over and asked a few more questions. This time, Lang Zongxing was a little surprised. This was because after receiving his answer, the other party had a new slew of questions. To be able to understand his answer so quickly and to draw inferences and come up with more questions indicated that the other party was good at active thinking. This piqued Lang Zongxing's interest. He replied to the other party's question and even secretly included some matters at a deeper level in his answer. He wanted to see if the other party could see through the problem. After sending the message, he waited for a while but there was no reply. Lang Zongxing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If the mind of the person's activity was only at this level, it wasn't enough to satisfy Lang Zongxing despite it being pretty good. Ever since he taught in Tianzuo, Lang Zongxing had no longer taught new students. It wasn't that he couldn't teach, but he felt uninterested. Once one taught a student who was able to understand anything in one setting and learn anything related, teaching students who were unable to understand anything quickly was exasperating. However, Lang Zongxing had never given his patience to others because his patience was fully focused on research. If not, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Even the 6 families of the League feared his demonic organ throne. Everyone thought that he was talented, but little did they know about the effort he had put in. In this era, everyone believed that science was useless. Only dimensional crystals and companion beasts were the future. All of them were trying their best to hunt for dimensional items. However, Lang Zongxing was different. Although he cultivated, he had never stopped scientific research. From his point of view, those godlike dimensional creatures were nothing of that sort. They were just creatures from other worlds, probably not much different from aliens. The mystical powers they possessed were similar to that of technology. However, the laws of those mystical powers were the laws of other worlds, completely different from those of the League. Therefore, he had always been studying their power systems. The one he had studied the most was space. Others might imagine that the demonic organ throne had music attributes or was a music-type life soul, but they were terribly wrong. This was because the demonic organ throne was never a music type, but a spatial time life soul. The music was only a form of spatial manipulation used by the demonic organ throne. Neither did it have the infectious ability of music. The music he played was mainly used to change the frequency of sound and affect the brain frequency of living creatures. This was a very brilliant technique, not his talent. Lang Zongxing had initially thought that the matter would end here, but to his surprise, he received another private message. It was from the same ID. There were a few more questions. After looking at these few questions, Lang Zongxing was truly intrigued by this person. From these few questions, he could already confirm that the other party had already guessed that the demonic organ throne was not a music type but a spatial type. To be able to think of this set of problems, this person must be one of the people who saw my battle with the golden-winged rocket dragon gate grotto today. Who could it be? A young man with a golden chick on his shoulder flashed across Lang Zongxing's mind. It should be him, right? Although Lang Zongxing felt that it was likely the youth, he didn't have the intention to verify it. Even though he could easily find out who the other party was, he didn't do so. Although the other party was an excellent young man, he wasn't at a level that made him interested in finding out who he was. However, it was rare for someone to be willing to learn and think. Lang Zongxing answered Zhou Wen's question and even gave him some tips before suggesting that he take a look at some famous works that involved spatial dimensions. Lang Zongxing was aware that this knowledge was insipid. Ignoring this world filled with magical powers, very few people could sit down and learn such knowledge even before the dimensional storms appeared. There were a lot of things that needed to be memorized and the required knowledge was broad. If one wasn't an expert in such matters, they probably wouldn't be able to understand it. They would need to read up and reference a lot of information. However, Lang Zongxing believed that if the other party did not even have the patience and ability to learn, there was no need to waste his time. Humans had thousands of ways of living, but to have outstanding achievements in certain aspects, one had to be able to treat boredom as enjoyment. One had to endure loneliness. There were no friends on the path to studies, only hard work and pursuits. After Zhou Wen read the message from Lang Zongxing, he found the idea interesting. He sent another private message, but this time, he didn't reply to his questions and only replied with a line of text. The answers you want are all in those books. Zhou Wen originally only wanted to figure out the strength of the demonic organ throne, but after delving deeper, he realized that the demonic organ throne was actually the power of space. This discovery surprised him and piqued his interest. This was because his lost country was also a space-type power. He felt that he could indeed study knowledge about space. The next morning, Zhou Wen went to the library to borrow some books regarding this, but he really didn't understand many of them. He had never heard of the terms, formulas, and laws, so all he could do was seek out references as he read. Chapter 392 Success. Zhou Wen realized that he had been very busy recently. There were too many books to read, and even the amount of time he spent gaming was reduced. When he could use Lost Country again, Zhou Wen went to the underground sea. This time, he didn't head directly into the sea but controlled the blood-colored avatar parallel to the water surface. Not long after, a huge shadow appeared beneath the sea. 9 black dragons roared as they emerged from the sea. After sacrificing the white shadow of poison, Zhou Wen dived into the sea and rapidly approached a black dragon. However, the black dragon's tail swept up a shocking wave that sent the seawater hitting Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen could only use the impact of the waves to distance himself from the black dragon before tearing out of the sea. However, he didn't dare fly too high because the sapphire-like sky above was similarly fraught with danger. He could die faster if he approached it. One black dragon after another rushed over, their mouths spewing water like a volcanic eruption. Zhou Wen used ghost steps to charge into the sea again. This time, he identified the position of the war wagon and swam towards it. With the aid of the wagon, he blocked the black dragon's devouring and attacks. Zhou Wen kept every action of the 9 black dragons in his calculations. The blood-colored avatar kept circling around the black dragons while fleeing to the back of the war wagon, keeping close to it. A black dragon rushed over from one side as Zhou Wen charged over without any hesitation. He struck it with his palm, but when the poison dragon palm touched the black dragon's scales, Zhou Wen didn't even look at the outcome. He switched to the Lost Country life soul and used teleportation to escape. This time, he was very close to the surface. After teleporting, he used ghost steps to rush straight out of the sea. The black dragons angrily charged out of the water and chased after him. Zhou Wen spread his arm wing behind him as he used infinite ghost steps to dodge the attacks of the 9 black dragons, rushing towards a cave on a nearby mountain cliff. Thankfully, the 9 black dragons weren't able to leave the sea, allowing Zhou Wen to barely escape into the cave. From afar, the 9 black dragons roared in the sea, stirring up waves. It was frightening. Zhou Wen stood in the cave looking for the black dragon that the poison dragon palm had hit. Others couldn't tell apart the 9 black dragons as they looked identical, but after studying them for so long, Zhou Wen was extremely familiar with them. He immediately found the black dragon that had been struck by the poison dragon palm. Around its abdomen, Zhou Wen saw a black palm print. As the dragon was black, Zhou Wen almost failed to notice the palm print. After careful inspection, he found the palm print that was only slightly different in color from the black dragon. I hope it works. Zhou Wen knew that it was impossible for him to kill mythical creatures at the moment. Now he was still unable to fight real mythical creatures. He could only attempt to kill the black dragons chained up. After waiting for quite a while, Zhou Wen didn't see the black dragon die from the poison even after the 9 black dragons lost their patience and dived back to the bottom of the water. After all, it's a mythical creature. Its poison resistance will definitely be higher. I'll wait a little longer. Zhou Wen left the dungeon and planned on heading down to see if the black dragon had been poisoned to death when Lost Country's cooldown was up tomorrow. Now, the blood-colored avatar couldn't die. Once it died, it had to respawn, and all of his previous efforts would go to waste. Without doing anything too dangerous, Zhou Wen switched to Pool City to grind for epic creatures to raise his stats to 40. He was quite lucky today. After killing a few jade toads, a 20 valued poison crystal dropped. He even had a jade toad companion egg drop. Unfortunately, it had average stats. Zhou Wen had actually obtained quite a number of companion eggs, but he mostly fed them to his mythical pets as food. Their interest in high-level companion beasts was higher than ordinary food. Unless it was a companion egg with excellent stats, Zhou Wen wouldn't keep them. Why isn't this phone game equipped with autoplay? If only I had it. Zhou Wen spent quite a while grinding and inevitably felt bored. After all, repeatedly killing the same monster wasn't challenging at all. It was just a time grinder. Zhou Wen, are you home? Someone knocked on the door outside and Zhou Wen could tell that it was Wang Lu. When he opened the door, he found Wang Lu standing at the yard's entrance. What's the matter? Zhou Wen walked to the yard and opened the yard door. Wang Lu curled her lips and said, "Can't I look for you if there's nothing wrong?" "You can, but I'm very busy at the moment. If there's nothing special, I'll get back to my reading." Zhou Wen walked back as he spoke. "A gaming addict like you actually reads. Let me see what books you read." Wang Lu seemed to have something to say, but when she heard that Zhou Wen was reading, she became intrigued. She followed Zhou Wen into his dorm. Wang Lu casually flipped through the few books on Zhou Wen's couch and said with a smile, "String Theory, Quantum Teleportation, Diamond Perfection Sutra, and Superior and Wondrous Numinous Treasure Scripture of Limitless Salvation and Most High. Your hobby sure is widespread. You go from frontline scientific theories to idealism. Are you a materialist or idealist?" "I am whatever that brings me benefits." As Zhou Wen flipped through the books in his hand, he used his phone to check on the references. "You're quite pragmatic." Wang Lu placed the books back to their original spot before sitting beside Zhou Wen. She looked at the book in Zhou Wen's hand and saw that it was explaining something about brains. "What's the matter?" Zhou Wen asked again. "I took care of those 2 pets for you previously. You said you would repay me the favor. Are you free? Do you want to repay me now?" Wang Lu said as she narrowed her eyes. "What do you want me to do?" Every time Zhou Wen went out, he would leave the antelope and chick to Wang Lu to take care of them. Back then, he had indeed said that he owed her a favor and would slowly repay her in the future. "Eat with me and meet someone," said Wang Lu. "Who?" Zhou Wen frowned slightly. "Someone I don't wish to see, but he's someone I have to." "Why are you asking so many questions? Are you trying to renege on your promise?" Wang Lu stared at Zhou Wen. "No, I was just asking. When is it?" Zhou Wen thought that it made sense. It was pointless asking since he had to return the favor. "Now, go and change your clothes. We'll leave now and rush back before the school gates are closed," said Wang Lu. Zhou Wen didn't ask any further questions as he returned to his bedroom to change out of his uniform and changed into his casual clothes before leaving the school with Wang Lu. He was very puzzled as to why Wang Lu would bring him along for dinner with someone else. However, he didn't pursue the matter since Wang Lu didn't elaborate. After arriving at the restaurant, Wang Lu headed straight for a private room with great familiarity. Zhou Wen saw that there was already someone sitting in the private room, a middle-aged man, but he didn't recognize him. Chapter 393 Test. "Uncle, this is my classmate, Zhou Wen." Wang Lu pointed at Zhou Wen and introduced him before pointing at the middle-aged man. "This is my uncle. You can call him uncle too." "Uncle," Zhou Wen greeted, but he felt somewhat puzzled. He didn't know why Wang Lu had brought him along to meet her family member. "Sit down," Wang Le's uncle said indifferently without any intention of communicating with Zhou Wen. Wang Lu sat opposite him and tugged at Zhou Wen, gesturing to him to sit beside her. The two of them looked at the middle-aged man across the table. "Little Lu, you should have had enough fun, right? It's time to go back and cultivate seriously. Don't keep your parents worried," said Wang Guotao as he stared at Wang Lu. "Uncle, things are progressing well with my cultivation at Sunset College. Sunset College is one of the top 10 colleges in the league. The tutors and teaching resources here are all very good." Before Wang Lu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Wang Guotao. "I'm more familiar with Sunset College's standards than you are. The teaching standards there are indeed excellent compared to ordinary schools, but it's still a school that's targeted at the masses at the end of the day. It's impossible for it to teach according to your characteristics and abilities, much less teach you the secret techniques of our Wang family," said Wang Guotao. I don't necessarily have to learn the family's secret techniques. I think the status quo is pretty good, Wang Lu said as she bit her lip. Do you really think that learning from things catered to the masses is good? If that's the case, the disappointment won't be limited to your parents. Even I'm disappointed, said Wang Guotao. Uncle, I wish to continue studying in school. You dote on me the most, help me, pleaded Wang Lu. I can let it pass on any other matter, but not this. You've already wasted half a year. If you don't return and focus on your cultivation, how can you keep up with the progress of your siblings? You'll have to take charge of the Wang family in the future. If your strength can't suppress those of the same generation, how will the masses submit to you in the future? Wang Guotao said. It's not like I'm planning on taking charge of the Wang family. Wang Lu muttered softly. What did you say? Although her voice was soft, Wang Guotao still heard her. His expression turned cold. Nothing. I'm saying that cultivation is the same in college. One's cultivation progress will not be slower than at home, Wang Lu said as she pointed at Zhou Wen and said, Zhou Wen is my schoolmate. He's also studying in school. He's much stronger than my siblings. He's a member of the Yin family, so the college naturally takes great care of him. Wang Guotao clearly knew about Zhou Wen and continued, besides, saying that he's stronger than your siblings. I don't think so. When Wang Lu heard this, she immediately felt delighted. She knew that Wang Guotao was acting as she had imagined. He couldn't bear humiliation, especially when the Wang family was insulted. If you don't believe me, you can test him. If he is indeed stronger than my siblings who cultivate at home, how about letting me remain on campus and cultivate? Wang Lu took the opportunity to say. Since you brought him here, I'm afraid you won't give up if I say no. As Wang Guotao spoke, he looked at Zhou Wen. What are you best at? I'm not particularly good at anything, Zhou Wen answered. Wang Lu hurriedly added, Uncle, Zhou Wen means that he is proficient in everything. You can test him as you please. Is that what I mean? Zhou Wen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he couldn't say it out loud in front of Wang Guotao. Your grandfather has been cultivating an entire lifetime, and even he doesn't dare say that he's proficient in everything. Do you think those words are suitable for a student? Said Wang Guotao sternly. With that said, he ignored Wang Le's reaction and looked at Zhou Wen. Since you aren't good at anything, I'll test you on the Wang family's usual cultivation problem. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu, who gave him a pleading look. Her hands were clasped under the table, moving it like she was praying to a god. Uncle, please speak. Zhou Wen thought for a moment. He had no choice but to help her since he owed her a favor. Wang Guotao poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Zhou Wen. He said indifferently, the most important thing about cultivation is the foundation. It's like building. If the foundation hasn't been built, there's no way you can build a skyscraper. It will quickly collapse. Now, I'll test your foundation. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Guotao in puzzlement, unsure how he could test him with a cup of tea. Wang Guotao remained unperturbed. He poured himself a cup of tea and placed it on the table in front of him. The table was made of rosewood. It was about 10 centimeters thick and was rather sturdy. With a casual press, Wang Guotao made the teacup sink into the table. The cup's mouth became parallel to the table, as if it was embedded in it. The cup wasn't damaged and not a single drop of tea inside spilled. Uncle, aren't you making things difficult for him? Zhou Wen has never cultivated our family's heart-destroying palm. Besides, which of my siblings can even achieve a level like yours? Wang Lu immediately objected. If you can't do it, it means that the teachers of the academy are lacking. So it's best you go back home and cultivate, said Wang Guotao calmly. Wang Lu opened her mouth to protest, but she didn't know how to rebut Wang Guotao. I'll give it a try, Zhou Wen said as he looked at the teacup in front of him. It's a good thing that young people are willing to try. I won't make things difficult for you either. As long as you can sink a third of the teacup into the table without shattering the teacup, I'll count it as a pass, Wang Guotao said. Zhou Wen nodded and reached out to smack the teacup. Wait, Wang Lu called out to Zhou Wen nervously and looked at him pleadingly. Be careful. Don't shatter the teacup. Just get it in if you can. Wang Lu thought that if the teacup were to shatter, there was no way to protest. As long as the teacup didn't shatter, or even if a third of the cup didn't sink in, she could still bargain with Wang Guotao. Zhou Wen actually didn't quite understand why Wang Lu insisted on studying on campus when her family had such good conditions. Wasn't she rejecting what was near at hand and seeking what was far away? However, it wasn't his place to interfere with Wang Le's matters. He just needed to return the favor. Don't worry, Zhou Wen said to Wang Lu before reaching out to smack the teacup in front of him. Wang Lu fell into despair when she heard a cracking sound. The table was completely fine as the teacup was smashed to pieces by Zhou Wen. Wang Lu felt the room spinning, wishing she could plant her head to the ground. She thought, did I have a screw loose in my head? Why did I think of bringing Zhou Wen here? Young man, there are many things in this world that can't be resolved simply with great strength, Wang Guotao said before ignoring Zhou Wen. He looked at Wang Lu and said, Little Lu, return to campus and pack up. I'll send someone to fetch you home tomorrow. Wang Lu sadly hung her head low, unable to bring herself to retort. She could only blame herself for bringing a fool like Zhou Wen here. She had already told him not to shatter the cup, but great, he ended up smashing it to pieces. The water had spilled onto the table and it was an appalling sight. Uncle, I'll head back first, Wang Lu said as she stood up. Hold on. Zhou Wen sat there motionless as he called out to Wang Lu. Wang Guotao could not help but frown slightly as he looked at Zhou Wen. Young man, although your surname isn't In, you are still a part of the In family. You should know your limits when doing things. Zhou Wen didn't explain himself because it wasn't worth wasting his time explaining things to irrelevant people. Pointing at the table, Zhou Wen said, Uncle, it's best if you give an evaluation. Tell me what standard this strike is for members of your Wang family's younger generation. The results are already very obvious. Do I still need to comment on it? Wang Guotao asked. In that case, Uncle, are you allowing Wang Lu to stay on campus for cultivation? Zhou Wen asked Wang Guotao. Wang Guotao was amused by Zhou Wen. He looked at him and said, it's rare to have young people like you who can disregard their pride. However, if you are really doing this for the sake of little Lu, you should let her return home for cultivation. Alright, both of you can leave. Wang Guotao's words were clearly saying that Zhou Wen was shameless, but Zhou Wen remained unmoved. I don't know if going back to cultivate is a good choice for Wang Lu, but since we had an agreement and I've done it already, shouldn't you allow Wang Lu to make her choice on returning? A cultured person like Wang Guotao couldn't help but have his expression turn cold when he heard Zhou Wen's words. He said, I originally wanted to leave you some dignity, but since you don't want it, don't blame me for being blunt. A standard like yours is only about the same level as a child who has just gained some initial mastery in the Wang family. At most, it can be considered brute force, so there's nothing to be evaluated. Wang Guotao also felt somewhat vexed. He was wondering why Zhou Wen was so clueless. He got up and prepared to leave, having no wish to speak to the unreasonable Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, let's head back, Wang Lu said as she walked to Zhou Wen. She was well aware of Wang Guotao's temper, so it was impossible for them to fool him. Zhou Wen didn't move and continued sitting in front of the table. Then, he reached out his hand and pushed the teacup fragments on the table to one side. He looked at Wang Guotao and said, Uncle, please hold your step. Are you sure that the beginners of your family can do this? Then please demonstrate for me so that I'll admit defeat wholeheartedly. Wang Lu had wanted to stop Zhou Wen from speaking, but when her eyes met the table, she immediately let out a cry as she looked at the table in surprise. Wang Guotao originally didn't want to bother with Zhou Wen. It was unbecoming for him to keep arguing with Zhou Wen, but when he heard Wang Le's exclamation, he couldn't help but turn around and see her staring intently at the table. Even Wang Guotao followed her gaze. With a single glance, Wang Guotao's pupils contracted, but his eyes widened as they formed a strong contrast. On the surface of the yellowish-brown wood grain on the table were veins of tea leaves. On a closer look, one could see that there weren't patterns. They were obviously the tea leaves that had been forcibly pressed into the table. The tea leaves were not damaged at all, and the leaf parts were clearly visible. They looked like the original patterns of the wooden table. Impossible. Wang Guotao walked to the front of the table again. He stretched out his hand to pry open the fragments of the teacups. Soon, he discovered that there were no tea leaves in the teacup fragments. There were no tea leaves in the spilled tea. Wang Guotao almost couldn't believe his eyes. It was true that he was able to slam the teacup into the table using yin forces, but the hardness of porcelain was not bad after all. However, tea leaves were brittle, and once they were soaked in water, just a slight nudge would rip them apart. How could they possibly be slammed into the wood? The strength of Zhou Wen's palm shattered the cup. Yet, pieces of tea leaves were slammed into the table without any damage. Regardless, Wang Guotao found it impossible. Wang Guotao stretched out his hand to touch the tea leaves, and with a slight tug, the tea leaves immediately tore. He could clearly see the leaf marks on the table. They're not fake. Wang Guotao was dumbfounded again as he stared blankly at the table. He really couldn't figure out how Zhou Wen had managed to do it. Beside her, Wang Lu was surprised and delighted as she said, you actually pushed the soaked tea leaves into the wooden table. Furthermore, the tea leaves aren't damaged at all. How did you do it? It's not difficult. I just learned a little trick from school. I wonder what standard this trick is in the Wang family. Zhou Wen spoke to Wang Lu, but his eyes were on Wang Guotao. Wang Guotao looked at Zhou Wen with a complicated expression. He wasn't able to accomplish this. He had never seen such usage of a yin force before. Is this a technique you learned in school? Wang Guotao took a deep breath before asking Zhou Wen. Yes, I just learned it from reading a thread on the school forum a few days ago. Zhou Wen knew that even if he could do as Wang Guotao did, pushing the teacup into the table, Wang Guotao probably wouldn't let Wang Lu stay. He had to prove that the things he learned in school were better than what the Wang family had to offer. Only then would Wang Guotao consider letting Wang Lu stay. Uncle, I doubt any of my siblings can do something like what Zhou Wen did, right? You aren't allowed to go back on your word, Wang Lu said happily. Wang Guotao looked at the tea leaves that had sunk into the table with a complicated expression. After a while he said to Wang Lu, you can stay, but I will send someone to test you every month from now on. If you can't reach the assessment standards, you need to return immediately. Uncle, thank you. You're great. Wang Lu was overjoyed as she pulled Zhou Wen to his feet and said, Zhou Wen, let's go. Wait, little Lu, go get the bill first. I have something to say to Zhou Wen. Wang Guotao stopped Wang Lu. Seeing Wang Lu look at him suspiciously, Wang Guotao said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'm not that unreasonable. I just want to ask a few questions about you. I'm afraid Zhou Wen wouldn't dare tell the truth in front of you." "Uncle, just ask me if you have anything to ask," said Wang Lu. "Go settle the bill." Wang Guotao spoke again. Wang Lu could only obediently settle the bill, but before she left, she kept winking at Zhou Wen as though warning him to be careful with his words. After Wang Lu left, Wang Guotao asked, "Zhou Wen, how's your relationship with little Lu?" "Not bad," Zhou Wen answered truthfully. Wang Guotao nodded slightly before saying to Zhou Wen, "If you really have little Le's interests at heart, I hope that you can maintain a certain distance from her in the future." "Why?" Zhou Wen frowned. "Because you are Wang Mingyu's own student," said Wang Guotao simply. "I understand. Uncle, don't worry. Wang Lu and I are just ordinary friends." Zhou Wen replied calmly. Chapter 395, Becoming a Videographer Again. Zhou Wen could understand Wang Guotao's worries. In the league, Wang Mingyuan was taboo. His reputation might even be worse than the devil, Jing Daoxian. With the branding as Wang Mingyu's own student on him, no one from a wealthy family in the league would dare to get too close to him to avoid being considered to be in cahoots with him. Wang Guotao only said one sentence, but he didn't say anything after that. One sentence was all that was needed when speaking to smart people. For those who weren't smart, it was useless no matter how much was said. Therefore, he only mentioned one key point. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu left the restaurant together. Wang Lu was very happy, so she didn't return to school directly. Instead, she took Zhou Wen around the mall and bought quite a lot of things. She also bought some clothes for him to show her gratitude. "Zhou Wen, how did you do it? You actually slammed the tea leaves into the table." Even my uncle was dumbfounded. "He definitely can't do it," Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen said with a smile, "Actually, it's not completely yin force. It's a technique I've been learning recently. It's considered a trick." Zhou Wen was telling the truth. He was certain that he couldn't do anything to such an extent by relying on yin forces. The soaked tea leaves were not only soft and brittle, but they were also separated by the teacup. Even a powerful yin force expert like Wang Guotao couldn't send the tea leaves into the table like him. Zhou Wen used some of the spatial type means, but it looked like yin force. In fact, the yin force played a very small role in it. It was in the same vein as Lang Zongxing's use of the demonic organ throne. It was also the fruit of Zhou Wen's recent reading and research. Although there was still no way to upgrade the lost country to an evolved body, there was finally some progress. As long as he continued his research, he would eventually gain some insight. "At least you're smart. I'm really happy today. Are you free tomorrow? I need to complete my homework mission, so be my videographer," Wang Lu said. "All right." Zhou Wen didn't reject it. He didn't deliberately distance himself from Wang Lu due to what Wang Guotao had said. He and Wang Lu were only ordinary friends, so there was nothing to hide. Furthermore, Zhou Wen wasn't a goody two-shoes. Wang Lu was well aware of his situation. Since Wang Lu didn't mind being friends with him, why would he push Wang Lu away? As for the negative effects of being Wang Mingyu's own student, Zhou Wen believed that he could eliminate it in the future and not let it affect his family and friends. Of course, that was on the premise that Wang Lu didn't mind. After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen headed for the underground pool city. However, he had killed many epic creatures inside, so finding more of them was very troublesome. All he could do was switch dungeons. The blood-colored avatar couldn't die, so Zhou Wen couldn't respawn the dungeons either. All he could do was head to some safe places to grind. After some time, he didn't have any monsters to grind. "I'll sleep early today. I'll check the results when I head to the underground sea tomorrow." It was rare for Zhou Wen to go to sleep so early that he woke up punctually at 6 in the morning. His lost country cooldown time wasn't up. After he washed up, he grabbed a book and walked to the cafeteria to eat as he read. The few books that Lang Zongxing introduced him to were a little too profound. Many of them had knowledge that Zhou Wen had never read before, but he didn't find it dull. Perhaps others who read these intelligible books might find them boring, but Zhou Wen read with great relish. From his point of view, the knowledge he didn't understand gave him plenty of room to imagine. Rather than studying, it was better to say that Zhou Wen treated it as a storybook. Many times, after Zhou Wen figured out what it really meant and compared it to his imagination, he realized he had been ridiculously wrong. For someone like Zhou Wen, who was easily engrossed in everything he did, he learned everything faster than the average person. Of course, there were also flaws. While Zhou Wen immersed himself in multidimensional string theory and fantasized about a magical world, he didn't realize that Wang Lu had been sitting opposite him for quite some time. Just as Zhou Wen was about to leave, he realized that Wang Lu was sitting there. "When did you arrive?" Zhou Wen asked. "I really have no idea what's up with you. I can close one eye when you're obsessed with gaming, but to be so engrossed in reading such books. I'm really impressed." Wang Lu rolled her eyes at him. "Yesterday, you said you will be my videographer. Did you forget that because of your reading?" "I haven't forgotten. What's your homework mission? Where are you going to hunt dimensional creatures?" Zhou Wen put away his book and asked. "There's no need to hunt dimensional creatures this time. Didn't we go to the town god's temple previously?" This homework mission is also to go to a town god's temple. However, it's not the tiny one from before, but the bigger one in the city, Wang Lu said as she walked. Your homework mission is to pray at town god's temple, Zhou Wen said in surprise. He had never received such a nice homework mission. This is a homework mission that only special admission students have. We need to at least defeat a guardian, Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen followed Wang Lu to the town god's temple. At the same time, a person arrived in Luang and went to Tianzuo's office. Sir, it's been a long time since we last met. You are still the same. And Tianzuo stood up to welcome him, allowing the person to enter the office. I'm old. The last time I saw you, I still had some black hair. But now, it's all white. Fu Yu sighed. Sir, you guard the East Sea and slay countless sea beasts to ensure our league's safety. You are one of the cornerstones of the league. If you claim to be old, no one in the league would dare say that they are young. And Tianzuo got someone to brew tea for Fu Yu. Fu Yu could not help but laugh. Sir, is there something important for you to suddenly come to me at this time? A person like Fu Yu would never leave the East Sea if there was nothing important. His sudden appearance without even making a phone call clearly made it unusual. Fu Yu put down his teacup and looked at Tianzuo as he asked, Tianzuo, we have some relationship as master and disciple. There are some things I can't say to others directly, but to you, I won't beat about the bush. Sir, please speak, Tianzuo said seriously. Wang Mingyuan has a student named Zhou Wen. Is he related to you? Fu Yu asked Tianzuo. Not really. He's my stepfather's son with his former wife and has nothing to do with our family, Tianzuo said. How's your relationship with him then? Fu Yu asked again. I have nothing to do with him, said Tianzuo without any hesitation. That's good. In that case, if the people from the Special Inspector Bureau were to take him away, just turn a blind eye, Fu Yu said. Sir, what do you mean by that? Tianzuo frowned. Chapter 396 Lobbyists. Wang Mingyuan destroyed the Holy Tower and opened up a dimension, nearly turning Holy City into an undead city. The impact this matter brought is overly disastrous, Fu Yu said. That's Wang Mingyuan's own fault. What has it got to do with his students? If all of Wang Mingyuan's former students are to be punished, how many officials and generals in the league have once attended Wang Mingyuan's lessons? Why aren't they all to be arrested? Tianzuo said. How is that the same? Before Wang Mingyuan broke through the dimension, he deliberately got his 4 students to visit him. Clearly, these 4 students are different. Furthermore, Fu Yu wanted to say something but held back. Sir, if you have something to say, just say it, said Tianzuo. Fu Yu sighed and said, if Wang Mingyuan's matter had ended there, the league wouldn't have their eyes peeled on his students. For your sake, let's hope they only increase the surveillance. However, the situation now is different. Some things can't be hidden. The dimensional passageway that Wang Mingyuan opened looks like it has closed, but in fact, it hasn't completely closed. Or rather, it has already become extremely weak. With a certain level of strength, one can tear open the dimensional passageway. A mythical creature entered the league from there. Tianzuo asked with a frown. It would be great if that was all. The current league has a lot of restrictions on dimensional creatures. Even if they come, the danger they pose won't be too great. The league's brass still has ways to deal with them. After a pause, Fu Yu said, but I wonder what method Wang Mingyuan used. After his incident, many famous figures from the league and even some bigwigs did as Wang Mingyuan did. They entered the dimensional zone from there. Perhaps they just wish to explore the dimension to gather information, said Tianzuo. Do you need to turn into a monster like Wang Mingyuan to gather information? Fu Yu sighed. How is that possible? The reason Wang Mingyuan could transform into a dimensional creature is due to the power of the Holy Tower and the 6 temples. Now that the Holy Tower has been destroyed, the powers of the 6 temples won't surge out again. How did they turn into dimensional creatures? Tianzuo was astonished. That's the problem. It's impossible for them to turn into dimensional creatures by themselves unless someone is secretly messing around. Wang Mingyuan? Is there anyone else who can do such a thing apart from him? Fu Yu continued. The league has been investigating. What we know now is that they have a connection with the dimensionalized Wang Mingyuan. They must have been able to dimensionalize and rush into the dimensional zones with Wang Mingyuan's help. As for what method was used as well as how Wang Mingyuan returned from the dimensional zone, it's still impossible to determine. So does the Senate wish to seek an answer from students like Zhou Wen? Tianzuo understood what Fu Yu meant. Before Wang Mingyuan underwent dimensionalization, he didn't even meet his family, but he insisted on meeting the 4 of them. Clearly, they have some extraordinary significance to him. Perhaps they really know something. The senators only want an answer to prevent the situation from worsening, Fu Yu said. They even invited you over, which means that this matter has been confirmed, right? Tianzuo asked with a calm expression. Tianzuo, since Zhou Wen isn't one of yours, why do you have to interfere in this matter? Just let the bureau take him away. I believe they won't make things difficult for Zhou Wen on account of the family, Fu Yu said. Sir, do you believe what you are saying? Tianzuo asked. Fu Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. After entering the bureau, they would definitely resort to every means possible to get whatever they wanted from Zhou Wen. They might even use soul-type companion beasts and abilities. They might even steal Zhou Wen's memories away. There was no way they would treat him well, as Fu Yu said. If I don't agree to you taking Zhou Wen away, will those senators plan to forcibly abduct him? And Tianzuo asked Fu Yu. Fu Yu's expression changed slightly when she heard that. Tianzuo, why are you doing this? You have already said it yourself. Zhou Wen has nothing to do with you. And Tianzuo smiled and said, Sir, remember when you taught me in school? When a human is extraordinary, they have to treat others as humans. When a human is mediocre, they have to treat themselves as human. Zhou Wen is a student of Sunset College. He didn't commit any crimes. I have nothing to do with him, and I don't even have a good impression of him, but as long as he hasn't done anything wrong, no one can take him away from Luong. Tianzuo, your personality. Fu Yu looked at Tianzuo helplessly. Sir, can you return and tell those senators who are in their ivory towers that if they want to take Zhou Wen away, they have to produce enough evidence to gain my approval or do it over my dead body. They can choose either one, and Tianzuo said without any expression. Fu Yu knew there was no need to continue speaking. From his previous master-disciple relationship with Tianzuo, he knew what kind of person Tianzuo was. Since he had said it out loud, even if a blade was placed at his neck, it was impossible to change his decision. After Fu Yu left, Tianzuo glanced at the door and said with a cold expression, Have you heard enough? And Sheng pushed the door open and walked in. With a smile, he said, Overseer, you used to look down on Zhou Wen in the past. Why are you protecting him? What do you mean by in the past? It's the same now. I'm protecting him because I don't want the Empress Dowager at home to be unhappy. Besides, how can a student of Sunset College be abducted as they wish? This is a lawful society. And Tianzuo said. Yes, yes, yes. You are the most righteous overseer in this world, and Sheng said with a smile. Why does it sound so awkward when you put it that way? And Tianzuo put down his pen and glared at Sheng. Maybe it's because you're too humble, overseer. You aren't used to compliments. You will get used to it once you hear more of them, and Sheng said. Cut it out. Don't tell my Empress Dowager about this. She's already feeling terrible about grandfather's matter. Don't add to her worries any further, instructed Tianzuo. Got it. What about Zhou Wen? They've already gotten Mr. Fu to lobby you, so I'm afraid they won't back down even if they don't blatantly come and apprehend him. They'll still secretly send people here. It's probably unsafe for Zhou Wen to stay on campus, and Sheng said. What has his safety got to do with us? He's already an adult. If he gets captured and killed, that's because he's incompetent, so he deserves it. Don't tell me you still want to be a nanny who cradles him 24 hours a day. And Tianzuo said with a cold expression. Yes, overseer. I'll go inform him now and leave him to his own devices. And Sheng saluted and turned to leave. Come back. And Tianzuo called out to Sheng again. Overseer, do you have any orders? And Sheng turned around and asked. Because of grandfather's matter, my mom has been in a bad mood recently. Doesn't she favor that punk the most? Get that punk to accompany her. At the very least, he's a stepson. This is also something he should do. Besides, the Empress Dowager dotes on him so much, so he should know how to repay her kindness, and Tianzuo said with a deadpan expression. Overseer, do you mean to get him to move to the Yin family's compound? And Sheng blinked as he asked. Did I say that? And Tianzuo snorted coldly. No, definitely not. Then I'll go find Zhou Wen now and get him to accompany the Yin family's Emperor Dowager. And Sheng saluted in all seriousness before leaving the office. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu arrived at the town god's temple. It was clearly much more majestic than the one Zhou Wen and company had gone to. It was also a lot bigger. It was split into 3 outer entrance gates, 3 entrances, 3 opera rooms, 1 hexagonal stone-pillared pavilion, 3 buildings with round ridge roofs, 5 temples, 5 back halls, and 12 rooms on each side of the stone pillars. The temple was the main place of worship. It consecrated the town god, Duke Wei Ling. There were 2 judge statues. There were stone carvings carved on the top of the hall's roof beam, and on the 4 corners of the spine there were stone statues. Legend had it that the 4 infamous generals, Han Xin, Zhou Yu, Pang Wan, and Luo Cheng were punished to guard the city for their crimes. However, this was only a legend. The 4 guardian generals of the town god's temple's dimensional zone were named 4 generals of Wei Ling. As long as one challenged any of the 4 generals and remained undefeated for 3 minutes, they would be rewarded by Duke Wei Ling. However, to hold out for 3 minutes without being defeated by the 4 of them, one had to at least be at the legendary stage. Most of the students in Sunset College couldn't do it, so it was no wonder the homework mission was only given to special admission students. Even if the typical student came, not only would they not obtain any benefits, their lives might even be in danger. The 4 guardian generals separately wielded a sword, saber, a spear and a swordbreaker, so they were known as the Sword General, Saber General, Spear General, and Swordbreaker General. Which guardian general are you choosing? Zhou Wen asked Wang Lu. According to legend, the Swordbreaker General corresponds to Pang Wan, so I'll choose him, Wang Lu said after some thought. Why him? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. This was because Pang Wan's fame was the worst of the 4 guardian generals. Few people usually chose him. Most people would choose Sword General, who likely represented Han Xin, or Spear General, who likely represented Luo Cheng. Relatively fewer people would choose Zhou Yu, who represented Saber General, and Pang Wan, who represented Swordbreaker General. I once read some stories about Pang Wan. I always feel that the so-called crime of harming a fellow disciple is false. Back then, Pang Wan was publicly acknowledged as the #1 general, and he remained victorious in all attacks. Furthermore, he and Sun Bin came from different countries, and there was quite a huge difference in age. No matter how I think about it, that story is a bit too bizarre. Just like Zhou Yu's abhorrent name, it's just fabricated in novels. The Battle of Red Cliffs was all thanks to Zhou Yu and the other generals. The so-called stories of borrowing the eastern wind and using boats of straw to capture arrows were merely a stylistic choice the authors had of elevating Kong Ming. It had never happened to him before. In that battle, Liu Bei didn't obtain any credit. He only picked up the spoils when Cao Cao was defeated, Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen nodded. He didn't know much about the history before the dimensional storms, but he also found what Wang Lu said sounded reasonable. Zhou Wen took out his phone and recorded Wang Lu. Wang Lu entered the Wei Ling Hall and bowed at it. Then, she pulled out a summoning talisman with the word Swordbreaker engraved on it from the offering table. After the summoning talisman was pulled out, the sound of meteors striking the ground could be heard coming from within the courtyard. A general in armor appeared in the courtyard with 2 swordbreakers in hand. The general had a majestic figure. He wielded his 2 swordbreakers like a gigantic deity as his eyes darted over like lightning and stared at Wang Lu. After Wang Lu exited the main entrance of the Wei Ling Hall, the general smashed down with his swordbreaker. Although the weapon didn't emit any light, it possessed a powerful force that was akin to a mountain crashing down. Wang Lu didn't clash head-on with the swordbreaker. Instead, she used her movement technique to circle around him. She moved agilely amidst the storm-like attacks of the dual swordbreakers with great ease. It left Zhou Wen slightly surprised. Zhou Wen had always felt that Wang Lu was just lucky, but he never expected her movement techniques to be so exquisite. Apart from the difference in level and speed, she wasn't at all inferior to Zhou Wen's movement techniques. In 3 minutes, the swordbreakers had failed to injure Wang Lu at all. They didn't even touch her clothes. When the time was up, the swordbreaker general burst into a white mist and disappeared. As for the summoning talisman that Wang Lu had pulled out from the offering table, there was a strange change. It turned into a dimensional crystal. The crystal contained the swordbreaker general's shadow. Surprisingly, it was a primordial energy skill crystal. Do you want to give it a try? Wang Lu asked as she blinked and put away the primordial energy skill crystal. Can I? I don't have the homework mission, Zhou Wen asked. Since the pass can bring you in, you naturally can try, said Wang Lu. Zhou Wen nodded. Since he was already here, there was no reason to give up on the benefits. Zhou Wen came to the Wei Ling Hall. He didn't dare pray this time. If he accidentally blew up Duke Wei Ling, where would he get the benefits? He looked at the summoning talismans that represented the 4 generals. Wang Lu had taken one of the tokens, but now it had returned to 4. Zhou Wen had limited knowledge of historical figures and had only heard of their names. Furthermore, it was difficult to say if the 4 generals really represented them. Therefore, after some thought, he chose the sword general. He had the Overlord sword in hand. If a sword-type primordial energy skill dropped, he could use it. He heard a loud bang from the courtyard. A general with an ancient sword appeared in the yard. As soon as Zhou Wen left the courtyard, the general slashed over with his sword. However, the sword wasn't fast. It didn't have the domineering stance of the swordbreaker general. Zhou Wen had no intention of dodging. He summoned his Overlord sword and slashed at the sword general. He wanted to see how strong the Guardian General's defense was. However, when his sword slashed over, he saw the sword general withdraw his sword and retreat, causing Zhou Wen's strike to miss. What's going on? Does the Guardian General fear me? Just as Zhou Wen was feeling puzzled, he suddenly saw the general wave his sword. A beam of light flashed in the yard as 10 beauties with ancient swords appeared out of nowhere. All of them wore fiendish looks as they charged at Zhou Wen with swords in hand. Instantly, sword beams surged everywhere, transforming into a sword formation that trapped Zhou Wen inside. Zhou Wen was slightly surprised. The sword general was rather interesting, he could even summon a sword formation. Seeing the layers of sword beam strike at him, Zhou Wen didn't dodge them. Overlord's sword released a terrifying sword beam as he delivered transcendent flying immortal. The sword glows interlaced with one another. In just a split second, the 10 beautiful women with ancient swords in hand were chopped up with their swords. They turned into white mist and dissipated. When Zhou Wen looked at the sword general, he saw him swing the ancient sword. Another 10 ancient sword beauties had formed a sword formation again. Zhou Wen repeatedly slashed at the 7 waves of the sword formation formed by the 7 beauties, but the sword general kept avoiding a direct battle with him. Zhou Wen used ghost steps to approach the sword general to pressurize him into fighting him, but the sword general's movement technique was baffling. He actually dodged Zhou Wen's attack and summoned the beauty sword formation again. 3 minutes quickly passed as the sword general turned into white mist and dissipated. However, Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. He had failed to force the sword general to fight him. His gaze landed on the summoning talisman and saw that it had indeed turned into a crystal. The shadow of the sword general was inside, and it was also a primordial energy skill crystal. Chapter 398 Seal. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush to absorb the primordial energy skill crystal. After putting it in his pocket, he left the town god's temple with Wang Lu. What are we going to do later? Wang Lu asked as they walked. Head back before reading books and playing games, Zhou Wen blurted out his thoughts. He still hadn't found a way to condense a life soul for small perfection of Wisdom Sutra. Despite him already having 3 life souls and knowing he shouldn't be so greedy, he wanted one that he couldn't force. He still found it a naughty problem even though condensing a single life soul before 30 was considered a success. What's the point of reading and gaming all day? Shall we go to the dimensional zone to hunt dimensional creatures? Wang Lu suggested. I'm not going. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to enter a dimensional zone. Even if he were to grind, he could do it himself in-game. There was no need for him to risk his life in real life. If he accidentally died, he would truly be dead. Wang Lu rolled her eyes at Zhou Wen and wanted to criticize him, but her eyes darted when she suddenly said, by the way, didn't you plan on killing the Bainyang Cave's tiger before? Do you want to make a trip there? Zhou Wen originally planned on returning to read and game, but after hearing Wang Le's words, his eyes lit up. Can we? With me around, there's nothing you can't do. You also want a baby tiger, right? Wang Lu said with a smile. What are the conditions? Zhou Wen asked as he cautiously looked at Wang Lu. He found it odd that Wang Lu would help him hunt the tiger for no reason. We are schoolmates, so it's too tacky to name conditions. How about this? Based on the principle of mutually helping and showing love for each other, you have to lend a helping hand to a student with difficulties. During our semester time, you will be responsible for my breakfast, Wang Lu said with a smile. Sure, you can have anything that the canteen has to offer, Zhou Wen agreed without hesitation. Although breakfast over the years cost a lot of money, it was nothing compared to the baby tiger. Do I look like I'm short of money? Wang Lu rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you tell me to cover your breakfast? Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu in puzzlement. Wang Lu sighed and said, we're all schoolmates, so I won't lie to you. Actually, I've had some weird disease since I was young. Every morning, I have a relapse and I am in so much pain that I have no way of getting out of bed. Breakfast time is exactly the time when I have a relapse. It's been a long time since I had breakfast. If you don't mind, I hope you can deliver breakfast to me every day. I see. Don't worry. As long as I'm in school, I'll deliver breakfast to you on time. Zhou Wen nodded. He felt a little sad for Wang Lu, having never expected her to have such a strange illness. It was no wonder he never saw her in the first half of the day. Then it's a deal. Let's go to Bainyang Cave now, Wang Lu said in satisfaction. Zhou Wen followed Wang Lu to Dragon Gate Grotto. Zhou Wen felt that he should be concerned about Wang Le's condition, so he asked, by the way, what kind of illness do you have? Do you have a solution? Wang Lu pondered for a moment before saying in all seriousness, every day at dawn, I'll be possessed and sealed by a blanket monster. No matter what I do, I just can't get up. The thought of waking up will be painful, excruciatingly painful. Blanket monster. Seal, Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu in a daze. Don't worry about me. I can still take it. I won't admit defeat. I will resolutely fight the seal to the end. As long as you deliver breakfast on time every day, I can replenish my energy and have the strength to resist the seal. Wang Lu wore a determined expression as she clenched her fists as though she was encouraging herself. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu, unsure of what to say. Before they entered the school gate, he saw Sheng standing beside the car. Zhou Wen, are you free? I have something important to discuss with you, Sheng said. You guys go ahead. I'll be heading back now, Wang Lu said as she winked at Zhou Wen. Don't forget our deal. Be on time tomorrow. All right. Zhou Wen nodded. Girlfriend? Sheng asked as he looked at the departing Wang Lu. No, ordinary friend. Zhou Wen shook his head. Sheng smiled and said, Wang Lu is destined to become the head of the Wang family. It's not easy to marry her. None of the Wang family will agree to you marrying into the Wang family. Didn't I just say? We are just ordinary friends. Zhou Wen was speechless. Sheng's expression turned serious as he looked at Zhou Wen and said, Zhou Wen, there are new developments to Wang Mingyuan's matter. You and the other 3 students are in a terrible situation. The league might send someone to take you back. What do you mean? Zhou Wen looked at Sheng in puzzlement. Sheng recounted what had happened to the league recently, leaving Zhou Wen dumbfounded. Was teacher behind those humans who dimensionalized themselves and entered the dimensional zones? Zhou Wen asked. It appears to be the case now. Therefore, the league has tried various means to stop such incidents from happening again. They will not let go of any possibility. Therefore, you, Wei Haifeng, Zhang Yan and Zhang Zia have become their main focus. Although they don't dare to brazenly arrest you in Luang, they will definitely send someone to secretly abduct you, Sheng said. How's Wei Haifeng and the rest? Zhou Wen asked. Wei Haifeng is protected by his family, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Zhang Zia and Zhang Yan seem to have vanished into thin air. There's no news at the moment, Sheng answered. That puts me at rest. Zhou Wen wasn't worried about his safety. As long as he wasn't facing a large number of epic experts, he believed that he had the ability to protect himself. Overseer hopes that you can go to the Yin family to accompany Madam, and Sheng said ingeniously. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback when he heard that. However, he pondered for a moment before saying, it's better I stay on campus. After all, I'm not from the Yin family. It's impossible for me to hide in the Yin family for the rest of my life. Now isn't the time to be impulsive. When the League sends their men, they will be top-notch epic experts. Furthermore, they wouldn't just appear in front of you. They will only attack in secret. It's very likely that you would succumb without even knowing what happened, and Sheng said. Ah Sheng, just as you said. A dimensional zone can lose its effectiveness at any time. When the time comes, can I still hide with the Yin family while all kinds of terrifying dimensional creatures are rampaging? Zhou Wen asked. And Sheng looked at Zhou Wen in silence. Zhou Wen continued, I can't rely on others for my entire life. As you know, I've already condensed a life soul. I want to try and protect myself with my strength. And Sheng fell silent for a long time before saying, I respect your decision, but you have to remember that even if you have something against Overseer and Miss Jing, don't treat Madam as an outsider. It will sadden her. Chapter 399 Jack. Senators, I've already made my case. And Tianzuo is arrogant because of his talent. With the support of the Yin family's business in Luong and the support of Lang Zongxing, he has always thought little of the Senate. He won't hand Zhou Wen over. The Bureau's Director General, Shen Yuki, said to the senators present as he stood in the meeting hall. Since Tianzuo is so stubborn and disregards the safety of the League, we can only use our own methods to defend the League's peace. Director General Shen, I'll leave this matter to you. We have to see Wang Mingyu owns 4 students as soon as possible, said Senator Xia, who represented the senators. Yes. Shen Yuki bowed slightly before leaving the meeting hall. In fact, they had reached an understanding before sending Fu Yu to Luong. If Fu Yu couldn't succeed in persuading Tianzuo, the Senate would tacitly allow the Special Inspector Bureau to take action. Shen Yuki had even arranged for a candidate to go to Luong. He was just waiting for the final order. Furthermore, he had already expected Tianzuo to turn down the request of handing Zhou Wen over. Shen Yuki came to a secret prison in the Special Inspector Bureau. This place was named Heaven internally by the Bureau not because of how beautiful this place was, but because none of the criminals who entered here could ever leave. It was as if they had entered heaven and could no longer return to the world. After passing through one prison door after another, Shen Yuki came to a prison cell and produced his left fingerprint. Then, he verified with an iris scan. The heavy metal door of the cell, similar to that on a gold vault, finally opened. In this strange cell, there were no prisoners. The only thing was a metal box that resembled a mummy's sarcophagus. Shen Yuki looked at the metal box and said, Jack, according to our previous agreement, help me bring that person back and I'll return you your freedom. If someone had heard the name Jack a few decades ago, they might have suffered from insomnia due to fear. In the early years of the League's establishment, Jack's name had once shaken the entire League. He had killed countless people, and he was sinister and vicious. He was a classic example of someone who didn't treat anyone as human, and his reputation as a devil was almost in no way inferior to Jing Daoxian. The difference was that Jing Daoxian was an extremely arrogant person, but Jack was different. He preferred hiding in the dark, playing a game of cat and mouse. He held his target in the palm of his hand, letting them die without realizing how. Although he had killed countless people, few people had actually seen his true colors. The Bureau had paid a huge price to capture Jack back then. They had imprisoned him here for so many years that they didn't even dare let him reveal his eyes. They were afraid that someone would be charmed and made to do his bidding, giving him a chance to escape. Clang. 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 Knocking sounds came from the metal box. It was Jack's answer. Even his voice was restrained, they were afraid that his voice would affect the prison guards. Since that's the case, our deal will officially begin now. Shen Yuki opened the metal box and saw a pale, silver-haired middle-aged man locked inside. His limbs were locked onto the metal box and even his mouth was covered with metal tools. There were many tubes attached to his body, making him look like an ICU patient. In fact, the equipment was to maintain Jack's life and prevent him from dying. At the same time, it was also to prevent him from interacting with the prison guard. After the chains were unlocked and the equipment removed, Jack finally emerged from the metal box. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. Shen Yuki said as he looked at Jack, who was walking out from the metal box with his limbs trembling. Give me a glass of red wine. The kind before the dimensional storms. You know what I'm referring to, Jack said as he slowly moved his muscles. Sure. Shen Yuki smiled. After Zhou Wen returned to his dorm, he thought about how he should deal with the experts from the Special Inspector Bureau. He didn't believe that Sheng was being an alarmist. He had already experienced the working style of the Bureau. As long as they were bent on doing something, they would resort to any means to achieve their goals. They were like venomous snakes that would not give up once they bit down. Looking at the antelope sleeping on the couch, Zhou Wen felt a lot more at ease. He guessed that it might be a top epic and even a mythical creature. This was evident from the chick's attitude in the dorm. The chick dared to do anything in the dorm. It flew everywhere, it even dared to fly onto Zhou Wen's head and perched on it as though his hair was a bird's nest. However, he had never seen the chick dare mess with the antelope. It clearly was wary of it. With such a powerful fighter, Zhou Wen decided that he would spend most of his time in the dorm and not head out unless absolutely necessary. If the bureau came and the antelope was angered, they might end up scurrying. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't plan on relying on the antelope. He summoned Truth Listener and wore it as an earring 24 hours a day, paying attention to any activity around him. To prevent others from looking for him and causing unnecessary trouble, Zhou Wen even added a message to his wall. In seclusion cultivation, not leaving the house for a month. Do not disturb. Li Xuan and a few classmates who were on good terms with him quickly sent messages. Zhou Wen only said that he was going into seclusion and not to look for him. If you are going into seclusion, what about my breakfast? Wang Lu sent a text. I'm still buying. Are you free to head to Bainyang Cave tomorrow? Zhou Wen replied. Zhou Wen believed that the people from the bureau wouldn't arrive so soon. It wouldn't be bad if he followed Wang Lu to Bainyang Cave to get a baby tiger. Who knows, he might be able to get one out. With the baby tiger, if he went to the game dungeon again, the drop rate would increase significantly and the chances of high-valued crystals dropping would increase as well. There was no need to grind so hard. Yes, see you tomorrow morning. Wang Lu replied. Zhou Wen finally waited until Lost Country's cooldown was up. He eagerly rushed to the underground sea and took a look at the black dragon that had been hit by the poison dragon palm. There was a palm-sized mark on the black dragon. It looked like a sore that was about to produce pus. However, it was not able to poison the black dragon to death. The black dragon looked slightly irritable. From the looks of it, the poison dragon palm is still useful. However, the poison isn't enough. I wonder how I can poison the black dragon with such a tiny sore. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and followed his previous method. He gave the black dragon another palm strike and escaped again. If one palm doesn't work, I'll give it a few more strikes. As long as the poison is useful, it's only a matter of time before I can poison it to death, Zhou Wen thought hatefully. Since he couldn't enter the temple and couldn't take the risk to clear dungeons, he could only spend his time on the black dragon. Chapter 400 Grinding for Baby Tiger with You. In the morning after waking up and washing, Zhou Wen headed to the cafeteria. He filled his stomach before buying a few buns and soy milk for Wang Lu. Thankfully, Wang Le's dorm was right next door, so it was still on the way. He pressed Wang Le's dorm's doorbell several times before he saw her opening the door while rubbing her eyes. Breakfast. Zhou Wen handed the buns and soy milk over. Why are you so early? Wang Lu asked as she took the bag and walked back to the living room. It's getting late. I've already begun gaming usually at this time, Zhou Wen said. Wang Lu pursed her lips and ignored him. She continued opening the bag and saw that it was filled with buns and soy milk. She said with a smile, "You're very thrifty. I don't know what you like to eat. I bought the most common food. If you wish to eat anything in particular, tell me in advance the next time," Zhou Wen said. This will do. Wait for me. I'll go wash up first. After washing up and eating breakfast, it was already more than an hour later. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu went to Bainyang Cave. When the soldier guarding it saw Wang Lu, his eyes immediately widened as he stared at her as though he was guarding against a thief. I want to spin it 3 times, Wang Lu said to Zhou Wen. Wang Lu naturally wasn't the one forking out the money. After Zhou Wen paid, he got Wang Lu to spin the wheel of fortune. The soldiers held their guns and stared intently at Wang Lu like searchlights. However, they could only watch helplessly as Wang Lu won the entrance requirement to Bainyang Cave 3 times in a row. The officer in charge of the area stared blankly. After Zhou Wen and Wang Lu left, he checked the wheel of fortune again. However, there weren't any problems. They spun it dozens of times, but none of them managed to hit the red line. What the hell? The officer felt that this was too odd. After the last time, they had already installed higher-grade primordial energy sensors. If Wang Lu used any powers, the primordial energy sensor would have sounded the alarm, but it showed nothing. The two entered Bainyang Cave. Wang Le's luck was excellent as expected. Her luck was good to begin with, but with the augmentation of the baby tiger and the 4-leaf clover, it was even more impressive. Not long after they entered the cave, they saw a tiger deliver itself to them, baring its teeth and pouncing over. Are you going to personally kill it? Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu and asked. He didn't know if he needed Wang Lu to personally kill the tiger to have a chance of having a companion egg drop. Give me your hand, Wang Lu said to Zhou Wen. What for? Zhou Wen extended his right hand in front of Wang Lu. Wang Lu reached out her fingers and drew a circle in Zhou Wen's palm. Then, she grabbed Zhou Wen's right hand and pushed his fingers towards his palm. She made Zhou Wen's right hand clench into a fist and said piously, "May the goddess of luck be with you." All right, you can go. Zhou Wen was doubtful. Wang Le's luck was good, but luck shouldn't spread, right? Zhou Wen had killed the tiger countless times in-game, but only some primordial energy crystals dropped. He had never seen a companion egg before. Zhou Wen doubted Wang Le's claim that the circle was of use. Although he didn't believe it, the tiger had already pounced in front of him. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate as he unsheathed bamboo blade with his right hand and slashed at the tiger with a fang-wheel sword flash. The tiger was surprisingly stronger than usual. With a twist of its waist, it dodged the fang-wheel sword flash. Unfortunately, it had not expected it to boomerang back and cleave it into two, killing an epic dimensional creature with one strike. It might be the weakest, but your strength is already very powerful. What a pity, said Wang Lu. Why do you say so? Zhou Wen asked as he walked towards the tiger's corpse. Unfortunately, you're Wang Mingyu's own student. Other than Luong, no one else will dare to hire you, Wang Lu said bluntly, not deliberately avoiding the topic. So what? Zhou Wen didn't mind. The dimensional zones were already very unstable. No one knew how long the league could last, nor had he ever thought of becoming a high official in the league. It's great to be free. It would be great if I could be like you, having the freedom to do as you wish, Wang Lu muttered. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen didn't hear Wang Lu. This was because Zhou Wen's gaze was completely attracted to the companion egg in the tiger's corpse. A companion egg really dropped. Zhou Wen took out the companion egg, still finding it unbelievable. He had been grinding the tiger in-game to the brink of puking. He hadn't been able to get a baby tiger to drop. But all it took was once this time. Remember my breakfast every day. Don't kick me to the curb when I've outlived my usefulness, Wang Lu said with a smile. Definitely not. Just tell me whatever you want to eat and I guarantee that it will be delivered, Zhou Wen hurriedly said. Anything. As long as you find it delicious. Wang Lu wasn't picky with her food. Zhou Wen agreed and eagerly injected his primordial energy. He hatched the tiger on the spot and soon, a white tiger companion beast appeared in front of him. Baby tiger, epic. Life providence, lucky baby tiger, luck +5. Life soul, tiger soul. Strength, 28. Speed, 26. Constitution, 26. Primordial energy, 23. Primordial energy skill, tiger pounce. Companion form, none. The attributes were indeed lousy, making it an epic existence that was equivalent to trash. However, a unique luck-type life providence made such a useless companion beast value even rarer. Now that he had the lucky baby tiger, Zhou Wen felt as though a boulder that was weighing down on his chest had lifted. He didn't have to constantly think about farming the tiger every day. The two of them walked out of Bainyang Cave with each of them having a tiger in tow. The soldiers guarding the Bainyang Cave were dumbfounded. Although the baby tiger's stats were very ordinary, Zhou Wen felt different riding the baby tiger. He even found its speed to be much faster. Alright, my mission is complete. I need to catch up on sleep. Insufficient sleep is taboo for girls. Wang Lu went back to sleep. After Zhou Wen returned to his dorm, he couldn't wait to take the baby tiger to the bat cave and see the effects of the companion beast's enhanced luck. The baby tiger didn't disappoint Zhou Wen. The dimensional crystals that dropped were 50% more than usual and their quality was significantly higher. Most of the dimensional crystals' stats exceeded 30 points and a 21 valued poison crystal dropped. The highest valued poison crystal that Zhou Wen had obtained in the past was only 10+ points. His 20 valued poison crystal had dropped from a jade toad. This is really good. Zhou Wen was very fond of it.